The final boss monster for the Earth area is revealed, the Frost Queen. The Frost Queen descends from above, the air around her shimmering with ice. Landing hard, he grips his weapon, ready to face the Frost Queen. The game narrows down, only 5 players remain. Eyes narrowed, he prepares to strike, his gaze intense. The strike explodes with blinding light. The air crackles with energy as the attack surges forward. The energy intensifies, a resounding ta echoing as the attack hurtles forward. The attack explodes outward, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring everything. The figure is sent hurtling backwards, barely managing to stay upright. Barely succeeding in killing the Frost Queen, the aftermath of the battle is a scene of devastation. However, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, the air shimmering with each strike. The system warns that his body will enter hibernation until he fully absorbs the Frost Queen's nucleus. As a result, he ended up being cryogenically frozen for a long time. He's encased in ice as a blinding light engulfs him, initiating his long hibernation. 25 years passed. What awaited him after waking up from his slumber? He awakens to a chilling sight, the frozen forms of his comrades, entombed in ice. But then, a new, ominous development hangs in the air. A system message flashes, confirmed possession of the skill Frost EX. Following the acquisition of the Frost skill, a new system message appears, Seal of Frost can be removed. The hero's gaze hardens, a newfound resolve etched on his face as the system's message echoes in his mind. The hero's thoughts crystallize, the only way to save my frozen comrades, the ability that I gained after defeating the Frost Queen, Frost EX. The scene shifts to a dark, foreboding landscape beneath a swirling vortex. A message appears, monsters that exist inside gates. A horde of monsters surrounds him, their decaying hands reaching out. He is trapped within the gate. Fiends that threaten my life. The message hangs in the air above a city engulfed in flames. Standing on a rooftop overlooking the burning city, a figure is reflected in a monstrous, glowing eye. The monstrous eye belongs to a dragon, its form wreathed in shadow and smoke. Even the newly appeared boss monsters are proving to be a threat. Lightning flashes across the sky as 2 figures stand silhouetted against the storm. A blinding strike tears through the air, impacting one of the figures. The figure plummets downwards, the force of the blow sending him spiraling out of control. As he falls, the figure declares his intent, and regain my lost stats. He reaches out, a holographic screen materializing before him. The screen displays his current stats and skills. He declares, I can save my comrades from their ice prison. That's why I. He begins, his figure silhouetted against a surge of blue energy. Abandoned the name of Spectre, which had now become a legend. And so, he heads to the gates once again, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The screen announces his arrival, as the brand new player. His name flashes across the screen, Seo Junho. The screen continues to glow blue. The title, Return of the Frozen Player, materializes against the glowing blue backdrop. Darkness hangs heavy, pierced only by faint blue light filtering from above. The blue light reveals a vast, icy chamber. Before the guard, the floor is etched with massive snowflake patterns, leading up to a figure standing on a raised dais. A system message appears, you have encountered the Frost Queen. Before the guard, the Frost Queen speaks, her voice echoing through the chamber. How does it feel, getting here? The Frost Queen's smile doesn't reach her eyes as she continues, how does it feel, getting here by abandoning your comrades to die? The masked guard's only response is a single, echoing word, die? The masked guard retorts, they're not ones to croak that easily. His hands tighten around the hilt of a glowing blade. Besides, a new voice chimes in, interrupting the exchange. A blade descends, poised to strike. A slash cuts through the air. Won't everything be over if I just kill you? He questions, a tear streaking down his face. A chilling laugh echoes through the hall. Her mask conceals her true expression, but the sound alone speaks volumes. Over, she echoes, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Thou really are ignorant about this world, she declares, her words dripping with condescension. Cutting her off, a masked figure orders, shut it. I ain't got time to fool around, he declares, his voice laced with impatience. Drawing his sword, the masked figure threatens, I'll kill you. He vows to end this nightmare. He stomps down, the force of his blow shattering the ground beneath him. Their weapons meet in a furious clash. The force of their collision sends shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow sends the hooded figure flying backwards. The hooded figure is sent hurtling through the air, while the protagonist remains grounded, his sword still raised. The hooded figure is blasted away by a surge of energy. The hooded figure's mask is revealed, a sinister smile spreading across their face. The masked figure draws his sword, red energy crackling around the blade. Red energy slashes through the air. The masked figure's attack collides with a blast of green energy. The masked figure unleashes a torrent of dark energy. The force of the impact shatters the ground. The dark energy explodes outward. The attack lands with a resounding ta. A flurry of purple energy strikes, obliterating the dark mass. He descends, a streak of purple energy trailing behind him. He lands within a ruined, icy structure, the remnants of a forgotten civilization. He stands amidst the shattered ice, facing a figure cloaked in blue. The cloaked figure turns, a sinister grin spreading across their face. "'Twas fun." The masked figure retorts, "I can't say the same," as he grips a shining blade. A blinding flash erupts as the masked figure clashes against his foe. The clash sends out a shockwave of light. The sound of the impact echoes. The force of the blow reverberates. The figure stands over their fallen opponent, a question hanging in the air. A sharp crack echoes. The sound of something shattering echoes. The sound of something shattering echoes, and a system message appears, you are absorbing the Frost Queen's power. The Frost Queen's power surges through him, ice crystals forming on his hair and clothes. The sudden influx of power causes him to exclaim, "What in the?" A system message appears, declaring, your body will go into hibernation until you have fully absorbed the Frost Queen's nucleus. The scene shifts to 76 hours prior, Antarctica. Now, the scene flashes back to Antarctica, 76 hours earlier. The final dungeon awaits. The icy landscape looms, revealing the final dungeon, the Frost Queen's nest. A fist shatters the ice, the force of the blow prompting a furious question, "Are you fucking kidding me?" he roars, his face contorted with rage. "Isn't this asking the rest of us to die?" After coming all the way here, a voice exclaims. A message then appears, only one person may go up the stairs. Calm down, Kali, another voice urges. After coming all the way here, a voice cries out in frustration. But then, a stark message appears, only one person may go up the stairs. Calm down, Kali, another voice urges, trying to quell the rising tension. We don't have a lot of time left. We need to decide carefully, a woman states, her expression serious. The masked figure speaks up, stating, I believe that Spectre should be the one to go. From above, a voice quietly utters, Skaya. Then, another figure chimes in, stating, I agree with Skaya's opinion. The man in the cowboy hat adjusts his hat, stating, with the exception of Spectre, we are at a disadvantage against ice-based abilities. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he mutters, I'm frustrated that I can't be the one to go. I concede, he admits, then adds, but there really is no one quite like Spectre. The panel implies that since Kali accepted so quickly, they should take it as a sign that they're all on the same level. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? He demands, clearly offended by the implication. But she simply replies, I don't think I have to say this. Kali then states firmly, but I also think it's best if Spectre is the one who goes. With that pronouncement, it's settled. Spectre will be the one to go. Spectre walks away from the group, his destination unknown. Spectre pauses, turning back to the group. Are you sure you guys won't regret this? He asks, a hint of doubt in his voice. Regret, a voice echoes. We might, if you lose against the Frost Queen. The girl beside Spectre stares forward, arms crossed, and declares, and we all die a meaningless death. But, a new voice declares, we trust you. Smiling confidently, she declares, I know you won't let our death be in vain, isn't that right? The character begins, you guys. He begins, you guys. The fate of the group hangs in the balance. If it's you, you can do this. A voice echoes, a beacon of hope in the direst of circumstances. I'm sorry. The words hang heavy in the air, a somber declaration echoing the gravity of the situation. 25 years later. 25 years have passed. The year is now 2024, and monsters that humanity couldn't handle have appeared. In 2024, the world faced monsters beyond comprehension. The Frost Queen, a being of immense power, could freeze the Pacific Ocean with a mere wave. Her arrival brought despair to all. But 5 heroes still carried on the flames of hope, heading to Antarctica. The Nest Attack Team, a voice questions. That's right. Despite your age, you are very smart, comes the reply. A sound echoes through the dark, cavernous space, filled with hanging stage lights. Suddenly, a message appears: the legendary players made the greatest achievement in history. A sharp snap echoes. The scene focuses as a voice declares, they are who we call the 5 heroes. The light shifts to reveal the figures of 5 individuals, seemingly frozen in time. They are presented as the 5 heroes. Following the reveal of the 5 heroes, a voice commands, everyone, please show your respect. Thanks to the 5 heroes, the Frost Queen was defeated. Numerous safe zones then appeared on Earth. But then, a sudden cry rings out, the ice statue just moved. Despite the alarming cry, a woman confidently states, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The woman explains that the inside of the reinforced glass wall is temperature controlled around the clock. The woman assures them, so nothing may happen to the ice statues. The woman's face shifts to one of confusion as she stares at something out of frame. That's right, she stutters, seemingly agreeing with something unseen. Thud. There's no way something could happen after all this time, a voice declares. A surge of blue energy erupts around him, shattering the false sense of security. The blue energy intensifies, a blinding light emanating from an unseen source below. The force of the blast sends him flying backwards, shattering the nearby glass. The system displays absorption rate 100%. He collapses, his body glowing with the absorbed energy. The system announces, congratulations. He struggles, gasping, cold. SFX, piling. A system message appears, you have completely absorbed the Frost Queen's nucleus. A new system message appears, announcing, you have received the new skill Frost, EX. But, lying prone on the ground, he can only manage a confused, what dash? The scene shifts to a crowded auditorium, where a man exclaims, what in the world? Darkness descends as a voice wonders, is going on. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The chapter begins, Light Novel, Chapter 1. Readers are directed to novels. 2 warning signs appear, no unauthorized uploads, and no spoilers. Breaking news flashes across the screen, legend, awakens from a long slumber. The Spectre, it's reported, has woken up from cryogenic sleep after 25 years. Multiple news screens report on the Spectre's awakening and the Player Association's commitment to his health. A patient in a hospital bed stares at the screens, muttering, it's been 25 years? Lying in his hospital bed, the Spectre struggles to regain his strength. I've been frozen for so long, my whole body feels weak, he says, barely able to clench his fist. 25 years. A stark reminder of the time he's lost. His hand trembles uncontrollably. My body is still shaking, he realizes. Spectre Nim, the text declares. The masked man steadies himself, but then a voice announces, the president of the Player Association is on his way right now. Lying in bed, Spectre wonders aloud, is it someone I know? He then declares, if it's someone I don't know, I'll send them away. I hate being bothered. Yes, a voice confirms. He always spoke about how Spectre Nim was his close friend. Friend. Spectre wonders, a hint of doubt in his voice. He thinks to himself, there's not a lot of people who would call me their friend. Spectre then says, thanks for the heads up. Well, I suppose I'll know once we meet. Anyways, the conversation shifts. Spectre's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. A realization dawns, the world really has changed. He begins to speak, it's what I. His words are cut off as a voice seems to speak directly to the audience. You guys wished for a peaceful world. He stops mid-sentence, a new thought dawning on him. So what am I supposed to do now? He wonders aloud. All I know how to do is fight. Am I now unemployed? Well, I guess it's whatever, he resigns. He raises the mask to remove it, declaring, I don't need this mask anymore. He pauses, holding the mask aloft. A voice calls out, stammering, S. Spectre Nim. He pauses, about to answer, but a chorus of panicked voices interrupts him. Why did you take off your mask? One doctor exclaims, clearly flustered by the reveal. Holding the mask, he smiles, declaring, that's because it's a peaceful world. He then asks, a hint of challenge in his tone, you guys don't need heroes anymore, right? A doctor hesitantly asks, hey, what's wrong? The others seem equally perplexed by the hero's question. Before anyone can react, a voice cuts through the confusion, let me explain that for you. 3 figures in suits stand imposingly before them, ready to explain. His eyes widen in shock as he shouts, are you? One of the suited figures responds, perhaps Diaku? A stifled laugh comes from the crowd. The man in the hospital bed remains silent, his face still unseen. Clearing his throat, the suited man declares, I would like to have a private conversation with him. A doctor replies with a simple, yes, sir. SFX, tap. The suited man observes, Junho, you look exactly the same. That voice, he exclaims, a wide smile spreading across his face. It really is you, Diaku. See, what did I tell ya? Diaku's voice booms with satisfaction. Did I or did I not tell you that you'd have M-pattern baldness? Diaku exclaims triumphantly. An annoyed retort follows, you. Is that the first thing you have to say after all this time? With a sigh, Seo Junho retorts, no, the bastard Seo Junho that I knew was always like this. He continues, questioning, that's what you were expecting from me? He then admits to himself, I'm stupid for expecting a touching reunion. Diaku places a hand on the chair, stating, you haven't changed one bit. Seo Junho, in turn, wonders, so even after 25 years, they still haven't cured baldness? You still seem just the same, though you look a little different now, comes the reply. So, he begins, his gaze intense. He flinches slightly, questioning aloud, what was up with the doctor's reaction just now? Why are they so shocked when everything should be over? He hesitates, beginning to explain, huh? Well. So the thing is. He begins to explain, but the scene shifts to a memory from 25 years ago. At the moment they cleared the Queen's nest, all the players heard the same exact message. The screen fades to black. The screen displays the title of the manhwa, Return of the Frozen Player. Emerging from the darkness, a message appears, congratulations. The screen declares, the Frost Queen has been defeated. A message then congratulates him, Junho. You did it. Safe zones will now appear on the area Earth, the system announces. The Frost Queen's defeat brings joy to everyone across the world. They rejoiced, crying tears of joy. But the world didn't let the joy last for even a minute. A dimensional elevator has been installed in the Pacific Ocean. The group inside the elevator looks up, their faces etched with confusion. The panel indicates they've reached the 2nd floor. The group wonders, staring upwards. A system message flashes, moving to the frontier area is now possible. The group erupts in disbelief, voices overlapping. A 2nd floor, one shouts, while another demands, what nonsense is this? A voice booms, laced with disbelief, are you telling me the Frost Queen wasn't the end? A new system message appears, urging them forward, stay strong until the final floor. After that, the players of the world and the association gathered. The players and the association gathered, and the politicians convened for a large meeting. After a long discussion, an expedition squad was sent to the frontier. An expedition squad was dispatched to the frontier, where it was said, the 2nd floor was a land of opportunities. He interrupts, pressing for more details. And then what, he asks, impatient with the explanation. The other replies that it created the current affluent Earth, but this is not what the protagonist wants to know. The man explains that there are a total of 10 floors in the dimensional elevator. He repeats the number, 10 floors. A voice declares that it took him and his comrades 5 years to defeat the Frost Queen. 25 years have passed. If they cleared 5 floors, they should be at the 7th. But he recalls that, except for his party, the other players were much weaker. That was also why only the 5 of us went to Antarctica. Realistically speaking, he estimates the others are probably around the 5th floor. He then asks, so what floor are we on? The man in the suit hesitates, prompting the protagonist to ask, dude, why are you being silent? His hesitation is explained as he begins, in the last 25 years, humanity has only been able to clear up to. The man's statement is interrupted as the scene shifts, now displaying the words, the 2nd floor. The man's explanation is cut short as the scene shifts to what is labeled, the 2nd floor. The man looks up, a surprised expression on his face. The man appears to be fading, the word faint hovering above him. The man in the hospital bed lies back, stating, I don't have anything to say. He clutches his head, muttering, it's been 25 years, 25 fucking years. After all that time, the man in the suit asks, you're telling me you guys only beat the 2nd? Sitting cross-legged, he stammers, it might seem like an excuse, but there's a good reason. Fine, the man in the suit relents. I'll hear you out only because I'm curious. The man's face contorts with rage as he begins to explain how much of a fucking dumb reason it is. The man's eyes narrow with fury as he begins his explanation. How much of a fucking dumb reason it is. The reason, it turns out, is the Frost Queen's nucleus. The protagonist, looking stunned, can only manage a. The environment shifts dramatically, they've entered the 3rd floor, a volcanic region. The man explains that only a handful of players can withstand the magma's heat and explore this 3rd floor. After a long journey, they finally located an altar amidst the sea of lava. It requires the Frost Queen's nucleus to cool down the environment. A nervous voice asks, so, did you guys find the nucleus? Covering his face with his hands, he says, I'm sorry. I'm so ashamed. We searched the nest countless times. The bad news continues as he admits, but we couldn't find it in the end. He continues, the admission hanging heavy in the air, but we couldn't find it in the end. That should be a given, a voice declares, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Since I absorbed it, he declares, sweat beading on his brow. Well. The word hangs in the air, pregnant with unspoken implications. It can't be helped, he says, placing a hand on someone's shoulder. You guys were just unlucky. Everyone makes mistakes, he states, placing a comforting hand on the shoulder of the man in the suit. We should be understanding of that. He then asks, with a soft smile, so if I also make a mistake, you have to be understanding, alright? A bead of sweat trickles down the man's face, his expression a mixture of unease and forced composure. He responds with forced enthusiasm, of course. How could I not? Despite his forced enthusiasm, a muttered shit betrays his true feelings. Internally, he wonders, when should I tell him to hear the least amount of nagging? The question comes, anyways, tell me about your life. How have things been? But the response is immediate and resistant, don't even get me started. What I did was. It's already this late, he observes, before asking, are you hungry? Is there anything you want to eat? He declines the offer, stating, I'm good on grub. The focus shifts to a brochure for the Seoul History Museum, advertising an exhibit called The Sleeping 5 Heroes. His curiosity piqued, he wonders aloud, is that place really that famous? Smiling, he holds up the brochure, seemingly interested in that Sleeping 5 Heroes exhibit. He exclaims, before declaring, I'm going to go down to the 1st floor now. Someone off-panel counters that the 1st floor is crawling with reporters and people below, adding, it'll just be inconvenient for you if we go together. The man in the hospital gown retorts, couldn't you just have said go out the side emergency entrance by yourself? A disembodied voice instructs him to come right back to the hospital once you're done. He simply replies, Roger that. Authentication successful, a system message confirms. With authentication confirmed, he takes a step forward. Before him looms a skeletal dragon. Damn, he begins to say. His gaze remains fixed upward as he finishes his thought. Put that thing on display here? His eyes widen slightly, still looking upward, clearly surprised by the sight of the skeletal dragon. He continues forward, now certain. It must be here. The ground crumbles beneath him, revealing a dark abyss. He pauses, a sense of unease washing over him in the cavernous space. They stand together at the edge of the precipice, the abyss stretching before them. He arrives, bag in hand, and apologizes. I'm sorry I'm late. Before him stand several figures, bathed in an ethereal blue light. Did you guys know? One of the figures asks. A voice adds, the world's a better place now, we protected the peace that we so dreamed of. So now. A voice begins, followed by a somber farewell, rest in peace. With a solemn expression, he pours drinks into several cups. Here, have a drink, he says, offering a toast to those who are gone. He takes a drink, the liquid flowing down his throat. Before him stand the crystalline figures of those he's honoring. He stands solemnly before the crystalline figures. The alcohol tastes sweet. Doesn't it? He remarks, a slight smile playing on his lips. The crystalline figure responds with a blunt, ah, shit. A voice cuts through the moment, observing, you're covered in dust. He reaches out, brushing the dust from the crystalline figure. Despite acquiring the skill Frost EX, a system message declares, insufficient magic stats. A thought bubble shows his confusion. You have failed at. He's taken aback. The system message states he has tried removing the seal with the Frost EX skill. His eyes widen, staring at the icy barrier. He failed to remove the seal. A system message appears, contradicting his failure. You are able to remove the seal on the ice status. He can only exclaim, what? A question hangs in the air, I can break the seal? The hero wonders, I can bring these guys back? A surge of power emanates from him. He holds out his hand, a bright blue screen materializing before him. The screen displays stats and abilities. Staring at the screen, he's shocked by what he sees. What? My magic stat is 18? Is this on purpose? A beam of light shines down from above, illuminating a small patch of icy ground. A group of figures stand within the light, their forms obscured by the brightness. It doesn't seem like I'll be able to do it in a day or two, a voice says, the task ahead seemingly more daunting than initially thought. Despite his original abilities being drastically reduced, a system message states they will be restored as time passes and as he levels up. But it's still possible, he declares, a glimmer of hope returning. Determination burns in his eyes. The system highlights Frost EX, declaring, this is the key. Diaku always said that S grade was the highest, but now, Frost EX appears. He realizes, I'm probably the first. Despite this incredible discovery, a troubling thought surfaces, but my magic is a problem. Ha! This. He mutters, staring at the holographic screen in front of him. Staring at the screen, he wonders aloud, did I get this after killing the Frost Queen? Suddenly, he pauses, a new message catching his eye. All stats go up by 30 every time I go up a floor on the dimensional elevator, he reads aloud, processing the implications. With this effect, a voice declares, leaving the audience in suspense. If I suppose that I can go back to my original level as I go up the floors, he muses, the towering dimensional elevator looming before him. Not only will I be able to get a lot stronger than before. He continues, the two ethereal figures before him seemingly confirming his suspicions. Not only will I be able to get a lot stronger than before. He continues, the two ethereal figures before him seemingly confirming his suspicions. I can make the Frost Queen's power my own. And then, I can melt this ice and save everyone, he declares, his hand reaching out towards the frozen figures before him. The camera focuses on the ground, showing the ice shards scattered around him. His fist slams into the ice, the sound of cracking echoing around him. Just wait a bit, he mutters, his determination hardening. His jaw tightens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. A promise rings out, "I'll get you out of there." He and his companions stand ready. A cloud of mist obscures the scene. The scene shifts to a hospital, where a question hangs in the air. "You want to be a player again?" He asks, "Why are you so surprised?" "You already knew." Another voice wonders why he's wearing a wig. He sits in his hospital bed, eating. "I don't know how to do anything except that," he admits. "It's so sudden," exclaims the man in the suit. He continues, "In the past, you would sing about how you wanted to retire." The patient, still eating, replies, "That was 25 years ago." The man in the suit scratches his head, admitting, "Anyways, I don't think it's a good idea." The man in the suit presses the patient for a reason, asking why. The man in the suit continues, stating that he wants the patient to rest up, and the patient answers, revealing, "It's because of the fiends." The word fiends hangs in the air, adding a layer of mystery to the patient's cryptic explanation. The scene shifts to a hooded figure, its single red eye gleaming ominously. The text clarifies, "Players who use their awakened powers to commit crimes and commit murder and terrorism without a second thought to sate their desires." The hooded figure looms before a burning cityscape. They're like tumors in society. There. The figure continues, the next word hanging in the air. Psychopaths. But then, the scene shifts to a hospital room, where a man sits up in bed, eating. An associate sits nearby, and the man in the suit replies, "They're back?" Back then, they didn't even have space to breathe. He pauses, then adds, "That was then." There are no CCTVs on the second floor, one figure states, continuing, "and no country has a means to contain them anymore." He concludes grimly, "They must be having a field day." He lifts a spoonful of rice to his mouth, stating, "And since you're not around." The hero continues, stating to Diaku, "I think I know why you don't want me to go back to being a player." He pauses, the spoon halfway to his mouth, a thoughtful expression on his face. He looks down, his expression unreadable. The specters whisper of revenge and murder, their hate palpable. "They'll go crazy thinking about killing you," a man says. He responds, "Ah, really?" He dismisses the specter's threats, stating flatly, "So just forget it." He eats, oblivious to the specters, as a voice says that the only way you can return safely is to throw the specter name away, and go back as Seo Junho. But then, the voice asks, "Why would you want to do that?" The man in the suit seems confused, responding, "The 10th floor." The man's thoughts are revealed, "I need to get there." A smile plays on his lips as he holds up a spoon. His expression shifts to one of confusion as he wonders, why? The man across from him leans forward, inquiring, "You haven't found a way to clear the lava zone in the 3rd floor, right?" "Not," the man finishes, the question hanging in the air. Having finished his meal, he wonders to himself, what if? His expression suggests a new idea is forming. His eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of resolve crossing his face. A voice echoes, posing a question, "I told you I knew of a way?" The man's face contorts in disbelief, shouting, "What?" The man explodes with disbelief, demanding, "Do you have an idea?" He then confirms, "You said you needed the Frost Queen's nucleus, right?" A spoon scrapes the bottom of an empty bowl. The bowl now empty, a voice declares, "I ate it." "Ha? Oh, you're done with the Xiaoliangtang?" a voice asks. He retorts, "Not that." Another voice then asks, "Not the Xiaoliangtang?" The text explains, ox bone soup with rice, noodles, and beef is good to eat when you're sick or injured. "Not" is all that's visible. "Not," he begins to say, his expression serious. Sweat beads on his brow as he continues, "Not Longta. Not Longtang." He manages to choke out. His words are cut off by a sudden, incredulous shout, "You ate the nucleus?" The sound of something hitting the building echoes. He defends himself, shouting, "I didn't do it because I wanted to. As soon as I defeated her, it forced itself into my body. What was I supposed to do about it?" Enraged, the man looms over him, retorting, "Why, you." The man clutches at his neck, exclaiming, God, my blood pressure. The man winces, clutching his neck, but the protagonist, seemingly unconcerned, mutters, anyways, I have the frost skill now. Still clutching his neck, the man asks if the protagonist can handle the third floor with the frost skill. The protagonist responds, I think so. The man looks off to the side, a hint of doubt in his expression. The man's expression hardens as he asks, is the reason you're coming back related to your comrades? A simple, yet firm, yet confirms his resolve. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he confirms his intentions. He sits up in bed, his hands clasped tightly. That's good to hear, the man in the suit replies. From his hospital bed, the other asks, right? Beaming, Diaku claps his hands together, exclaiming, you're the best, Diaku. The man in the suit responds with a chilling undertone, then, I'll deal with the doctors who saw your face for now. The man in the suit checks his watch, stating, it's the least I could do. Diaku, now lying prone, reveals, oh, and my abilities were sealed, so I'm level 1 right now. The man in the suit, seemingly taken aback, asks, your stats, too? The man in the suit points his finger, exclaiming, bingo. His blood pressure, however, seems to be rising rapidly. Oh, right, he says, seemingly remembering something. A book titled The Five Heroes' Tale lies nearby. Looking up from the book, he asks, can you get me a new player license? Oh, I forgot to tell you, he says, a holographic screen displaying information in front of him. So you can't get me a license, he asks, the response being that the guilds are more powerful than the association right now. The man suddenly contradicts himself. No, I can. The man then reveals the reason why he can get him a license. The big guilds have made it a custom to attend the licensing exams. The man then states, and you can only get your license by taking the public exam, as he holds up a license. His tone shifts, however, as he says, I can't help you with that. The protagonist lies sprawled on his bed, arms outstretched as he mutters, that's annoying. A new thought surfaces, compared to before, it is. A figure in a suit looms over him as he lies on the bed. This is a good chance for you, though, the man says. A question mark hangs in the air above the protagonist's head. The man in the suit finishes his thought, telling him to think about it. The man continues, stating, if I want to fully support you, I need a good pretext. A sly grin spreads across his face as he asks, how do you think we can get that? A mischievous, oh-ho, escapes his lips. His words echo, in other words, I have to get the best results. His ambition laid bare, he declares, so that everyone will want me. Bolstered by his own ambition, he declares, all right, I got it. Looking ahead, he thinks, I'm looking forward to the exam. Seated on the bed, he looks forward to the exam with anticipation. The towering structure of the player association looms, marking the location of the license exam site. Inside, a crowd of hopefuls gathers, their murmurs filling the large hall of the license exam site. A voice begins to speak, the rest of the words yet to be revealed. Your number is 75. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself, I had to spend quite a bit of money. Please wait here until it's your turn, a voice instructs. The atmosphere is indeed casual, as people mill about. He mutters, realizing, it'll be a while before my turn. Shall I listen in on what the other test takers are talking about, he wonders, a dark energy subtly emanating from him. As he considers eavesdropping, the system announces, Watchguard of Darkness, skill, enhanced hearing, has been activated. Immediately, he picks up on a nearby conversation, did you see the news? The ancient dungeon on the second floor has finally. The eavesdropped conversation reveals that today's examiner is none other than President Shim Diaku. Another test taker laments, if I fail again, it'll be the fourth time. Despite the information he just gleaned, he thinks to himself, it's pretty peaceful, chuckling softly. An automated voice calls out, Number 1, please enter. His eyes widen slightly as he hears the announcement. The timer begins, and the test officially starts. With the test underway, he utters a soft, oh? Suddenly, an exclamation punctuates the air. The spear-wielding figure advances, closing the distance on the other combatants. Wow, his fighting spirit is pretty strong, one of the spectators observes. The monsters are stepping back in intimidation as the spear wielder's fighting spirit overpowers them. He'll pass pretty easily. I'm jealous, a spectator admits. Who knows, the spectator replies, his expression unreadable. The system explains, the spear is best for securing the space around its user. But when your opponent starts to close the distance, the system warns. He exhales slowly, his gaze fixed on something ahead. Waving your spear around like that won't do you any good, a voice declares. The screen displays the results. First applicant, fail. He observes the results with a critical eye. So it'll keep progressing like that. Finally, number 75, he mutters, observing the progression. We're almost done, someone announces, a statement that brings a sense of relief. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air as one of the evaluators states, I didn't like any of the applicants today. Another adds, they didn't even meet the basic requirements. Finally, a third voice declares, let's wrap this up. Despite the negative feedback, a voice calls out, please send in the next applicant. Footsteps echo as the next applicant enters the room. A wave of shock washes over the faces of the panel. Red exclamation points fill the space between them. Return of the Frozen Player, the title declares. The story begins. The man wonders aloud, who is that guy? He notes the newcomer's arsenal, a sword, bow, throwing knives, dagger, and even a spear. He really brought every weapon with him. He continues his assessment of the newcomer, judging, he's all skinny. He doesn't look like he can take care of himself. The woman observes the newcomer with a critical eye, declaring, it's another one of those Spectre copycats. A voice chimes in, musing, I did tell him to stand out. A pair of eyes peers down, a voice musing, well, this should be interesting. This is too much, you bastard, the man shouts, wielding both a bow and a katana. The man stands alone in a vast room, a disembodied voice echoing, number 75, Seo Junho, are you ready? Seo Junho glances back, a slight frown creasing his brow. The scene shifts, and the words the exam appear boldly. The words hang in the air, the exam will begin. Blue light envelopes the figures, signaling the start of the challenge. The exam parameters are revealed, dwarves, average size is 130 cm, physically weaker than the average human male. The reality of the exam hits hard, there's 20 of them. The sheer number of opponents becomes clear. It seems a lot realer up close. Well, no matter how well they imitate the real ones. He muses, steeling himself for the fight ahead. A smile plays on his lips as he recalls, Kia. It reminds me of the old days. The challenge is thrown down, come. The goblins charge forward, their crude weapons raised. The goblins surge forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to meet the goblins' charge head-on. His magical attack streaks forward. The goblins are sent flying as the magical attack cuts through their ranks. One goblin is caught in the blast, turning into a mass of cubes. The goblin disintegrates into a shower of glowing cubes. The goblins remain scatter into the empty space as a few cubes drift away. Two more goblins rush forward, swords drawn and eager for a fight. Blades clash. The goblins charge, weapons raised, but a thought crosses the fighter's mind, as soon as I defeat them, more appear? What's the point in that, he wonders, frustration mounting. His fist clenches, a low crack echoing as resolve hardens. He shouts, behind me, as he reaches out, a surge of power emanating from his hand. These rats keep trying to sneak up on me, he thinks, as multiple figures fall, struck by a powerful blow. Another enemy falls, dispatched by the unseen force. Another goblin falls with a choked kiek. There's no use in running away, he declares, drawing back his bow. The arrow is knocked, ready to fly. The archer's target is revealed to be none other than his former mentor. The one who taught me archery. The archer's arrow strikes true, piercing the famous marksman. The archer's mentor is sent flying. Gilbert Green's name appears above him as he prepares to fire. The archer below mirrors his stance, ready to strike. A low growl rumbles from the goblin's throat. With a savage shriek, the goblins charge forward, blades drawn. Of course, this guy's the last one. A voice echoes, laced with frustration. The blade pierces flesh. The goblin is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The goblin is sent hurtling through the air. A sinister smile creeps across the protagonist's face. The goblin slams into the wall. Another goblin leaps into the fray, but the protagonist is already moving. He uses the wall to propel himself forward, a dagger clutched in his hand. The protagonist's foot slams into the ground, propelling him towards the second goblin. The dagger is now firmly in his grip, ready for the next strike. The goblin is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he unleashes a flurry of blinding strikes. His strikes become a whirlwind, a blinding dance of steel. Suddenly, he cries out, "OW!" Despite his cry of pain, a message flashes, "You passed. Congratulations." He is, apparently, number 75. Despite passing, he thinks to himself, "I'm already in pain after this much." He resolves, "I really should start building my body up again." Below, two observers watch. "Amazing," one of them says, clearly impressed. "I don't know what else to say. He's amazing." "My eyes deceived me," one of the observers admits, now seeing the protagonist in a new light. "He wasn't just a copycat." One of the observers now admits, "My eyes deceived me." "He wasn't just a copycat." He elaborates, "He managed the spear, threw the knives and shot the arrows accurately, and even his swordsmanship was clean and precise at the end." Concluding, he states, "His skill with the weapons is extraordinary." The observer continues, astounded, to think that he'd be able to do all that with such a frail-looking. The observer finishes his thought, to think that he'd be able to do all that with such a frail-looking body. The observer continues, "But if you look at his profile." Then, pointing at the screen, he adds, "His only skill is weapon proficiency, and it's only D rank at that." The observer questions the D rank skill, adding, "It's not even a sub-skill?" If his only main skill is D rank, it would be a waste to train him, the observer concludes. The other voice agrees, adding, "There'll be too many limitations as he levels up. His combat skill is desirable, but..." The observer begins, before concluding, "It won't be worth the investment." The observer continues, stating that it's best to avoid a loss. There's no need to go down a difficult path. The observer smirks, raising a cup to his lips. "With this..." He begins, an ominous tone coloring his words. He finishes his thought, musing that there won't be any trouble if we recruit him into the association. He lowers the cup from his lips, stating, "I think we've reached a conclusion." He sets the cup down, admitting, "I only feel bad for fabricating his profile." The screen displays the fabricated profile, applicant number 75, level 1, Seo Junho. The profile lists Seo Junho's main skill as weapon proficiency, and marks the first of 3 tests as passed. The imposing PKA building towers over the city. A sinister chuckle echoes, the man's face contorted in a smug grin. "Ha!" The man, snacking and reading, exclaims, "Wow, this novel is crazy." But then, the words, "The reality is..." appear. The scene shifts to the most famous player in the world, someone that everyone looks up to. He's lounging on a couch, snacking, having been discharged after 2 days. The camera pans down to the floor, littered with trash and discarded food. A sudden burst of energy announces, "Spectre. That's this guy right here." The title card flashes, "Return of the Frozen Player." Despite telling himself, "I have to hold it in," his patience shatters. The word LMAO bursts forth. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Seo Junho." His name echoes in the room. The man, visibly irritated, asks, "What are you reading?" He slams his hands on the desk, demanding, "Are they crazy?" He leans back, still reading, and asks, "Right?" He gestures for the protagonist to sit, stating, "Anyways, take a seat. I brought the stuff you asked for." The protagonist responds with a simple, "Oh?" The man questions the protagonist's motives, asking, "Why did you ask for information on the uncleared gates?" He then adds, "You're not thinking of going to them at your current level, are you?" The protagonist nonchalantly states, "I'm going. Why else would I ask for them?" The man's shock is palpable, exclaiming, "What?" The man, visibly agitated, presses him, "Do you know what it means if they haven't been cleared?" Unfazed, the protagonist retorts, "Do you think I would have forgotten?" The scene shifts to a nightmarish landscape, where the text ominously warns, gates are filled with monsters and traps that indiscriminately attack humans. Further, it cautions that some gates are so dangerous that not even the corpses of players are left behind. The text ominously declares, "These gates, which have never been cleared." A swirling, ominous blue portal pulses with dangerous energy. Those gates, the text clarifies, are called uncleared gates. A restricted area sign, surrounded by barbed wire, further emphasizes the danger. Those are the only gates that beginners can go to, though, a voice explains. But that only makes them more dangerous. High-level players aren't even allowed inside. Novices go in for the rewards, but then they all die, the warning declares. "And with the way your body is right now, isn't it too much for you?" the man questions. He continues, "Why are you worried? Don't you know who I am? Plus, aren't the uncleared gates a headache for the association?" The man concedes, "That's true," seemingly swayed by his own argument. But, he thinks, "I can't let my friend go to such a dangerous place." He whispers, "Diaku." A soft "ah" escapes. Despite calling out to Diaku, he thinks, "I know this is supposed to be a touching moment, but I'm still going. I have a lot to gain from this." The man wonders aloud, "Gain?" A message appears, stating, "The rewards in the gate increase as time passes." The message continues, revealing that gates uncleared for years will drop a ton of EXP. So, a voice trails off, implying a new plan is forming. The man questions the protagonist's motives. "The only reason you're going is to level up a bit faster?" The protagonist confirms his simple motivation with a blunt "yeah." The man's voice booms, questioning the protagonist's recklessness. "Did you forget that you already died once?" The man's frustration is evident as he demands, "Can't you do this in a safer way? My comrades are waiting in this very moment for me to free them," he declares, his resolve unwavering. "They'd do the same thing if they were in my shoes." Despite his comrade's conviction, the man persists, questioning, "Even so, there's no reason for you to do this the dangerous way." He counters, a hint of something deeper in his voice, "That's not the only reason." He continues, stating, "Since I've returned as a player, I'll clash with the fiends eventually." He looks down, a shadow crossing his face. "Time isn't on my side." His gaze hardens as he declares, "When I encounter them, I have to be strong enough to fight back." He stares forward, a newfound resolve etched on his face. His hand goes to his forehead as he admits, "I didn't think that far." The other man looks on, sweat trickling down his face. "I didn't know you were feeling so much pressure," he exclaims. He thinks to himself, "I wouldn't call it pressure, but he doesn't need to know that." "You insects," a voice echoes as the scene shifts to a flashback. "I can't do anything about it, then," he mutters, checking his watch. "I'll look for gates you can go to." Oh no. There's only one gate you can go to at your level, he realizes with a start. Which one? It appeared 7 years ago, and... The man begins to explain, the room bathed in an eerie blue light. The man continues, stating that the gate appeared 7 years ago, and 142 people have already tried to clear it. Only players that are level 1 can go in, so they call it the novice's grave, the man explains. He then adds, "The clear condition seems pretty easy," as the words "Curse of Dawn" glow on the screen, stating the level requirement in clear condition, survive until sunrise. "Anyways, I'm pretty confident," he says, a statement that hangs in the air, perhaps masking some uncertainty. A strange, glowing watch adorns his wrist. "Ha," he utters, a question hanging in the air. Another man, standing nearby, announces, "Oh, your down payment came in." He glances at his own wrist. The protagonist, staring intently at the watch, responds simply, "I see." A smug expression spreads across the man's face as he declares, "With this, you're contractually tied to the association. From today onward, you'll be my underling for a year. A thought bubble reveals his true intentions. The world-famous Seo Junho is my servant. The man leans in, his finger pointed directly forward. Seo Junho's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Underling, he asks, clearly taken aback by the man's declaration. The masked figure, crackling with energy, declares, okay. I'll show you what a servant truly is. Meanwhile, someone nearby pleads, calm down, Seo Junho. About the housing, can I just stay here, he asks. A second voice responds, the association has residential buildings for players, don't they? A third voice agrees, that's a good idea. You'll be safer here. Demanding, give me a good room, Seo Junho relaxes on the couch. A sigh escapes the other man as he responds, your wish is my command. The other man sweetens the deal, promising, if you do well, I could even give you a whole floor. Seo Junho retorts, you're the one that'll be ordering me around anyways. Seo Junho scoffs, retorting, you're the one that'll be ordering me around anyways, fufu, and... Suddenly, a voice commands, open it. It's your armor. A strange box appears, and a voice insists, open it. It's your armor. Seo Junho wonders if he's about to receive something weird. Wondering why it's even in a box, Seo Junho hears the voice again, urging him to hurry up and open it. He pulls the armor out of the box, surprised. It's light, he wonders. Holding the armor up, Seo Junho's eyes widen. And durable, he questions, surprised by the unexpected qualities of the gear. Holding the armor, Seo Junho exclaims, this is really nice. Where did you get something like this? A voice chuckles in response, fufufu. Of course it is. That's because, the voice booms, followed by the revelation, it was made by Kwon Noya. A silhouette of a figure wielding a large hammer emerges from the fiery background. The man smiles, as Seo Junho exclaims in disbelief, what? That old man is still alive? The figure, identified as Kwon Noya, is shown hard at work, though he groans, ego, my back. He's 98 this year. The man explains that Kwon Noya handed down the workshop to his grandson, but he still works there. A voice responds with a simple, really? If that's the case, I should go there too. The voice trails off, hinting at a new course of action. Finishing his thought, he declares, go there to thank him in person. A determined smile spreads across his face. The name Junho appears, seemingly the person he intends to thank. But a stern voice cuts him off, declaring, you can't. The protagonist, visibly confused, asks what? Why? The man in the suit explains, we have to be on guard for your safety. His face etched with concern, he asks, are you suspicious of Kwon Noya? The man in the suit responds, it's not him that I'm suspicious of. A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by his hesitation. The man in the suit continues, realizing, so they have eyes on the workshop. His jaw tightens, a visible tic betraying his mounting frustration. Exactly, a voice confirms. The fiends know about the relationship between Kwon Noya and Spectre. Above them, a handshake seals a pact. If you go meet him right now, a voice insists. The figure with the glowing blade declares, it's the same as revealing your identity. A voice concedes, you're right. He realizes the potential consequences. If I travel overseas as a novice to meet that Kwon Noya, people will notice. Reassuringly, the man places a hand on his shoulder. I told him that I'm supporting you, so he'll understand. Despite the reassurance, he realizes, there's nothing we can do. A new resolve hardens within him. I'll just need to get stronger and then seek him out. Tell him that I said thanks, a voice says, followed by, all right? Leave it to me. A box filled with dark clothing sits nearby. Looking into the box, he wonders, what weapon should I use? A voice assures him, the warehouse probably has some good stuff. Use whatever you want. I'm looking forward to it, he says with a smile. But the other man warns, yeah. Just don't expect something at Kwon Noya's level. Someone asks when he's leaving. Well, I was thinking that I'd go right away. He replies, then hesitates, adding, but I think I should improve my stamina first. Just taking a little break, he admits. He realizes that the exam sapped all his energy. If his stamina is low, he thinks, he won't be able to fight against either the fiends nor the monsters. He then notices, these clothes are loose too. The man in the suit checks his watch, asking, "You look good. How long will it take?" The man in the suit frowns, retorting, "That's too long, don't you think?" He wonders if a month is too long. A voice declares, 10 days is enough. 10 days later, the scene shifts to Namyan Province, Kiyama Mountain. A path-closed sign and caution tape block the way. An intense blue light erupts before him. Bathed in the blue light, he smirks, declaring, "Let's do this." He steps forward, entering the gate, Curse of Dawn. The challenge appears, survive until the sun rises. A fiery sky illuminates the desolate landscape. A figure lies still against the fiery backdrop, a faint, glowing circle hovering above. His eyes snap open. He gasps, drawing in a sharp breath. Ha! He exhales. Who? A thought crosses his mind, it feels pretty cozy. But he seems puzzled, muttering, "Huh?" He finds himself in a graveyard, the cracked headstone looming with the inscription RIP. Despite the grim surroundings, he thinks, this place feels cozy. A strange smile creeps across his face as he admits, "I guess I'm slowly going crazy." A blinding flash erupts. The system displays the gate's information, Curse of Dawn, requiring level 1 and below, with a party cap of 10. The objective? Survive until sunrise, with an average difficulty. According to the information, this gate isn't that difficult, he thinks. Standing in the graveyard, he notes, the goal is simple. I just need to survive until the sun rises. He adds, I came here at a good time. After looking through the data, he realizes, I found that the groups who went in the early morning survived the longest, and that time inside the gate is different. He realizes that those who entered in the afternoon had no time to adjust to the time difference and likely had to fight immediately. In the end, a text box reads, the culmination of his analysis now laid bare. A bloodied hand lies limp on the ground. In the end, there was nothing they could do. Because they were only level 1 players. The stark truth hangs in the air. A smirk plays on his lips as he states, on the other hand, I've experienced all sorts of things. The challenge is laid bare, give me everything you've got. A blinding flash erupts. The night sky is torn asunder by a surge of power. A strange feeling washes over him. There's this weird, gross feeling. Like I'm being haunted. Clutching a book, he's surrounded by an eerie blue glow. The strange feeling intensifies. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear now visible. His eyes dart back and forth, an intense focus taking over. A chilling thought crosses his mind, maybe it's the undead. Crouching low, he braces himself for a fight. This will be annoying, he thinks, stealing his resolve. The ground cracks ominously. Something is approaching. A surge of energy erupts. He's struck. I knew it. He manages to utter. Even as the zombie claws at him, he manages to say, I knew it. The zombie roars as the blade connects, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. The protagonist stands over the fallen zombie, commanding, no, no. There's no need to come out. Go back inside and rest. The protagonist, sword resting on his shoulder, senses more enemies nearby. I can sense a lot of them around here. Suddenly, a system message appears, night has come. Hunter's Night, A, has been activated. His eyes glow with an eerie light as a new system message flashes, all senses have been enhanced. His senses heightened, the hunter stands silhouetted against the eerie night. Damn, he mutters, finding himself surrounded by a horde of grotesque figures in the eerie green light. The hunter's assessment proves grim, there's a lot of undead monsters, especially zombies, are notoriously difficult for novices to handle. The hunter's warning hangs heavy in the air, they don't feel pain. The zombie lunges, its decaying face contorted in a silent scream. The blade strikes, but a chilling message appears, and they can't take any fatal hits. Blood sprays as the zombie is struck, but the red markings indicate the attack is ineffective. A new message appears: they ignore the player's damage and only focus on attacking. The zombie's attack connects, a swift blow landing against the barrier. He retaliates, his blade flashing with blue energy as he strikes back against the encroaching horde. He's caught in a spray of blood, the force of the attack evident. Amidst the chaos, a voice declares, "They're perfect for causing panic." The scene is gruesome, bodies strewn across the ground. They're perfect for causing panic, to novices who don't have any recovery skills. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoes as a voice declares, "I understand why it's called the novice's grave." Blood streaks mar his face, but his expression remains resolute. An undead creature lunges, its hand reaching out with menacing intent. The undead creature slams into the ground with immense force, the impact sending tremors through the earth. The protagonist strikes, his blade meeting the undead creature with a resounding blow. Despite the blood trickling down his face, he grins, declaring, "But I'm a two-time rookie." His defiance continues, the protagonist declaring, "I'm not so weak that I'll fall to the likes of you." 1. He pauses, blood trickling down his face. Wait. He's suddenly surrounded by a horde of glowing-eyed undead. "This is still too much," he exclaims, overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead surrounding him. He gasps for air. "Ha! I'm tired." He admits, his breath ragged under the cold moonlight. Resting against a tombstone, he wonders aloud, "Is that it?" Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking simply, "Who?" The voice continues, now demanding, "Who's there?" His eyes widen in disbelief. A voice? The disembodied voice echoes again, demanding, "Where are you?" The voice echoes again, this time with a hint of confusion. A person. "Oh, over here," a voice calls out, finally revealing its location. Footsteps echo as a figure in black runs towards the sound. The source of the voice is revealed to be a submerged coffin, the word sob emanating from within. He pauses, peering down into the darkness. "Are you down there?" he calls out. A faint, trembling voice answers from below. "Why, yes, here." Reaching out, a pair of hands with sharpened nails grips the edge. "How did you get in here?" he asks. A confession echoes, laced with regret. "I trusted my friends and followed them here." He kneels, a dark silhouette against the eerie blue forest. "They all died except for me." He whispers, the confession hanging heavy in the air. "Oh my." He breathes, an unspoken realization hanging in the air. Desperation etched on his face, he pleads, "Sob. Please help me get out of here. I got it." Before that, he mutters, before asking, "Can you yell really loudly?" The request hangs in the air, the unspoken question echoing, "Yell." Why? Under the pale moonlight, the reason for his strange request becomes clear. "I have to find your exact location." A tracking circle appears, pinpointing his location. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, quad HHH-. The tracking circle zeroes in, pinpointing the target, so that's where the head is. A slicing sound follows. A red streak flashes across the sky. He fires, the shot echoing through the air. The bullet strikes, erupting in a burst of light. Spent casings rain down. The words "error" appear, hanging in the air. Then, a sharp ting rings out. "I thought this gate was too easy to have killed over 100 people." A voice muses. Then, suspicion sharpens its tone, "You were the one that made this the novice's grave, weren't you?" Suddenly, the word "tricker" appears, emblazoned in bright blue light. Suddenly, the monster is branded with the word "tricker" in glowing blue letters. The shadowy figure stares down at him, uttering a single, ominous word, "You." The shadowy figure seems to loom even larger now, as the monster can only manage a stunned, "How?" A devastating blow lands, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the area. He is sent flying backwards, a trail of light marking his violent trajectory. The force of the impact explodes outwards. The thought echoes, "There's no way there would be someone left alive in an uncleared gate." The panel declares a new rule: after the fight has started, the gate won't open. The gate will remain closed, the system declares, if there's even just one player left alive. It dawns on them, the players from before probably knew this too. Pointing towards the hooded figures, he realizes the implications. They're willing to sacrifice everyone to escape. But sometimes, you act without thinking. He realizes, looking at the carnage around him, no wonder, even though there were zombies, it wouldn't have been that hard to defeat them all. It all came down to the trigger. A system message appears, all hostile monsters have been killed. Then, another confirms, you have successfully cleared Curse of Dawn. He notes that he leveled up 4 times. Then, seeing his stats, he wonders, do my stats only get restored every 5 levels? He admits that they didn't go up by much, but he should be happy with what he has. That's all? Really, he questions, his disappointment palpable. Standing in the eerie blue landscape, he repeats his question, really? A blue flash erupts. The blue flash signifies a reward, the skill, Confession of the Dead, see. Geez, that scared me. I really thought that was it, he exclaims, relieved. He continues, expressing his relief, I'm so happy. I thought I was gonna get some random item, but I got a new skill. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes his reward. SFX, ting. The new skill, Confession of the Dead, is revealed. A rank C ability, it allows him to peek into the memories of the deceased. A memory reading skill? The question hangs in the air as ghostly figures swirl around him. If I can only read the memories of the dead. He muses, a skull looming above him. Did I get this skill because I killed the undead tricker, he wonders. The conditions might be specific, but he knows he can make use of it. He realizes this new skill was acquired not as Spectre, but as the player Seo Junho. A slight smile plays on Seo Junho's face. This is going to be fun. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Seo Junho declares, I'm excited. An opulent office is revealed, where a man reads a newspaper with a look of disbelief. God, really, he exclaims. Sipping from his drink, he laments, ever since you came back, the world won't shut up. I can't get a single day off. You look pretty happy though, a voice observes, its owner unseen. Despite the complaint, he smiles, reading the headline, Gate Curse of Dawn cleared in 1 day. It's entertaining to watch those haughty guild bastards get so flustered, he remarks, amused. But then, a thought strikes him, guilds don't usually take care of uncleared gates, so why are the reporters bothering with them? After a moment of thought, he is asked, by the way, Junho, are you really not gonna reveal yourself? Eyes still closed, he replies, nope. It's not time yet. The man across from him explains, if they find out that you cleared the uncleared gate, you'll be highly sought after. He then asks, do you know why people buy luxury goods even though they're mass-produced in the same factory? The man responds to the question with another question, because they're expensive? He answers the man's question with his own reasoning. Yup. They're special because not just anyone can buy them. So, you'll become a luxury item, a voice asks. Another voice responds, not just any luxury item. The man continues, describing it as an item that everyone wants, but don't know where to find a legendary limited edition. So you'll get them riled up, is what you're saying, a voice confirms. A muttered, Jesus. Follows. The man confirms his plan. That's right. He continues, remarking, you have a bad personality sometimes. Then, he adds, be honest, your blood type is S, isn't it? He thinks to himself, still, I can't leave them hanging for too long. Then, he calls out, hey. People who are quick-witted will figure it out, a voice declares. Before him, a vibrant gate shimmers. Won't this guy show up at other uncleared gates, he wonders, anticipating what others will think. The gate shimmers as a new concern arises, reporters will show up at the uncleared gates too. I don't have to be so undignified as to announce myself, a voice declares. The world will gradually come to know. A confident smile spreads across his face as he extends his hand, seemingly inviting the world to witness his rise. God. Since when have you cared about dignity? Comes the incredulous reply. What? I just explained it to you. Abruptly changing the subject, he asks, never mind that. Wanna go eat? A voice replies, it hasn't even been that long since I ate. But another voice interjects, insisting, you need to eat more. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card proclaims, Return of the Frozen Player. 7. Tie. A voice echoes. The voice continues, now uttering, 70. The voice continues, now counting, 1. 72. The voice continues its relentless count. 70. The voice calls out, as the man struggles to hold his handstand. The sweat pours off him as the count continues, 2. 7. The voice drones on. The man collapses, sweat dripping from his face as the voice continues, 8. The count continues, the voice now booming, 3. He strains to maintain his handstand as the count continues. He collapses, landing hard on the floor with a groan. A strength stat increased by 1. Lying on the floor, sweat dripping, he smirks. Ha! Finally. Exhausted, he lies flat on his back, muttering a relieved, phew. Hup. SFX, bulkiak. He takes a break, rehydrating after his workout. Catching his breath, he takes a swig from his water bottle. I finally feel alive, he says, sweat glistening on his brow. He glances down at his watch, a towel draped around his neck. Let's see. He mutters, seemingly checking the time or perhaps something more. Suddenly, a series of system messages flash before him. Gate ruptures are getting bigger, one warns, while another reveals, 124 parties have failed to clear Lufsgarden. Seated, he now faces a new system message, difficulty, hard. The challenge ahead is clear. The system displays the ominous name of the dungeon, Lufsgarden. The system reveals more about this perilous place. It appeared 9 years ago. Korea's oldest uncleared gate. A dire warning follows, if left alone too long, monsters will emerge, and they are then called open gates. The system then reveals that the government and association offered a huge reward to clear Lufsgarden. People all over the country took the chance to clear Lufsgarden, but the system reveals a grim truth: there had been 124 attempts, and 124 failures. So, the protagonist begins to investigate the previous attempts, starting with a close examination of a photo on the report. The photo reveals a stark reality: they had no choice but to leave it to other countries. The photo reveals that they spent a small fortune to hire the super rookie from India, named Tushar Vishy. It was said that he was a genius with a bow. He reflects, thinking that, in terms of potential, he could have reached Gilbert Green's level, or maybe even surpassed him. But Tushar Vishy failed, and everyone lost hope in clearing Lufsgarden. A 22-year-old player with a bright future met his end just like that. The scene shifts to a desolate graveyard under a stormy, teal sky. Holding the document, he mutters, "What a shame." The document is held up, obscuring the view. Looking at the document, he thinks, it goes without saying, that could have been me. Staring at the other status screen, he realizes, that's why I have to prepare even more thoroughly. He realizes that all his stats except magic are above 30, thanks to his training. He believes this should be enough, as his stats are at the higher end for his level. But if even a rising star like Tushar failed to clear the gate, he thinks, a grim expression settling on his face. I can't leave out the possibility that there's some hidden threat lurking around. He resolves to prepare for every possible situation. Still, he considers. He stretches, preparing himself for what's to come. Energy crackles around his outstretched hand. The energy coalesces, and he smirks. Since I can use the frost skill now, I've started getting used to it. Now confident in his frost skill, he wonders, I wonder how strong it'll be in an actual fight. A lone petal drifts through the air. The scene shifts to Lufsgarden, where petals gently fall. He stands in the garden, his gaze fixed on the sky above. Petals continue to drift down in Lufsgarden. The clear condition for this time is to defeat all the monsters in Lufsgarden. The level requirement is 5 to 10, with a party cap of 4 people, and a difficulty of hard. I don't know how many Lufs will come out, he says, a note of concern in his voice. But if parties of 4 failed? His expression hardens, a determined glint in his eyes. The realization dawns on him, that means there was some sort of hidden trap that took them out. He pauses, muttering to himself, An exclamation mark appears, signaling a sudden realization. Suddenly, a question arises, what's that? His gaze fixes upon a massive, verdant maze dominating the landscape. For now, he thinks, I should stay away from that suspicious area. A thought surfaces, loofs come out at night. Seated in a flower-covered gazebo, he reflects, so I should just take it easy. All these monsters are nocturnal. Night falls, casting the field in an eerie blue glow. The gazebo, now a dark silhouette, stands amidst the strange, luminous flora. The field now pulses with a strange, blue light. A skeletal tree stands starkly against the glowing flora. Ethereal symbols now hang in the air above the twisted branches. Shadowy figures descend upon the glowing field, their forms distorted by the strange light. Energy beams strike the ground. Geez, that scared me, a voice admits. You should at least tell me if you're gonna come out, a voice calls out. Night has fallen, and a system message declares that all senses have been enhanced. There's only 2 of them so far, he wonders, a smirk playing on his lips. What a lukewarm greeting, he remarks, a confident smirk spreading across his face. 2 beams of light shoot toward him. He's engulfed in a blinding explosion of light and energy. He deflects the blast with his staff, the force sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards. The staff shatters against the overwhelming power, sending him crashing through the air. The spear descends with incredible speed, striking him with a resounding impact. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air, surrounded by streaks of energy. He retaliates instantly, swinging a blade of pure energy. The energy blade slices through the air, a bright flash momentarily blinding the view. The energy blade continues its swift trajectory. The energy blade rips through the air with a resounding clang. The energy blade shatters against an unseen force. The shattered remains of the blade fall to the ground. The shattered remains of the blade fall, leaving only a faint trail of energy in the air. He leaps forward, energy crackling around him as he prepares for the next attack. A massive spike of energy descends, and a voice echoes, this. Holding the massive ice spike, he exclaims, this is great. The Frost Queen's power, it seems, is about to be unleashed. He swings the ice spike, a streak of power cutting through the air. Is this? A voice wonders. His eyes narrow, a glimmer of something unexpected flickering within them. The voice rises, laced with disbelief. A monster wave? A chilling voice echoes, well, 2 monsters is too little. Several more menacing figures emerge from the shadows. The ominous figures advance, their presence underscored by a chilling sound effect. One of the figures stomps forward, shattering the ground beneath its foot. He lunges forward, a blur of motion and intent. Below, a figure intercepts his attack with a blinding flash of energy. He's sent flying backward, a trail of dark energy scattering behind him. The protagonist is sent hurtling through the air, a bright blue energy trail marking his forced retreat. The protagonist is still being forced backward, the blue energy slicing through the air around him. He's still being pushed back, now with a closer view of his attacker. Green blood streaks his face as he struggles to maintain his footing. A powerful impact sends debris flying. The attacker's blade flashes, striking true. A brutal blow sends the hero reeling. The hero is sent hurtling backwards by the force of the attack. The force of the blow rings out, PWEOK. He recovers, immediately lunging back towards his opponent. Standing his ground, he prepares to meet the next attack head-on. He clashes with the incoming attack. The clash is over almost as soon as it began. It's already over? That was quick. A massive question mark hangs in the air as the hero stands amidst falling debris. Standing amidst the rubble, the hero is surrounded by shadowy figures. More enemies appear, their forms menacing. When did they gather this much? He exclaims, realizing, there's at least twice as many. A grim smile spreads across his face as he mutters, "Don't tell me." The realization hits him, they multiply when they're killed. The sky darkens as something plummets from above. Energy crackles as something hurtles towards the ground. "Ah, geez," he exclaims, as the falling object nears. His teeth grit as the object hurtles closer. The protagonist, looking up, shouts, "How many are there? These bastards!" He braces himself against the onslaught, but the sheer number of attacks overwhelms him. "How many are there? These bastards," he roars. The attacks descend, a barrage of light and speed aimed directly at him. The onslaught continues, the enemy's glowing blades slicing through the air with terrifying speed. He parries the incoming strike, a shower of sparks erupting from the clash. The clash sends shards of light scattering. His eyes widen in shock. A surge of energy erupts around him. The energy intensifies, a wave of power emanating outwards. The energy explodes outwards in a blinding flash. The blast rips through the air, obliterating everything in its path. Nothing remains. A faint glow remains. The glow shatters, leaving fractured remnants. He's surrounded by shards, a single eye glowing with power. He remains, surrounded by the remnants of the shattered glow. A blade of light cuts through the lingering energy. The energy dissipates, sliced through by a sharp, blue-tinged blade. The blue blade slices through the darkness, scattering the remaining energy. The hero continues his descent, the blue blade arcing through the air, cleaving through the remaining shadows. The beast collapses, defeated by the hero's relentless assault. The battle concludes, and he sighs, exhausted. "Phew. I'm so tired." It's exhausting, he thinks, wondering how many hours have passed. The scene is not impossible to clear, but something is bothering him. He thinks, even though I have the EX grade frost skill, if it's only this difficult. The ground explodes as he thinks, 4 people should have been enough. The text reveals that among the players who have attempted this gate over the past 9 years, there were strong ones with lots of potential. The text reveals that the super rookie Tushar Vishy was one of them. It said that, from what people have seen, Tushar Vishy should have been able to clear at least half of the gate by himself. And with teammates, he should have been able to clear it entirely. A flurry of blows rains down. But, a blue blade flashes, meeting the onslaught head-on. Eyes narrowed in fierce determination, he meets the attack head-on with his own power. The clash sends blinding light erupting outwards. The light fades, leaving only a haunting question: why did he fail? The screen fades to black. A system message appears: "You have cleared Luth's garden." The screen remains black, revealing the title, "Return of the Frozen Player." The scene shifts to a sky tinged with the colors of dawn. A voice whispers, "Phew. I saw my life flash before my eyes." Dawn breaks over a field of flowers, a lone gazebo silhouetted against the rising sun. A wry smile touches his lips. "Well, as long as I'm not dead, it's fine." His surroundings now unfamiliar, he wonders, "I wonder how I got here. I wasn't planning on it." He surveys his surroundings, a question forming in his mind: what was this place again? The dim, moss-covered walls rise around him. A strange symbol is etched into the stone. He continues down the path, the strange symbols looming above him. He pauses, a moment of hesitation hanging in the air as he considers his next move. He moves forward once more, the path ahead bathed in a golden light. He approaches the fallen skeleton, his foot now visible in the foreground. "I can smell the bodies," he states, as the landscape ahead is revealed to be a bloodied swamp. The swamp is littered with bodies. Were they trying to run away, he wonders, observing the gruesome scene. That's a lot of parties. He pauses, a somber look on his face. The maze only ended up wasting their time. The path ahead is revealed, but a stark warning hangs in the air: if you can't block the wave, this is just a dead end. He walks forward, the path ahead lined with broken arrows. The warning echoes in his mind. He pauses, a soft awe escaping his lips. He continues down the path, but then a stark declaration appears: this is the end. A sharp crack echoes through the forest. An exclamation echoes as the figure watches someone fall. That bow. He mutters, eyes fixed on the glowing weapon. The figure collapses into the forest below. If I recall correctly, that's Tempest, he states, recognizing the bow. He pauses, hands clasped in what appears to be a moment of contemplation. His hands remain clasped, still deep in thought. His moment of contemplation is interrupted by a sudden request. Please excuse me. Suddenly, the word Tempest appears on the screen. A blinding white light erupts, obscuring everything. An arrow, engulfed in flames, streaks forward with incredible speed. If you shoot an arrow with it, it flies around unpredictably like a butterfly, a voice narrates. It was like the wind during a storm, hence its name. It's revealed that the Indian government rented it to Tushar Vishi. A question arises, so is this him? The man prepares to fire a glowing arrow from his ornate bow. His target, a skeletal figure, pierced by arrows already. He pauses, noticing a notebook resting near the skeletal hand. The man wonders aloud, I wonder who the owner is. His curiosity is piqued by the notebook. He reaches for the notebook, a faint scratching sound accompanying his movement. He opens the notebook, revealing the date, April 7, 2044, 12:40 p.m. The notebook reveals a crucial piece of information. I was commissioned to clear the Luftskate in Korea. Really? You're asking me, he asks, a wide grin spreading across his face. I'll do it. I'll do whatever it takes. Then, a name appears, Tushar. Think it over, the man advises, holding out his hand, a few dark stones resting in his palm. It hasn't been cleared after all these years. You might not return. Tushar smiles, despite his own reservations. The Koreans came all this way to ask me for help. How could I turn them down? But he knows, it goes against the teachings of Vishnu. Tushar states that he is currently level 10. He realizes, it's my only chance to enter the Luftgarden. The decision is made. I have to do it. A voice breaks the silence, questioning, you're really coming with me? She stands silhouetted against the fiery sky, the city's ruins stretching before her. With a confident smile, she answers, yeah. Of course I am. She declares her unwavering loyalty, I believe in you, Tushar. I'll follow you wherever you go. Her smile widens as she insists, if you said you'd go alone, I would have found a way to sneak in. I'm so happy that you asked me to go with you. Thank you, Tushar, she says, her voice full of gratitude. Then, with unwavering resolve, she adds, plus, I have to protect you. Tushar seems taken aback by her declaration. Protect me? Why, you? A gentle smile graces Tushar's face as he responds, I'm glad you're coming, Zaya. His expression softened, Tushar states, there's no one else I trust to have my back. You know that, right? Zaya responds with unwavering conviction, of course I do. A slight smile graces Zaya's face as she affirms, I'm your partner. He looks down, a soft yeah escaping his lips. They stand together, foreheads touching, hands clasped. Their hands intertwine, a ring glinting on her finger. We'll clear it, no matter what, the voice declares, a promise hanging in the air. The screen fades to black as the voice continues, resolute, no matter what it takes. Daddy, a voice calls out, as someone approaches barefoot. A man stands with open arms, responding, my baby. Barefoot, she runs towards him, arms outstretched. She reaches him, but then asks, Daddy, where are you going? He smiles down at her, reassuring her, I'll be right back, so make sure to listen to Grandma, okay? But her only response is silence, her wide eyes reflecting worry. She finally replies, okay. But her expression remains troubled. He tries to reassure her, promising, then we'll go see the animals together after, promise? Holding her close, he reminds her, of course, listen to your grandma and don't skip your meals. He watches them, silent and contemplative. Tushar, he calls out, before adding, let's go. The man looks down, replying, I'm sorry that it turned out like this. As he drifts off to sleep, he thinks, it's my first time going on such a long business trip. He nestles the baby close, thinking, but mother's here. He smiles, adding, "And I can't say no when you're asking me for help." He offers a sincere, "Thank you." The character declares, "And since I'm going with the hot super rookie, I need to get my share. For my kid. Ha ha ha. Alright. You better look forward to it," he declares, a triumphant note in his voice as they walk on. The scene shifts to New Delhi, specifically the Indira Gandhi International Airport. They arrive at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in New Delhi. At the airport, a woman greets them with a wide, warm smile. The woman greets one of them by name. "Ram, it's been a while. Thanks for coming." The woman then explains, "Zaya kept begging me to help." The scene shifts to April 23, 2044, at 4:12 p.m. Drawing back his bow, he declares, "Tomorrow's the day." The arrow flies, striking its distant target with brutal force. "I'm doing pretty good today," he muses, observing the arrows clustered tightly in the target's center. "I have a good feeling about this," he thinks, just before the scene cuts to April 24, 2044, 11:37 p.m. The scene shifts to a new location, Luf's garden. Petals drift gently against a stark black backdrop. The scene fades to black, revealing copyright notices and disclaimers. Petals drift gently against a backdrop of clouds and pale blue sky. "It's beautiful," he murmurs, gazing upwards. "It's my first time seeing a gate like this." A bead of sweat trickles down his face. "This is a dungeon. I can't get distracted," he reminds himself. "For now, let's scout the area," someone suggests. The group moves forward, deeper into the flowered path. The title card appears, "Return of the Frozen Player." The screen fades to black, revealing the date, April 24, 2044, 8:33 p.m. The scene shifts to a field of glowing blue flora under a twilight sky, a ruined gazebo silhouetted in the distance. 8 of them, a voice questions, as a dark figure with glowing red eyes emerges. Emerging further into the field of glowing flora, the dark figure questions, "Isn't that too little?" "They're coming again," a warning cry rings out as shadowy figures descend. "There's 32 this time," he shouts, bracing himself. A warning cry echoes, "Be careful." They clash in a burst of speed and energy. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The armored figure reels back, a look of shock on his face as the energy surges around him. Blood splatters against the armored figure's helmet. Arrows pierce the armored figure, blood spraying as he cries out in pain and surprise. "Take the others and go," he shouts. "Run! Run to the maze!" The armored figure's command echoes as his companions heed his warning and flee. "Run to the maze," she commands, urging her injured companion, Tushar, to hurry. Arrows whiz past him as he sprints, realizing the dire situation. "Every time we defeat the wave, they increase in number," he exclaims, fear etched on his face. "Are they doubling their numbers each time? This dungeon is crazy," he shouts, overwhelmed by the escalating challenges. The scene shifts to a vast, open sky, hinting at a change of scenery or perspective. The dungeon's interior gives way to a vast, verdant maze under a bright sky. Lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, he gasps out a single name, Tushar. With his last breath, he pleads, "Take care of my daughter. Please." He begs, his voice fading. Silence descends upon the forest. Silence hangs heavy as the man kneels beside the fallen warrior. The date flashes, April 25, 2044, 5:29 p.m. He kneels before a simple grave, marked only by a wooden cross. 2 figures stand silently behind him, their presence a somber vigil. "One of our comrades died from his injuries," the words echo. Tears stream down his face as he mourns the fallen. The date reads April 25, 2044, 7:12 p.m. The sun is setting. Kneeling before a field of flowers at sunset, he prays, "O great Shiva, grant mercy unto us." He hopes, praying amidst the field of flowers, "so that I can write in this diary again tomorrow." His eye twitches, a sign of the inner turmoil he's experiencing. The scene shifts to a wide shot of a sandy landscape. 2 figures are down, while another approaches. He begins to write something down on a piece of paper. He notes, we defeated the fourth wave of Luffs last night. But the fifth one starts today, and there are at least 120 of them. He continues to write in his notebook, the details of the upcoming battle weighing heavily on his mind. We've been fighting for our lives, a voice declares. There's about 40 of them left. His gaze hardened, he declares, I can take on that many by myself. He pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he scribbles something down. A determined glint in his eye, he seems to be formulating a plan. He looks up, a newfound hope in his eyes. Tomorrow, we'll be able to leave this place. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness. Please. Please don't let there be a sixth wave. The desolate landscape stretches before them, fires still burning in the distance. A sixth wave, the very thought chills the air. He cradles her lifeless body, his face shadowed with grief. The rings on his fingers glint in the dim light, a stark reminder of what he has lost. A sob escapes him. Scars and fresh wounds mark his face, a tear tracing a path through the blood. The sound of his weeping fills the air. Through ragged breaths, he vows, I promise to clear it. His bloodied hands, adorned with rings, clench tightly. A question hangs in the air, but what's the point if it's not with you? Tushar. A voice whispers, heavy with unspoken intent. A hand clad in black leather grips a menacing, ornate dagger. It's time. The ornate dagger drips with a crimson liquid as the declaration echoes, for you to die. The dagger plunges, crimson streaks painting the air as Tushar is struck. He clutches at the wound, his face contorted in pain as he cradles the fallen figure in his arms. A crimson-stained hand clutches at the purple fabric, while a luminous orb pulses ominously nearby. Tears stream from his eye, reflecting the crimson light as he stares in anguish. The air crackles with energy as crimson and purple beams collide. He grits his teeth, a pained kuk, escaping his lips as the crimson energy strikes. The force of the blast sends him flying backwards. A sinister smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing red. You dodged it. From above, a voice taunts, you sure are India's #1 rising star. Below, the archer's eyes widen in fear. Those eyes. He whispers, tears streaming down his face. Ram, you were a fiend. A voice declares from above. Below, another voice cries out, how could you deceive us like that? How could you be a fiend? Zaya brought you here, a voice erupts. Another voice retorts, that's the stupidest thing. Ram, with a sinister smile, declares, it's simple. I've ever heard. Ram continues his taunts, declaring, your lover was stupid, just like you. He then admits, still, I didn't know there would be this many Luffs. I figured I'd help a bit before your friends died. Ram scoffs, dismissing the fallen enemies, they were useless and died so quickly. It was almost dangerous for me, too. Tears stream down his face as he grits his teeth, spitting out, you bastard. A sinister smile spreads across Ram's face as he says, thanks for clearing it with me, Tushar. Now give me the Tempest, and then you can join your teammates. Tushar's face is contorted in pain and rage. His teeth are bared, and sweat drips down his face. Tushar's face is bloodied, tears streaming down his cheek. An unseen assailant taunts, what's with your face? The mysterious figure smirks, holding a strange blade. You're scared of dying, is that it? He taunts. His foot crashes down, the impact sending shards of ice flying. Above, a question hangs in the air. Below, the mysterious figure approaches. Wow, I didn't expect you to run away. The mysterious figure says, unconcerned. Well, it doesn't matter. The mysterious figure's hand is shown, bloodied and purple with poison. You'll die from the poison anyway. His red eyes glow ominously as he wonders aloud. A guttural cry echoes as the hero unleashes a devastating attack. Clutching his bloodied arm, he exclaims in disbelief, there was a sixth wave. Damn it, he curses, staring at his bloodied hand. The hero realizes, I'm losing feeling in my arm. His face contorted in frustration, he thinks, not like this. He sprints through the eerie forest, the ground stained with his blood. Suddenly, glowing symbols erupt in the darkness. He continues his desperate sprint, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The air crackles with energy as the symbols intensify. His breath comes in ragged gasps as he navigates the dark forest. He looks up, a single word escaping his lips, no. His eyes widen in horror. I can't die like this, he thinks, desperation etched on his bloodied face. Clutching his bloodied arm, he fights to stay conscious. Shit! He curses, the single word hanging in the air. A chilling realization dawns on him. I've lost all feeling in my right arm. It seems that the fiend coated his dagger with poison. A grim thought surfaces, whether it's from the loofs or the poison, I'll die either way. If... He begins, pen scratching across the page. Blood spatters mar the ink, each drop a stark reminder of his fading strength. If someone finds this notebook, the message begins, followed by another, more desperate plea, tell our families that we're sorry. The camera pans up to reveal the forest canopy, the light barely piercing the dense foliage. A figure kneels near a body pierced by arrows. A strange, glowing artifact lies nearby. His eyes narrow, a moment of contemplation passing over his face. He opens the book, its pages rustling softly. Is that it? He wonders aloud. He pauses, realizing, oh, there's a few more pages. He pauses, a moment of silence hanging in the air as he continues reading. He continues to read, the book held firmly in his hands. He pauses, lost in thought. If the rest of my comrades were alive, would we have been able to clear it? He furiously scribbles in a notebook, blood staining the pages. This was that fiend's fault. His rage intensifies as he mutters, those damned fiends. The sound of furious scratching fills the air as he begins to write. Oh great Shiva, he starts. He continues writing, the words of his ritual forming on the page, let this Tushar Vishi become one with the eternal soul. His hand hovers over the page, ready to complete the ritual's inscription. Above, a pronouncement echoes, and let all those sinners be condemned to hell. Veins pulse visibly on his face as he prepares to complete the inscription. The inscription reads, someone, anyone, I beg you to fulfill the vengeance of this dying warrior. Silence follows the inscription's completion. Thanks. I figured it out, he says, seemingly understanding the inscription's hidden meaning. The inscription reads, the number of loofs scales off the number of players. The number of enemies scaled with the number of players, he realizes. I came here alone, so there weren't as many, and I could clear it relatively easily. If I came here with 3 others? He muses, the implications of his discovery weighing heavily on his mind. He taps his fingers together, clearly disturbed by his own thoughts. Just saying that makes me sick. I don't want to think about it. He decides, I'll take this with me. A menu appears, showing one item in his inventory. He pauses, a new thought occurring to him. As for this, he begins, hinting at a decision yet to be revealed. His gaze falls upon a unique weapon lying on the ground. The blade glows with an eerie light. His hand closes around the weapon. I'll borrow it for a bit, he declares, claiming the strange blade. He clutches the weapon tightly, but clarifies, it's not like I'm taking it as payment or anything. However, he vows, but I'll definitely get your revenge on the ones who did this. He vows, eyes narrowed, but I'll definitely get your revenge on those damned fiends. Then, see you, a voice echoes, as the figure turns to depart. The words India's young hero hang in the air, a title now laden with a heavy weight. A figure walks away, a sinister weapon glinting in their grasp, leaving the fallen hero behind. The towering PKA building dominates the skyline. A voice booms, filled with urgency, you were right. A fist shatters through the wall, the impact echoing with a resounding crack. The wall crumbles further, dust and debris raining down. We didn't say a thing, the man states, holding up newspapers and magazines. But now the whole world knows. I told you. He says, exhausted. That it would happen. Tired. He sits, slumped over with exhaustion. I'm telling you, I was itching to tell them at the entrance. That aside, why did you have to come here so early in the morning? He asks, visibly annoyed. The other man chuckles, holding up a magazine. It's polite to tell you these things in person. Casually, he adds, besides, the Indian government has a message for you. A formal ceremony unfolds, the man receives a small object. They wanted to thank you for the diary, he's told. A comforting hand rests on the child's head as they are told, their families have been informed. Tears stream down the child's face. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he responds, "Really? That's good." Towering over him, the man says, "You rascal, you can be happy about it, you know." The child, sitting on the bed, retorts, "I am, obviously." The man, looming over him, states, "It's a shame though. I'm leaving the newspapers here." Perched on the bed, the child asks, "What is?" "What is?" the child repeats, his curiosity piqued. Tempest, the man reveals, adding, "It was created as a weapon for national defense, but it was in Tushar's inventory." "Oh, that." A voice trails off, recognition seemingly dawning. He holds out the weapon, a dark, swirling blade crackling with energy. "Here, take a look." A glowing symbol appears, its meaning yet unknown. The weapon emits a blinding light, obscuring the man in the suit. The light intensifies, consuming everything. As the light fades, the man in the suit is revealed, uttering a single word, "You." The man in the suit's outburst echoes, "Are you crazy?" The man in the suit's face contorts in rage as he yells, "Why is it in your hands?" The outburst is too much. "Ow, my ears," a voice complains. The man in the suit continues to berate him, shouting, "You should have kept it hidden. You know full well that it belongs to the Indian government." But the protagonist remains unfazed, replying, "I'm just borrowing it." Clutching his head, the man asks, "What do you say then? That Tushar transferred it to you from his inventory?" The protagonist retorts dismissively, whatever. Figure it out yourself." Holding the item, the protagonist assures, "I'm not gonna use it carelessly, so there's no need for you to be so sensitive about it." The man's face contorts in rage, yelling, "No shit. They think it's gone." But his words are cut off. "No, that's not what I'm saying." His statement is met with a simple, questioning "huh?" The explanation comes, "It's because of the fiend it'll attract." The man confirms, "But he died inside of the gate, didn't he?" A sinister smile plays on his lips as he reveals, "He probably wasn't the one that was after the bow." Far away, a figure stands silhouetted against a starlit sky, seemingly unaware of the danger closing in. "That guy's probably seen the articles by now," the voiceover ominously suggests. But he's not stupid enough to believe them, the voiceover concludes, adding another layer of intrigue to the situation. "India's nation has been low." The screen reads, cut off mid-sentence. A skull tattoo is visible on the arm of a figure clad in black. A red blade pierces the air. A piercing gaze focuses intently, the red eye narrowed with purpose. "He's a crazy dude who values items more than lives," someone observes, painting a grim picture of their opponent. "He'll know that I have it, and will come after me," he states, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. "You're right about that," a voice replies, seemingly agreeing with the assessment. A new voice chimes in, agreeing with his assessment. "There's one guy I can think of." Tapping his watch impatiently, he seems to be waiting for someone. A wanted, dead or alive poster flashes on screen, the target having vibrant red hair. The screen displays a name, Demon Baukal Signer. The man smirks, a wanted, dead or alive poster visible next to him. "He's famous for his Bao collection," the man says, adding, "Even the other fiends talk about him. He's pretty saucy. But thanks to that, he's wanted all over the world," the man explains, as multiple wanted, dead or alive posters for the demon Baukal Signer appear. The man reasons that Kal Signer wouldn't have entered Luf's garden himself since he doesn't fit the level requirement. He finishes, "That's right. And if he comes after me." The man's reasoning continues, a speech bubble revealing the threat, "He'll work with other fiends." The man realizes Kal Signer intends to catch me at the next uncleared gate. He shudders, knowing he'll be stronger than when Tushar was alive. Panic rising, the man exclaims, "What? Then it's too dangerous." You can still return. The man in the suit attempts to reassure him, saying, calm down. If we start preparing right away, there won't be any problems. Besides. The man's face shifts, a sinister smile spreading as he asks, do you think I'll be easy prey? The man in the suit pauses, a subtle but unsettling shift in his demeanor. His eyes narrow slightly, hinting at a hidden agenda. He hesitates, responding, of course not. You're you, but... His incomplete sentence hangs in the air, leaving his true feelings ambiguous. He places a hand on the other man's shoulder, the gesture seemingly comforting, yet carrying an undercurrent of control. The words "I still" appear, leaving the audience in suspense as to what he still feels. His hand still resting on the other man's shoulder, he says, wish you'd keep yourself safe. His expression unreadable, he pauses, a pregnant silence hanging in the air. He smirks, tilting his head back slightly. Who do you think I am, he asks, before declaring, I'm the one and only Seo Junho. Don't worry too much, he says, his words seemingly directed at someone out of view. Seo Junho, his hand resting on someone's shoulder, assures them, it won't be the same as 25 years ago. All right, he responds, a subtle hint of uncertainty in his eyes. He adjusts his tie, a nervous tic betraying his outward composure. A hand rests on his shoulder as a voice booms, geez, you haven't changed one bit. He responds, well, I'm still me. A blade materializes, its sharp edge glinting with a cold, blue light. A blue light emanates from his wrist, accompanied by a series of beeps. A voice confirms, yes, this is Shim Diaku. The man, now identified as Shim Diaku, hears the confirmation and responds, I see. I apologize. Shim Diaku continues, but I'll have to decline. Running a hand through his hair, Shim Diaku says, yes, please send them back. A question mark appears next to Shim Diaku as he looks off to the side, a puzzled expression on his face. Shim Diaku's attention is drawn to something unseen. He wonders aloud, what is it? An unknown man states that the reporters are gathering like flies to manure. The man continues, explaining that everyone has heard that he's the one who cleared the gates and now wants interviews. Shim Diaku simply responds with HM. Diaku. Don't send them away, the man says. He is met with a simple question in return, why not? Diaku, lounging on the bed, retorts, if we're gonna fight the fiends, we should at least get to choose the battlefield. A new idea surfaces, let's have a press conference. A sly smile plays on his lips as the idea takes hold. A low murmur fills the air, the sound of anticipation growing. The cameras begin to rotate, their lenses focusing on a single point. The crowd's murmur grows louder as all eyes focus on the stage. The sound of rapid typing fills the air as player Seo Junho of the association begins his work. His first gate was the Curse of Dawn. Next was the Luft's Garden, he states, continuing to list the gates. It's been a while since they've seen such a rookie, one of the men notes, adding that Korea could create another star player like Kim Woo-jung or Shin Sung-yeon. Other than that, he has a talent for attracting attention. Even among countless gemstones, he shines so brightly. The warning rings out, he's coming. The strange command echoes, take a picture. A wave of panic washes over the crowd as the ominous sound approaches. What? A question hangs in the air, unanswered. A distinct squeak echoes in the room. Following the squeak, a confused "huh" echoes. He scratches his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. He takes a step forward, his sandal sliding slightly on the smooth surface. The flash of cameras erupts as the crowd wonders, is that really the player who conquered 2 uncleared gates? Another questions, did he walk into the press conference by accident? What a sight, he thinks, then wonders if he should have at least changed his clothes. A smirk plays on his lips, a subtle sign of amusement amidst the chaos. He muses that he dressed up a lot when I was Spectre though. It's annoying now. His companion questions if he's really only going to wash your face. Then, he adds, actually. Just do what you want. You're allowed to do that. The words I am Seo Junho appear in a speech bubble. With a final gargle, he announces, I'll be holding a press conference for 30 minutes starting now. He takes a breath, preparing for the conference. The press conference begins, a barrage of questions immediately thrown his way. Please tell us in detail about your experiences in the gates, and how did you feel when you went in? Another voice presses, is there any particular reason why you debuted with the uncleared gates? Standing at the podium, he begins, let's start with the Curse of Dawn. A familiar feeling washes over him. What's this? It feels like he's been in similar situations before. A wave of unease washes over the crowd. They seem to share the same sentiment. Whispers spread through the audience. He's more experienced than he lets on. He glances downward, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. I'll take one more question, the speaker states. A hand shoots up, and the question is posed, have you decided on which gate you're going to next? A subtle smile plays on his lips. He answers simply, nope. But then elaborates, there's a gate that I want to go to, but my level's too low. The question hangs in the air, where would that be? The answer is revealed, the Eastern Sea Gate. A wide smile spreads across his face as he stands before the microphones. A gasp escapes her lips, her pen clattering against the notepad. I'll be the one to sing, he declares. The crowd erupts in a flurry of camera flashes, their collective shock made clear by the single word hovering above, what? The camera shutters click rapidly, capturing the unexpected moment. The crowd calls out, Mr. Seo Junho. A question hangs in the air, are you referring to that East Sea Gate? Before Seo Junho, a gate shimmers with blue energy. It's the last uncleared gate in Korea. The speaker's voice booms, declaring, if you succeed, then you'll have cleared 3 uncleared gates. A historic feat is within reach, as the speaker emphasizes, this has never happened before. Seo Junho smiles, replying confidently, yes, that's right. Suddenly, a voice exclaims in surprise. A look of shock washes over the woman's face. The woman's shock deepens as she hears the unbelievable news, it's believed that there is a boss monster there. She asks, do you have anything to say about that? The man holding the communication device reveals, the association has also been discussing whether or not to declare it a rank 1 gate. He then asks, don't you think it may be too much? The man explains, well, it makes sense that they're reacting negatively. That's how strong a boss monster is. The voice continues, clarifying that boss monsters are on a different level than normal monsters. They're immensely powerful. The voice continues, adding that some boss monsters even take other monsters as servants and act as their king. But, there's a catch. A smirk plays on his lips, hinting at the challenge to come. If I fight a boss monster, the voice begins to explain. He confidently declares, I'll win. His unwavering self-assurance is palpable. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card fades. The scene shifts to an AAA news headline, Boss Monster? I'd win either way. Player Seo Junho's shocking statement makes waves. A thoughtful HM escapes someone's lips. His fingers tap thoughtfully as he considers the headline, Boss Monster? I'd win either way. They're making such a big fuss over a rookie, someone observes. The headline on the screen declares, Boss Monster? I'd win either way. Another man states, it just shows how significant the uncleared gates are. It's been a while since I've heard something this interesting from the first floor, a voice remarks, continuing, if you're interested, would you like me to contact him? The man finishes, his expression unreadable. Nope. I'm not that interested yet, a voice declares. Another voice adds, far from that, in fact. A dry laugh escapes him. The sugar cube hovers over the coffee cup as a voice muses, if something extraordinary happens, people call it fate. If it happens twice, they call it skill. The sugar cube hangs in the air as he continues, but I think they should wait until the 3rd instance before judging. He continues, alluding to the names that will be forgotten before that 3rd instance arrives. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he utters a soft, I understand, he says, his hands trembling slightly as he grips his thigh. If player Seo Junho? The words appear, hinting at a revelation. Brings another miracle, the words continue, building the suspense. He will receive a personal invitation from Shin Sung-hyun, the message concludes, revealing the reward. The message continues, revealing the surprising identity of the one extending the invitation, the leader of the top guild in Korea, Goblin. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. His eyes narrow slightly as he continues reading the invitation. "I'll pass," the man in the suit declares, rejecting another document. Another is rejected with, "This one too." The other man asks, "How about this?" Only to hear, "It's not bad, but it's not that good either." Pass. By the way, the man in the suit begins, as he holds another document. The man in the suit then asks if the documents are all commission requests. It's because of the press conference, he's told. "You're totally hot right now." The man in the suit notes the requests have good EXP drops, appropriate difficulty, and a good payout. He then adds that it's hard to find a request with all three. The man in the suit is told, "To be honest, I think we can give up on the last one." He's immediately countered with, "No. Your first commission will set a precedent." The man in the suit asks, "How about this one?" He explains that it's a request from a father looking for a cure for his daughter's terminal disease. The man in the suit is told, "The key to the cure is the core of a cinder fox." A glowing, spectral fox flickers behind the man in the suit as the cure's bizarre component is revealed. A cinder fox. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, the man muses. He is then asked, "You encountered one when you were just starting out as a player, right?" To which he replies grimly, "I almost died." "It's easier to just show you," he says, revealing that it's the national level, Heavenly Fox, gate. The man touches his watch, which glows with a bright light. A voice exclaims, "What?" The watch activates, displaying a holographic interface. Burning Dunes appears, along with the grim details, required level 5 to 15, party cap 30, and the clear condition, defeat all cinder foxes. Difficulty, hard. The man reveals that the gate only appeared 3 months ago, so it hasn't been declared an uncleared gate. But, he warns, it's a monster that's already eaten up 7 teams. The man states that the required levels are more particular than the cinder fox gate he cleared as Spectre, adding grimly, "It'll be harder than before." The man reassures him, stating that it won't be as hard as you think, though. He explains that player standards have risen, and item specs have improved since his last run. The man admits, "I haven't seen any proper players since I've come back." But he adds, "I believe you." With renewed determination, he declares, "Alright, if I want to see my Hubie's skills, let's go with this." He reveals, "Yes. It's actually my friend's commission." The man below, however, looks confused. "Friend? Who?" The protagonist reveals the connection, "You know the Myungo group? He's the CEO." A question arises, then is he Choi Man-hyuk's son? But another voice reveals, he actually has a second son named Choi Pil-ho. Also, another detail is revealed. A knock echoes through the room, leaving the protagonist in silent contemplation. Footsteps approach. The door opens, and a woman stands before him. "President. You wanted to see me?" she asks. "Welcome, Ms. Cha Si-eun," the president says. "From today onward, you will be Seo Junho's secretary and manager." No matter how famous of a rookie I am, he thinks, I suppose it would be suspicious if the president kept doing everything for me. "I'm Cha Si-eun. Please take care of me," she says, formally introducing herself. He responds, accepting the handshake. "Yes, me too." A voice emphasizes, "Mr. Seo Junho, I'll talk to the president of Myungo Group, so please work closely with Ms. Cha Si-eun. She's extremely capable and you'll find yourself relying on her in the future." Si-eun responds to the unseen speaker, "Thank you for your kind words." The unseen speaker concludes, "Then, you two should get going. I expect great results." "Understood," a voice replies. Then, a question cuts through the air, "Mr. Seo Junho, do you know much about the Myungo Group?" Seo Junho responds, "Yes. They're number 1 in Korea. They're famous for having a clean tax record and not having. Seo Junho continues, explaining they are known for a clean tax record and not having any scandals typical of extremely wealthy families. Their life was perfect, or so it seemed. But behind the facade of perfection, a subtle unease flickers in her eyes. But tragedy struck. Choi Pil-ho's eldest daughter has 9 severance syndrome. The silhouette of Choi Pil-ho's eldest daughter appears, surrounded by an ominous red glow. The disease, it's revealed, is innate and appears in some people with high yin energy. The only way to treat it is to transplant something with high yang energy into the body to prolong their lifespan. To treat 9 severance syndrome, one method is revealed, the cinder fox's core. 29 years ago, Spectre Nim, considered the greatest player at the time, hunted the cinder fox and verified its effectiveness as a treatment. Ah! Spectre Nim is a person I greatly admire, she states, her golden eyes reflecting in the rearview mirror. The protagonist looks down, a hand covering his mouth, seemingly embarrassed. Why do you look so shy? A voice asks, breaking the silence. No, I'm so touched after hearing your story, he blurts out, seemingly flustered. A car pulls up outside a traditional-looking gate. It looks exactly the same, a voice remarks, though what it refers to remains to be seen. He stands before the gate, his gaze fixed on the entrance. The woman asks, "Have you come here before?" He replies, "Well, it was a long time ago." She instructs him to wait, saying, "Please wait here. I'll go in first and make sure." Turning to him, she asks directly, "You're player Seo Junho, right?" 2 men stand behind Seo Junho, awaiting their turn to enter. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I have been waiting," Choi Pil-ho states, introducing himself. He came in second place, the text reveals. Her eyes widen slightly, questioning the man's identity. He responds, "I am indeed Seo Junho. I'm honored that you came to greet me in person." "Ha, you're the hero who's cleared the uncleared gates for the citizens' safety," the man booms, shaking Seo Junho's hand firmly. Junho replies, "I'm the one that's honored." Seo Junho's eyes widen slightly, a thought occurring to him. The handshake continues, but Seo Junho notices something about the man's hand. The man finishes the handshake, stating, "It's my only wish." Tears well in the man's eyes as he pleads, "Please." The man's voice cracks with desperation as he begs, "Please save my dear Heesun from the wretched disease." He takes the man's hands, a silent promise hanging in the air between them. Their feet stand planted, the weight of the unspoken agreement settling between them. "All right, let's get to it," a voice declares, signaling the start of something. The voice continues, stating a clear objective: you need the cinder fox's core. Yes. After looking through every possible piece of information, one of them begins. The speaker continues, revealing, "I found a case in France of someone making a full recovery, and they said that it was because of the cinder fox's core." The man declares, "I'll get straight to the point." Then, he reveals his offer: "I'm offering 15 billion won as your commission fee." The offer doesn't stop there. "I'll also provide you with any items or materials you need for the gate, and anything else you may require, as long as I can acquire them." The commission fee is a premium, she thinks, but then declares, "I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline." The man's face contorts in disbelief at her rejection, a large balloon punctuating his shock. The man's shock is palpable as he utters, "Junho-nim." His eyes narrow, a barely perceptible twitch betraying his inner turmoil. 25. "No, I'll give you." The man's offer hangs in the air, the sum unspoken but clearly substantial. He then reveals the full offer, 30 billion. But the protagonist remains unmoved, prompting the man to ask, "Is that still not enough?" He cuts him off, stating firmly, "I'm not telling you to raise your offer. 10 billion, he declares, is more than enough." The woman stares, a flicker of surprise momentarily crossing her face. The man turns his head slightly, a calculating look in his eyes. "May I ask the reason behind that?" he inquires, his question hanging in the air. The details emerge. Spectre Nim received 100 million when he took the offer from the French commissioner. The commissioner was willing to give up all his assets to save his daughter, but Spectre Nim turned it all down and only asked for 100 million. His open hand is revealed, a stark contrast against the darkness. My reason is the same as his, he declares. Looking down at the man, he declares, you shouldn't take advantage of someone who wants to save their family. Looking down at the man, he warns, you shouldn't take advantage of someone who wants to save their family. I'll park the car. You should go on ahead, he says, before receiving a simple, understood. Buckled into the car, she asks, did you hear that story about Spectre Nim? He stammers, seemingly caught off guard by the question. Well. President Shim Deok-gu was Spectre Nim's close friend. He then asks Secretary Cha, do you believe the story? Spectre Nim, he continues, has a reputation for being cold and mechanical. No, rather. Secretary Cha responds, someone as warm-hearted as him would definitely have done that. He wonders aloud if Spectre Nim is truly a warm-hearted person. Secretary Cha, smiling, responds, that's what I think. And I'm even more sure after hearing what you said. The scene shifts to a blood-soaked floor. Spectre Nim watched his parents die right before his eyes. The commissioner had the money to offer, 10 billion won. The voice continues, stating that if that wasn't the case, I don't think he would have even suggested a price. Someone who couldn't save their own family wouldn't want others to experience the same pain, he thinks, his gaze hardened. The voice continues, well, no one knows except him. A chilling ha echoes, the source still unknown. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he asks, how was Ms. Cha Seun? We were only together for 2 hours, he replies, adding with a suggestive tone, well, she's good at giving. He continues walking, adding that she's good at giving briefings. He then states, you'll soon come to appreciate her true worth. He continues, explaining that she could work at a famous guild or a major company just with her specs. He reveals the reason behind her choice, stating, she only decided to work here because the association is taking care of Spectre. The protagonist, now seemingly lost, asks, where are we? Irritated, he continues, you rascal. Don't change the subject just because you're embarrassed. He places his hand on a glowing blue interface, activating it. The interface displays a message, if you want to take down a monster on the level of a cinder fox. He stands ready, awaiting further instructions from the interface. The interface continues, now advising, you should take something useful with you. Several items are laid out before him, swords, daggers, and even a pickaxe. A figure waits in the doorway. A man in a suit states, in the last 25 years, our technology has improved tremendously. The suited man continues, revealing the extent of their advancements. We've made weapons out of materials that you can't imagine, and changed the traditions of the players. A sword is tossed into the air, landing with a soft thud. Below, within the display case, lie 2 swords. A voice suggests, try using magic on the sword. On the sword, he asks, considering the suggestion. Heeding the advice, magic begins to swirl around the blade. The magic intensifies, a blinding light erupting from the blade. He stares in stunned disbelief. As the light subsides, a voice explains, if you use even a tiny bit of magic, an artificial keysword will appear. It can easily pierce an orc's hide. He remains silent, processing the revelation. The voice continues, explaining that another use of magic creates a shield. Oh, that one's a magic bomb. He adds, before muttering something about players these days. The instructor points a finger, asking, only use these kinds of weapons? The student responds, stating that high-tech weapons are extremely efficient, so he doesn't see why they wouldn't be used. The instructor seems taken aback by the response. That's... Even those ranker guys, one wonders. Another voice responds, I'm not sure. Rankers usually use custom-made weapons. The student's profile is shown as he confidently states, these are no different than toys. The scene shifts to a frosty landscape as the student's words echo, in front of true predators. He plummets towards the icy ground, surrounded by jagged, frozen spires. Gripping his weapon, he prepares for impact. As he hurtles downward, a thought crosses his mind, these will be useless. His eyes burn with determination as he plummets towards the unknown. The reason for his earlier thought becomes clear: against monsters who can tear apart a player's magic. Diaku poses a question: why do you think weaker monsters come out at lower levels? The level 1 player stands ready, facing a level 1 slime. The answer comes: that's because you'll die if you face strong monsters? Exactly. It's ironic. The system display shows Seo Junho's stats, including his skills and the special status, indicating his original stats have been drastically reduced. The screen continues: the system is really fair about things like that. He continues, explaining that players must grow by facing opponents with similar stats. This allows them to defeat stronger enemies later with the strength and experience they've earned. You don't think these weapons are effective against strong monsters? He asks. The man receives a simple, affirmative response: yeah. The man agrees, adding that players relying solely on high-tech weapons never truly excel. These weapons are just cost-efficient for clearing gates of similar levels. Oh, is that so? The man responds, seemingly processing the information. The camera focuses on the weapons displayed behind glass. Rifles of various types are mounted on the wall. Now, a sword is shown in a box with other weapons. Examining the sword, the man wonders aloud, what's this? The man learns that the sword is made with new materials, but it wasn't particularly useful, so it was put away. The man's eyes widen as he exclaims, really? The two men are sent flying back from the impact. The attack continues, a blur of motion and energy. The force of the impact shatters the display case, revealing an arsenal of weapons. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares, speechless, at the revealed arsenal. A new voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere: the world really has become fun. The sound of something cracking echoes. A smirk plays on his lips as he glances back, a chilling calm radiating from him. What with players' growth being hindered by those toys, he muses, his words carrying a weight of implication. A distinct crack echoes through the air, cutting through the previous tension. The source of the sound is revealed: a pair of high-tech binoculars. The binoculars are equipped with a lanyard. A blinding light erupts in the distance, engulfing the crowd. Amidst the chaos following the explosion, someone notes, there seems to be a lot of reporters. The reporter looks on in surprise, noting, and a fair amount of players. Everyone's excited about the Cinder Fox's core, a voice notes. It's revealed that a party of 27, including Junhonim, will enter the gate, and some were sent by guilds. Taking a sip from his cup, Junhonim murmurs, This is good, Junhonim comments after taking a sip. The woman beside him asks, it's lavender tea. Do you like it? Setting the cup down, Junhonim states, I'd like another cup when I return. He then adds, oh, and you'll have to get up earlier than usual tomorrow. Get up earlier, she repeats, a flicker of concern crossing her face at his unexpected demand. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he thinks, after today's conquest, I'm gonna get a whole ton of commission requests. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy. Blinding light fills the area. Mr. Seo Junho. Is it true that you were sent on a personal commission from the Myungo group? A voice booms. Another follows, pressing him, this is your first time fighting with other players, how do you feel about that? Amidst the flashing cameras, another reporter calls out, questioning Seo Junho's confidence, the Cinder Fox is known to be a fastidious boss, are you sure you can defeat it? As the reporters continue their barrage of questions, another player mutters, you'd think that he's a rancor. Resentment simmers as they add, normal players like us are always pushed aside. Another player chimes in, speculating, he's the hottest rookie right now, so they're probably going to raise him up in the articles. Doubt continues to spread among the players. One questions aloud, did that skinny guy really conquer 2 uncleared gates? Another scoffs, I don't believe it. Even his gear looks shabby. A third voices their suspicion, he must have more stuff in his inventory. Do you really think he'd enter the gate with that weapon? Abruptly, the interviews are declared over. The man's expression hardens as he declares, get ready. The man's declaration hangs in the air as he stands with 2 others, all with grim expressions. The air crackles with tension as the Korean text flashes across the screen. The tension is palpable as the group remains still, waiting for what's to come. A blinding light erupts as a voice booms, "It's time to go." The time is 11:28 a.m. as they arrive at the Burning Dunes gate entrance. Everything fades to white. The world reforms into a vast, sun-drenched desert, the burning dunes stretching out before them. A foot clad in a sneaker steps onto the scorching sand, kicking up dust. "Damn! It's a desert area," one of them exclaims, surveying the group's unexpected surroundings. "Will we be able to fight in this sand?" one of them wonders aloud, questioning their chances in this harsh environment. The heat is already proving to be unbearable. "It's crazy hot." Cutting through the complaints, a voice booms out, demanding attention, "Please lend me your ears." A collective question hangs in the air as the group eyes the newcomers. Who is he? A confident smirk plays on his lips as he announces, "Let me introduce myself. I am Cha Minwoo, a member of Korea's rank 13 guild, Cheonghae." The announcement of the guild name, Cheonghae, triggers a wave of surprised murmurs. "The guild that's participating today is Cheonghae," someone asks, their shock evident. "The one that only elites go to." He begins, before continuing, now. "As you all know, there's not much you can do alone in a gate like this." He continues, warning them, "With our party being as big as it is, we wouldn't want any infighting and put our selves in unnecessary danger, right?" He finishes, before revealing, "That's why I wanted to offer a proposal." A hooded figure repeats, "A proposal?" He reveals his proposal, 10 million won. The hooded figure clarifies the terms of the deal. "Our guild is offering 10 million won to everyone that will follow our directions during the conquest." However, the hooded figure makes another demand. "We would like to claim the clear reward, the Cinder Fox's core." The others react with disbelief. "What?" One of them retorts, "So what you really want is the core?" Another adds, incredulous, "It won't even cost you 300 million won to pay all of us off." Finally, someone asks the key question, "How do you plan to retrieve the Cinder Fox's core without the help of Cheonghae?" The hooded figure continues, "Our guild is trying to be generous to you all." He then adds a warning, "If anyone changes their mind, we'll only offer 5 million won." Immediately, several voices cry out their acceptance. I accept it," one shouts, while another asks, "Hey, Mr. Kim." A third adds, "Me too." Someone even asks, "If we join, will you give us drinking water?" Footsteps echo as the hooded figure moves. The hooded figure continues forward, his footsteps leaving a trail in the sand. "Player Seo Junho, you won't join us?" the man asks, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Seo Junho responds, I'm planning to go alone." Silence follows Junho's declaration, leaving the others momentarily speechless. One of the men scoffs, doubting Junho's abilities. "As I thought, the rumors were exaggerating." He continues, questioning Junho's decision. "They said he was a genius, but if he's decided to fight alone in a place like this." An annoyed expression crosses the team leader's face. "There's no need to be concerned with him, team leader," he states flatly, then retorts, "When did I ever say I was concerned?" Against the backdrop of the scorching desert, a voice calls out, "All right. Let's get ready." A boot steps onto the desert sand, ready to move forward. A Korean character is displayed on the screen. He marches forward, his face obscured by a high collar and a gloved hand. As he advances, a description of his opponent surfaces, a cinder fox, something between a monster and a mythical creature. It's a boss monster that grows 9 tails over 1,000 years. Once the cinder fox grows all its tails, it will ascend to the heavens, becoming the Millennium Fox and watching over its kind. It's said that with each tail the cinder fox gains, the number of Firefox soldiers it can command also increases. The protagonist, standing ready, admits, "I don't know how many tails the cinder fox in this gate has. For now, I have to scout out a good spot," he decides, surveying the arid landscape. Dust swirls around him as he moves forward, searching for a vantage point. His eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. An exclamation mark looms, signaling a sudden realization or danger. A sharp thwack cuts through the air, the sound of something piercing flesh. More of the same symbols appear, filling the sky. A wave of sand erupts, the symbols now emblazoned upon its surface. The sand rushes forward. The fox spirit roars, its eyes glowing with fury. "They're coming," a voice shouts, as the fox spirit lunges forward, followed by others. "Firefoxes," a voice cries out, as the fox spirit and others launch their attack. "Don't panic, and follow our lead," a commanding voice booms. "Vice leader. Tell me how many there are," comes another call. The answer rings out, approximately 30. The firefoxes move in a blur, their attack connecting. The firefox lunges, jaws wide, towards its target. The woman watches with a worried expression as the firefox's attack continues. "Now," he shouts, his expression a mask of fury. The firefox unleashes a blinding barrage of energy. A surge of power erupts from the platform, bathing the area in an intense glow. He points towards the platform as a surge of energy crackles around it. The platform activates with a jolt, energy crackling intensely around the two pillars. The fox spirits below look up, as if sensing the shift in power above them. The fox spirit lunges, jaws wide, as energy crackles around the pillar. Kaok. The fox spirit roars, unleashing a surge of raw energy. A blinding surge of energy erupts from the fox spirit, illuminating the chamber. The energy explodes outwards, striking the surrounding statues and the group of people. Did it work?" the person asks, their voice filled with uncertainty. Their faces contort in fear and shock. It's unclear if their attempt was successful. A sinister grin spreads across his face. "Watch carefully, you monsters," he declares. "This is different from the age of weak weapons and sloppy traps." A blinding light erupts. This is the power of technology from the second floor. The light intensifies as he unleashes the power of technology. The explosion rips through the remaining monsters. "We've already dealt with more than half of them," Team Leader Cha. With a confident smirk, he declares, "If we keep going like this, we'll be able to catch the Cinder Fox in no time." Team Leader Cha's stern gaze intensifies as he barks, "If you have time to talk, then keep attacking." Team Leader Cha's command rings out, "If you have time to talk, then keep attacking." Despite the ongoing battle, one member confidently declares, "I was nervous after hearing about the Cinder Fox, but this is nothing." He attributes their success to, "It's because we joined with the Chonghae Guild." The Cinder Foxes close in, surrounding the group. Suddenly, a voice breaks the momentary confidence. "Ha! Why is it so dark?" he mutters, a growing concern etched on his face. His eye glows with an unnatural light as the world around him fades to black. The darkness recedes, revealing a massive, lupin figure with glowing eyes. The massive beast looms over him, its shadow engulfing the scene. His eyes widen in disbelief. It's the Cinder Fox," he exclaims. The Cinder Fox unleashes a deafening roar. The Cinder Fox's fiery aura intensifies, the air shimmering with heat. The Cinder Fox lies defeated, blood staining the ground. The Cinder Fox lies still, its eyes wide and lifeless. But even in death, the Cinder Fox's eyes glow with an eerie light. Suddenly, red beams of energy erupt from the Cinder Fox's body, piercing the darkness. Suddenly, the Cinder Fox howls, and a system message appears, "The boss for Burning Dunes, Cinder Fox, has appeared." A voice begins counting, but then trails off in disbelief. 7, 8, and 9? It has 9 tails? No way. Then it's a 9 tails, one of them exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. Another voice adds, "The one that Spectre barely defeated was a 6 tails. Get it together," a voice shouts, followed by the command, "Stay in formation and focus on the attack." The 9-tailed fox looms, a formidable opponent. Mr. Cha Minwoo, one of the characters, stutters, fear evident in his wide eyes. But another voice declares, "The Chonghae Guild is with us. We have a chance." The words echo, "No matter the monster, stabbing its heart and head will kill it." A figure stands ready, a glowing blade poised to strike. The monstrous wolf snarls, its glowing eyes promising a brutal fight. "The trap I prepared is several times stronger than anything else we've done," it boasts, adding ominously, "If you're caught, you won't be able to escape." Determination hardens his gaze as he declares, "I'll kill the Cinder Fox today and surpass Spectre." His declaration echoes with newfound resolve. The Cinder Fox's golden eyes gleam with predatory focus. The Cinder Fox unleashes a torrent of searing flames. The flames erupt in a blinding flash. A vast, clouded sky stretches above, filled with a sense of foreboding. Energy blasts tear through the battlefield, leaving fallen figures in their wake. The warrior is struck, blood splattering as he reels from the impact. He lies defeated, blood streaming down his face amidst the fallen. An eerie hum emanates from the strange, metallic structure. "None of our weapons," a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. Bloody and battered, he realizes the truth: traps or strategies worked. The realization dawns, and a question hangs in the air: how are we supposed to hunt this monster? The monstrous beast looms over them, its multiple tails swaying ominously as the heroes scatter. Despair settles in. The words echo in the emptiness: "It's impossible." The beast's eyes glow with an eerie light. "All?" a voice whispers. "Ah." He breathes, staring up at the looming figure. "So this is how I die." The sound of something shattering echoes. He stares up, a fiery light filling his vision. The fiery light intensifies, engulfing his vision. The light fades, revealing the armored figure standing over him. A stricken expression is etched on the face of the man kneeling behind him. A foot descends, and a voice calls out, "Seo." "Seo Junho? What are you doing?" "Get out of the way," a voice shouts, as a figure looms over the kneeling man. Despite the warning, the figure declares, "I'll be fine." Seo Junho can only exclaim, "What?" A monstrous wolf unleashes a torrent of fire. A furious torrent of fire erupts from the monstrous wolf's maw. The monstrous wolf's fire burns ever brighter. Gasping, he raises a hand to shield himself from the intense heat. This is the end. The flames engulf everything. The flames intensify, a blinding inferno. A beam of light pierces through the inferno, striking the figure in the distance. He braces against the impact, his expression grim. His eyes widen as the force of the blast hits him. His grip tightens on the spear as the fiery blast washes over him. The fiery blast engulfs him, but he stands firm, a grim determination etched on his face. They were doomed from the start. But the smoke begins to clear. The battlefield is littered with bodies. A figure sits amidst the carnage, bloodied but alive. Is it satisfied with just this? He orders the others to take the survivors and leave. A hesitant voice asks, "H, how about you?" He looks back, a question forming on his lips. "Me?" A sinister smile spreads across his face as he grips the glowing blade. "Obviously," he replies, an ominous tone in his voice. The figure looms over him, a fiery backdrop painting a grim scene. "I'll be taking care of this guy," he declares. The fiery glow intensifies, engulfing everything. A deafening roar echoes as the flames intensify. The beast's claw descends, wreathed in fire. The fiery beast unleashes its fury. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light. "Go," the hooded figure shouts, urging the team leader forward. But the leader remains silent, his expression grim. "Team leader! Come on!" Amidst the fiery landscape, the team leader remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the distant destruction. A sinister smile creeps across the team leader's face as he mutters, "Now that the stragglers are gone." His sword gleaming in the firelight, the team leader asks, "Shall we have some fun?" The air crackles with energy as the team leader's face morphs into that of a monstrous wolf, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monstrous wolf's eyes pierce the darkness, promising a brutal fight. A deafening impact shakes the area as the transformed team leader strikes. Blinding light erupts as the team leader's attack connects. The force of the blow sends the figure hurtling backwards. The force sends him spiraling through the air, a trail of light marking his violent trajectory. Despite the force of the blow, he manages to regain his footing mid-air. He steadies himself, summoning glowing shards of energy around him. He prepares to strike, the glowing shards converging into a deadly formation around his hand. He unleashes the attack, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his hand. As I thought, it won't let me get close, he realizes, his eyes narrowed. He grits his teeth, realizing the energy won't let him get close. Explosions erupt around him, the blasts forcing him to remain at a distance. The beast's glowing eyes narrow, its focus intense. A surge of energy emanates from below. The beast howls, a torrent of golden energy erupting from above. An exclamation hangs in the air as the words "giant flame blast" appear. Facing the blast, he realizes, I won't be able to survive the hit. The giant flame blast engulfs everything. The explosion's light fills the world, leaving his fate uncertain. The world is consumed by the inferno. The explosion continues to rage. The raging inferno continues to spread. The explosion intensifies, a maelstrom of fire and debris. Amidst the swirling smoke, the two figures remain locked in combat. The wolf-like creature sniffs the air, its senses heightened amidst the chaos. With blinding speed, the wolf-like creature lunges forward, teeth bared. The world explodes in a flash of light and a deafening roar. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the blast sends debris flying. The warrior is sent hurtling backwards, his weapon flying from his grasp as the massive wolf looms over him. Crashing against the massive wolf, the warrior cries out in pain. Ugh! He's sent flying backwards through the air, the intense heat rising to meet him. He slams into the ground, a plume of fire erupting above him. He's met with a barrage of icy shards. He deflects the incoming shards with his sword. The narrator explains that the silver fox's strength increases with its number of tails. The sword glows as he continues to block the fox's attacks. Then, a new power surges within him. The surge of power explodes outward. The surge of power brings a question: what if the number decreases? The power explodes again, engulfing the figure in a blinding light. The blinding light intensifies, forming strange symbols. The wolf howls, its raw power manifesting as glowing symbols. He raises his sword, preparing to strike the wolf. The blade connects, a burst of energy erupting on impact. Obviously, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. Its strength will also decrease, a voice declares, revealing the consequences of the attack. A blinding red energy coalesces above the city, dwarfing the buildings below. Phew! One of the men sighs, taking a break to eat. It's already been 10 hours since the players have gone in. The man is struck hard, sending him reeling. You bastard, don't be disrespectful, he yells, enraged. He notes that the previous party survived for 2 days. Before them, a swirling portal of energy shimmers. The only thing we can do is to pray for their safe return, one of the men says, his voice heavy with concern. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The air crackles with energy, shards of ice scattering across the ground. The clash of ice and dark energy explodes outward. The beast lunges forward, jaws wide in a ferocious roar. The beast's roar echoes as it confronts the protagonist, its jaws wide. This is your first time being in pain, isn't it? It taunts. The figure stands silhouetted against the sky, a single, menacing red glint visible in the darkness of his face. You don't have any natural enemies or rivals, he states, you just hunted countless players. He looms, a dark silhouette against the fiery sky. You never imagined that you'd become the prey, did you? He asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The beast's eyes glow with a fierce, burning intensity. The beast lunges, jaws wide and teeth bared. The hero slides back, narrowly avoiding the beast's attack. A blinding flash erupts as the beast's attack connects. The beast pauses, a question mark hovering above its head. The beast recoils, baring its teeth in pain. He lunges forward, a blade of light extended. Where are you looking? He demands. The blade descends. The world explodes in a flash of golden light. The golden light intensifies. A figure is sent flying backwards, blood spraying. The wolf-like figure is blasted away, a spray of blood marking its violent trajectory. Flames erupt around the wolf-like figure as it's sent hurtling through the air. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outward. He dashes forward, blade gleaming, the sound of impact echoing. Blades clash in a shower of sparks. The wolf's fangs snap shut, meeting the hero's blade head-on. The blade cuts deep, drawing a spray of blood. The hero's blade continues its arc, slicing through the air. The hero's blade continues its deadly trajectory. A blinding flash erupts as the beast roars in defiance. The world dissolves into a fiery inferno. The inferno burns, and a strange symbol glows ominously above the silhouetted beast. Amidst the inferno, a man smirks. How dramatic! He muses, before questioning, why are you still struggling when you know you're gonna die? He extends his hand, a surge of blue energy emanating from his palm. You know. He states, his intent still unclear. His eyes narrow, a blinding light erupting before him. The blue energy intensifies, as a voice declares, it's too late. The creature roars in agony as the blue energy pierces through him. The blue energy continues to rip through the landscape. The blue energy continues to tear through the creature, eliciting a final, desperate roar. Eyes wide with shock, he stares in disbelief at something outside the frame. His gaze remains fixed, the shock still evident in his widened eyes as he stares at something beyond the frame. A heavy thud echoes, leaving the source of the sound a mystery. Emerging from the dust, a message flashes, you have defeated the Cinder Fox. The dust settles, revealing the hero's prone form. Despite his defeat of the Cinder Fox, a new message appears, you have received Cinder Fox's core as a reward. The sky looms, dark and ominous. The sky remains a pale, ominous blue. Oh, they're coming out, a woman shouts, pointing. The man in front of her, holding a device, exclaims, no way, did they really clear it? A text bubble appears, stating, it only took them 13 hours. The green light intensifies as a voice declares, they cleared it faster than it took the last team to fail. The reporter shouts into her microphone, the players are coming out of the gate, which has now turned green. In the thick of it all, a foot steps forward. Who is the first player to emerge? The first player to emerge is announced, Cha Minwoo of the Chonghae Guild. Cha Minwoo emerges, carrying someone on his back. Amidst the green haze, voices call out, eager for an interview. Bring the injured over here, they demand. The injured are quickly transferred to a gurney, ready for immediate medical attention. A figure in a green hood stands amidst the haze, awaiting their turn. A microphone is extended toward the hooded figure, ready to record their statement. The hooded figure lies unconscious, their face bearing the marks of a recent struggle. We're done with the first aid, a voice announces. Will you go? Straight to the hospital, she asks, concern etched on her face as she looks toward the hooded figure. He responds, no, that's. His words trailing off, leaving his true intentions unclear. He thinks, I feel like I'll have to at least give a general explanation. Then, a voice booms out, identifying him as player Cha Minwoo. Reporters swarm him, cameras flashing. Is it true that you led the players and cleared the dungeon? One asks. Another shouts, please tell us how you feel. Amidst the clamor, one reporter wonders aloud, did the Cinder Fox really have 9 tails? The questions keep coming, now displayed on a phone screen thrust in his face. Your name is the top searched keyword right now. Another message asks, how do you feel about this conquest? He remains silent, a speech bubble showing his hesitance to answer. Lying down, he finally speaks, a single thought escaping his lips, so this is how it feels. Finally, he speaks, a single, resigned thought escaping him, so this is how it feels. He looks up, a faint smile playing on his lips. This praise, he thinks, even if it's misdirected, it becomes addicting once you experience it a few times. The scene shifts to a classroom, where a message is displayed, today, we will be presenting our hopes and dreams. From behind a podium, the instructor calls out, Minwoo, why don't you go first? Minwoo steps up, a bright smile on his face. When I get older, I want to become a great hero like Spectre Nim, he declares. A close-up reveals Minwoo's face, now marred with cuts and a bandage, a stark contrast to his earlier confident smile. His face, once beaming with youthful aspiration, now bears the marks of a harsh reality. Standing before the crowd, Minwoo reflects, I shouldn't be the one standing in this spot. Minwoo declares, from now on, I will tell you what really happened inside the gate. Minwoo's gaze is steady as he prepares to reveal the truth. But the scene shifts abruptly, and a drip bag comes into view. Hospital? Lying in a hospital bed, Minwoo hears a voice. Are you awake? Secretary Cha appears, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Secretary Cha. Minwoo thinks, recognizing her. Secretary Cha informs Minwoo that it's 6 a.m. at Hanguk Hospital, then asks, how do you feel? To Secretary Cha's question, Minwoo replies, I feel fine. Though he claims to feel fine, Minwoo looks anything but, his hand resting on the back of his neck. Secretary Cha then reveals, while you were out, I was reviewing the commission requests you received. She adds, you were right about getting up early. A foot hits the floor, and a voice asks, really? Alarmed, Secretary Cha asks, where are you going? He replies, already heading for the door, to go see President Choi Pil-ho. He must be beside himself. Seo Jun-ho-nim. You haven't recovered yet, a voice calls out. He replies, I just used up all my energy and fainted. Despite the warning, he insists, I'll take a break after I go meet with the real patient. So? His words hang in the air, leaving the other character looking concerned. Let's go, he declares, his resolve unwavering despite his weakened state. Sunlight bathes the traditional wooden gate, hinting at the secrets held within. Inside, an older man expresses his gratitude, but also his concern. I'm grateful that you came, but is it really all right? The old man's concern deepens as he reveals, I heard that you fainted inside the gate. He laughs it off, trying to reassure the older man. I was just a bit tired, so it was like a nap. He turns to a door, stating, this is my daughter's room. The door creaks open slightly as he peers into the room. Peering through the slightly open door, he looks into the room. The sound of something breaking echoes from within. A hand lies limp on the bed, and 4 lines connected. The characters are writing. She lies still in the hospital bed, sunlight streaming through the window. A grim assessment is made, she's in a worse state than I expected. An inventory screen appears, and a glowing orb rests in his hand. I should hurry, he thinks, urgency filling his voice. A flash of light erupts. He cries out as blinding light engulfs him. His eyes widen in alarm as the light intensifies, a visible exclamation point punctuating the sudden danger. Oh no! I forgot, he exclaims, realizing his mistake as the light closes in. It's dangerous for regular people to be near the core because of its heat, a voice warns. Then, a question is posed, can you wait outside? I should have asked this earlier. He mutters, a wave of concern washing over him. But is it really okay to use such a dangerous object on my daughter? I'm worried. Of course, not everyone can handle it, the man states, reassuringly. But I know the method that Spectre Nim used, so you don't need to be afraid. He then learns that President Shim Diaku was the one who informed the other man, adding, I heard he was close to Spectre. A hesitant response comes, why yes, that's right. A firm handshake seals their agreement. The gravity of the situation sets in as a plea echoes, please, take care of my daughter. The handshake lingers, a silent promise exchanged between them. His gaze hardens, a silent vow etched on his face. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, it won't take long. A soft click echoes as the door opens slightly. He approaches the bedside where a woman lies still, connected to an 4 drip. A grave realization dawns on him. She's worse than the patient I cured in the... He holds a glowing orb in his hands. For now, I'll use the heat of the core to carefully melt the ice spell. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization. Suddenly, a system message appears, you sense intermediate energy from the target. Another system message appears, this time stating, you can absorb it with the frost skill. He mutters in disbelief, what? Another system message flashes, upon absorption, your magic stat will increase. he exclaims in disbelief. What? Another system message appears, declaring, Frost Skill, EX, is a skill with no weaknesses. The skill is described as an all-powerful skill for both attack and defense. He then wonders aloud, you're saying it can even raise my magic stat by absorbing the Yin energy? The system message continues, stating that not even the Watchguard of Darknesses could withstand the Frost skill. It then confirms that upon absorption, his stats will increase, but he immediately rejects the idea, uttering a firm, no. A system message declares, this is the first time that the Frost skill has been able to do this. Another message asks if he saw the news that the ancient dungeon on the second floor has finally. The system message continues, now asking if the Watchguard of Darkness found a similar spell with the darkness attribute. The message cuts off abruptly, leaving the reader hanging. It will definitely be worth checking out, the message concludes, leaving the protagonist with a new lead. Lying in bed, he decides, for now, I should focus on treating the Nine Severance Syndrome. He pushes aside the new lead for the moment, thinking, but I can figure that out later. Urgency fills his thoughts, if I don't hurry, it'll be harder on the patient. He focuses his energy, thinking, I need to get rid of all the Yin energy inside of her. Energy surges as he declares, let's do it in one push. A blinding light erupts, energy radiating outwards. He recalls a past life, stating, when I was Spectre, I used the Yang energy from the core to forcibly break the spell. He continues, recalling the past, back then, it put a heavy burden on the patient's body, but there was nothing else I could do. Now, however, he declares, this time, it's the opposite. He reveals a surprising twist. I'm not expelling the Yin energy, I'm actually absorbing some of it. To balance it out, he finishes, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. This is much safer, he declares, the words echoing with newfound confidence. Then using the core, he exclaims, his voice ringing with conviction. The room is cast in a warm light as he sits, head in his hands, while the woman stands silently behind him. A strange sound echoes as the woman's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing slightly. A tap on his shoulder breaks the silence. A presence looms over the room as a figure enters. The figure asks, his voice trembling, how is? Sweat beads on his face, and a tear streaks down his cheek as he awaits the answer. A smile spreads across his face as he announces, it was a success. He continues, she's made a full recovery, and there shouldn't be any side effects. Tears stream down his face, a mixture of relief and joy evident in his expression. The man who had been kneeling collapses forward, overcome with emotion. He takes a step forward, his shadow stretching long across the brightly lit floor. A voice reminds him that his vacation starts as soon as they return to the association. He's also told to refrain from any strenuous physical activity for the time being. Yes, he repeats, seemingly in agreement with the previous statement. I think I was able to wrap up this commission nicely thanks to you, Secretary Cha, he says, expressing his gratitude. A simple thank you follows. Silence fills the car, the atmosphere shifting slightly. The silence stretches, broken only by a sudden declaration, I thought a lot about how I should repay you. The man continues, stating he considered raising the compensation even more. However, he doesn't believe the protagonist would want something like that. I just did what I had to. Just your words are enough. He states, before continuing, so this is what I decided. He continues, offering, if at any time you might need help. He concludes his offer of support, stating that we, the Myungo Group, will assist you in any way possible. The offer is underscored by a view of the Myungo Group's headquarters, identified as Korea's #1 company. It's stated that the group's influence is absolute throughout the country. Their influence doesn't reach, however. The Myungo Group's symbol glows ominously against the backdrop of their towering headquarters. Their true strength, however, lies in something else entirely. Choi Pilho's eldest son is the guildmaster of the Scarlet Tower. They rank 5th in the country. Against a backdrop of imposing figures, a strategic thought emerges, if I can have them as reinforcements when I need them, it'll be a huge advantage. I'll make sure to use it carefully so that I will not harm Myungo's reputation, he assures, a slight smile playing on his lips. The older man laughs, urging, just say the word. A declaration echoes in the night, because Seo Junhonim is my family's savior. The city skyline gleams under the twilight sky, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. I just got off a call with President Choi Pil-ho, he announces, a slight smile playing on his lips. He adds, he's all giddy because his daughter is feeling better. From across the room, a voice asks, how's your own body, Junho? The man at the desk responds, all I have is some light muscle pain. Damn. Are you secretly taking some sort of wonder drug? Someone asks, clearly suspicious of Junho's quick recovery. Junho smirks, explaining, no way. I leveled up a lot, and got a bunch of recovery skills. That's why. He displays his inventory, highlighting the newly acquired abilities. Then, let's get to the point. A voice declares, cutting through the previous banter. Suddenly, streaks of orange energy erupt, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. An exclamation punctuates the air as a blinding sphere of energy materializes. The man at the desk stares in wide-eyed shock. Shielding his eyes, the man wonders aloud, is that the Cinder Fox's core? A voice confirms, yeah. I didn't have to use it on the president's daughter. The man reveals, I absorbed some of the Een energy with the frost skill. The man at the desk exclaims, is that possible? Meanwhile, the seated figure states matter-of-factly, the system told me so. He adds, on top of that, it increased my magic stat. He holds up a glowing orb, announcing, I found something good. The frost skill, it turns out, can absorb the Een energy of any target. The implications of this new skill dawn on him. If it can do that, then. The possibilities swirl in his mind. Not only diseases like the Nine Severance Syndrome. I might be able to absorb energy from items as well. The man across from him says, I was wondering what you were trying to say. Diaku smiles, replying, so you're just telling me to find a suitable item. A voice then praises, that's our Diaku. Good boy. However, there's a potential snag, the Nine Severance Syndrome's energy is labeled as intermediate. A system message confirms, you sense intermediate Een energy from the target. The man wonders if an incurable disease is only intermediate. He then questions if absorbing normal items will have any effect. The other man responds, probably. I get the gist of it, the man in the suit says, finally understanding. The other replies, I'll look for suitable items, so you look into the market. He then thinks to himself, the player market. It's been a while. A disembodied voice warns, don't go around causing trouble. What makes you think I would do that? He retorts, his voice echoing in the ethereal space. A vast, empty expanse stretches before us. The expanse shifts, revealing what is labeled the player market. The player market is revealed to be an offline market with multiple locations worldwide. At the player market, one can buy information and various items from gates. It's a popular attraction even among non-players. How long has it been since I've come to the Insadon location, he wonders, observing the bustling player market. It's become a lot livelier. He reflects that it used to be desolate back then, with everyone being so focused on surviving. A child, holding a small flower, reaches out to a woman in a flower shop. A slight smile plays on his lips as he thinks, I'm glad. But, a new thought interrupts his moment of peace. Rather than here, I have some business with the black market, he realizes. His thoughts now focused on a new destination. Suddenly, a figure appears, radiating an intense chill. Everything's freezing, she declares, a wave of frost emanating from her outstretched hand. It won't melt anymore, he states, holding a box of popcorn. The chilling effect is clearly taking hold. His thoughts drift, focusing on the location, Theater 8, Seat G10. He spots it, muttering, here it is. The movie theater in the player market holds a secret, a special seat that acts as a teleport zone for the black market. A determined look settles on his face. A strange symbol glows on his chest. The teleport skill is so shitty, he exclaims, frustrated. Anything should be possible with the resources from the gates, but he wonders, how can teleports still cause motion sickness? Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey, Spectre. She declares, "I'll use my magic instead." A faint smile graces Spectre's face as he seemingly accepts the offer. "I hope," Spectre thinks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Suddenly, a bright light fills the area as a voice echoes, "I can see you guys again soon." The light fades, revealing a ruined cityscape shrouded in mist. The ruined cityscape is eerily silent, the mist adding to the desolation. The mist parts, revealing a bustling underground city in Ethiopia. Neon signs for firearms and pawnshops flicker in the dim light. Underground city. The camera pans down, revealing that this is the black market. The black market, it's said, has a very different atmosphere from the normal player market. Neon signs point the way to elixir and gear. It's said, it's impossible to come here unless you're one of the select few. All the player markets of the world are just ports that lead to this place. Suddenly, the protagonist is confronted. "You bastard. What are you looking at?" The threatening words hang in the air. The protagonist immediately apologizes, blurting out, "I'm sorry." Nearby, a hushed conversation unfolds. "Did you hear? Apparently, Kim Woo-jung from the Nine Heavens hasn't been seen lately." The speaker then wonders aloud, "So how long is the association gonna hide Spectre?" The scene shifts to the black market, where the narrator explains, there are no tour guides or everyday shoppers. It's an underground world. It's an underground world where common sense doesn't apply. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, questioning, "Look. Isn't that Seo Junho?" The man in question, Seo Junho, is labeled the one who cleared the uncleared. But he thinks to himself, of course, it's not completely safe either. Junho remains confident, thinking, but there's not much of a chance that I'll meet a player who'll be a threat to me. Since most of the stronger ones went up, he observes, a soft thud marking his descent. He continues, the players that are left here were either too weak to go to the second floor. Or went but couldn't handle it, he finishes, the statement hanging in the air. Confidence flares in his eyes. If they're only at that level, I can handle them. His confidence hardening into resolve, he commands, "Move." That confidence solidifying, he issues a sharp command, "Move." A beat of silence follows his command. "Well, that was easy," he mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Then, a shattering sound echoes through the room. A man behind a desk looks up, a holographic screen in front of him. "Welcome," he asks, his expression unreadable. A man's voice cuts through the silence. "Oh. What's this? I didn't think a celebrity would come by." He then states his purpose, "I've come to look at artifacts." The term artifacts is defined as items that grant a special attribute or skill. He gestures towards a shelf lined with various artifacts, inviting him to take a look. He pauses, seemingly lost in thought. "I didn't expect much," he admits, his tone suggesting a lack of initial enthusiasm. But then, he realizes he's hit the jackpot. System messages appear, indicating the presence of both low-level cold and yin energy emanating from the displayed jewelry. The system alerts him, he senses low intermediate level frost from the sword. Even if it's low, he thinks, I'll be able to raise my magic with this many items. And, the possibilities seem endless. Now that I think about it, he begins, a new idea seemingly taking root. "I heard." He begins, a sly grin spreading across his face. He continues, revealing a rumor, some of the best advertised items were actually kept in a different room. The man's expression shifts to one of surprise and dawning realization. He exclaims, the revelation hitting him hard. That's not true. Who would say?" The man stammers, clearly shaken by the rumor. However, the protagonist casually dismisses his denial, declaring, "Nah. I already knew." Dangling a golden pendant before the man, the protagonist bargains, "Just let me take a peek and I'll buy some items up here too, and I'll keep your secret." The man appears conflicted and speechless. The man's composure shatters. "Damn it, which bastard is going around saying that?" he demands, his voice laced with fury. Ignoring the outburst, the protagonist's finger hovers over the keypad, ready to make a selection. Ding, a sharp sound cuts through the air. The door unlocks, and a voice calls out, "Come in." Following the invitation, a man gestures towards a cabinet. "These are all of our best artifacts." A voice comments, "They all look pretty good." Examining the artifacts, the protagonist states, "But I don't see any with a darkness attribute." A voice replies, "Well, they're rare." Suddenly, a voice exclaims, "Wow, ice attribute." But then, a sharp warning cuts through the air, "Don't touch it." The warning continues, revealing the danger. It has a powerful curse on it which causes the user's body to freeze. Ignoring the warnings, the man utters a soft, "Ah," as the curse begins to take hold. The item's details appear: glove that holds the Frost Fairy's wrath. It's a rare item, but cursed. It grants bonuses to speed, stamina, and magic. The glove pulses with power. Its description warning, "Wrath of the Frost Fairy," freezes the body of the user over time. The requirements flash: level 10, speed 40, magic 50. A system message appears: you sense intermediate level frost from the target. A new system message appears, offering a chance to purify the item. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he realizes, if it's intermediate, it's on the same level as the 9 Severance Syndrome. Lying in bed, he declares, "I can get the same amount of magic as last time." He confidently declares, "I'll buy this and the artifacts from before." A stammered "thank you" is the response. The scene shifts to what appears to be a bar, the door tagged with graffiti. Now inside, a bartender polishes a glass, seemingly unaware of the recent transaction. At the bar, the woman with the robotic arm sits with a large man, both holding drinks. "Please teleport me to," the woman requests, her words hanging in the air. "The Insadong market in Korea, and give me anything to drink," she finishes her request. A voice responds, "Understood." The wait time for teleportation is 10 minutes. 10 minutes felt like an eternity. The man in the foreground is visibly upset, his expression a mask of frustration. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey." Lost in thought, he stares into his drink, the ice clinking softly as he swirls it. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Look who it is. Aren't you the famous player Seo Junho?" Seo Junho looks up, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as two figures approach, one waving enthusiastically. As he takes a drink, another voice chimes in, dripping with sarcasm, "I've heard a lot about you, our little Hubie. As a sunbae, I feel so proud." As expected, the black market isn't a place where you should linger. The man behind the desk, holding a document, squints through his glasses. "Bloodblade Kim Cheol-soo," he asks, then admits, "I've never heard of you." The text emphasizes that a player's reputation is extremely important, determining commission requests and guild entry. The text explains that achieving meaningful progress within the gates is difficult, making reputation gains extremely challenging. "So this is what some cowardly players try to do," the text reads, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead for Kim Cheol-soo. A blinding flash erupts. The clash rings out with a deafening quang. Through the ringing in his ears, he hears a voice cutting through the chaos. "Your sunbae is talking to you." The sunbae stands his ground, a chilling chiang ringing out as he prepares for another strike. Voices rise in anger, declaring, "This fucker is being disrespectful." Another adds, "We should teach him proper manners." The sunbae's voice booms, asserting, "Hey, it's thanks to us keeping the streets safe that you can go around leveling up. Got it?" The sunbae boasts, "This body shines with 5 years of experience," before being cut off with a dismissive, "Pt. Cook." The sound cuts off the sunbae mid-sentence. The sunbae is left hunched over, as a sinister fufufu echoes. A maniacal ah erupts as the hooded figure and the sunbae look on, shocked. What is with this crazy bastard?" someone exclaims, clearly unnerved by the display. "What? Keeping the streets safe?" he asks, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. His sinister smirk widens. "That's what the top players do, not leeches like you." His foot comes down, punctuating his next words. "All you do is lynch weaker-looking rookies, and put your name in tabloid newspapers, is it not?" His eyes narrow, rage building. You bastard, he snarls, teeth bared in fury. He challenges them, rage barely contained. Don't hesitate now. Come at me. He scoffs, declaring, I'll also feel better after beating up thugs like you. The group remains still, the tension palpable as they prepare to engage. Inside a bustling bar, a figure wielding a glaive prepares to strike. A nearby onlooker wonders aloud, isn't that the rumored Seo Junho? It is. If he fails here, the newspapers will go crazy, another voice confirms, the stakes now explicitly raised. They're ganging up on a player who's barely debuted, someone observes, aghast at the unfolding scene. How pathetic. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he declares, talk all you want. His smirk widens as he declares, all that matters is the outcome of the battle. Seo Junho, the player who defeated the Cinder Fox, is about to fall at their hands. He holds a knife as his inventory screen appears before him. Seo Junho urgently asks, how long until I can teleport? The reply comes, around 4 minutes. 4 minutes. That's all the time he has to survive. He takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. That's more than enough time to play around, the challenger declares, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he brandishes his blade. The two combatants stand their ground, the tension palpable as they face off. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. He swings his weapon down with tremendous force. The weapon crashes down with a resounding impact. The blade descends, a flash of light marking its devastating speed. He declares himself the life-severing lance of the Gangnam Trio, adding that his opponent should feel honored to fight him. Hey! A voice calls out, questioning the dagger in his hand. What's with that dagger you're holding? I thought you were a sword user. The challenger seems confused by the sudden change in weaponry. Oh, this, he responds. A smirk spreads across his face as he dismisses the need for a sword. I don't need something like a sword to squash a few bugs. A fierce scowl contorts his face, teeth bared in a display of pure aggression. You bastard, he yells, lunging forward with a makeshift blade. He moves in a blur, the force of his attack evident. The attack lands with a resounding thwack. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. He grips the weapon tightly, preparing for another strike. The staff connects, and a grunt escapes the man's lips as he's struck. The blow lands squarely on his head, a resounding crack echoing through the air. The staff connects again, the sound of the impact echoing loudly. Their eyes widen in disbelief as the staff connects once more. Blood splatters across the scene. Their faces twist in horror as blood sprays through the air. SFX, Shing. A blade flashes, cutting through the air. He collapses, blood gushing from his face as he utters a choked gah. That idiot! He fell for such an obvious feint, the attacker scoffs, preparing another strike. Can you block this? A barrage of red, blade-like projectiles hurtles towards him. The red projectiles streak forward, closing in fast. He throws his arm up, bracing for the onslaught. The projectiles slam into the bar, shattering glass and sending debris flying. He skids across the floor, narrowly avoiding the full force of the attack. Come at me, fucker, he yells, extending a hand as if to beckon his opponent forward. A blade of pure energy hurtles toward him, leaving the challenger with a look of utter shock. The energy blade descends, poised to strike. The challenger unleashes a flurry of attacks, his sword a blur of motion. He's just a newbie who's caught a few monsters, the observer sneers, watching the fight unfold. I bet he's never actually killed a person. The voice of experience warns that overconfidence leads to a fatal lapse in defense. That single instant spells defeat, as a blade finds its mark. Triumphantly, he laughs. Ha ha ha. Do you get it now? This is the difference between you and us. His cruel smile widens, the red background emphasizing his malice. We were never planning to stop halfway. His taunt rings out, cutting off abruptly, you cocky. The sound of a powerful strike rings out, cutting off his words. His boast is cut short by a cough. A cough escapes him as a boot presses down on his chest. Another pained cough is forced out. He's sent flying back by a powerful blow. His face contorted in pain and fury, he grits his teeth. He lies prone on the ground, groaning in pain as someone steps over him. Despite the blood trickling down his face, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. A wave of confusion washes over him as he wonders, what just happened? His opponent dismisses him, thinking, he's just a rookie. A voice echoes in disbelief, questioning, but he wiped us, the Gangnam Trio, out? The fallen fighter lies defeated, bloodied, and unmoving. Cook, he gasps, a surge of red energy emanating from his outstretched hand. Despite his defeat, a surge of red energy erupts from him as he utters, and no. That's not possible. Even in defeat, he defiantly declares, it's not over yet. Even as he's struck by multiple energy beams, a narration begins, during Spectre's generation. The narration continues, revealing, the reason why I could wipe out so many fiends was because of an ability I had that could red their breath. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts from him, his sword glowing with a brilliant light. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, each movement a flash of blue energy. His strikes continue, the blue energy intensifying with each swing. The barrage of blue energy continues, but his opponent remains standing, seemingly unfazed. He is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. He's caught, a hand gripping his throat. Control your breathing, his opponent snarls. Is so obvious, the voice echoes, as a flurry of attacks rain down. A blinding light erupts as the attacks connect. The attacks strike true, the scene awash in streaks of red. Struck, he manages a strangled goo. As blood splatters across his face. A strangled scream rips from his throat as the attacker stands, seemingly unfazed by the brutal exchange. A wall of dark red descends, obscuring everything. The attacker stands over his fallen opponent, who lies bloodied and motionless. An ominous silence hangs in the air. Standing over his defeated foe, the attacker asks, I won't see you around, right? The camera focuses on the fallen opponent, blood splattered on his dark clothing. Lying on the ground, the defeated opponent can only manage a stunned of. He manages to utter, his voice strained. Of course. He replies, looking down at his defeated opponent. We won't even look at your shadow for as long as we live. She stutters from the ground. Silence hangs in the air as he stares ahead. He1, the words burst forth, breaking the silence. Bloodied and bruised, he stares off into the distance, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The crowd erupts, stunned by his victory. The newbie won against 3 players in their 5th year, one shouts. That's amazing, another exclaims. The call goes out, contact the reporters. The crowds roar crescendos, chanting, Seo Junho. The crowds roar crescendos, chanting, Seo Junho. As the crowd cheers Seo Junho's name, a stark realization dawns, the world has become strange. The crowd's chanting intensifies, Seo Junho. He stands, splattered with blood, as the arena roars. A chilling thought crosses his mind, they're acting like players in a game. It's not just them, he realizes, another chilling thought surfacing. The chilling realization continues, those who kill for their own selfish desires, and those who cheer for the winner rather than taking care of the injured. The teleportation point is ready, a voice announces, cutting through his thoughts. As the teleportation point activates, a stark declaration appears, there's only 3 ways to survive in a world like this. As he stands on the teleportation platform, 2 options appear, go crazy with them, suppress your emotions. He stands bathed in the teleportation light, the options presented hanging heavy in the air. Or always be in distress. The second option hangs ominously in the air. The teleportation light flares, and he vanishes. He mutters as the light intensifies around him. His expression hardens as the teleportation completes. The landscape shifts to a sky painted with fiery hues as he thinks, I miss my friends. The city sprawls before him, bathed in the eerie glow of the sunset. A photo shatters, blood splattering across the glass. A speech bubble appears over the broken photo. Inside a moving car, a man watches a video. This is a video that was taken from the black market a few minutes ago. He was able to defeat 3 players that were over level 20 with his overwhelming skill. He then admits, he far exceeds my personal expectations, but the man in the car awaits a response. What are your thoughts, princess? A small bite is taken from a popsicle. She muses, the princess still considering the question. A slight smile plays on her lips as she asks, what did you say his name was? She's, a voice calls out. His eyes narrow slightly as he stares forward, seemingly focused on something ahead. The question echoes in the air, why? The man's eyes widen in disbelief. Am I doing this with a girl, he thinks, clearly frustrated. Excuse me. How long are you going to take? People are waiting, a voice shouts impatiently. What? Wait. He thinks, confused by the crowd snapping photos. If it keeps going like this, I won't be able to go home until nighttime, he thinks, the flashing red lights adding to his stress. His eyes widen in disbelief as the situation escalates. A stark message appears, player Seo Junho? 2 figures in dark suits and sunglasses appear, their presence imposing. One of the suited men stands directly in front of a woman with orange hair. Tilting her sunglasses down, the woman asks, can we talk for a moment? Her smile seems unsettling. This is... He starts to say, his expression unreadable. His gaze falls on the bright orange hair. And a strong heat energy that I can feel just by being near, he realizes. There's only one person who fits this description, he concludes. A cascade of digital profiles appears, shimmering with light. The profiles narrow down to one, a member of the Big 6 guilds. The focus shifts to a woman surrounded by flames, the words Dakibi's princess emblazoned above her. The Dakibi princess stands amidst a blinding inferno. The name Gong Yuha appears, emblazoned in red against the bright light. Oh right, here's my card, Gong Yuha says, offering it forward. I'm not some weird person. A voice replies, I knew it. To be approached by Dakibi. He muses, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Is she scouting me? It feels good. The man in the suit asks, if it's all right with you, can we go to a nearby cafe to talk? She replies, sounds good. Let's go. I need to get out of here, he thinks, a small smile on his face as he escapes the crowd. Successful escape flashes across the scene. Return of the frozen player. He arrives at a building with Eden displayed above the entrance. Gosh, I'm sweaty, he thinks. He laments, I hate going out. I hate feeling hot, but I have to wear these too. Then, a question arises, don't you have fire abilities? That's the problem, she replies, leaning back. I like cold things. He remains silent, processing her unexpected answer. He presents her with an iced chocolate. It's an iced choco, princess. She smiles, accepting the drink. Meanwhile, a thought surfaces, is this normal-looking girl really the princess of Dakibi? Rumors say that even the fiends are afraid of her. He receives a mug from someone off-panel, simply saying, thanks. So? The voice trails off, an unspoken question hanging in the air. The question hangs in the air as she finally speaks, what does the Dakibi guild want with me? A stark question hangs in the air, do you want to join us? The sound of shattering echoes. He stares, seemingly unfazed, at the broken cup in his hand. You said that so casually, the woman remarks, sipping her drink. He explains that the vice master ordered him to scout her like this, because it takes too long to go through the process. He continues, stating that he was planning to make the final decision after seeing her skills. A wide smile spreads across her face as she gives a thumbs up. And you pass. He pauses, holding his mug, and asks, in what sense? He then continues, first, your achievements. They're more than enough for us to come meet you personally. Above him, a title appears, the so-called Super Rookie. Taking a sip from his mug, he confidently states, true, there's no one at my level that's close to what I have. It's then added, you also score high in terms of combat sense and future potential. So you've already heard about what happened at the market, she says, stirring her drink. Then, with a slight smile, she adds, I enjoyed it. You're good at fighting. And there was one last thing I wanted to confirm. She begins, before asking if his main skill is really only D-rank weapon proficiency. Yes, that's right, he replies, adding, on my fake profile, that is. She muses, clearly considering his words about the fake profile. A sly smile creeps across her face as she declares, if that's the case, I want you even more. He counters with a simple, think about it. She presses the issue, pointing out, you only have one D-rank skill, yet you're already at this level in career. What would happen if you added more skills to your roster? The offer continues, if you join our guild, you'll have access to tons of great skill books. They add, not only that, our coordinators will write up a training course for you. He flips through the guild's brochure, his eyes widening. That's amazing. Not only do they have great benefits and resources, but their incentives and salary are higher than the association's. He continues to flip through the brochure, a realization dawning on him. That's why all the strong players left them. He muses, there's a reason why the guilds are doing so well. He continues to read, seemingly engrossed in the brochure. The brochure boasts, on top of that, we're one of the strongest guilds in the world. It also notes that more information is available on the second floor. A voice interjects, questioning, don't you think it would be better to come to us than to stay with the association? The guild member presses for an answer, asking pointedly, well? A pregnant pause hangs in the air as he considers the offer. A confident smile plays on her lips as she states, there's no way he'd refuse. We're Dakibi. The woman declares, and I came here to meet him as a team leader. The man's unexpected response cuts through her confidence, I respectfully decline. He then adds, yeah. You can speak casually from N. The woman slams her hands on the table, sending a cup flying. What? She shouts, while, below, the man wonders, why? As the woman explodes in anger, a thought surfaces, if I join Dakibi, I'll be able to accumulate honor and riches. But a stark realization dawns, nothing in the world is free. Joining Dakibi means their orders will be absolute, and she'll have to carry out all their missions. It could be good for me right now, she thinks, but a darker thought follows, but one day, I'll be chained down. She presses the issue, asking, did you not understand what I said? Then, she states plainly, I know that the Dakibi Guild has given me a great offer. He cuts her off, his expression unreadable. And? Have you? He begins, leaving the question hanging. She counters his question with one of her own, heard of the saying, the snake's head is better than the dragon's tail? Then, she affirms, I understand. She continues, elaborating on her earlier point. The snake's head is better than the dragon's tail. He's smarter than I thought. Even if he joined Dakibi now, she muses, it would take time to climb the ranks. Her gaze sharp, she considers the implications. After all, a place where only the elite of elites gather will have a fierce competition. The woman presses him. Are you really not joining us? But he simply replies, I'm sorry. Well, there's nothing I can do, he says, seemingly resigned to his decision. It's not like I can force you to join, she concedes, accepting his decision. She offers some final words of caution. And just some personal advice. You should be careful in the future. Are you taking revenge? She asks, her face etched with disbelief. Unbelievable. No, we're not that petty, comes the immediate, vehement denial. The figure stands silhouetted against the city skyline, delivering grim news. The fiends are a lot more active lately, on the first floor as well. The cloaked figure's single, glowing red eye pierces the darkness, a stark warning against the encroaching chaos. Are you saying that they're planning something? He asks, concern etched on his face. Most likely, she replies, adding, the association probably doesn't know yet, which is why I'm telling you. He warns, if you run into them without knowing and get attacked, I'll be disappointed. Thank you, she says, a sly smile playing on her lips. I'll see you again sometime, she says, her words carrying a hint of unspoken intent. Her hand waves goodbye, the sound of her departure echoing in the air. Mr. Snakehead, he repeats to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Snakehead? The fiends have started moving again, a voice questions, hinting at a looming threat. Relaxing on the couch, he muses, Dakibi has no reason to lie to me like that. It's probably true. He slumps forward, face down on the desk. I knew that their information. He mutters, the unfinished sentence hanging in the air. He sits back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. Their information was greater than ours, but not to this extent. He murmurs, considering the implications. The man questions his decision. By the way, won't you regret declining their offer? Gong Yua went out of her way to meet you too. Relaxing back on the couch, he responds, not really. Sure, I can get honor and money if I join them, but I don't really have an interest in those things. The man across from him looks dejected, prompting the protagonist to ask, why the long face? Do you want me to go? He quickly interjects, it's not that. He continues, admitting, I just thought that they would be more helpful to you. He reassures them, stating firmly, the guilds are strict. You and the association let me do whatever I want, so don't worry about it. His hands clasped in front of his mouth, he utters a name with a tone of shock, Junho. The man across from him beams, offering, all right. Let's renew your contract in the morning. I'll also let you move to a whole floor. Come here. The protagonist, though grateful, questions, right now? I'm grateful, but is that really okay? He responds confidently, of course. You're someone who's wanted by the Big Six. Our budget isn't small. He extends the contract toward the protagonist. The protagonist leans over the contract, pen in hand. And as for information gathering, let's try to start closing the gap. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he considers the offer. As he fills out the contract, he thinks, I'm grateful. He pauses, pen in hand. Which floor should I go to, he wonders. Oh, the 77th floor, a voice replies. He then says, okay. I'll start packing then. Oh yeah, he says, a flicker of realization crossing his face. An order comes through, schedule the Eastern Seagate conquest for a week from now. Someone questions the delay, asking, a week? That long? Another voice urgently asks if they are going after the fiends. He raises a hand, a knowing smile playing on his lips. That's right. After I set the bait, I'll have to wait. He smirks, confident in his strategy. That's how you catch a big fish. Seo Junho will attempt the Eastern Seagate. The speaker emphasizes, this is an unprecedented event. Should Seo Junho succeed at the Eastern Seagate, Korea will become the first safe zone in the world without any uncleared gates. The Korean Player Association confirms they renewed their. The Korean Player Association announces that they renewed their contract with player Seo Junho, thus solidifying their partnership. It's revealed that player Seo Junho refused an offer from the Dakibi Guild, choosing to remain at the association. The question then arises, what is the success rate of the Eastern Seagate's conquest? It seems the association's super rookie has declared he will challenge the Eastern Seagate. The pressure mounts as the world watches, trying to calculate the odds of success. How likely? The question hangs heavy in the air. In the cavernous depths, a figure stands silhouetted against the gloom, a skull-like tattoo emblazoned on his arm. He sits, slumped on the cavern floor. He tumbles forward, losing his footing on the uneven ground. He continues to fall. He finally regains his footing, standing at the edge of a precipice overlooking a vast, ethereal landscape. A disembodied voice echoes, beckoning him forward, come. A figure emerges from the shadows, a question hanging in the air, you called for me? The figure solidifies, a red glow emanating from its form. A sudden, sharp impact echoes. This man, a voice wonders. The screen displays the named player Seo Junho, along with Eastern Seagate. The screen highlights Seo Junho, revealing a critical detail, he's the one who has the Tempest. They said that it was in Tushar Vishy's inventory. A voice reveals, continuing, of course, he hid it from the public. The voice continues, revealing, he's the one who found evidence that Tushar Vishy was offed by a fiend. The voice concludes. A new voice chimes in, stating, he'll be wary of us. A voice wonders aloud, shall I go down to the first floor? Another responds, we don't have proof yet, and it's not worth the risk of running into the association. Especially at a time like this. That's right, a voice confirms, before asking, is there anyone left that we can use? If we're talking about the first floor, one voice suggests, how about the Shadow Brothers we were planning to use at the Las Vegas auction? They are described as going mad for power. Among the available options, the Shadow Brothers are considered especially excellent. The order is given, then send them to the Eastern Sea Gate this time. He continues, coldly stating, it doesn't matter whether they kill Seo Junho or bring him back alive. A dark aura emanates from the speaker, his gaze intense. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. The world dissolves into a chaotic swirl of white. The blinding light fades, revealing a landscape of towering, mist-shrouded peaks. A piercing gaze cuts through the light, the figure's thoughts hanging in the air. The figure's eyes widen in dread. Shit! It's Sword Saint. A voice booms out, commanding, get ready to move. A blinding light erupts as someone calls out, Roger. A hand grips a skull-handled blade, ready to strike. Before him stands Sword Saint Kim Woojung of the Nine Heavens. The wielder of the skull-handled blade admits, even as an archer, I don't have the reach. His eyes glowing red with fury, the Sword Saint thinks, if it weren't for him, I would have retrieved the Tempest. He then realizes, he's mocking me. He exhales, the sound of his breath heavy in the air. The Sword Saint mutters, Seo Junho. His anger is palpable. The red-haired man declares, Cal Siner. Cal Siner continues, we'll watch till your luck runs out. Did he take the bait, he wonders, sweat beading on his brow? Lying back, he muses, those Americans, the Shadow Brothers. They're joining the raid as medics. That's totally suspicious, he concludes, his suspicions now confirmed. He decides, well, I can just ask Secretary Cha to look into them. Now. He says, pausing to take a deep breath. His eyes widen, a surge of power emanating from him. Purple energy explodes around him, surging upwards. The purple energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of power. The vortex intensifies, crackling with raw power. He declares his intention, I'll spread the energy across the ground to train my magic. Acknowledging the danger, he recalls, it's a bit dangerous, but the method that Skaya taught me yields the best results. A surge of energy emanates from him, swirling with visible power. Power visibly erupts, swirling around him as he prepares to unleash Skaya's technique. His hand rests on the swirling energy, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It's like it's saying hi. His eyes narrow as he realizes, I won't be able to avoid using Watchguard of Darknesses at the Eastern Sea Gate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he mutters, I won't be able to avoid using Watchguard of Darknesses at the Eastern Sea Gate. Looming in the distance is the Eastern Sea Gate, an island of the Forgotten Dragon. It seems the boss monster will likely be some kind of dragon. The Eastern Sea Gate looms, an island of the Forgotten Dragon. It seems the boss monster will likely be some kind of dragon. A stark reminder, dragons are powerful, higher-class monsters. The system's clear condition echoes in his mind, rout the nameless dragon. It's a boss monster that beginners can't even touch. He raises his sword, facing the dragon in the sky. I've tried fighting them a few times in the past, but they're a bad match for me because I don't have any flying abilities. He considers his options, realizing, I'll either have to grab on and fight on top of it, or drag it down to the ground. He considers his options for defeating the dragon. He pauses, a blue screen materializing before him. He wonders, a new option presenting itself. His phone buzzes with a message from Secretary Cha, information on the Shadow Brothers, as you requested. A zipped file is attached. She's fast. He thinks. The screen displays information about their opponents, the Shadow Brothers, Vincent and Edvar. They're a two-player team from America. The screen reveals more about the Shadow Brothers. They specialize in escorting VIPs and have completed over 200 successful missions. Furthermore, both brothers awakened the Shadow skill. Before the match, the Shadow Brothers were asked, "Why are you going to the Eastern Sea Gate?" The Shadow Brothers respond, "We felt Seo Junho's overflowing determination." "Are you saying it's a guaranteed victory?" someone asks. The response comes, "Haha. Let's just call it admiration." He continues, "He's a player that keeps achieving the impossible." The offer comes, "We would be honored to help him clear the final uncleared gate in Korea." A sly smile plays on his lips as he considers the offer. "Will I?" He muses, the question hanging in the air. "Be able to use this," he finishes, a phone clutched in his hand. The sky above is filled with birds as he considers the possibilities. Rustling sounds emanate from a nearby dumpster, where an advertisement for Ilsen beach diving lies discarded amongst the trash. A sharp thwack echoes as the camera pans up to barbed wire against a pale blue sky. The camera focuses on a restricted area sign hanging on a gate, warning of danger. The sky looms above the Eastern Sea Gate on the day of the raid. The Eastern Sea churns, energy gathering beneath the surface. Above the silhouetted figures, the energy coalesces into a blinding light. The national ones are a given, but even the foreign reporters are all over the place, someone observes. The speaker concludes, "That just shows how interested everyone is in this raid." "Aren't you nervous, Junho?" someone asks. He responds, "I'm very nervous." Another voice retorts, Yeah, you're not." "You're nervous," someone exclaims, clearly not believing Junho's earlier statement. Junho stares at his phone, remarking that this crappy game puts you on the edge of your seat. Someone off-panel then asks, "I told you to get a new phone. Why are you still using it? Just how old is it? Anyways." The conversation abruptly shifts. The tone shifts abruptly as someone shouts, "Why are you letting yourself get distracted? This is a gate with over 500 onlookers." "I'm not distracted or nervous," he retorts, but the words themselves suggest otherwise. "I defeated the Frost Queen. Why should I be nervous about a nameless dragon that doesn't even have a proper name?" he boasts, but a somber voice interjects, "Yeah, but you're not going in alone." The Shadow Brothers, the text declares, introducing a new element into the equation. With a sharp squeal of tires, the car comes to a halt. The fact that there are no other participants means they're probably working with the fiends, one of them states. The other adds, "They're strong. I feel nervous about the fact that they'll be the ones watching your back." "Well, we don't have definitive proof, but that's what I sense." He thinks, his unease growing. "I want to call the raid off. That's how uneasy I am." Despite his growing unease, he reassures them, "Don't worry too much. Even if they attack me, I'll be fine." He clenches his gloved fist, a silent promise of strength despite his inner turmoil. He's got a plan. "Sir Junho," someone calls out, the use of the English honorific adding a layer of casual disrespect. An outstretched hand reaches toward Junho. "We're fans of yours," the voice declares. "We heard you cleared 2 uncleared gates," the man states, the sound of cameras flashing nearby. With such a frail-looking body, the man wonders aloud. "That's amazing." He smirks, replying, "No big deal." An exclamation appears above him, but below, the crowd reacts with surprise. "Wow, what courtesy! I didn't expect you to speak English with us." He responds, "I have a friend from England." He explains that Vita's interpretation feature has a slight delay, so he was worried. "Well, it should be fine," he adds. The group faces Korea's final uncleared gate. They affirm, "We know how much it means, and will put our all into it." With unwavering resolve, he states, "Don't worry." He follows up with, "I came prepared to do anything." The reporter announces that the players, though from different countries, are exchanging friendly greetings. Inside the car, a man remains silent. The stakes are raised. If they succeed, Korea will become the most secure safe zone in the world. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. A question hangs in the air. When do you think players are most nervous when challenging a gate? The answer to the previous question appears, when they enter. They don't know. A voice declares, as three figures stand before a blinding, light-filled gate. What conditions or monsters await them? So, the unknown looms. Their senses are heightened as they enter the gate. But there's a risk that comes with this. Because they're so focused on the battle ahead, they react slower to attacks from behind them. A sudden realization hits, it's a chink in the armor. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to strike. The man on the left watches with a stern expression as his companion prepares to attack. Edvar, he questions, his expression shifting to one of concern. His eyes widen, and he calls out, "Wait, Vincent. Is that really a chink?" He wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright light, surrounded by swirling blue energy. The figure remains obscured, only his profile visible against the swirling blue light. His expression shifts to one of clear consternation as he is revealed. The blue light intensifies, surrounding the group. The light continues to intensify, now a blinding white. Damn it! I missed a good chance, he curses, frustration etched on his face. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the blinding light, filled with disbelief. Is that an island? The voice questions, the reality of their location beginning to dawn. An island paradise emerges from the haze, a flock of birds circling above its lush greenery. The island grows larger, the promise of land a welcome sight after their ordeal. We failed this time, one of them admits. Let's create another chance later. They reach the sandy shore, the wind whipping around them. It's quite breezy, isn't it? One of them remarks, while another observes, I didn't think there would be such a place inside a gate. Looking around the landscape, one of them asks, where's the nameless dragon or whatever? I don't see any monsters around, one of them observes, a note of unease creeping into their voice. Jun-ho. Do you see anything? One of them calls out, but only silence answers. Something's off, he mutters, his expression grim. The gate master, he realizes, doesn't even have a proper form. The title of the next chapter appears. But this feeling. The text reads, as a strange, red energy emanates. The red energy intensifies as a realization dawns, is that of a one-star gate. The group stands amidst the swirling energy as the gate manifests before them. The gate shimmers into existence, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The armored figure moves forward, a slight breeze rustling his hair as he steps toward the gate. His gaze is fixed, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. He pauses, a single word escaping his lips, what? His hand rises to shield his eyes from something unseen. A monstrous form looms, its jaws wide and teeth bared, accompanied by a chilling sound. A blinding light erupts, and the air crackles with energy. The monstrous form shifts, revealing glowing symbols etched upon its scales. The dragon's eyes glow with an intense, fiery light. A surge of power emanates from the dragon's chest. The dragon unleashes a devastating roar. A voice trails off, as the dragon's full form becomes visible. Is that the nameless dragon? One of the figures asks, looking up at the imposing form. One of the men utters in disbelief, what size? While another states, we've confirmed the location. The man asks, how do we hunt it, before calling out, Seo Jun. Seo Jun gazes out across a vast, desolate landscape. That bastard, a woman shouts, her face contorted in rage. The man with her demands, where did he go? No way. You can't even feel my presence, she begins, before abruptly trailing off with a gasp. Her boast abruptly cuts off as an enormous shadow looms over them both. The sky cracks open with blinding light, as something immense descends upon them. A colossal dragon descends, its glowing eyes piercing the storm. Before them, a system message appears, the forgotten dragon has appeared. The forgotten dragon materializes amidst a blinding storm. Lightning flashes and the air crackles with energy as the forgotten dragon descends. An explosion erupts as the forgotten dragon's power intensifies. The man watches from behind cover as lightning strikes the earth. Emerging from the shadows, he demands, "All right, now tell me." He presses his hand against the rough bark of a tree, questioning, "You're working with the fiends, aren't you?" Suddenly, two massive energy blasts erupt, one aimed directly at his feet. "Shit," he curses, realizing the gravity of the situation. Immediately, shadow soldiers materialize around him, their forms wreathed in eerie green flames. The shadow soldiers attack, their sides glowing ominously amidst the green flames. A sight descends, wreathed in eerie green flames. "Vincent," she screams, her face contorted in fury. A determined voice calls out, "I'll distract the dragon, so go find Seo Junho." He shouts, demanding, "Are you okay on your own? Who do you think I am? Bring him to me once you find him." "All right, Hyung asterisk," he responds, accepting the mission. With a determined gait, he sprints forward to complete his mission. Suddenly, a massive dragon appears, its scales shimmering with power. "Over here, you worm," he shouts, his voice echoing with challenge as he faces the dragon. A green energy descends, enveloping the area around the dragon. The figure is kneeling, his head bowed. His foot slams into the ground, sending a spray of water outwards. "Damn it! When's the last time we've messed up this badly?" he exclaims, clearly frustrated with their current predicament. His brow furrows with concern. "If this turns out like the Las Vegas auction," he mutters, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. His expression hardens, a grim realization washing over him. The words echo ominously, "We're done for." His eyes widen in shock. His eyes widen further, the shock intensifying. The source of his shock becomes clear, a towering figure looms in the forest, its form obscured by shadow. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he observes, he's just a novice who can't even hide his aura. From behind the thicket, a figure calls out, "Hey, are you there?" Hyung's fending it off, a voice declares, hinting at a hidden struggle. A desperate plea rings out, "Hyung's fending it off right now. We need your help." "So?" A voice echoes in the dim forest. The voice continues, a clear threat laced within its words, "Don't make things difficult and just come with me." The threat is immediately followed by action. He lunges forward, a red energy blade slicing through the air. The attack is met with a stunned expression. A slicing sound echoes through the forest. The blade slices through the foliage. "This is," he questions, seemingly surprised by what he's cut through. "The trees and plants make the area dark and shaded," a narration explains, highlighting the dense, obscuring forest. "This should be my shadow skill's home turf." He realizes, understanding why the area felt so familiar. But something's amiss. The rustling sound of the leaves suggests he's not alone. What's this ominous feeling, he wonders, as the sky darkens above him. Drawing his blade, he prepares for a fight in the darkened forest. What's going on? The question hangs in the air amidst the dark, looming trees. A figure emerges from the shadows, a blade glinting in his hand. His magic aura was really strong, the text reveals. But now it's completely disappeared, a voice observes, the speaker's confusion palpable in the dark forest. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow, his expression a mix of unease and apprehension in the dimly lit forest. "So you really were fiends," he states, his gaze hardening. "What a shame." A whoosh cuts through the air, followed by a startled exclamation. His eyes widen in shock as something hurtles towards him. When did he thinks, as the figure sprints towards him. "Seo Junho? What do you mean by that?" he asks, confused by the sudden change in topic. The figure responds, "HM? I said it in English, so you should know." He then accuses, "You're fiends. Stop trying to pretend otherwise." The figure scoffs, questioning, "Goodness. Are you making false accusations because you're mad that I attacked you?" He then retorts, "You betrayed us first, so it only makes sense." He smirks, retorting, "That's a good lie, I'll give you that." The figure continues, "But shouldn't you hide those red eyes of yours?" He presses the point, adding, "But shouldn't you hide those red eyes of yours first?" The words "those scarlet eyes of the fiends" appear below. He recoils, a look of shock on his face. Did I lose control of it, he wonders. He covers his mouth, eyes wide with dawning realization. It's because no one has ever suspected me of being a fiend that I. A thought bubble appears, revealing his inner turmoil. What? Can't control them or something? His hand still covering his face, he wonders internally, what? Can't control them or something? Facing his opponent, he taunts, "Did you think I'd get all scared and run away if I got found out?" His hand descends to grip the hilt of his sword. That would be a cowardly way to lose. He stands firm, surrounded by ominous green energy. The sword is drawn, ready to strike. Ominous green energy swirls around him, a stark contrast to the red glow rising from below. Demon clans rarely appear in gates. But should they be killed, and their blood consumed, one becomes a fiend. The text reveals the price of power, in exchange for numbing your emotions and giving you a violent nature. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. The text continues, revealing the full cost: it gives you power beyond imagination. It gives you the ability to use magi, the text proclaims. A dark thought bubble reveals his inner feelings. It feels inexplicably exhilarating every time I use magi. The dark energy surges, crackling with raw power as he begins to wield the forbidden magi. The forest air crackles with dark energy as he declares, "Let's see. Let's get rid of those useless legs of yours first." The dark energy manifests as sharp projectiles, aimed directly at his legs. The projectiles streak toward him, a malevolent green energy trailing behind. The projectiles close in, poised to strike. The projectiles slam into him, a wave of force radiating outwards. Despite the impact, he remains standing, his expression unchanged. His eyes narrow, peering through the bars. A dark aura envelopes the area, the words "night walking" appearing within its depths. The dark aura intensifies, engulfing the area with a blinding light. The blinding light explodes outwards, a chaotic mix of dark aura and vibrant energy. The explosion fades, leaving only white. The light subsides, revealing a man's shocked expression. He exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looks around the forest, now eerily silent. "Where did you go?" he shouts, his voice echoing through the trees. Dark energy swirls around him, obscuring the forest. Where did his opponent disappear to? "In the beginning, all I could do was hide my presence for a bit," a voice reveals, explaining his sudden disappearance. His red eyes widen in disbelief. "You," he exclaims, clearly shocked by the sudden reappearance. He lunges forward, a green aura enveloping him as he attacks. The attack connects, shattering the ground. He stares up, seemingly caught in the blast of the attack. He's caught in the blast, but a voice declares, "But as I got used to it, I could start working on other things." He's still caught in the attack, but now he can sense and sound. He can now smell and sense the magic aura. Trapped within the magical aura, he wonders, what do you think would be next? A massive dragon appears within the magical aura. Damn it! It won't even fly below the clouds, he curses, realizing the dragon is staying high above. He moves through the forest, the sound of rustling leaves accompanying his steps. He shouts, "Edver," as he pushes through the dense foliage. He spots Vincent and calls out, "Vincent, why are you alone? Where's Seo Junho?" But then he pauses, realizing, that's something's weird about him. His eyes widen with realization as he exclaims, "He knew we were fiends, and even though I used magi, I couldn't find him." His face contorted in fury, he roars, "That bastard, he was hiding his true strength." "Wait. Then how did you get away?" one of them asks, suspicion evident in his gaze. Another wonders, if he's really that strong, how did he miss you? "No. What I felt was definitely." He exclaims, his words hanging in the air. Cutting him off, another voice interjects, "You idiot. You fell for his bluffs." Another wonders aloud, why would he give up the chance to take us out while we're separated? "Whatever. We already missed him," one of them concedes. Urgently, another voice demands, "Forget about him and help me. I need someone to attack the nameless dragon while I get its attention," he urgently instructs. A dragon looms in the distance. "What, is it really that strong?" one voice wonders, followed by another's frustrated explanation. "Not only is it strong, it's hella annoying to deal with because ground attacks are useless." A vital piece of information is revealed: dragons have a weak spot called the reverse scale. The reason for the name is revealed: it's called that because it faces the opposite way compared to the other scales. Having learned the dragon's weakness, he declares, "Okay, then I'll use the shadow movement technique to get up there." The dragon seems to sense the impending attack, a visible exclamation mark appearing above its head. The dragon unleashes a concentrated blast of energy from its maw. "Dodge," he yells, his face contorted in a desperate plea. The energy blast rips through the air, an unstoppable wave of destruction. The hero is sent flying backwards by the blast, while his companion manages to narrowly evade the attack. The companion is engulfed in the blast, the force of the attack threatening to overwhelm them. "Gah!" he cries out, blood splattered across his face as the blast hits him head-on. The force of the blast throws him back, blood spraying. "Damn it! I took damage as my shadow soldiers were forcibly expelled," he shouts, Hyung. His face contorted in a mix of pain and desperation. Despite the blood and visible injuries, he grits his teeth, forcing himself to speak. "Forget about me, focus on our goal." He extends his arm, unleashing a torrent of green energy. His eyes glow with power as the torrent of green energy surges forth. The green energy surges forward with incredible speed. The green energy rips through the air, the force of it creating a visible shockwave. It slices through the air, on a direct collision course. The dragon's jaws open wide as the green energy hurtles towards it. The green energy explodes upon impact, engulfing the dragon's head. The green energy continues its violent trajectory. The dragon roars, the green energy still coursing around its head. The dragon remains unharmed, still soaring above. "TCH, I missed," he mutters, the green energy dissipating around him. Still, it's flying lower now. Shadow movement technique. The words appear as the dragon descends further. The shadow dragon's descent creates a series of impacts. He strikes the dragon. His red eyes glow with intensity. Was it somewhere higher, the dragon wonders, now amidst the clouds? Looking up, he sees the massive dragon looming above him. "I found it," the dragon exclaims, his voice booming with triumph. A powerful strike lands, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. The force of the blow shatters the surroundings. The hero is sent flying back, crashing against the scales of the massive creature. His hands desperately grip the creature's scales as he slides down, the tearing sound echoing. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. He manages to slow his descent, a triumphant "I did it," escaping his lips. But then, a blinding light erupts, and he can only manage a confused, "Huh?" The light fades, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Huh," he repeats, confusion evident. But then, a realization dawns on him. "In no way, is this." He utters, a mixture of disbelief and wonder in his voice. A sinister smile spreads across his face, red eyes gleaming in the electric light. Massive, glowing symbols materialize in the sky, crackling with electric energy. "Vincent," the shout echoes, the ground below crackling with energy. High in the branches of a dense forest, Vincent hides, obscured by the thick foliage. A bead of sweat trickles down Vincent's face. "Those idiots," Vincent mutters under his breath. Lightning crackles around a figure, obscured by the blinding light. The lightning strikes, and he cries out, "What?" His shadow shifts, revealing glowing green eyes. He cries out in pain, "Gah!" He's struck down, blood splattering as someone cries out, "Vincent!" The voice cries out, "Hyung, we're..." The injured man is told, "We're fucked." But another voice demands, "What are you talking about?" A blinding flash erupts. The blue dragon roars, its form crackling with energy. The dragon claws forward with incredible speed. Blasts of energy erupt as the dragon's attack hits its mark. Of course it'll react like that if you attack the reverse scale, he observes, his expression remaining calm despite the dragon's furious assault. Those who've never experienced it wouldn't understand, he states, his words hinting at a deeper knowledge. Though the reverse scale is its weak point. The text explains, if you bother anything near it, the dragon will sense danger and get even more violent. The dragon's eyes glow red with fury. If it's that enraged, that item might not be enough, a voice declares, hinting at the dire situation. A massive explosion throws both figures back, the force of the blast undeniable. Gripping a glowing artifact, he wonders aloud, so, shall I use it this time? A deafening roar rips through the air. He aims his glowing arrow, frustration etched on his face. Don't just die, you fiend bastards. Buy me some time. With a smirk, he declares, I'll just wait here comfortably. A resounding crash echoes as the attack lands. Damn it, Hyung, he shouts as a blue energy attack slams into him. Don't tell me you're serious, he exclaims, the impact of the blow still resonating. You'll break my focus, he yells, struggling against the onslaught. When will it stop, he wonders, the relentless assault continuing without pause. The relentless barrage continues, an intense burst of energy filling the space. The barrage shows no sign of stopping. Is the nameless dragon's main attack limitless? His face bruised and battered, he gasps, realizing, I messed up. The relentless barrage continues, each strike a visible blow. The dragon's relentless assault continues, overwhelming him. The dragon roars in pain as the strikes land. The dragon's attack lands with a resounding of. The dragon is now a mere silhouette in the sky. Was that? One of the observers begins to ask. Seo Junho, the observer finishes, disbelief coloring their voice. Both men are breathing heavily, sweat and blood streaking their faces. Fists clenching, one of the men thinks, that's right. It'll be harder for him if we die. A grim expression settles on his face as he realizes, in the end, all three of us will have to work together. He explains that the dragon will focus on the attacker. Let's take that chance to withdraw, he urges. It's coming, a warning cry rings out as the dragon advances. Just a little more. A triumphant woohoo echoes through the air. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Look at those bastards go, he remarks, watching them flee. They're just running now instead of trying to counterattack, he observes. You're trying to force its attention to me, aren't you, he questions. Sorry, but that bright oasis you're seeing. He begins, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Is just a mirage, he finishes, drawing back his bowstring with deadly precision. The arrow flies, a streak of dark energy against the clouded sky. He watches intently as the arrow hurtles towards its target, his expression unreadable. He pulls back another arrow, the dark energy crackling around him. The air crackles as he releases the arrow, a blinding light erupting from its path. The arrow streaks forward, a trail of dark energy cutting through the air. His gaze sharpens as the arrow hurtles towards its target, crackling with dark energy. The arrow flies, leaving trails of energy in its wake. The arrow continues its rapid, energy-streaked flight. The arrow strikes true, and a voice declares, that's a wrap. With the target down, he asks, shall I go after the hunting dogs now? Stumbling, he braces himself. Shall I go after the hunting dogs now, he repeats, his voice strained. A simmering rage begins to boil within him. Seo Junho, that bastard. His face contorts in fury, sweat beading on his brow. Seo Junho, that bastard. He grits out, his rage barely contained. The attacks suddenly cease, leaving him bewildered. Why did he stop attacking, he wonders aloud. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring everything. As the light fades, a voice commands, look at that. A sinister smile spreads across his face. You're supposed to be hunting, not playing some sort of shooting game, the voice booms across the desolate beach. The other hunter stands over him, his shadow looming large. You crazy, why are you here? One of the hunters shouts, sprawled on the beach. Another demands, weren't you supposed to support us from the back? The third hunter, facing away, replies, I did, though? A blinding light erupts, and a voice cries out, What? A surge of purple energy erupts from the hunter's hand. The hunter's energy strikes the dragon, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The purple energy tears into the dragon's hide, sending shards of scale and flesh flying. The dragon is barraged with the hunter's attacks, the onslaught continuing to tear into the creature. The hunter's relentless assault continues, the dragon's blood splattering as the attacks land. The hunter's attacks continue to land, further damaging the dragon. The hunter continues his relentless assault, the dragon reeling from the continued attacks. We couldn't even put a scratch on it. He did it this easily, one of the hunters exclaims, bewildered. Another adds, his main weapon was a sword before. They both wonder, what is this? A flurry of attacks rains down. Aren't you impressed? A voice booms. With a confident smirk, he declares, the Tempest really is an amazing bow. It has great synergy with my abilities too. Now I get why Calciner is so obsessed with it, he muses, gazing at the bow. Silence falls between them, the tension palpable. The man offers a compromise. Look, we helped you fight it. Let's talk it out. The man continues, attempting to defuse the situation. You know we're just some small fries. The man proposes a deal. We'll give you information about his whereabouts in exchange, so let us go. The man's offer is met with cold indifference. Fuck off, the protagonist says, his gaze unwavering. I'm not interested in negotiating with the likes of you. His eyes narrow as he draws his blade. They saw too much. I can't let them go. You think we'll die that easily? He roars, his eyes burning with defiance. He lunges forward, a blur of motion and steel. His gaze hardens, unwavering in his determination. Blades clash in a burst of light and speed. The fight intensifies, energy blades meeting with a searing flash. The energy blade cuts through the air, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. Staggering back, he gasps, ah! Blood trickles down his face as shock registers in his wide eyes. A furious roar rips through the air as he screams, Vincent! A sickening crack echoes in the darkness. You bastard, he yells, fury driving his attack. Eyes blazing with fury, he screams his defiance. Their fists collide with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The weapons shatter, the force of the impact undeniable. Above them, a dark blade descends. A stunned voice whispers, How? Blood trickles from his mouth as he whispers, Did. If an afterlife even exists, he manages to utter, blood staining his cheek. The voice booms, For insects like you, you should spend your whole life repenting. Darkness descends as the booming voice continues, For insects like you, you should spend your whole life repenting. How did this? A voice wonders from the darkness above. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Despite the blood trickling down his face, he smirks, uttering a single word, next. A pained groan escapes him. A groan of pain escapes him as he stands over his fallen foe. The immense dragon lies defeated, impaled with dark spikes. A lone figure stands in the distance, surveying the scene. With a final surge of power, he unleashes a volley of dark projectiles. Standing on the precipice, he prepares for what comes next. The monster emits a guttural growl as the projectiles strike. What's with that look? He asks, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, the word goodbye appears, ominously. A blinding flash erupts, engulfing everything in a surge of raw energy. The energy intensifies, now a deafening roar. The silhouette of a figure stands firm, sword planted in the ground. Below, a cloud of dust obscures what lies beneath. A close-up reveals a single, burning eye, blood streaking down the face. Below, more blood stains the ground. The dust swirls, obscuring the scene. Blood stains the ground, painting a grim picture of the battle's aftermath. The light shines down as a system message appears, You have defeated the Forgotten Dragon. The light shines down, announcing the victory. A system message confirms the achievement, You have defeated the Forgotten Dragon. the victory brings rewards. A system message appears, announcing, "You have received dragon bones, 20 kilograms, as a reward." Despite the victory and rewards, he states, "I'll check that later," seemingly uninterested in the spoils for now. Lying on the ground, bloodied, he thinks, "I finally get to try out that skill." The skill he obtained at the Curse of Dawn is about to be put to the test. The skill activates Confession of the Dead. The skill allows him to see the memories of dead lifeforms. With the skill activated, he prepares to delve into the memories of the dead, the word now. Hanging in the air. The skill activates, and a voice commands, "Confess." The skill takes hold, "You have recalled the memories of Vincent. He kneels, extending a hand towards the bloodied face of the man lying before him. The confession of the dead has begun. Pale light emanates from his outstretched hand, enveloping the fallen man's face. The light intensifies, and he murmurs, "Oh ho! It's like this?" The light expands, obscuring everything in a blinding white. The light coalesces into a screen before him. "It's like a movie," he remarks, noticing, "it has nice features too." He peers at the screen, muttering, "Let's see." The screen displays play buttons. He commands it, "Search. Show me the most recent memories." The screen blurs with light, displaying indecipherable characters. A piercing scream erupts as the memories flood back. A sudden realization hits him. "Why are you doing this to me?" he cries out, bloodied and desperate. A pained "ah" escapes him as blood splatters across his face. "I'll give you all the money I have," he pleads, desperate. "Just spare my Iman." A child's voice cries out, "Dad! Dad! Please, just spare him," he begs. But then, a desperate cry pierces the air, "Mom!" But a voice cuts through the chaos. "Stop!" The figure scoffs, looking down at the fallen form. "Tisk! I sent them off too easily." He initiates a search, commanding the system to show me anything related to the Fiend Association. A blinding light erupts as the system processes his command. The light fades, revealing Jim's cleaners. He reaches for the shutter door, pulling it open with a loud screech. The sounds of impact echo as he descends into the darkness. He plummets into the depths, landing squarely before a figure shrouded in shadow. Above, a figure stands ready, a cleaver glinting in the light. Below, a voice declares, "It's an order." The figure's single glowing eye pierces the gloom as he issues his command: "Join the Korean Association's rookie player at the Eastern Seagate." The woman protests, questioning the sudden change of plans. "What? We've been preparing for the Las Vegas auction." The figure responds, unmoved by her protest. "It doesn't matter if you tell me that. I'm just the messenger." This was the place where they received their orders. The scene shifts to Jim's cleaners. A voice reveals, "This is one of the places the Fiend Association goes to." Staring intently at the screen, he wonders aloud, "Is there anything else I can use?" Suddenly, he exclaims, "Who, their brothers?" Looking down at the fallen men, a voice declares, "I like the look in their eyes." A sinister smile creeps across his face as he declares, "I'll turn them into second-grade items." The figure raises his hand, declaring, "I shall give you power." As he promises power, a dark energy begins to swirl around him. A surge of energy courses through him, his eyes widening in shock. "Ugh," he grunts, stumbling forward, a blue energy crackling from his foot. A system message flashes: "The skill rank is too low. You could not recall the memory completely." Suddenly, a new system message appears: "The skill has deactivated for the safety of the user." He winces, hand flying to his head as the skill abruptly cuts off. Blood streaks his face, a testament to the failed memory recall. Struggling to piece together the fragmented memories, he wonders aloud, "That last scene. Who was that?" He wonders if the figure he saw was a fiend with a higher status than them. Frustration mounts as he realizes, "Damn it. If I want to get more information, I have to level up my skill first." "Oh, that's right," he suddenly recalls, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. The realization hits him: this skill isn't restricted to human targets. Impaled by dark spikes, the massive creature lies still. The dust settles. Approaching the fallen beast, he muses, a ridiculously powerful being that can't even compare to the Cinder Fox. It should have a proper name at this level, though. The beast lies defeated, blood splattered around it. A command flashes, "Show me." He extends his hand, a golden light emanating from his palm. What kind of being you were? The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light consumes everything, blinding the senses. This is, a voice wonders, as a new scene begins. It has been 5 years since a long war between the three nations ended, a voice states. Then, another voice asks, "Does your majesty hear the praise from the people about your peaceful reign?" "We know better than anyone," a voice interjects, before another voice states ominously, "that this war still isn't over." But the king's shadow looms large, as a voice reveals, "The Great Republic still pushes into our land from the north." A look of shock spreads across his face as he exclaims. Then a question arises, what does a peaceful reign matter? As the scene shifts, a voice whispers, "My body still." A voice booms, calling out, "Your Majesty." His bloodied hand trembles as he utters, "Biopsa." Suddenly, a voice demands, "Do you know the legend of the Shinryeon that defends the Great Republic?" "This is what I think," he declares, his bloodied hand gripping the edge of the platform. "If the Great Republic really does have such a dragon," he begins to say. He continues, declaring, "Then my people also need a Shinryeon to protect them." Gazing out over the Eastern Sea, he declares his final wish, "If I die, cremate me and scatter my ashes in the Eastern Sea." Looking out over the sea, he makes a bold declaration, "I shall become the guardian dragon of the nation." The pronouncement is met with cries of, "Your Majesty." The monk's face contorts in disbelief. "How could you reject samsara and your karma?" he cries out. A new thought surfaces, "I lived in luxury my whole life. At some point, I will fall and become a beast." The thought hangs in the air, "Is that not my destiny?" A lone bird soars over the water, seemingly free. "Ha," he mutters, staring at the massive, fallen beast before him. The realization dawns on him, the nameless dragon was a human? And if that dragon became the nation's guardian, what could that mean? The realization hits him hard, he was Manhwa of Silla. Then, a chilling thought, The system informs him, "You have witnessed a portion of history through the confession of the dead." Then, another notification, "Your skill proficiency has drastically increased." The fallen dragon lies impaled, its massive form still. The system then declares, "Killed an ancestor." The hero takes a step forward, his boots sinking slightly into the dusty ground. The system's declaration is followed by a new message, "This land is safe now." The hero kneels in silhouette, hands clasped. A new system message appears, "Rest well." The hero's form fades into the light. The light intensifies, revealing a field of shimmering scales. The light continues to intensify, obscuring everything in its path. The blinding light subsides, revealing a massive, serpentine form before the lone figure. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares up at the colossal beast. Blood trickles down his face, a testament to the battle's intensity. "You prayed." A luminous, serpentine figure materializes before him, shimmering against the sky. "For me." The luminous figure finishes, its serpentine form shimmering. "I, thank you." The luminous figure whispers, its form dissolving back into the sky. As the luminous figure fades, a system message appears, "You have cleared the hidden mission of the Forgotten Dragon's Island." Another system message appears, this time announcing, "You have received the item Flute of Tidal Breath. Another system message chimes, this time bestowing upon him the title Helper of Ascension. A system message appears against the backdrop of a clear, blue sky, "You have cleared the hidden quest of the Forgotten Dragon's Island." A holographic display shows the Flute of Tidal Breath, Great Unknown. He wonders aloud, it was a hidden quest? "Not only did I level up, it also gave me a unique item," he exclaims, a holographic display confirming the Flute of Tidal Breath is indeed a unique great item. The flute will grant one of three abilities, King's Army, King's Expanse, or King's Purity. But it will break after 3 uses, and he needs to be level 30 to even use it. I never thought I'd get something this good, he muses. Looking up at the sky, he reflects, it's not so bad to have made a mistake like this. With a hand to his head, he gazes out at the horizon. Standing on the horizon, he remains still. Return of the frozen player. A bright green light erupts. The EC gate has been cleared, the announcement declares to the crowd. Murmurs ripple through the audience. The crowd is told that Seo Junho emerged alone. So does that mean that the Shadow Brothers are dead? Someone asks, voicing a grim question. The question hangs heavy in the air, so does that mean that the Shadow Brothers are dead? Doubt lingers, one man stating, I don't believe it. The Shadow Brothers are dead. Another voice counters, a grim reminder, no matter how great your career is, death happens in an instant. They're no exception. Suddenly, a voice exclaims, oh, it's starting. The stage lights blaze as the announcement rings out, EC gate cleared. The crowd awaits, eager to hear from the one who cleared the C gate. Let's hear it from him. Cameras flash as the C gate clearer stands before the crowd. Before the eager crowd, he begins to explain, the reason I came out alone. The crowd listens intently as he begins to explain why he faced the C gate alone. Tears stream down his face as he begins to explain the true reason he faced the C gate alone. His voice cracks as he admits, "Is all my fault." A snapping sound cuts through the air. The sound of something snapping echoes. We got lost in a maze in the gate, one of them says, revealing, not only that, it was also far from the entrance. He continues, when I found my way out of the maze. The man reveals that the nameless dragon had already killed the Shadow Brothers in battle. He thinks to himself, if only I'd been able to come out a little faster. Against a starlit sky, he vows, I won't forget them. The image of the man flashes before a decaying hand. The Shadow Brothers. And their heroic sacrifice, the words echo in the darkness. The man clenches his fist, his face contorted in anger as he stares at the image. This lucky bastard, he growls. Signer Nim. A voice calls out. Another asks, what should we do about the Las Vegas auction? In a cavernous space, the man reveals, I was the one that made the choice to send the Shadow Brothers. A subordinate wonders if the watchdogs aren't supposed to be on the second floor. Another voice confirms that the superiors said it would be a waste if they stayed on the first. He thinks to himself, I have to prepare to make the first move. No matter what it takes. Push it off for now, he commands, his gaze fixed on the screen before him. A voice responds with a bewildered, pardon? But he considers the executives themselves, remembering the Fiend Association's singular focus. Did you forget? The Fiend Association only cares about the results. He insists that the auction mission has to succeed, warning, don't try to conceal our movements. He acknowledges the risks, stating, yeah, I'll probably get beaten up or something, but it's better than failing and having my head cut off. Then, he orders, send the watchdogs to the Las Vegas auction. His resolve hardened, he vows, no matter what it takes. He calls out, Secretary Cha. His expression remains unchanged as he calls out for Secretary Cha. Secretary Cha is summoned only to be met with a sharp question, why didn't you organize the personal commission requests this time? Secretary Cha responds, I did. Secretary Cha smiles, confirming, I did. The question hangs in the air, then these are all personal commission requests? The stacks of documents are indeed personal commission requests. Yes. It's the effect of clearing the Eastern Sea Gate. He waves a hand dismissively, stating, I said that I barely helped, though. The other person responds, the reports say that. She smiles, adding, but for players, luck is also a skill. And he begins, a slight furrow in his brow suggesting he's about to elaborate further. Before he can finish, she exclaims, I knew it. We should get your hair done. He looks off to the side, a large question mark floating in the darkness behind him. He questions if getting his hair done is really necessary, stating he's not a celebrity or anything. She immediately retorts, yes. Your hair looked especially messy in the press conference photos. She taps his watch, a clear signal that time is of the essence. Now, a screen displays the profiles of the current star players. Their careers aren't as great as yours, but at least they don't look shabby, a voice says. He mutters, shabby, as he stares at the profiles. A sudden message flashes, you have the day off. The day off, correct? She asks, glancing down at a profile in her hands. Well, yeah. She places a hand on a business card bearing the image of scissors. Please have this, the text on the card reads. Visit this salon, the text above her reads. Right this moment. Right now. He takes the card, a thought bubble revealing his inner feelings. I miss wearing a mask. All right. You can leave early too, she states. Really? She asks, surprised. He smiles, leaning against the stacks of documents. Yup. You worked hard to organize all these documents. A warm glow surrounds her, and she smiles brightly. She bows deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Have a great day. With a final wave, she rushes out the door. As she leaves, a voice calls out, and please get your hair done. He mutters, wow, she's so excited. He examines a strand of his hair, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Is it really that long? He wonders aloud. I should at least get a trim, he concedes, finally acknowledging the need for a haircut. The city sprawls before him, a maze of lights against the night sky. It's not bad, going to an expensive salon. He muses, walking amongst the crowd. He continues to stroll through the city, thinking back to his time as Spectre. But when I was Spectre, things were a lot more comfortable. He recalls a key difference. It didn't matter what salon I went to once I took off my mask. But now, things are different. He stops in the street, gazing up at a massive screen. The news blares, Air Seo Junho successfully cleared the eastern seagate. A muffled ha escapes him. He's surrounded by people, yet seems lost in thought. He lowers his head, his expression unreadable behind the mask. He pauses beneath the neon glow of a Manhwa gallery sign. I should take a refresher every now and then, he thinks. The door opens with a soft chime. He steps inside the gallery, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty space. There's no people here, as usual, he observes. He sighs, pulling down his mask. The silence weighs on him. It almost makes me wonder if the world as it is now is just a dream, he muses. He reaches for a book on the shelf, muttering, if they're about to go under. He decides, I can go to my usual spot. And with that, he holds the book in his hand, a small musical note floating above him. And orders some ramen. He thinks, a slight smile playing on his lips. He approaches a figure already seated at a table, carefully blowing on a steaming bowl of ramen. He watches as the person savors a bite of the steaming ramen. A question hangs in the air, isn't this too much, even for? The person eating the ramen pauses, a question forming, isn't this too much, even for a novel? The open book reveals a passage, they met their teacher years later in some random place. No way, she exclaims, seemingly shocked by the revelation in the book. Slurping noodles, a voice suddenly asks, Secretary Cha? Secretary Cha freezes, chopsticks still in his mouth, as he is suddenly caught off guard. Slurp, the sound echoes loudly. The slurping continues, and Secretary Cha's eyes widen in disbelief. Seo Junhonim, she exclaims, utterly shocked. The clock ticks, the hands nearing 11:15. The clock continues its steady ticking as he reads. His gaze remains fixed downward as he continues to read. I'm not gonna leave even if you look at me like that, she declares, her eyes narrowed as she reads. She pauses, a slight frown creasing her brow as she reads. Abruptly, she slams the book shut, the sound echoing in the library. I'm an adult. I don't think there's anything wrong with reading whatever books I want, she exclaims, her voice echoing with defiance. Our ancestors would say that the universe is hidden in the books, a voice booms, seemingly out of nowhere. You're not wrong, he admits, before trailing off. He cuts off his own thought, declaring, don't think that the universe is hidden in the book that you're reading. Suddenly, a new rank appears, SSS rank Munchkin who trained for 990 million years. Her face flushed with anger, she retorts, "What about Junhonim? What are you reading for you to say that?" "Of course, He begins, seemingly about to reveal his source. He reveals the book he's been reading, The Healing Council, Priest of the Sun. However, he grimaces, admitting, it's not much better. "Can't we just call it a draw?" a voice pleads. But another voice demands, "Show me the title." He presents the book, unimpressed, with a pft. The title reads, The Healing Council. She looks at the book and remarks, "It's not even that different from mine." Clearing his throat, he tries to get her attention. A ringing sound fills the air. The title, Return of the Frozen Player, appears. The story begins, Return of the Frozen Player. The clock ticks, marking the passage of time. A hand slams down onto a book. Stretching his fingers, he sighs, "Phew, that was good." He slams the book shut, a small cloud of dust rising. "Secretary Cha, are you also done reading?" he asks. Secretary Cha smiles, holding the book close. "Yes. It was good." A subtle smile plays on his lips. "It was a bit surprising," he admits, then asks, "To see me at a manhwa bang asterisk?" The other person responds, "Yeah. I heard you were one of the elite. I thought you were far above places like this." She smiles slightly, replying, "Most people think that." She places her hands gently on the book, adding, "But I like it here. I can just read books without being bothered or interrupted." He gestures, adding, "I also like the feeling of turning the pages rather than reading ebooks. The smell of books is nice too." Holding the book close, she inhales deeply, exclaiming, "Yes. The smell of old books is like the refined scent of time." The book is held close, a small device visible on her wrist. "It's already late. I think I'll get going," she announces, rising from her chair. He offers, "Would you like me to grab you a taxi?" Declining his offer, she says, "That's all right. I live close by." He waves goodbye, saying, "I'll see you tomorrow." To himself, he thinks, Secretary Cha sure works hard. He resolves, "I should do the same." The city skyline looms, dominated by a towering skyscraper. The states, he wonders aloud. "You're not thinking of going to the Shadow Brothers' funeral, are you?" he asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Why would I?" he retorts, his tone dismissive. The man in the suit, clearly taken aback, presses him. "Then why do you want to go there?" He reveals, with a slight smirk, "I found out one of the fiends' meeting places thanks to them." The man in the suit is shocked by this revelation. "What? Really?" An angry voice demands, "Where is it?" But he remains calm, replying, "It's a secret. I'm going in person." The man in the suit seems troubled, covering his face with his hand. "I'm worried," he admits, before the other man asks, "About me?" He corrects the other man, "No, the fiends." The man in the suit continues, "I'm worried that you'll kill them all before getting any information." Assuring him, he replies, "I'll be careful, so don't worry about it." He stares down at his captive, thinking, he seemed like a small fry, but he should know something good. The hero's thoughts turn to his captive. He believes that even this seemingly insignificant foe must possess valuable information. Then, he declares, "I'll put my trust in you." But he adds, "Still, let me know if you need any help." He stares intensely at the inventory screen, a thoughtful expression on his face. Still at the inventory screen, he says, "I always need your help, Diaku. Take these." Suddenly, a bright light erupts as he transfers items. Diaku stares at the large bones now sitting on the table. "Bones?" he asks, surprised. He is told they are dragon bones from the eastern sea gate and that he can use half of them as he sees fit. Amidst the flames, a massive sword appears above him. He is instructed to give the rest of the dragon bones to Quan Noya to make a sword for him. The disembodied hand reaches out to him. "All right. I'll contact him," the man says, glancing at his watch. The disembodied hand then asks, "Do you have anything else to tell him?" The disembodied hand's memo appears, stating, like the length or weight. As the man walks away, he is told, just tell him to make it with the same specifications as last time. He'll know. The disembodied hand wonders, that old man turns 100 the day after tomorrow. Will he remember? The voice orders, then tell him this. The voice continues, instructing him to say, the time has come. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he relays the next instruction, retire already if you can't even remember that. The scene shifts to a room overlooking a brightly lit cityscape at night. The camera pans up, showing a sleek, modern room high above the city. He collapses onto the bed, utterly exhausted. A soft glow emanates from the ring on his finger as he rests on the bed. Suddenly, a message notification appears on his phone. Secretary Cha, can you get me a plane ticket to Las Vegas for tomorrow? A smirk plays on his lips as he stares at the phone. A smirk spreads across his face as he opens his inventory. Let's see. From his inventory, he selects the Flute of Tidal Breath, the ritual item said to have brought peace to the world. The item description appears, playing the flute grants one of 3 abilities, but it breaks after 3 uses. It's too bad that it breaks after 3 uses, he thinks. Holding the flute, he acknowledges its power. But that's just how powerful it is. His stats appear, boosted by the title Helper of Ascension. Though he admits, it's not as good as the one who opens spring, but I'm satisfied with this. He stares at his stats screen, a wide smile spreading across his face. This is the highest my magic stat has ever been. He looks up, a confident smirk playing on his lips. At this rate, he muses, clearly pleased with his progress. He anticipates mastering a new skill soon. It won't be long until I can use Sword Aura. The text clarifies, Sword Aura requires a high understanding. The requirements for the skill are then laid out, a high magic stat is a must, and you can use it once you learn it. The blade hums with power. I might be able to learn it faster than last time. Lying in bed, he considers his next move. I don't think I'll have trouble hunting on the 2nd floor. Once I learn Sword Aura and go to the 3rd floor. His eyes snap open, revealing a fiery landscape and 2 looming figures in the distance. A burning landscape fills his vision, and he wonders, will I be on equal footing with the 9 heavens? 3 figures now stand before him, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness. A new thought surfaces as he lies in bed, I wonder how strong the top players are now, 25 years later. And a plane soars through the night sky, illuminated by the full moon. Lying in bed, he mutters, how troublesome the fiends are. The plane continues its flight through the night, the full moon casting a silvery glow. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, I'm excited. Las Vegas. The city awaits. Gambling and pleasure exist 24/7 here, the sign proclaims. That's why it's also called the City of Sin. He arrives in Las Vegas, but the journey seems to have taken its toll. Geez, it took so long to get here, he mutters, rubbing his neck. My whole body hurts because I was sitting the whole time. His eyes closed, he reflects, if Skaya were here, we could have teleported in an instant. A wave of longing washes over him. Skaya, I really miss you. He finds himself amidst a bustling crowd. The sounds of the city fill the air. Adjusting his cap, he scans the crowded street, his expression unreadable. So this is why there are so many people on the streets, he realizes. The reason for the crowds becomes clear, a massive artifact auction is being held at the MGM Grand Hotel, drawing celebrities from all over the world. He seems to be contemplating something. Tapping his watch, he declares, well, that's not what I'm here for. His watch displays a map, a route highlighted to Jim's Cleaners. It seems he has a new destination. A thought bubble appears, it's further than I thought. He steels his resolve, thinking, I'll wrap things up quickly and rest. He continues onward, his destination still far off. He arrives at Jim's Cleaners. He steps inside. He aims the remote at the air conditioner. Damn it, he shouts, frustrated. The remote shatters against the air conditioner. He demands, when's the electrician coming? Nothing's going the way it should, he exclaims, frustration mounting. He laments that the Shadow Brothers failed and now the air conditioner is broken. Wiping sweat from his brow, he mutters, and now, those watchdog bastards. He laments that he didn't think he would have to see them. Bastards? Have you met them before? A voice asks. Yeah, comes the terse reply. He reveals the grim reason for his animosity. They said it had been too long since they'd smelled blood, and killed my boss. The other man's stunned reaction is clear. What? A powerful impact shakes the building. The floor buckles under the force of the blow. The man reels, clutching his head in obvious pain from the aftershock. Staggering back, he sees his path is now blocked. Why, you're here. The watchdogs. A woman's face fills the space, her sharp gaze narrowed. What's this? She asks, her tone laced with suspicion. The woman's voice cuts through the tension. Why's it so hot? Wanna die? A chorus of apologies erupts as one man demands, TSK. Just give me the orders. Orders are delivered with a slap. Her eyes narrow with fury. An exclamation punctuates the air. Teeth gritted, she declares, look at this. Our assignment really did change. I can't believe it, he exclaims, reading the document she hands him. So we're not going to the second floor? She retorts, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. A beat of silence follows as he continues to read the document, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the document rips apart, tension filling the air. The document is now completely torn, the sound echoing in the tense silence. One of the subordinates suggests lodging a formal complaint. However, another retorts that they're being told to steal that. Her brow furrowed, she points out, Calciner isn't even our direct superior. The camera pans to a wide shot of the hallway. A tall, imposing figure stands silhouetted in the doorway. The floor suddenly gives way beneath them. He looks down, seeing the floor crumble away beneath him. The man with mint-colored hair stares at the figure before him, a sense of dread washing over him. He's speechless, the dots in the speech bubble above his head indicating his shock. His hands tremble as he holds the document, the sound of rustling paper filling the air. The man hands him the document. A soft rustling sound fills the air as he takes it. The crisp sound of the paper echoes as he now holds the document firmly in his grasp. The document is now his. Suddenly, the document bursts into flames. A man watches in stunned disbelief. The document is engulfed in flames, burning to ash in his hand. A voice calls out, simply saying, "Hey." The man turns, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he reacts to the sound. Looking up, he asks, "Were there any other orders?" Flames erupt around him, the heat visibly intense. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, the heat clearly getting to him. Despite his efforts, a pained "no" escapes his lips. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. With a low, determined voice, he declares, "Let's go." With a decisive step, he starts forward. The floor shatters beneath his foot as he takes off. He lands hard, a gasp escaping his lips. He's immediately met with concern. "Hey, are you okay? Were they the watchdogs?" He finds himself being questioned, but he's still processing what he saw. They were pretty scary, but the leader seemed like a decent person? An enraged voice cuts him off. "Are you blind?" The outburst surprises him. "Why are you getting mad at me?" The man's expression hardens as he says, "I'm only saying this once, so listen carefully." The man reveals that the 9 strongest players are called the 9 Heavens. Furthermore, the Watchdog's leader, Arma, is a student of one of the 9 Heavens and an executive of their association, Nazad Hallow. He stands on a rooftop, the city ablaze behind him. His eyes widen in disbelief. The one who caused the massacre in Turkey 6 months ago, Skeleton Mage Arma, he exclaims, receiving confirmation. "Yes. That's crazy." One of the men mutters, clearly disturbed by the revelation. The other adds that rumors suggest the watchdogs used to be comprised of 5 members. The man elaborates, revealing that Arma didn't like two of the members, and reduced them to skeletons. The man's eyes widen as he stares at the doorway, a figure silhouetted in blinding light. The man utters a confused "ha," as an EK sound effect fills the air. "Damn, you scared me," he exclaims, recovering from the sudden fright. The man is asked, "You're here to fix the aircon, right?" He retorts, "Why are you so late?" "I thought I would die from the heat." Then, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. "Aircon?" A glowing snowflake materializes above his outstretched hand. A voice declares, "I can help with that." Suddenly, snowflakes begin to fall, and one of the men exclaims, "Oh? It's cool." The snowflakes fall around them, but a new, ominous tone enters the conversation. "But..." The two men, shivering now, plead with him to stop. "Shouldn't you stop now?" It's cold," one stammers, while the other demands, "Stop playing around and listen while we're being nice." Ignoring their pleas, he adjusts his hat, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "No can do," he states flatly, then adds, "I'm not playing around." His sinister smile widens as he declares, "Stupid fiends should die quietly." His eyes gleaming with malice, he sneers, "Stupid fiends should die quietly." A blinding light engulfs the scene. The light subsides, revealing a hand reaching out from a dark mass. The room is revealed, splattered with blood and dark residue. "They really were just small fries," a voice comments, "all they did was deliver orders." Tapping his watch, he states, "But the watchdogs are a different story." SFX, sizzle. Sizzle. Ugh. "Hello," a voice calls out, seemingly disoriented. "Diaku," the voice questions, followed by a furious, "Hey, you crazy bastard." The speaker seems to have been transported to a new location. "It's 2:30 in the morning here." A figure stands in what appears to be a laundromat, stating, "Sorry to wake you. I just had a favor to ask." A moment of silence hangs in the air before the question pierces through, "Are you in danger?" A slight smile plays on his lips as he responds, "Nope. I wanted to participate in the Las Vegas auction." He then reveals his predicament, "But I can't go in without an invitation. Can you get one for me?" The man's image solidifies on a screen, and he states his position, "I'm the president." "Of course I can, you rascal," he responds, seemingly confident in his ability to help. The scene shifts to an alleyway, where a sign reads Jim's Cleaners. In the dimly lit alley, a voice demands, "Just give me the name and room number of the hotel you're staying at." The announcement is made, "The auction will be held in this hotel tomorrow." The hotel lobby bustles with activity as people prepare for the upcoming auction. Footsteps echo through the hotel. "I just came today to familiarize myself with the layout," he thinks. He considers his attire. "So there shouldn't be any need to wear the clothes Diaku sent me." He walks through the hotel, dressed casually in atshirt and jeans. He thinks back to the suit Diaku sent him. "He sent me a suit made from the silk of a queen silkworm. There was no need to send me something that expensive." Then, a voice echoes in his mind, reminding him, "Were the clothes I sent with the invitation." He remembers the warning. "If you look bad, it'll affect my image." He sighs, thinking, "I'm just going to the auction." He arrives at his destination. A casino. He mutters, the opulent entrance looming before him. He approaches the entrance, thinking, "I've never been to one before." He steps through a glowing, rectangular portal. He's immediately struck by a powerful force. Stunned, he finds himself half-phased through a turnstile. "Excuse me," a voice calls out. The man calls out, "Huh? Aren't you player CO Junhonim?" He responds with a question of his own, "And you are?" The man answers Junho's question, stating, "I met you back in Insadon with team leader Gon Yuhanim. I'm Hot Inho from the Dakibi Guild." With a slight smirk, Hot Inho adjusts his sunglasses, asking, "Do you remember?" Recognition dawns on Junho. "Ah, you were the one that was standing next to Gon Yuhanim." "I remember now," Junho states, finally placing the man from before. "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you right away," he apologizes. A memory surfaces, showing the man standing with Gong Ju. Someone muses that Ha Inho and Gongju make a funny pair. Ha ha. It happens, Ha Inho responds, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. He then asks, "What brings you to Las Vegas?" "Ah, I'm participating in the artifact auction tomorrow," Ha Inho reveals. He explains that he went sightseeing instead of staying in his room. Then, he asks, "How about you?" Ha Inho elaborates, stating, "My team was hired by one of the hosts as security guards. We're just patrolling right now." He then asks if the protagonist was trying to enter the casino. The protagonist confirms, explaining he wanted to look around since he came all the way. However, the alarm went off. The guard offers a solution, stating, "I can help you with that." He then gestures, "Right this way," while the protagonist learns the alarm was triggered because the system has changed. The guard explains that after the world changed, casinos lost a lot of money because players used their abilities to cheat in the games. The guard continues, revealing, "That's right. So, the hotel made the decision to make a casino for players." The guard's words reveal a sprawling casino floor, filled with tables and patrons. The title card appears, "Return of the Frozen Player." The title card declares, "Return of the Frozen Player." Here, players are allowed to use their skills as they please, a voice announces. Because the dealers are also players. The question then arises, then wouldn't it be more advantageous for higher-level players? A man adjusts his sunglasses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Well, he begins, seemingly about to answer the question posed. He counters the previous statement, declaring, "That's not entirely true. A player's level doesn't necessarily determine their game skills." The masked man declares, as his opponent sits back in defeat. The masked man continues, revealing that Princess Asterisk hasn't won a single game so far. It was definitely the second one. "Isn't this a scam?" she cries out, slamming her hand down on the table in frustration. Defeated, she slams her head on the table. A nearby man stares at her with a blank expression. "I can't believe it." Her head hits the table with a thud as she mutters, "I can't believe it," but the game isn't about mental battles, an internal monologue reveals. It favors those with sharp visual skills. A scam, she wonders aloud. "Is this fun?" a man asks from across the table. Her face still pressed against the surface, she wonders aloud, "Fun?" Her fist clenches on the table as she thinks, "I've lost so much." The stakes are clearly higher than she anticipated. "Do you think?" A voice begins, cutting through her thoughts. "Do you think it would be?" the man begins, before the woman interrupts, shouting, "Mr. Snakehead." "Wow, who knew we'd meet at a place like this?" she exclaims, a wide smile plastered on her face. "Oh, did you come find me because you wanted to become my underling?" she asks, her tone dripping with playful arrogance. He begins to reply, "Why would I?" "I'm just joking," she says, her smile unwavering. Then, her expression turns serious as she asks, "So, why are you here?" He explains that he came for the auction but also wanted to look around, adding that player Ha Inho brought him here. "Oh, I see," she replies. "If anything happens, just let me know. I'm the captain of the security guards at the hotel," she states. "Sure, thank you," he replies. As she assures him, a thought crosses his mind, is she allowed to gamble while working? His thoughts drift back to the game, as he wonders, is this game really that hard? 3 golden bells sit on the green table, waiting. A voice answers his question with a simple, "Yeah." "This person's hands are super fast," one of them observes. Another adds, "I heard that they were on the second floor before becoming a dealer." "You don't know who they are?" one of the masked figures asks, incredulous. The masked figure receives a blunt answer, "Nope. All of them wear masks." He raises his hand, theorizing, "Well, it's probably to hide their abilities." A sharp crack echoes, suggesting something has broken. The sound of something breaking echoes as the camera focuses on casino chips. "Wow, all in from the start?" she asks, surprised. He responds, "You're not used to the speed yet, so it'll be hard." The woman's eyes widen in disbelief. "So, you kept losing even after getting used to it?" she asks, clearly shocked. shall I begin? He asks. The man in front of them simply responds, yes. The bell is rung. The duel begins as the bells are rung. The air crackles with energy as the duel begins. The masked duelist's hands blur as he rapidly moves the chips. The chips fly as the masked duelist continues his rapid movements. The chips resolve into 3 golden bells. Please choose, a voice echoes. Eyes wide, she exclaims, "Ah, I got it." Her companion looks on, equally surprised. Certain this time, she declares, "It's the left. I think I got it for real this time." A sly smile spreading across her face, she wonders aloud, "Should I start betting again?" Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she adds, "I think team leader Gong should stop betting from now on." Gong's face appears, a slight smirk playing on his lips as she wonders aloud, "Huh? Why?" The reason is about to be revealed, as a speech bubble appears, stating, "That's because." The explanation begins, "That's because. You have no talent for this," he declares, his hand hovering over the 3 bells. The middle. The masked figure's face is shown in a close-up. The masked figure's lips tighten into a thin line. The masked figure simply states, "Congratulations," as the woman beside the protagonist exclaims, "Amazing. Is this the legendary beginner's luck?" Looking down, she warns, "But I heard that beginner's luck only happens the first time, so you should stop." He explains, "Of course, I haven't won a single time so I couldn't stop." But, beneath his breath, he wonders, what's with the sob story? He insists, "Let's go again," before addressing someone off-panel with a casual, "Hey, Bones." Before he can react, a woman's voice cuts through the air, challenging him, "Wanna play against me?" He stops in his tracks, a thought bubble revealing his surprise, "To think that I'd meet them here." But before he can process it, a sharp rebuke rings out, "Don't call me that." What good luck! I don't have to look for them, he thinks, realization dawning. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he realizes, "But I don't have any proof that they're fiends. I can't make a scene. I doubt they'll reveal themselves either." He concludes, observing the pair before him. The hero resolves, "I'll have to make my own battlefield." A smirk plays on his lips. "This is more fun than I thought." He then decides, "I'll just play a few more times." A masked figure stares ahead, while a woman beside him thinks, "Gambling addictions are scary." He declares, "Then, this time." Addressing his opponents, he declares, "Since there are 3 of you, I'll use 5 cups." With a flourish, he sets down 5 golden cups. A gust of wind sweeps across the scene. A subtle breeze rustles through the air as the pair observe something in the distance. The air suddenly shifts. A faint blue streak cuts through the sky. Before them, a selection of golden bells appears. Please choose. She chooses the middle. He counters her choice, stating firmly, "Rightmost." He insists, "The last one on the right." The bell is rung. The masked man states, "Congratulations. It was on the right." Wow. They say luck is also a skill, a woman exclaims, looking shocked. The man simply laughs, raking in his winnings. Despite his apparent victory, the man's expression is unreadable. Someone mutters about "that skinny guy." As the man says, "Don't take a picture, Bones. Don't hit me." The stakes are raised. "Will be harder to deal with than the woman," someone thinks, the words hanging heavy in the air. A blinding light erupts. The light fades, revealing stacks of chips on the table. The light subsides, revealing stacks of chips. "Mr. Snakehead, you have a talent for this," she says, clearly impressed. "How are you so good?" The chips clatter as she remarks, "Mr. Snakehead, you have a talent for this." Curiosity evident in her voice, she asks, "How are you so good?" He replies with a subtle smile, "I learned from a friend." A voice echoes in thought, questioning, "Looking through a bluff?" It continues, a confident assertion, "That's easy." His subtle smile remains as he advises, "Don't look at the shell, look at the substance." The masked figure continues, stating, "It doesn't matter if you're stronger or weaker than the opponent. The masked figure emphasizes, you have to understand the essence of their technique. Then, I shall start, the dealer announces, preparing to deal the cards. Cards fly through the air, and the woman looks on, a question mark practically hovering over her head. A calculating gaze watches the cards fall. The thing I need to pay attention to isn't the cups. She realizes. It's not the cups she needs to watch, but the dealer's phantom skill. The man beside her confidently declares, second from the left. The camera focuses on the man in the purple shirt. The man in the purple shirt starts to say. That's correct. He finishes, seemingly confirming the previous statement. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. A masked figure announces, there will be a dealer change. Please wait in your seats. Team leader gong, the woman acknowledges, resting her chin in her hand. With the dealer change underway, a man offers, since we have time, shall I show you an interesting artifact? A sharp crack echoes as something shatters. A hand crushes a small, blue object. Her eyes widen in dawning recognition. That's. She begins to say. The object glows with a soft, blue light. A compass, she wonders aloud. The blue light intensifies, obscuring the view. He clarifies, President Shim Diaku lent it to me. If you fill it with magic, you can find a particular type of people. Someone asks, what do you mean? The compass spins wildly. Of course, there's no reason they would be here, he states. A confused huh escapes her lips as she glances upward. Her gaze then falls on the compass. The compass? She mutters. The woman stares at the compass in disbelief. Is pointing to them, she questions, her gaze fixed on the two figures in the background. Ha? There's no way. She exclaims in disbelief. Why is it acting up like this, she wonders aloud, clearly perplexed by the compass's behavior. The man announces, I'm going to the bathroom. But she immediately responds, hey. Come back quick. I'm curious. I'm going to the bathroom too, he announces, seemingly nonchalant. She then asks him, will it take long? He responds with a firm, no. His voice echoes in the darkness, I'll be back in 5 minutes. The street is shrouded in an eerie mist, lit only by a flickering lamppost. A gasp breaks the silence. Another gasp echoes. He sprints forward, a blur of motion. The air crackles. He lands hard in a narrow alleyway, the impact echoing off the brick walls. He finds himself in a dead end, brick walls closing in around him. He stops abruptly, the sound of his shoes scraping against the ground. Someone stands between him and the alley's exit. The man standing before him speaks, his tone laced with sarcasm. This doesn't look like the bathroom. The man's chest is visible, adorned with multiple chains. This doesn't look like the bathroom, he says, his voice dripping with disdain. The artifact he carries likely allows him to locate fiends. He fled here as soon as he discovered what they were. The artifact glows brightly in his hand, a compass perhaps, guiding him towards his quarry. Suddenly, the artifact shatters, and he cries out in confused alarm. He considers the implications of the shattered artifact. There's no way an artifact would break that easily unless it's a single use. It's not an artifact. Then that means energy blades rain down on the unsuspecting city. In the aftermath, a figure emerges from the gloom, his face obscured. Did you? He begins, his question hanging in the air. Lure me here, he finishes, a glowing blade held loosely in his hand. A smirk plays on his lips as he admits, I felt it at the casino too, but you've got good instincts. Holding the glowing blade, he asks, how much do you know about us? To the question of what he knows, the man replies simply, dunno. He then asks about their schedule for the next day. Grasping the blade tighter, he states, then there's no need for us to keep talking. A flash of light fills the alleyway as the fight begins. The two clash, blades meeting amidst a burst of energy. The energy intensifies as their blades collide again. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock. He's fast, he realizes, barely able to keep up with the flurry of attacks. He's sent flying backwards, crashing into a nearby wall. The opponent moves with impossible speed, knife glinting. That's not just physical ability, the protagonist realizes. The opponent moves with impossible speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. Is he an acceleration skill user? The protagonist wonders, his red eye gleaming in the shadows. Now I know your level of skill, he declares, a glint in his eye. Holding a blade that glows with ominous red energy, he taunts, just give up and die quietly. You won't be able to dodge the next attack anyways. Silence hangs in the air, the hero's response yet to come. The hero stares back, his expression unreadable. What will his response be? A single character floats in the empty space. His eyes remain closed. That bastard, he realized that I can't follow his movements with my eyes, he thinks, a realization dawning on him. Not bad, he thinks, a hint of approval in his assessment. The voice echoes in his mind, the two places that can kill you instantly when attacked are your head and heart. The voice continues, driving home the point, and out of those two, the head is more open. So he'll fake going for my head. He realizes, anticipating his opponent's strategy. He resolves, I'll aim at his heart. A blinding flash erupts as the hero's attack connects. The hero's strike erupts in a burst of blinding light. A smokescreen, he exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief as the light dissipates. No matter what tricks you use, the figure declares, shrouded in a veil of dark energy. My knife is already aimed at your heart, the figure declares, his attack imminent. The figure's eyes glow with a menacing red as he screams, his attack a blur of motion. SFX, slash. The sound of the blade echoes. SFX, shing. SFX, crack. Unfortunately, he says, as something shatters below. The sword shatters above him as he realizes that was a trap. He cries out as a blue energy strikes him. If you know my level of skill, does it matter if you slow down? A smirk plays on his lips as he says, considering your personality. Despite the attack, he predicted this move. I predicted that you'd aim at my heart even if my head was wide open. Tisk tisk, he chides, what does it matter that you're fast if you're so predictable? Enraged, his opponent retorts, shut the hell up. You fucking bastard. Energy crackles around his hand as he prepares to strike. The blade strikes, a shower of sparks erupting as the attack lands. The man grimaces, a pained ugh, escaping his lips as the attack connects. The barrage continues, a series of rapid strikes overwhelming him. The relentless assault continues, his opponent's glowing blade a blur of motion. Well, a voice echoes, cutting through the sounds of battle. The battle's outcome becomes clear as the protagonist stands, a faint smile playing on his lips. Blood drips around him. A stark warning appears, being too careful can also be dangerous. A long silence hangs in the air. I don't want to admit it, but that bag of bones, he's a lot better than me at strategy, she concedes, the admission clearly difficult. And the fact that he still hasn't come back. She says, her tone laced with worry. The man sitting on the couch looks down, the grim implication hanging heavy in the air, probably means he was taken out. Stupid bastard. He said he'd be back in 5 minutes and got all prepared. She exclaims, her anger barely masking her fear. Then, a desperate question, what did he look like? The man replies, he was an Asian male. He was with Gong Yua from the Dakibi Guild, so it's likely he's a member. He reveals, this is a list of all the players currently in Las Vegas. A screen flickers to life, displaying numerous faces. With a steely gaze, he commands, find him. The woman studies the screen, her expression unwavering as she searches for their target. Suddenly, her eyes widen. An exclamation mark appears, signaling a breakthrough. There, she exclaims, pinpointing their target's location. Certain of her discovery, she declares, it's him. I'm sure of it. Arms crossed, he examines the glowing image, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Touching the glowing image, he murmurs, how strange. He's a rookie that debuted only 2 months ago. The image glows brighter as a new thought surfaces, there's no way my subordinate would fall to him. The image pulses with light as he exclaims. The image intensifies as he recognizes the man in the image, this guy. He was involved with the Shadow Brothers. Stunned, he exclaims, F for real? The revelation hits hard, he was the guy that went into the Eastern Sea Gate with the Shadow Brothers. A chilling thought surfaces, it's possible that he approached us on purpose. The realization dawns, that would mean that the Shadow Brothers didn't die because they were unlucky, but rather, this man. The man declares, from this moment on, I'm designating him as a threat. The woman looks on, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. He gives the order, find him right away and dispose of him. The building looms, its many windows reflecting the setting sun. With a sharp click, the car door opens. He steps out of the car, adjusting his suit. A chauffeur stands nearby. He strides toward the building, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. He walks into a room where several figures in suits are already waiting. Excuse me, a man says, his expression neutral. He then asks, can you show me your invitation? He silently presents his invitation to the man. The man's eyes widen slightly as he looks at the invitation. An exclamation mark appears above his head. The man welcomes him, stating, you may enter right away. Confused, he wonders, huh? I don't need to go through security? The man clarifies that this entrance is for normal guests, and VIPs can go another way. He wonders, I'm a VIP? Did Gong Yuha talk to them? A realization dawns on him. Ah. It's so hot. She thinks, carrying a box into what appears to be a cafe. But then, a familiar saying appears, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Please give me an iced tea with a ton of ice, a voice requests. The red-haired woman looks visibly uncomfortable as the man who requested the iced tea stands nearby. The woman looks increasingly exasperated as she announces, 20 servings. She then identifies herself as team leader Gong Yuha. Gong Yua's eyes narrow, a tic forming near her mouth. Gong Yuha spots a familiar figure. Oh my, who's this? Isn't it Mr. Snakehead who ran away after claiming to go to the bathroom, she asks, dripping with sarcasm. The man responds, ah. Did you wait for me yesterday? Her patience wearing thin, Gong Yua's anger flares. Are you seriously asking that right now, she demands? If you start saying something, at least finish what you have to say. Unable to sleep, she thinks, I was so curious about the ice compass artifact, I couldn't sleep. I wonder what? Still unable to sleep, she wonders aloud what the ice compass artifact is. Then, a voice simply says, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a voice booms, taunting, is that the best you can do? The man, looking flustered, stammers, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Treat me to something expensive, she replies, eyes still closed. The man behind her sighs in relief. Someone asks, what's that box for? The reply comes, oh, it's an icebox so I can carry drinks and ice cream. She warns him, Mr. Snakehead, you should prepare yourself. Below, a voice declares, once the auction starts, a long, heated battle will begin. You sure hate the heat despite being a flame user, a voice observes. She retorts, I know. It's so annoying how I'm so hot all the time. Anyways, I hope you enjoy yourself, he says, turning to leave. Yes. I'll be going. With a musical note floating above her, she watches him leave. The musical note still hangs in the air as she watches him go. A wish echoes in the air, I hope things will also be peaceful for you. She stares ahead, her expression one of utter astonishment. Wow. She breathes. Her eyes widen as she takes in the sheer size of the hall. The hall is so big. She thinks, clearly impressed by the scale of the space. She considers that her front row seat might be for security. It dawns on her, it's all famous people up here. The Queen of England, the President of the French Player Association, the list of dignitaries goes on. I'm a little nervous, but if we're this close to the stage, I can go help right away, she thinks, seemingly ready to take action. Ready to act, she prepares to intervene if necessary. A14. Is it over there? She wonders, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. A smile spreads across her face as she approaches, carrying a box. Hello there, she says. The man beside her looks over, escaping his lips. The woman, box in hand, then asks a question, Mr. Snakehead? The seats are all pre-designated, she states. She continues, clarifying, so you can't just sit wherever you want. He holds up his invitation, questioning, isn't this seat a 13? That's what my invitation said. An exclamation appears above her head as she examines the invitation. What the heck? It's a VIP ticket, she exclaims, clearly surprised by the discovery. The invitation is revealed to be a golden VIP ticket. Even I only managed to get a ticket that was one tier lower. A voice confesses, hinting at the ticket's rarity. Now that I look at it, it seems that he got styled. A voice observes. The speaker then adds, he only debuted 2 months ago, but if he's receiving these kinds of privileges. SFX, rumble. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. You didn't spend all the money you got at the casino yesterday, did you? She demands. He seems surprised by her question. He asks, before responding, oh, this? He clarifies that President Shim Diaku bought it for him. Furthermore, the president also prepared his clothing and hotel room. Her eyes widen in realization. Oh, I see. So that was it, she exclaims. She gushes, I didn't know that the president appointed you as his new heir. You're amazing. However, he is taken aback. Heir? That's not it. He thinks, confused. No way, no need to hide it. I'm not that stupid, he declares, finally understanding the situation. The scene shifts to a VIP invitation, radiating a golden glow. A voice declares, you can't get that invitation unless you're one of the most powerful people in the country. The woman asks pointedly, so, you're here as the president's proxy, right? He thinks to himself, she's getting so carried away. I can't say no. Outwardly, he chuckles, I'm a bit nervous about it. But inwardly, he fumes, realizing, so that's why that bastard sent me these clothes. I'm gonna interrogate him when I get back to Korea. Mr. Snakehead, what did you come here to get? She asks. He replies that there's nothing specific in mind, then counters, how about team leader Gong? Eyes narrowed, she declares, same here. I didn't come here to play around. Her tone turns sharp. I'm a pro, so don't you think I should take care of my job first? That's rich coming from someone who was gambling during work. She thinks, then complains aloud, ugh, it's so hot. But she's still glad that team leader Gong is. He states his intention, I was planning to take out the watchdogs on my own. But after reading that guy's memories yesterday, I changed my mind. The air crackles with unseen energy. Silhouetted figures loom behind him as he admits, I can't take out ARMA with my current strength alone. A determined look settles on his face amidst the swirling green energy. Despite his reluctance, he acknowledges, whether I like it or not, once the battle starts, I'm gonna need the Dakibi Guild's help. The listing for Heaven's Breath is displayed, marked as number 85. He thinks, if the rumors about team leader Gong's strength are true, not only can I get Heaven's Breath. Team leader Gong takes a sip of her drink, her expression unreadable. I can also protect everyone in the auction, he thinks, the sound of his own resolve echoing in his mind. I think they're starting, a voice whispers as the stage lights flare. The auction begins as the speaker addresses the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The man in the suit observes the crowd with a stoic expression. The announcement booms, the exclusive artifact auction will now begin. Bitere 14, congratulations, the announcement declares. The system declares, you have won the Ice Crown. With the Ice Crown secured, the auction moves on, the next item. A bead of sweat trickles down his cheek as the auctioneer continues. While this is fun, he thinks, a pen held firmly in his hand. A woman with bright red hair smiles, thinking, I wonder if there's anything colder. Someone notes that she's been acquiring all the cold attribute items since earlier. Team leader Gong, a voice says. Didn't you say that a pro has to do their job properly? Team leader Gong smiles mischievously as the word freeze appears near her head. The man beside her looks on, a bead of sweat forming near his temple. I see. Team leader Gong says, a sly smile playing on her lips. A true professional has to know how to multitask. A sly haha escapes team leader Gong as she continues, anyways, aren't you going to buy anything, Mr. Snakehead? I dunno. I'll buy something if it catches my eye, Mr. Snakehead replies. Team leader Gong then asks, you're not all that hungry for gear, are you? His gaze settles on a striking red pendant, and he replies, I am. His gaze lingering on the weapon, he admits, it's just that there's nothing I like as much as the ones I used in the past. All I've got so far is this one necklace. He thinks, the word successful looming large in the background. His thoughts turn to the necklace. It seems to be his only reward so far. The woman questions his purchase. Why did you buy the necklace, she asks, her expression curious. He replies, it just increases the stamina recovery rate. Is it a gift for someone? The question hangs in the air, your girlfriend? He retorts, shouldn't you ask if I have a girlfriend first? Her smile doesn't falter as she counters, your mom, then? But the taunt is met with a chilling reply, my mom is dead. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as the weight of his words hits her. A red aura flares around him. Realizing her mistake, she says, I'll shut up. Meanwhile, he attempts to defuse the situation, stating, it's just a gift for my nephew. Don't worry about it too much. The auctioneer gestures towards a covered object, announcing, now, this is an item that's come back after a long time. Those that have been around since the auction's founding will have seen it about once before. Spotlight shines on item number 84, a mysterious object covered by a red cloth, displayed within a clear case. The spotlight reveals the item's name, the unknown ball. The man watches intently, a sound effect suggesting his focus. Suddenly, a system message appears, keen intuition, A, has been activated. A thought bubble reveals his surprise, why is keen intuition, of all skills? The man wonders, reacting to the ball? From the stands, a man scoffs, who cares if it's from the second floor? Another voice adds, they still haven't figured it out after 20 years. You're right, the man concedes. He adds, there was someone a few years ago who said they'd figure it out. But seeing as it's being auctioned again, it seems that they gave up. Who'd buy such a useless item? He wonders aloud, before realizing, so that's it. I don't know why keen intuition was activated all of a sudden, he thinks, pressing a button on the device. But it's never caused anything bad to happen. I'll believe in it once more. Suddenly, a woman's voice rings out, addressing someone as Mr. Snakehead. She asks, you want that ball? Item number 84 has been auctioned for $60,000. In response to the woman's question, a voice confirms, yes. I felt a pull. Having confirmed his feeling of a pull, the man remains composed. The woman beside him, however, is visibly surprised, a question mark practically hanging over her head. Suddenly, a man appears on a stage, arms spread wide, announcing, now, for today's main event. It's finally time for item number 85, booms a voice, as the woman gasps, covering her mouth in anticipation. The spotlight shines on the prize, discovered in an ancient dungeon on the second floor, it's the top-grade magic core. The spotlight shines, illuminating the prize, discovered in an ancient dungeon on the second floor, it's the top-grade magic core. The spotlight shines, illuminating the prize, discovered in an ancient dungeon on the second floor, it's the top-grade magic core. The core is revealed to be named, Heaven's Breath. Eyes wide, she whispers, wow, it's so pretty. The voice continues, hinting at the core's power, and that overwhelming amount. The voice then states, the rumors about it being able to power a city don't seem to be exaggerating. He then asks, how much do you think a magic core like that would go for? The red-haired woman responds, probably an amount that'll exceed your imagination. But if you want an exact answer, she continues, that'll depend on how much the country leaders call. I see, he responds, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The auctioneer stands at his podium, a digital display behind him showing the current bid, $352,000. It's about time. A voice thinks. Her eyes widen with a start, a gasp escaping her lips. Something unexpected has clearly occurred. The realization hits her that they came to steal that expensive item. Meanwhile, a man's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable. The numbers flash, $450 million, escalating to $470 million. The bidding war intensifies, $500 million. The auctioneer's voice booms out, $550 million. The auction skyrockets, we've reached $600 million. The auctioneer gestures wildly as debris rains down around him. His eyes widen as the sound of a powerful strike echoes. KO. The force of the blow reverberates. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. A pained cry echoes. A sharp cry pierces the air amidst the dust cloud. KYAA. Save me, he cries out, scrambling backwards on the ground. Confusion clouds his face. The man in sunglasses exhales heavily, seemingly relieved. Phew. A hand reaches down, a beam of light extending towards the green, hexagonal ground. Is everyone all right? He shouts, his voice filled with concern. Inho, she calls out, a sinister smile spreading across her face. He made this big a barrier in. The man thinks, his expression serious. He made this big a barrier in an instant. The man thinks as skeleton soldiers swarm within the green grid. The skeleton soldiers brace themselves, their bone arms raised within the rapidly expanding green barrier. That's why his nickname is Guardian Knight, a voice declares, revealing the reason for the powerful barrier. The only ones who do such a crazy thing are the fiends. She declares, narrowing her eyes. But then, a new question arises, but who in the world summoned all those skeletons? A chilling thought surfaces, could it be the skeleton mage who caused the massacre in Turkey? The character notes that it's not a common skill. I should give them information if I'm leaving the auction hall to them, he says, considering his options. Oh, you're probably right, comes the reply. Addressing the crowd, she declares, everyone, listen up. Our first priority is to evacuate the audience. If we have spare manpower, protect the auction items. A new order rings out, Inho, get the heaven's breath. Let's look for the skeleton mage after that. Acknowledging the order, the man in sunglasses replies, Roger that. She adds, oh, and if you could help us for a bit. The man vanishes, leaving only a glowing outline behind. What? Where did he go? Someone exclaims, adding, he's always like this. Someone shouts, wait. Amidst the growing chaos, a voice booms, even if it's chaotic, please don't panic. Please proceed calmly. There's a barrier, so it's safe at the moment, someone announces, trying to reassure the panicking crowd. Screams of denial erupt as the barrier visibly buckles under the assault. It looks like they're about to break through. Does that look safe to you? Someone shouts. Panic contorts the man's face as he shouts, let me out first, now. Let me out first, now, he screams, his face a mask of terror. Move, someone shouts from the front, while others yell, don't push, as the crowd surges toward the exit. Someone falls, trampled underfoot in the desperate surge. What a mess, a voice observes, amidst the chaos. Clenching her fist, she inhales sharply, a fiery aura beginning to emanate from her hand. Who? Blasts of fiery energy erupt outward, tearing through the air. The force of her blow shatters the ground around her, sending debris flying in all directions. The energy surges downward in concentrated beams. Dust and debris fill the air as a character wonders aloud, how long would it take them to get through that small exit? She points emphatically, issuing a sharp order, lead them here. A man in a suit throws his hands up, exclaiming, goodness, princess. This building isn't cheap, you can't just break the wall like that. People's lives are in danger, you shouldn't be stingy about things, she declares, her voice ringing with urgency. A sinister chuckle emanates from the man in the suit. Ha ha. I think it was a good decision, he says, but then adds, but you have to leave my name out when you write them an apology. She turns away, muttering, man, don't make me feel bad. Suddenly, a barrage of purple energy streaks down. But just as she does, a dark orb crackles with purple energy above them. The dark orb crackles with purple energy. A beam of energy shoots from the man's mouth. Her eyes widen in shock as the energy blast hurtles towards her. The blast slams into the wall behind her with devastating force, showering her with debris. Darkness descends, obscuring the aftermath of the blast. Oh no! The exclamation rings out amidst the chaos. Blood splatters as the man is struck. The woman's face is contorted in a scream. The attack lands with brutal force. The force of the blow shatters the protective barrier. The barrier shatters completely, the woman's eyes widening in shock as the attack breaks through. The attack continues through the broken barrier. The shield broke because he was knocked out, the text declares. He lies defeated. Her fiery eyes narrow with determination. TSK, she clicks her tongue, visibly frustrated by the turn of events. She declares, I was just gonna wait until I could find the bastard who's controlling these guys. But her patience snaps. But this is pissing me off, she exclaims, her eyes blazing with fury. Her hands glow with intense energy, crackling with power as she prepares to unleash her fury. A blinding flash erupts, consuming the scene. The flash fades, revealing a horde of armed skeletons charging forward. With narrowed eyes, she throws a punch, a burst of light erupting from her fist. The light intensifies, streaks of energy ripping through the air. The punch connects, a devastating shockwave ripping through the structure. The skeletons are engulfed in a blinding inferno. The inferno rages, consuming everything in its path. The flames continue to burn, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. The city skyline is now engulfed in flames. Standing on a rooftop, she surveys the burning city. No way, she whispers, disbelief etched in her voice. Her eyes widen, shock evident as she hears the unbelievable news. You're telling me a human did that, she asks, the question hanging in the air. A sniper rifle is slung across her back, ready for action. The system confirms she wields the strongest special attribute skill, Ruler of Flames, S. She assesses the situation, admitting, I don't want to fight a monster like that head-on. A bubblegum bubble pops as she declares, a sniper should act like a sniper. The scene shifts, showing the battlefield from a distance, a chaotic clash of figures and explosions. The sniper's shot hits its mark with a resounding crack. A blinding flash fills the screen. With a confident smirk, she says, capture. Above her outstretched hand, a dark void crackles with purple energy. The air crackles as a massive, glowing symbol materializes above the void. The symbol glows brighter, pulsating with raw power as it hovers above the swirling void. This is Heaven's breath, a voice declares, the words ringing with a strange power as the symbol above continues to glow. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she holds the glowing orb of Heaven's breath. The orb of Heaven's breath glows intensely in her hand, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. A voice calls out, Boss. Did you secure the item? Holding the Heaven's breath, she replies, Who do you think I am? Of course I did. Good job. Come to point B right away, a voice orders. She responds, Okay. Mission accomplished. Easy, she declares, holding the Heaven's breath. However, she thinks, though it's a shame I couldn't take care of Seo Junho. Looking down at the city, she pauses, a confused "huh" escaping her lips. That's. She begins, spotting someone falling rapidly towards the city below. His eyes narrow, a grim expression settling on his face as he plummets towards the ground. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she shouts, Seo Junho. Speak of the devil, she shouts, a rifle clutched in her hands, ready to fire. Through the scope, Seo Junho is seen. I'll kill you painlessly. The assassin vows. I'll cut your head off in one hit. The assassin's bullet hurtles towards a dark void crackling with purple energy. The assassin is sent flying back by the blast of purple energy. The void crackles, deflecting the assassin's attack. The assassin's attack is deflected once again, purple energy crackling in the air. He lunges forward, his hand outstretched. Suddenly, the assassin appears, rifle aimed. It missed, she exclaims, disbelief evident. The assassin's shot, a teleporting sniper bullet, somehow misses its mark. There's no way it would miss, she thinks, shocked. Eyes wide with renewed determination, the assassin declares, I won't miss this time. A deafening bang echoes. Activating Shadow Step, he vanishes between two dark portals. His expression hardens as he emerges from the shadows. A flurry of slashes fills the air, a whirlwind of motion. The rapid strikes blur, a dance of light and shadow. He disappeared? The question hangs heavy in the air. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Where did he go? No way. Even the ranker Hyunho couldn't dodge my attack, she exclaims, shock evident in her voice. How could a newbie have pulled it off? Wait, she says, a realization dawning on her. The place he was headed to is, she exclaims, the realization hitting her hard. A flurry of energy erupts, filling the space with a blinding light. The energy coalesces, forming a massive symbol above her as she braces herself. The symbol unleashes its power, a blinding wave of energy erupting outwards. Her eyes widen, the force of the blast threatening to overwhelm her. The attack hits its mark, a figure now visible within the swirling energy. Calmly, he looks up, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Why you? Who are you? What do you want? A voice cries out, filled with panic. A glowing figure launches a projectile towards him. Undeterred, he asks, what'll you do if I tell you? You watchdogs. The figure declares, the words echoing in the darkness. The figure, glowing with an eerie light, aims her weapon. We'll disappear from the world tonight anyways, she declares, the chilling words hanging in the air. A blinding light erupts, filling the space. The light intensifies, swallowing everything in its path. The world is consumed by fire. Hot. A voice whispers as only a skull and scattered bones remain amidst the inferno. The voice rises in anger, I said it's hot. Her rage boils over as fire erupts from her hands. The ground beneath her feet glows with intense heat. Grinning, she declares, all right. Once we're done with this, I'll go on a vacation to Antarctica. A panicked cry of P. Princess rings out. Her eyes widen as she hears, it's an emergency. We can't find the heaven's breath. What? She exclaims, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. The urgent report continues, I think it disappeared during the scuffle. We're searching the area, but... A new question arises in her mind, but no one got close to the heaven's breath. How could it have disappeared? The sounds of battle fade as the leader and team call out, their voices overlapping. The woman prepares an attack, her hands glowing with power. Above, a figure is struck by a beam of light. Her eyes widen, a silent scream escaping her lips. A heavily armored foot descends, poised to crush. The dust settles, revealing a skeletal figure standing amidst the chaos. The skeletal knight strides forward, his sword gleaming in the fiery light. A look of utter disbelief washes over her face. The fuck is this? She exclaims. Her expression of disbelief remains, her eyes wide with shock. A figure lies prone amidst the wreckage, light flares around them. Amidst the chaos, figures emerge, weapons raised. Amidst the destruction, a figure extends a hand, a glowing orb of energy crackling in their palm. A chilling realization dawns, black, skeletons? A skeletal face looms, its dark, empty socket staring directly ahead. She stares in disbelief at her fallen teammate. Despite the fatigue from consecutive battles, they shouldn't fall so easily. Gongju-nim. Something strange, a voice whispers, hinting at an unsettling discovery. Her eyes widen as she hears the ominous warning. What? She asks, a mixture of confusion and alarm etched on her face. A chilling realization dawns, the armor that they're wearing looks familiar. What are you saying? She asks, her brow furrowed in disbelief. The scene shifts, 3 years ago, a caption declares. Missing person posters are plastered on a wall, hinting at a dark past. The wall is covered in missing posters, the faces blurred and indistinct, hinting at a series of disappearances. The question hangs in the air, the player disappearance case on the second floor that sent it into turmoil. Do you remember? She looks up, a flicker of unease in her eyes. What about it? She asks, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. He responds, stating, I was in charge of the investigation, so I know all the details. He elaborates, revealing, the missing player's equipment, fighting styles, everything, they're the same as the skeletons, he finishes, the image splitting to show a human face on one side and a skull on the other. A beat of silence follows this revelation, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Then, the woman begins, sweat beading on her brow as she looks off to the side, seemingly lost in thought. Her words trail off, the ominous phrase hanging in the air, these skeletons. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card declares, Return of the Frozen Player. A plan is set in motion. He declares, I'll attack the auction hall and distract Gong Yuha. The objective, you'll steal the heaven's breath at that time. A simple OK confirms the plan is accepted. The next target is revealed, Cheryl Hotel will be the stage. The plan is set. We'll meet there when we're done, he states, the night sky looming above. Standing over the fallen figure, a warning echoes, avoid contact with dangerous players. Standing over the defeated woman, he wonders if the leader of the watchdogs keeps secrets from his own subordinates. It seems she also lacks memories of the Fiend Association. Skeleton Mage Arma. He mutters, observing a group that includes a bald man in a suit and two others. He decides, I'll have to see his memories. The skeletons attacking the auction hall, according to the watchdog's memories, are players sacrificed by Nazid Hallow. The skeletons stand in formation, and the text reveals, and his student, Arma, is controlling them. But Arma himself is hiding far from the auction site, safely tucked away in his hideout. The text warns that he'll have a ton of magic traps set up, so recklessly barging in would be suicide. If there's no way for me to get in, he ponders, tapping his chin. A new plan begins to form. A hand, covered in blood, reaches out as if grasping for something. Aha, he says, a glint of understanding in his eyes. A surge of magical energy erupts, illuminating the room with vibrant circles of light. The room blazes with arcane energy as the spell takes form. The magical energy focuses around his wrist, intensifying with a sharp crackle. The message confirms, mission complete. But a new concern arises. Someone's tailing him, and it's neither Seo Junho nor a member of the Dakibi Guild. The man sits back, a question forming in his mind. The item, he wonders, realizing the pursuer is after something specific. He then confirms, I still have it. But someone's chasing. He decides to hide the item in an alley near the hotel, as his pursuer is persistent. I'll leave our mark, he adds, ominously. SFX, scribble. He leaves his mark. The man wonders aloud, it's not Seo Junho or the Dakibi Guild? The man's thoughts turn to another possibility. Is there a third party that we didn't expect? A gloved hand snaps its fingers. How unpleasant. The figure muses, as a green magic circle glows below. With a snap of his gloved fingers, magic circles begin to glow. How unpleasant. He murmurs, as one appears beneath the table. The magic spreads, enveloping the entire building in a dark miasma. The dark miasma spreads rapidly, now seen engulfing the city street from above as people flee in terror. A foot steps onto the ground, the sound echoing in the silence. He sees the marking on the ground near him. And the thought continues. And I sense a concentration of magic over there. Save me the trouble of finding it, a voice echoes. A concentration of magic is found near a trash can. With a metallic clang, the trash can lid is opened. Peering inside, he sees it, this is the highest grade magic core. The core pulses with light, and a voice declares, Heaven's breath. Holding the core, he wonders. What are magic cores? Holding the core, he wonders, are magic cores always this cold? Examining the core, he notes, I don't sense as much magic as I expected. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from the core, blasting outwards. His eyes widen in shock as the core suddenly flares with intense light. The intense light overwhelms him, and he cries out in pain. Gah! The panel reveals the source of the light, a booby trap made by condensing magic. He stares in disbelief at the condensed magic before him. Who in the world? He exclaims. Panic rising, he wonders, and how did they figure out our mark? He steels himself, muttering, No, calm down. I have to defend myself first. The trap is near, a voice warns. He's caught in the trap, a red aura swirling around him. The trap activates, a skull emitting crackling energy. I didn't want to waste my full strength. He admits, but vows, but I'll take you down. Surrounded by the skeletal figures, he vows to bring his opponent down. His eyes glow with determination. Not bad, a voice acknowledges. But the compliment quickly turns to a taunt, except for the fact that you're defenseless while casting. Appearing instantly behind his opponent, the man's voice cuts through the air, nothing personal, kid. His eyes widen in alarm as the attack closes in. The attack lands, a crimson bloom erupting on his chest. Blood trickles from his mouth as he wonders, when did he? His eyes widen in disbelief. No, he whispers, as a dark hand reaches toward him. A chilling thought crosses his mind, was he waiting for me to cast from the start? Was completely defeated. The words hang heavy in the air, signaling a crushing loss. A heavy thud echoes in the darkness. He falls, struck down with a final blow. Through gritted teeth, he spits out, You bastard. Then, with a final breath, he asks, Your name? A faint smile plays on his lips, blood smearing his cheek. Did you hear it? He asks, a sinister grin spreading across his bloodied face. Answer the questions of all the people you killed, he demands, blood staining his shirt. Silence hangs in the air as the man stands over his fallen opponent, a sword in his hand. He raises his sword high, a blue light emanating from the blade. He stares down, his expression grim. So why bother asking? The ground shatters from the force of his blow. Debris explodes outwards, the force of the impact sending shards flying. With fire blazing from her hands, she stands amidst the destruction. Amidst the fiery aftermath, the man's voice cuts through the chaos, all the skeletons. He continues, observing that, they're scattering into dust. A question forms in the man's mind, did the mage call them back? Or perhaps, the scene shifts to an underwater view, with long, thin objects piercing the surface. The man stands over his fallen opponent, sword still in hand, stained with fresh blood. A screen flickers to life, displaying a series of cryptic stats and messages. The man regards it with a stoic expression, a few fresh cuts marring his face. I gained 2 levels, that's more than I expected, he thinks, glancing down at himself. He realizes, maybe it's because Arma's level and skill ranks are higher than mine. A grim thought then crosses his mind, if he hadn't fallen for the trap, I would have been the one that died. Now, then. The panel reads, signaling a shift in focus. A hand glows with blue energy as a voice declares, I hope you know something good. A blinding flash erupts. A summoner? That's an unusual ability, one of the figures remarks. Another replies, the higher-ups will like it. The rain falls as one of them wonders aloud, how long has it been since we've found a first-grade item? Kid, you should feel honored, one of them says, adding, Nazid Halonim is interested in your ability. The offer is made, he wants to appoint you as the leader of the watchdogs. The group's ultimate goal, it seems, is within reach. The ultimate goal is revealed, is to dominate the tower. You'll know the details once you get to the 2nd floor. The voice trails off, leaving much to the imagination. A sharp ringing pierces the air. He grits his teeth, a trickle of blood running down his face. A system message flashes, the skill rank is too low. You could not recall the memory completely. Another system message appears, the skill has automatically deactivated for the safety of the user. Frustration etched on his face, he mutters, Ugh, it's doing this again. As another message confirms, as expected, the important memories are locked. The system's message confirms the grim reality: the locked memories are fragmented. Despite the fragmented memories, he declares, but I still found out a lot. His eyes narrow with resolve, and he mutters, those scum. The truth of what he discovered is revealed: they used orphans to train them into fiends. The horrifying truth surfaces: before they become fiends, they're seen as items, not people. The chilling reality of their fate is revealed: if they can't keep up with the harsh training, they're thrown away without a second thought. I can't just stand by after finding all this out, he declares, fist clenched in fury. The revelation hits hard. Arma, the perpetrator of the massacre in Turkey, also came from an orphanage. I have to eradicate them before they create more monsters like him, he vows. His gaze hardens as he considers the implications. And this Nazid Hallow, is he the... He wonders if Nazid Hallow is the person he saw in the Shadow Brothers' memories. It's possible, he admits, but I can't tell for sure because I don't know exactly how many executives the Fiend Association has. Elsewhere, a voice observes, a master and his disciple, how lucky. The observer's words prove true as a figure in a suit steps over a bloodied body slumped against a wall. A desperate plea echoes, wait for me. The suited figure's voice booms, filled with malice, I'll pull you from the roots and send you all to hell. The once grand building stands in ruins, sunlight streaming through shattered windows. A hand presses against her temple as she gasps, ha! Still reeling, she clutches her head, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. You still haven't found it? She asks, clearly frustrated. Two men in suits stand nearby, one replying, I'm sorry. We couldn't. A groan escapes her, the pain clearly still intense. Her hand rises to her forehead, brows furrowed as she wonders aloud, did they take heaven's breath and retreat right away? Regret laces her thoughts, if we'd fought just a little longer, I could have traced their magic back to their location. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts, demanding, what time is it? I'm so mad, he thinks, furious. If it weren't for those fiends, I would be sleeping soundly in my hotel. He's interrupted by someone addressing him as Gongju Nim. His hands fly to his face, a bewildered what escaping his lips. A message declares, someone has left a gift for you. He wonders aloud, what, a fan? The man nearby replies, I think so. Meanwhile, she wonders aloud, geez, why do they keep sending me things? She continues, revealing her frustration, I even wrote on my fan cafe to not send me gifts unless it's an autograph event or something. The man in the suit pauses, thinking aloud, but the contents. She then chimes in, already having opened the gift, huh, is it something weird? She quickly reassures him, no, it's not that. I already checked it. Inside the box, a swirling orb of energy pulses with light. A warning flashes, it may shock you. With wide eyes, she stammers, this is. It's a great replica, a man states, his back turned. She retorts with a simple LOL, adding, it looks exactly like the heaven's breath we saw at the auction. Her shock intensifies as she exclaims, it's the original. Her eyes widen in disbelief as a bright light emanates from the heaven's breath. A stunned what bursts from someone nearby. The light intensifies, and a wave of shock ripples through the room. The real deal, someone exclaims, clearly shocked. Another voice wonders, didn't the skeleton mage take it? The man in the suit states, that's why I said that it may shock you. The man reveals, there was also a sticky note written in English. Would you like to see it? An enthusiastic yeah bursts forth, eager to see the note. The note simply reads, bus. The protagonist's eyes widen as he reads the note. It states, dealt with the skeleton mage and the two fiends. Retrieved heaven's breath. Skeleton mage is in the alley behind XX Hotel. Bye. A fan that was passing by. He mutters in disbelief, wow. He asks, stunned, and my fan took care of everything? The girl replies, it seems so. He thinks to himself, stunned, I didn't even do anything. The man, his arm in a sling, sighs in relief. Well, it worked out, didn't it? We won't have to pay for the damages either. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if we couldn't find it. Gratitude washes over the man as he says, I don't know who it was, but I'm very thankful. The man, still wearing his sling, asks, Can you find out who it was? I want to meet them. Meanwhile, the woman on the couch says, I was also curious, so I went to inspect the skeleton mage's corpse. The woman continues, stating, But your fan is quite amazing. They didn't leave a single trace. The woman's assessment is clear, it's the work of a pro. He notes that the skill level displayed suggests the culprit is at least a ranker, but he can't imagine who it could be. He then wonders aloud, who was it? I really want to know. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, filled with confusion, huh? Suddenly, a shout pierces the air, HUI. Her eyes widen in alarm as she points forward. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, demanding, Excuse me. A voice calls out, followed by, Good morning, team leader Gong. Good morning, she says, though her expression suggests otherwise. The man can only respond with a confused. Team leader Gong's good morning turns into an accusation. I mean, how could you do that? You just whooshed away during an emergency, she exclaims, pointing an accusing finger. The man seems taken aback. Ran away? Me? His eyes narrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he recalls, yesterday. Yeah, it probably looked like that. His words hang in the air, leaving team leader Gong to wonder what exactly happened. Accusations fly as one of the women declares, You're a habitual offender. You ran away last time too, saying you were going to the bathroom. Another voice counters, If you have the strength, you have to use it right. The conversation shifts as someone declares, Spectre Nim said that players' powers exist to protect the woman passionately finishes her statement, protect the people. The declaration hangs in the air as Spectre Nim appears confused. I said that, he wonders aloud, scratching the back of his head. What? I said Spectre Nim, not you, she clarifies, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Spectre seems to realize something, muttering, Spectre. To think that I said something so ridiculous, he muses, glancing down at the script for the interview. He reflects, there was an interview I did that was almost entirely scripted. I don't remember what I said. So from now on, don't run away if something happens. You have to think about the citizen's safety, okay? She urges him. He replies, Yes, I'll keep that in mind. I was wrong. I'm glad you understand, she exclaims, a bright smile spreading across her face. Clearing his throat, he addresses someone as Mr. Snakehead, before asking if he knows what's written on the paper he holds. She tilts her head, a look of confusion washing over her face. No, she asks. He reveals that a fan caught the skeleton mage and other fiends, sending him heaven's breath. He wonders aloud, Inho said that they're at least a ranker. I'm really curious about who it is. Isn't it possible that they're not? No. No, there's no way, a voice exclaims in disbelief. They continue, stating that they investigated the area, but the mysterious figure didn't leave a single trace on the corpse or in the alleyway. The voice reasons that if Inho couldn't find anything, that means that they're a ranker, or at the level of one. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, I erased all my traces with magic. He realizes that a certain skill is proving its worth. It's a skill I learned from Skaya, and it turned out to be useful. Examining the note, she observes, and their writing looks natural, so they're probably a fluent English speaker. A new question arises, is there really a need to find them? He states firmly, if they want to reveal their identity, they'll do it themselves. She chews on her fingernail, still holding the note as she looks to him. That makes sense, she realizes. Looking at the blue flame in her hand, she wonders aloud, it would be rude to look for them, right? But what brings you here? The auction ended, a voice asks. She replies, I came to pick up the items I bid on. They're distributing them here. A voice directs her, you can go to that desk over there. She replies with a simple, thank you. So, are you going back to Korea now? A man asks. She confirms with a simple, yes. Another man adds, it's a little sad that we have to part like this. She is asked once more, will you really not come to our guild? She responds, once again, I respectfully decline. Tisk, I'm hurt, a thought bubble reads. Next time we meet, it'll be on the second floor. The words hang heavy, a promise of a future confrontation. He smirks, towering over her. The promise of their next encounter hangs heavy in the air. He confirms, yes. It won't be long. The anticipation of their impending clash hangs heavy. A sly hee-hee escapes her lips as she states, that's what everyone's saying. Beside her, he smiles knowingly, adding, you'll know when the time comes. Your confidence is amazing, a voice remarks, the anticipation building. An outstretched hand appears, and a voice declares, all right. Her smile widens as she proposes, if you really come to the second floor within half a year, I'll give you a present. He counters with a question, and if I don't? Then, he thinks to himself, Mr. Snakehead will grant a wish of mine. Meanwhile, someone else observes, she really won't give up on the guilt thing. She's so obvious. The deal is sealed with a handshake. It's a deal. Don't complain later, comes the firm reply, solidifying the agreement. The spoils of their agreement are revealed, as stamina regeneration necklace and an unknown ball. He wonders, opening the box, why did keen intuition react so strongly to this? But there's no item window. Something is clearly amiss with this unknown ball. Holding the unknown ball, he wonders, and if I use magic on it? A strange symbol appears. As he infuses the ball with magic, a strange symbol flickers into existence. Is that all? A voice echoes, laced with boredom. How boring. Well, it did react, he observes, a faint glow emanating from his hand. He decides, so I'll keep it in my inventory and use magic on it from time to time. Whether it's good or bad, something's bound to happen. And then, with a flick of his wrist, the box vanishes. But then, a voice interrupts, excuse me, this. The box reappears. The sound of something breaking echoes. The box sits undisturbed, but a shadow looms over it. He kneels before a door marked second floor frontier area housing. A teleport delivery from the first floor, he wonders. Examining the small, red package, he wonders aloud, who would? Inside the box, a golden pendant rests next to a note, we pay highest to I dig, Ising wit. Missing. Joff. A wave of shock washes over him. A note reveals the sender, I hope you're healthy. I'll come up within half a year. Your uncle. He stares at the note in disbelief, only uttering one word, uncle. Silence hangs in the air as he stares blankly ahead, lost in thought. A realization dawns, so he's starting to move. A misty, old town lies ahead, a single light flickering in the windows. Sunlight glints off the side of a building, the clear blue sky filled with fluffy clouds. The scene shifts to Korea International Airport, bustling with travelers under the bright sky. Inside the car, he pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The silence hangs heavy. The car door clicks shut, and she's lost in thought. Is there a problem? She asks, a slight smile playing on her lips. He quickly replies, no. A smile spreads across his face as he admits, I didn't know that you would come all the way here to meet me. She explains that escorting him home is part of her job as a secretary. Then she asks if there's anywhere else he needs to stop, or if they should go straight to the association. He pauses, seemingly considering her question. Just a sec. A thought bubble appears, declaring, a present for you. A present for her, he thinks, as he offers a small, neatly wrapped gift. He admits, I didn't know what to buy, so I just got a book. I don't know if you'll like it though. An exclamation point punctuates her surprise. The book is now in her hands, the cover a deep, rich purple. Her voice trembles as she reads the title, This is The Youngest Son of the Gates? The English edition, he asks, tilting his head slightly. He continues, do you know it? There was one copy left in the bestseller corner, so I bought it. Yes. Of course I do, she exclaims, her face lighting up with excitement. He responds, that's good, then, as an image flashes in his mind, showing someone dejected at a desk surrounded by sold out and out of stock signs. I looked everywhere for a copy, but I couldn't find one. He admits, I was worried you wouldn't like it. He then offers, if you want, you can read it right now. She stammers, but I'm working right now. I couldn't possibly. But then, a firm no echoes. Then what's the problem, he asks, arms crossed. She replies, I'm not used to the time difference, so I'm gonna get some shut-eye. Please wake me when we arrive at the association. She pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. Clutching a book, she settles back into her seat. A voice whispers, gee, good night. The city skyline stretches out, bathed in the warm hues of sunset. Return of the Frozen Player. Return of the Frozen Player. The title card appears. A hand places something down, the sound echoing as a voice declares, here, this is for you. He eyes the gift, wondering aloud, is it something expensive? A second thought crosses his mind, what should I do? I quit drinking recently. Elsewhere, a man states, I contacted Arthur. I told him I'm coming up soon. Really? That's good, a voice replies. Then, a deeper sentiment is revealed, that kid has gone through a lot since the incident 25 years ago, but he's grown up well. He laments, it's a shame that I haven't been able to see him since he went up to the second floor frontier. Then, a question lingers in his mind, has it been a while? The voice continues, revealing, yeah, he said that he won't come down because being in the Earth area reminds him of his father, he reveals. A moment of silence follows. Oh yeah, I heard from Dakibi's Gon Yuha that the invitation you gave me wasn't a normal one, he reveals. The man across from him smirks, replying, oh, that? So you figured it out. The man, a sinister smile playing on his lips, declares, I have to let the world know how much I care for you, so that no one will bother you. He then adds, do me a favor, then. I need to find a certain orphanage, he states, his expression unreadable. The man behind the desk raises an eyebrow. An orphanage? Why? He reveals, I found out something about the fiends. The man behind the desk leans forward, intrigued. Sunlight streams into the room, illuminating the interior where the man waits expectantly. The man stands before the desk, awaiting instructions. Sunlight floods the room, highlighting the tension in the air. He clenches his fist, demanding, is everything you just said true? The implications of the response weigh heavily as he continues, they raise orphans as fiends. Confirmation hangs in the air. It's true, the man admits, continuing, but I don't know anything about the orphanage except that it's in a foreign country. Damn it, he curses, slamming his fist onto the table. Those bastards don't know where to draw the line. SFX, Kwang. Despite his outburst, he pours himself a drink. Hey, didn't you just say that you quit drinking? Another man asks. Well, whatever. I'm having a glass, he declares, but then pauses. Wait a moment. He reaches out to the glass, a strange energy swirling around his hand. But then, he pauses again, uttering a soft coo. Before delivering the news, anyways, Kwan Noya called for you. The glass hits the table with a sharp tap. Noya, he asks, clearly surprised by the name. He's reminded, you know the sword you requested before you went to the States? Apparently, it will be finished by tomorrow, and the craftsman wants to deliver it in person. With your career, it won't be suspicious even if you guys meet. True, he admits, touching his chin thoughtfully. He then reveals, I was even scouted by the Dakibi Guild, so my name's out there now. The man behind the desk instructs him to go early in the morning tomorrow. He replies, all right. I'm going to rest, then. The man waves goodbye, thinking to himself, bastard, you're excited to meet him after a while. Then, what happens next? He resolves, I should start doing what I can too. He pauses, considering his next move. He walks forward, hands casually in his pockets, a slight smile playing on his lips. He recognizes the cobblestone beneath his feet. It's exactly the same as it was 25 years ago. He gazes up at the familiar architecture, the same as it was decades ago. The buildings loom above him, unchanged by the passage of time. His hand rests on the wooden door. Now that I think about it, I heard that Noya's grandson took over the workshop. Hearing the hammers ring out, he muses, it seems that the old man taught him well. A smirk plays on his lips as he wonders, I wonder how the crybaby is like now. He steps inside the workshop, the air thick with the heat of the forge. Sparks fly as the hammer strikes the metal. Sweat glistens on a muscular chest. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the din of the forge, demanding, who are you? The blacksmith pauses, a confused, escaping his lips as he looks down. The blacksmith's eyes widen in disbelief. This guy is Quan Noya's grandson, he wonders, followed by a more pressing question, what the hell happened in 25 years? The blacksmith's eyes widen as he recognizes the child's face. Oh, it's player Seo Junho. A voice booms, the association contacted me ahead of time. Could you come this way? Seo Junho nods silently in response. The scene shifts to a dark corridor, presumably the way the man indicated. Seo Junho follows the man into what appears to be a blacksmith's workshop, the glow of the forge illuminating the space. The man turns to Seo Junho, asking, is Noya upstairs? The camera focuses on the man's feet as he mutters, this rascal. The man's tone shifts as he says, it's so hard to see your face. Turning to face his opponent, the man smirks, it's been a while. The man's expression hardens as he states a name, Noya. An older man asks if this is the first time the two are meeting. Don't worry about it, Noya replies. The older man instructs someone named Pamo to fetch a glass of agate tea for their guest. Noya seems surprised, questioning the tea. The older man firmly tells Pamo, don't make me say it twice. Pamo responds with a subdued, yes. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, he still listens well to his grandfather. The older man's thoughts reveal his true intentions. Don't pretend you don't know, he thinks, continuing, when he doesn't listen, he gets stupidly stubborn. A chuckle escapes the older man's lips, his eyes still closed. The older man continues, stating that the other learned well because he was scolded. He adds that he saw him hammering on the way in, impressed by his skill and muscles. A dismissive humph is heard, followed by the statement that he still has a mountain of something left to do. He observes that the other is still awkward about being praised. But why aren't you welcoming me back, he asks, a slight smile playing on his lips. The older man, visibly taken aback, responds with a shocked, glad? The older man's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. A sharp thud echoes through the room. The old man's hand grips the protagonist's collar. You've gone through a lot. A faint smile graces his lips as he responds, thank you. I'm glad that you're still the same. The old man's expression hardens, the warmth fading. But why the hell did you come back, he demands. The old man's face contorts with a sudden anger. But why the hell did you come back, he demands, his voice laced with suspicion. Swirling energy gathers around them, the air crackling with unseen power. What am I supposed to say when you ask me like that, he retorts, visibly frustrated by the old man's accusatory tone. He continues, explaining that he heard the summary from Dyaku, but he didn't tell me why you came back as a player. He pauses, a serious expression on his face. Seeing is believing, he finally states. With a snap of his fingers, a sharp sound pierces the air. The air crackles with energy. A surge of energy emanates from his hand, a bright light forming between his fingers. The old man's eyes widen in shock. The old man can only exclaim in shock. His eyes wide with disbelief, the old man utters, is this the Frost Queen's skill, he finishes, recognizing the powerful technique. A chilling aura descends as the Frost Queen's power manifests. So, the young man begins, seated across from an older woman in a well-lit room. He learns he's received a skill from defeating the Frost Queen, one that can save his teammates. Yeah. So let's work hard from now on, he replies. A smile spreads across his face as he reminds her, we made a contract to work together a long time ago, didn't we? An older man stares intently at someone, his expression unreadable. The figure declares, the one I made a contract with was Spectre, not some newbie named. Blue energy crackles around Seo Junho, his eyes still closed as he remains seemingly unaware of the power surging around him. The figure then loudly proclaims, "Ah! I'm joking." The figure continues, revealing his true intentions. "I wanted to see that stupid face of yours since it's been a while." The protagonist, clearly surprised, asks, "You called me here to make fun of me, not because of the sword." The figure confirms, "Oh, the one I made from the nameless dragon's bones? Of course I'm finished." The protagonist is surprised by the news. "Wow! That fast? It hasn't even been that long since I commissioned you." The craftsman scoffs, retorting, "Humph, have you forgotten?" The craftsman's weathered hand rests on the finished blade. "I wield the hammer for you," he declares. The craftsman's words are met with a firm declaration, "And you wield the sword for me." The craftsman grips the sword, his expression grave as he asks, "Is that not the promise we made?" The craftsman's gaze hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. The craftsman, looking distressed, exclaims, "I didn't say that, did I? It's so cringy." An urgent voice cuts through the air, "Just check the weapon." A blinding light erupts as they examine the weapon closely. The weapon gleams, its dark blade edged with crimson, catching the light. He grips the weapon, a dark blade edged in crimson, and declares, "It fits my hand perfectly." A sinister smile plays on his lips as he reveals, "Noya was still thinking of me 25 years later." "And you?" A thought bubble appears, questioning, "Who just throws someone a couple of dragon bones and tells them to make a sword in this day and age?" He presents the completed sword, declaring, "I mixed in some new material. Check it out." The old man replies, "The magic conductivity and durability is better," before simply adding, "Will do." Suddenly, a window pops up, displaying item info for the newly crafted weapon, Black Dragon Fawn, a unique item. The system window highlights key features: incredible durability, wounds that resist healing, and a persistent hunter ability that allows for tracking the blood's owner. A voice then declares, "Yes, this is what a sword should be." He states that it's on a completely different level from the random swords he used from the association's storage. A smirk plays on his lips as he observes the sword. "You're as skilled as ever." "I like it." "As ever?" "I've gotten even better in 25 years, you rascal," he retorts, a hint of challenge in his tone. The old man replies, "I see you've become more polite to a retired old man like me who only plays Go." The protagonist then asks, "Go? You've never even beat me before." The words hang in the air, a challenge laid bare. The old man's face contorts in anger as he shouts, "Do you think my Go skills are the same too?" The man stands firm, holding a tray with 2 drinks, declaring, "I'm better than you now." Suddenly, the scene cuts to an abstract image, with the words, "Right in front of my tea?" A hand sets down the tray, offering, "Please have some tea while you talk." "Thank you," he says, accepting the offered tea. "It's no problem," the server replies. But the old man warns him, "It's a rare tea. Don't spill any." "Geez, Noya, I've had all kinds of expensive teas before," he retorts, seemingly unfazed by the old man's warning. He takes a sip of the tea, his eyes closed. The old man asks, "How is it?" A large exclamation point hangs above the protagonist's head. "It's a taste you've never experienced, isn't it?" the old man asks. The protagonist wonders, "What in the world is this tea?" The old man retorts, "Do you think I'd just tell you?" The old man smirks, proposing a challenge. "I'll tell you if you beat me at Go." A confident smile spreads across his face. "Let's do it." The challenge is set, no take-backs. The title card flashes, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card flashes, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card flashes, Return of the Frozen Player. A stone shatters the Go board in a burst of power. The older man erupts in fury. "What kind of bullshit is this?" he shouts. The protagonist, however, remains calm, stating, Now, calm down. "I won, so tell me." The older man, now seated, grumbles in frustration. "Humph." The protagonist faces forward, a question hanging in the air. "Kid, do you know about the second races?" The older man ponders the question, muttering, monsters that walk on two legs and resemble humans? Orcs, elves. The older man continues, explaining that that's what they were in the past, but their standards of intelligence have changed since the second floor opened. He clarifies, the second races, as we call them now. The man continues, stating that these second races are intelligent enough to communicate with us. Behind him, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes loom. Eyes widening, he blurts out, wait, so we can communicate with orcs too? But then he remembers his past experiences, adding, the orcs I've encountered always screamed nonsense. The man clarifies, some of the second races lacked intelligence to begin with, so it's not like we can communicate with all of them. A voice then asks, filled with skepticism, really? The man retorts, but why do you bring that up? You asked about the tea. The man then reveals the source of the tea. This agate tea is made of tea leaves that the elves grew. A thought strikes him. Then, can I get it if I go to the second floor, he asks. The man scoffs, humph. If you can't find intelligent elves and make a connection with them, you can't get it for 1 billion gold. That's a shame, he says, seemingly disappointed. Then, glancing at his inventory, he asks, since I'm here, can you take a look at this for me? SFX, swish. A strange, golden-veined rock rests in his palm. I feel like you might know something, he says, hoping the other person can identify the mysterious object. The man scowls, clearly offended by the suggestion. Bastard, I'm not some sage from Kiamsiangdi. Do you think I know everything? Despite his earlier protestations, the man reveals, I do know that that's an elven item though. The protagonist, clearly surprised, demands, what? How did you know? He pauses, about to explain. Well, to put it simply. He begins his explanation, revealing, I've met an elder of the elf tribe before. He stares intently into the distance as he continues to explain. He asks if the elder has been to the second floor before. The elder responds, I haven't. A voice booms, declaring, he was the one that came down. The elder's group turns to face the newcomer. He stands in the doorway, an axe held firmly in his grip. A question hangs in the air, creatures from the second floor can come down? The newcomer silences them with a sharp retort, don't yap about it. The elder sips from his cup, revealing that it's top secret information. He then urges, I get it, so keep talking. The elder reveals, the elf was mysterious and radiated a strange energy. The elder's words paint a picture of the mysterious elf, now silhouetted against a starry blue background. The elder continues, explaining that even though he knew he was speaking with an intelligent being, it was like I was face to face with a part of Mother Nature. The elder now compares the elf's energy to something else entirely. It's the same feeling I get from this ball. The protagonist, piecing things together, asks, I see. So this belonged to the elves? The elder responds, if you're curious about what it is, go someplace where you can meet them. The elder elaborates, stating that elven items that radiate energy from the world tree are operable, so if you're lucky, you might be able to figure something out. Okay, he responds, deciding, I'll ask my secretary if she knows any way to meet elves, then. A voice calls out, questioning, leaving already? A voice stops him, warning, don't go somewhere far. He still pretends to be gruff. The other man tells him, please don't feel too bad. He explains, my grandfather's just bad at expressing his feelings. He chuckles, accepting the small box. It's all right, I understand. But what's this? The other man replies, agate tea leaves. He continues, my grandfather told me to give it to you. He's never taken care of an outsider like this. The other man concludes, he must really like you. The man holding the tea replies, please tell him I said thank you. He then adds, okay, and. The other man waves it off, saying, it's nothing. But then adds cryptically, you'll know soon enough. The message simply reads, take care. The message simply reads, take care. The camera pans over a nighttime cityscape, focusing on a busy street. A question hangs in the air, dark elves? Yes, they're corrupt elves that betrayed the World Tree, one of the characters explains. She continues, stating, they go around in groups, so the gates they appear in are quite difficult. If you're lucky, you can also get the legendary elixir from their village, she says, as an image of the elixir appears. The other responds, I see. There's a gate in England where they appear, she reveals, continuing, it's called the Wild Forest, are you interested? He responds, yes, for now. His answer hangs in the air, leaving his true intentions unclear. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he states, then it's good if you know this too. An announcement appears, identifying the Chonghae Guild as participants in the Wild Forest Gate conquest. He wonders, are they the guild I ran into while fighting the Cinder Fox? Oh, and aside from the Chonghae Guild, players from all over the world are also gathering, he hears. His eyes widen slightly as he wonders, wait, all over the world? What do we know about the gate? The announcement reveals the location of the gate, Grantham, England. Furthermore, the objective is to take care of the Dark Elves tribe leader. The announcement continues, specifying, and only players from level 20 to 30 can participate. The announcement adds, also, the party cap is 200 people, the announcement concludes. The protagonist looks up, a bead of sweat forming on his face. The protagonist's shock is palpable. Oh my god, he mutters, the implications of the announcement clearly sinking in. A blinding white light engulfs everything. The light intensifies. The light continues to intensify, becoming almost unbearable. The forest is revealed through the blinding light, rain pouring down. The downpour intensifies around a small, isolated cabin. The wooden door shatters inward with explosive force. The watchdogs were annihilated, he asks, his gaze intense. His bloodied hand rests on the table, a grim testament to the recent violence. He demands, what kind of bullshit are you spewing? A spectral figure stands before him, its form shimmering. It's the truth, the spectral figure insists. The spectral figure reveals that communication from the skeleton mage and the others has ceased. It suspects they were caught in a trap while trying to take care of Seo Junho. Damn it, I'm in trouble, he mutters, realizing the gravity of the situation. Then, a chilling thought, Nazid Hallow treasures his disciples. His troubles mount, as he realizes, and the Sword Saint is still chasing me relentlessly. A spectral figure asks, how did the association react? The response comes, after seeing the report on Seo Junho, they said that it's impossible for the watchdogs to have been taken out by a player who debuted barely 2. A loud thud echoes as the heavy wooden door swings shut. The room is now sealed off, isolating those within. A figure shrouded in light stands opposite him. An unwelcome guest, he states, his expression unreadable. A sharp shink echoes in the confined space. A creaking sound echoes as the door swings open. The red-haired man's eyes widen in shock as the door opens. Outside, a storm rages, lightning illuminating the torrential rain. Standing in the doorway, a figure asks, are you Calciner? Calciner remains hunched over, his expression grim. A spectral, turquoise glow emanates from his clenched fist. The hooded figure's face is revealed, and he declares, Nazid Hallow. The scene fades to white as the hooded figure declares, Nazid Hallow. I read your report, the man states. He then asks, are you sure that the man called Seo Junho killed my disciple? The other responds, it appears to be so. Though I'm not exactly sure how he did it. A surge of power erupts. A blinding light erupts as the man is struck by a powerful force, sending him flying. The attack explodes with tremendous force. A figure watches in stunned silence. Gasping for air, he clutches at his chest, dark energy swirling around him. You're not sure? Do you think I came all the way here to hear you say that? He demands, his voice laced with barely restrained fury. I really don't know, the man shouts, desperation etched on his face. But if you give me a chance, he pleads, his voice cracking with desperation. Desperation clear in his voice, he promises, I'll catch him and bring him to you. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. His gaze hardens. He clenches his fist, a dark energy swirling around his hand. An explosion erupts as he slams his fist into the ground. Towering over the kneeling figure, the wizard declares, "I'll give you half a year. Bring Seo Junho to me within that time." A stammering voice replies, But if I want to bring him to the second floor, he has to be at least level 30. Doubts surface as the man wonders, he's just a newbie. How could he possibly? The hooded figure cuts off the man's doubts. Don't misunderstand. Above him, a disembodied voice booms, "Your life is on the line. Make it happen." He drops to his knees, a frustrated "damn it" escaping his lips as he stares at the glowing blue energy before him. A new instruction echoes in his mind, "Find a pathfinder." The voice clarifies, a pathfinder is the key to descending the dimensional elevator while avoiding the player association. A voice stammers, "Wait, synonym, you." But the figure responds with a single, resolute word, "Yes." The figure declares, "I'm leaving Kim Woojum behind." He states with unwavering resolve, "I'll go down to the first floor in person." An airplane soars through the sky. Above Grantham, England, an airplane cuts through the cloudy sky. "Did you arrive at the?" The message begins. The message continues, asking, "Did you arrive at the hotel safely?" A reply comes, "Yes, thanks to your help." He's questioned about his haste, as the raid isn't for another 4 days. There are a few small gates in the area, so I want to clear them," he replies, as a warm-up. The hero is taken aback. 200 people, he wonders. Silence hangs in the air before she finally asks, "Yes, is there a problem?" Then, the system appeared, bringing with it players and gates. "It's very fair," a voice booms, as a cloaked figure holds aloft a scale. The gate difficulty, it seems, is never skewed in favor of either the players or the monsters. The scale tips, and the voice continues, "And if 200 players can enter, that means the gate will be extremely difficult." A looming, horned silhouette dwarfs the figures below, casting a shadow of impending doom. A grim realization dawns, I can't protect all 200 people while fighting. His fingers tighten against his chin as he mutters, "This gate." The weight of the challenge ahead settles heavily on him. A stark warning flashes before him, will be harder than usual. His resolve hardens, clenching his fist in anticipation of the tougher challenge ahead. 4 days later, the scene shifts, hinting at the passage of time and the challenges that await. A large, luminous portal opens in a grassy field, drawing the attention of a gathered crowd. A crowd gathers near the portal, their murmurs filling the air. While someone exclaims, clearly impressed by the sight of the portal. Everyone's full of energy, she observes, a smile spreading across her face. Strong players from all over the world have come, a man states, observing the crowd. Another voice adds, "There's so much gear I haven't seen." In Korea, a voice booms. "Look, team leader," a woman exclaims, her eyes widening with surprise. Her surprise is evident as she recognizes the man before them, team leader Cha Minwoo. Cha Minwoo's expression hardens as he asks, "You're looking for Seo Junho, aren't you?" Suddenly, an ACK escapes someone's lips as a sharp slap echoes. The woman chuckles, retorting, "Oh my, your neck must hurt." He responds, a smirk playing on his lips, "What can I say, I'm excited." A memory surfaces, when we fought the Cinder Fox. A towering silhouette of the beast looms in the background. The memory continues, the speaker stating plainly, "Everyone saw how he acted." The man's expression softens as he recalls, "It opened my eyes." He admits, "I felt embarrassed for always choosing the easy way out. Anyways, I'm gonna show him how I've changed this time," she declares, clenching her fist. Then, noticing something, she exclaims, "Huh? Look! Player Seo Junho's over there," she observes. The discovery is met with a clear exclamation of surprise. A finger hovers over a glowing inscription. "Seo Junhonim," a voice calls out. Turning toward the sound, Seo Junho is met with a familiar face. "Ha! Aren't you from the time with the Cinder Fox?" Seo Junho asks, recognizing the man. Stammering, Cha Minwoo replies, "As so you remember." He then introduces himself as Cha Minwoo of the Cheonghae Guild. Cha Minwoo expresses his gratitude, stating, I heard that you carried me out after the battle. Thank you. Seo Junho replies, I should be the one thanking you. Cha Minwoo pauses, then reveals, besides saying hi, I came over because I have a proposal to make. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting, where the conversation continues under a cloudy sky. Above, a voice questions, a proposal? Below, another responds with a simple, yes. The man asks, are you currently in a party? The man continues to question, what is your level? A disembodied voice echoes, posing a simple question, are you currently in a party? If not, the voice continues, won't you join the Chonhae guilds? The man considers the offer, thinking, it's not bad. It would be inefficient to go about this gate alone. I have no reason to refuse, he states, sealing the deal with a handshake. Sounds good. The clock reads 11:02 a.m. The sign reads, Wild Forest Gate Entrance. The group stands before a swirling portal of light, ready to enter the wild forest. The group steps forward, disappearing into the blinding light of the portal. The group finds themselves in the wild forest. The sound of rustling leaves fills the air as the group arrives in the wild forest. A figure in dark armor stands before them, a red cape billowing behind him. Below, a faint blue glow emanates from the forest floor. A surge of blue energy erupts around the armored figure. The blue energy intensifies, now forming a massive, blinding light around the armored figure and his companions. As the light fades, the group is revealed to be unharmed. The group finds themselves in a lush forest, sunlight streaming through the canopy. Sunlight dapples through the dense forest canopy, illuminating the area with a golden glow. He gazes out into the sun-drenched forest, his destination still unknown. A rustling sound catches his attention, prompting him to pause. Why is everyone going off on their own, he wonders aloud. Suddenly, he hears someone ask, are we not going to have a strategy meeting with the other guilds? A companion behind him looks equally confused. Huh? Oh, we use terminals these days, so there's no need for that, a voice explains, clarifying the change in procedure. The companion's confusion deepens, a question mark hovering over his head. Terminal, he asks, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Holding up a glowing device, he explains, it's an item that lets you create a magic communication network. You can communicate with other players that are far away. Realization dawns on him. Boo, so that's why everyone dispersed as soon as we entered. Seo Mairi bursts into laughter, exclaiming, wow, are you sure you're not a time traveler from the past? Another voice chides, Seo Mairi, don't be rude. He then admits, I forgot to introduce you. Our party members are from the Chonhae Guild as well. The man gestures towards the stoic figure, formally introducing him as a member of the Chonhae Guild. Choi Jinpyo is our party healer, the man explains, adding that he's also in charge of filming their gate activities for feedback. Jinpyo simply states, please take care of me. And this is Seo Mairi, the man continues, as the smiling woman waves. But then, a curious nickname is revealed, we call her the Spoiler. Seo Mairi, the so-called Spoiler, confidently states, it's easier to just show him my skill. A question mark hangs in the air, leaving the audience in suspense. Mairi gazes up at him, a slight smile playing on her lips. He says, now, let me read your fortune. Mairi's eyes glow with an intense, golden light as she smiles confidently. His eyes narrow slightly as he realizes, it's not me that she's looking at. Mairi exclaims, wow. Her attention is clearly focused on something behind him. You're amazing, she shouts, her words directed towards someone else entirely. He is told he'll take out 10 dark elves by himself. A thought crosses his mind, do you have a skill that lets you see the future? The man confirms her ability, she can see the close future of whatever she looks at. However, he adds, it has a long cooldown after she uses it. He realizes that if she doesn't tell him what she saw, there's a huge penalty. He recalls that foresight was a rare skill that only about 10 people in the world had when he was Spectre. He wonders if she can use her foresight to tell him about his friends. He pauses, a bit taken aback, as she says, for reference. She clarifies, my skill is only a sneak peek. I can't see far into the future, and it's not always completely accurate. She states with a slight smile, the future is always changing. But if we have Myri, we can move more safely, one of them insists. Because you can see what lies ahead and prepare for it. Exactly. The agreement hangs in the air. He adds, lastly, I have a physical reinforcement skill, and Seo Junho SSI is good with weapons, right? A confident smile spreads across his face as he concludes, our party balance is great. I have a good feeling about this. Then, let's start moving, one of them declares. Another adds, we have to make camp and set up the communication network. And with that, an affirmative reply rings out, okay. 5 hours later. 5 hours later, a resounding crack echoes as a foot stomps down on a glowing cylinder. If you bury the terminal in the ground, a magic communication network is created, he explains. A soft ooh comes from the crowd. The terminal activates, displaying a message, this is the Fong Party. We are continuing to move east but have yet to discover any dark elves. The terminal then displays another message, the Blue Spear Guild is the same. Are the dark elves in hiding because they're scared? The terminal relays another message, the Chonghae Guild is also searching in the east. Please contact us if you find any dark elves. He acknowledges the messages with a simple, okay. I suppose not much has happened so far, one of them remarks. Another wonders if the lack of dark elf sightings means their numbers are low. Suddenly, the protagonist breaks the silence, stating, something's wrong. He elaborates on his concerns. The party cap is too high for their numbers to be low. Moreover, he finds it suspicious that 200 players are searching, yet no one has found a single trace of the dark elves. A counterpoint is offered. Maybe they got scared and went into hiding? He scoffs at the suggestion. Dark elves are prideful monsters. Even if their leader ordered them to hide, they wouldn't just stand by when there are intruders. He questions Myri, pressing for answers. CO Myri SSI, you can't use your foresight because of the cooldown, right? Then can you tell me around what time we were fighting the dark elves when you saw my future? She hesitates to answer, admitting, I'm not sure about the exact time. Myri, still hesitant, offers a less than helpful detail, but it was dark, so it was at night. Silence hangs in the air, the man in the center considering their vague answer. He pauses, considering their words. How interesting, he finally says, before adding, huh? His hand hovers over a grid of icons, a glowing aura surrounding his fingers. A resounding thwack echoes as he makes his selection. The group stares down at something unseen, a collective ha, hanging in the air. The dark elves will probably make a surprise attack at night, he warns. Continuing, he adds, no matter how much we search, we're not gonna find them right now. A surprise attack? Then we should tell the other guilds. Someone suggests, realizing the gravity of the situation. He retorts, well, you're free to do that, but they probably won't believe you. He then suggests, I'm gonna get some shut-eye, so we should take turns resting. The sky darkens, hinting at the challenges to come. It's gonna be a busy night. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape. Night falls. The crackling of a campfire cuts through the stillness of the night. It's cold now that the sun has set, one of them remarks. Another voice chimes in, questioning, what if the dark elves make a surprise attack? The first retorts, dark elves? A surprise attack? Don't spout nonsense. A man is seen holding a cup, as a voice narrates, they couldn't resist the temptation of power and became corrupt after biting the branches of the world tree. Dismissing the possibility, one man laughs, they're unintelligent and can barely communicate among themselves. There's no way they could make organized attacks. Another simply replies, okay. Rustling sounds echo through the dense foliage. Two glowing eyes pierce the darkness. Below, something moves with incredible speed as a sharp swing cuts through the air. The figure wielding the monstrous, masked weapon lunges forward. His target, staff raised defensively, braces for the attack. The man behind him utters a single, shocked word, as Sunbi. The masked weapon connects with a sickening crunch. A massive wolf, eyes glowing with eerie light, charges forward. "Oh, it's a wolfdog," he observes, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hey, relax," he calls out, attempting to reassure his companion. "They're small fry that are scared of fire." Despite the bravado, another admits, "I'm a bit nervous 'cause there's a lot of them." But. He stammers, his earlier confidence faltering. "Are you sure that they're scared of fire?" one asks, doubt creeping into his voice. Another observes grimly, "They're not running away even though they're this close." The massive wolf stares directly ahead, its glowing eyes betraying no fear. The two men advance cautiously, weapons ready. A man's face fills the frame, his eyes wide with an unsettling intensity. Recognition dawns on one of the men as he sees the other. "Sunbae?" he asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The man holding the staff orders him to wake the others. The other man is confused, responding with, "Huh?" The man's face contorts with urgency as he shouts, "Wake the others! Right now!" The command echoes through the forest, the urgency palpable. His command sets the forest alive with movement. Red eyes gleam from the trees, figures emerging from the shadows. A massive wolf-like creature, its eyes glowing with eerie light, descends from the trees. His eyes widen in alarm. He hits the ground hard. He looks up, now silhouetted against the night sky. This chapter corresponds with chapters 46 to 47 in the novel, which is now ahead of the manhwa. Deep in the forest, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the flickering light of a campfire. "Ah, you're awake," a voice calls out. A young woman sits by the fire, a steaming cup in her hands. "Nothing has really happened yet, so you can go back to sleep," she says, still holding her cup. A voice then asks, "How about the other parties?" Glancing at her watch, she notes, people on night watch have been posting updates every 30 minutes. "It's almost time for another one." "Huh?" a voice questions. A blue screen displaying a grid appears, prompting concern. Is there a problem with the magic communication network? A tense silence falls as the woman states grimly, "No one has posted an update yet." The woman's grim assessment hangs heavy, "They probably can't." A blue glow emanates from below, hinting at a dire situation. The man with glowing eyes reveals the reason for the silence, because they were attacked. "By those bastards," the unseen speaker declares, as a green glow erupts. Hunter's Night has been activated. With the activation of Hunter's Night, a system message appears, all senses have been enhanced. The forest, bathed in an eerie green glow, reveals hidden figures. A menacing wolf with glowing eyes stands in the foreground, while shadowy hunters lurk amongst the trees. A system message appears, detailing the impending threat. Unintelligent dark elves are making a coordinated surprise attack with trained wolfdogs. The protagonist smirks, seemingly unfazed by the news. Despite the impending attack, he declares, "I'm excited." A frantic voice urges, "Please wake team leader Cha." But another voice nearby questions, "This late?" "But I don't see anything." A voice cries out, "Just what?" As something approaches with great speed. A monstrous wolf-like creature looms over the team, its jaws wide open in a terrifying roar. Before the monstrous wolf can strike, a figure intercedes, their hand outstretched. The monstrous wolf's teeth descend, but the girl watches with a calm, almost knowing expression. The world blurs as the wolf's attack connects. A resounding crack echoes as the wolf's attack connects, but the girl appears unscathed. A blinding light erupts as a sword deflects the wolf's attack. A deafening roar erupts as the man is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The wolf's massive paw slams down, splintering the ground. Enveloped in flames, the man coldly declares, "You look disgusting." The flames intensify, obscuring his features as he grits his teeth. "I shouldn't use Quan Noya's sword on small fry like these," he muses. Then, he orders someone to hurry up and wake the other party members. A chilling realization dawns, we're surrounded. Red eyes glint in the darkness, surrounding them. The situation has turned dire. A sharp thwack echoes through the trees. The elf rides into the fray atop a massive wolf, its jaws snapping shut with a resounding crack. The elf's blade flashes. The elf's blade cuts through the air. The wolf lunges, jaws wide and teeth bared, as the elf's blade continues its deadly arc. The wolf's attack lands with a sickening crack. The elf grits his teeth, his blade meeting the wolf's attack head-on. The clash rings out as the elf's attack connects. The wolf falls, blood splattering across the ground. The world fades to white, then snaps back into focus with the protagonist staring intently. His gaze narrows as a dark, clawed hand bursts forth. A figure shrouded in dark energy materializes, its presence announced by a sharp, crackling sound. Energy crackles intensely as the figure fully materializes. A blade is raised to strike the figure from behind. A speech bubble filled with question marks punctuates the scene. A sinister smile spreads across his face, completely unfazed by the attack. As I thought, the Kwans never disappoint, he muses, as a screen appears displaying black armor, unique item. The armor is lightweight due to attached magic, and it can block tracking skills C rank and lower aimed at the user. The elf's attack is deflected by the black armor. Pomo made this black armor at the Kwan workshop. I like its performance. Dyaku really does whatever he wants, he thinks, surprised. I didn't think he'd make me armor with the dragon bones I gave him. A message appears, revealing the armor was commissioned for Association President Shim Dyaku. It reads, the name of the armor is simply Black Armor. I hope you like it. Kwan Pomo. I'll have to thank him once this raid is over, he thinks, a sense of gratitude washing over him. And the text bubble reads, leaving the audience in suspense as to what will happen next. The two figures stand side by side, a palpable tension hanging in the air as they await what comes next. The man's voice cuts through the silence, laced with contempt, I can hear the gears in your heads turning, you bastards. A sinister plan forms in his mind. I'll pretend to miss one and chase it into the forest. He continues to scheme, realizing, that's the only way I can use Confession of the Dead without the other party members watching. With a sinister smile, he commands, now, one of you come forward. His threat hangs heavy in the air, I'll kill you painlessly. With a furious cry, one of the figures lunges, dagger aimed directly at the other. The dagger finds its mark, drawing a spray of blood. Blood splatters as the dagger pierces through. The victim's face contorts in pain. Looking up at his fallen foe, he smirks. Nice. Now there's only one left. An ominous voice echoes, commanding, run as hard as you can. Run as hard as you can, an ominous voice booms through the night. The tribe chief is sent flying, blood spraying as he collides with the air. The tribe chief is really something else, a voice observes. The voice continues, revealing a crucial detail, these elves who ate the branches of the world tree gained power in exchange for their intelligence. But that guy's intellect is completely intact. Even without their. The voice warns that without their leader, 1,000 dark elves are still dangerous to the other players. Furthermore, he has bodyguards, the Dark Elven Knights. A rustling sound echoes through the forest as one of the Dark Elven Knights emerges from the dense foliage. Ah, you're back, a voice calls out. The group turns toward the speaker, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Beneath the speaker's feet lie the bloody corpses of wolves. The man in the green jacket explains, yes. One of them ran away, so I went to catch it. He apologizes for not being able to help, stating he was taking care of the wolf dogs. The other replies, to think that they'd attack us at night, your suspicions were correct. He assures the man that there's no need to apologize. However, he adds grimly, it seems like the Chonghae Guild members also played their part. The woman, her face smudged with dirt, urgently asks, how are the other camps faring? I can't reach any of them, comes the grim reply. The speaker continues, fearing the worst, they're probably in the middle of battle, or already got wiped out. Then we better hurry, one of them declares. Another asks, what do you mean? His resolve hardens. To save them, he declares, a renewed determination etched on his face. He strides forward, his red cloak billowing behind him as he heads into the darkness. The clash of metal echoes in the darkness. The warrior faces a mounted opponent, a monstrous wolf bearing down on him with a fearsome roar. The warrior is sent flying backwards from the force of the wolf's attack. Bloodied and battered, the warrior struggles to speak, managing only a pained sum. "Someone save me," he cries out, as a shadowy figure looms over him, blade raised high above the menacing wolf. Pinned beneath the monstrous wolf, he thinks desperately, "I don't want to die a shitty death here." The blade descends with lethal speed, poised to strike. The wolf's attack comes down, a blinding flash of steel aimed directly at him. The wolf strikes, sending one of the combatants reeling back. A gasp escapes as the other watches the scene unfold. The blade blurs as it comes down, a strike too fast to follow. The blade plunges down, a fatal blow aimed at the downed opponent. The blade finds its mark, a spray of blood erupting from the impact. The wolf-like creature collapses, defeated. P-player Seo Junho, a voice questions from the ground. A woman, bloodied but alive, looks up with wide eyes. "Did you see our SOS signal?" she asks, hope flickering in her voice. Party leader. "Are you okay?" a voice urgently calls out. "Why, you guys, you're all right," she stutters, relief washing over her. One of the men replies, "Yes, we were able to survive because of them." The man replies, "Really? Thank you so much. You're the savior of the Blue Whale Party. Don't worry about it." "What are your casualties?" he asks, concerned for the group's well-being. The man's expression darkens, blood trickling down his face. "We lost 5 comrades," he says, his voice heavy with grief. "It's all my fault. They died in vain. I don't know how I'll be able to appease their grudge." A hand gently rests on the grieving man's shoulder, offering silent comfort. The group arrives, their faces etched with worry. "We were too late," one of them says, regret evident in their voice. "We came as fast as we could." "Since you guys are here, our party will head east," one of the figures declares. Another voice requests, "I request that the Blue Whale Party goes north." A woman, visibly injured, questions the northern direction. "North?" she asks. It's revealed that most parties are still locked in battle, and joining forces could minimize casualties. The night air hangs heavy with the news. There are about 500 dark elves left. Hope flickers amidst the grim reality. The voice suggests, "They've probably sent half their forces for this attack, so we have a chance of winning if we just survive tonight." To survive, they must gather the scattered players and rally together. The order comes, go north and gather the others. Once you're done cleaning up, come east. "Ah, but we..." The injured soldier's words trail off, hinting at a dire situation. He continues, "I know it's hard to keep fighting when your comrades have died." But he urges them, "You have to keep going." The soldier warns, "If we let the dark elves divide and conquer us." The dark figure looms, declaring ominously, "The raid will end just like that." The dark figure's words cut deep, "Your comrades can't carry out their revenge or achieve their dreams anymore." Bloodied and scarred, the soldier vows, "Revenge for my comrades. Thank you for waking me up," the voice booms, followed by a chilling declaration, "From this moment on, I will be the Blue Flame's master." The blonde soldier stares forward, a grim determination etched on his face. "The Blue Whale Party will follow Korea's new star," a voice declares, seemingly setting the stage for what's to come. Deep within the forest, shadows dance amongst the trees. He slumps against a tree, blood staining his shirt. He coughs, blood trickling from his lips. "Guh. Those fucking dark elves." He grits out, realizing, they put poison on their arrowheads. "Damn it all. You dirty bastards," he roars, as glowing blue eyes emerge from the forest. A figure drops to the ground, landing hard. 2 menacing wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, appear. Bloody and battered, he raises his gun, hands shaking. "As a proud member of the Bravo Party, I'll take at least one of you wolves down with me," he shouts, firing his gun as one of the wolves lunges. The wolf's claws slash through the air, aiming for the kill. The wolf's attack lands, claws tearing into him as he cries out in pain. Despite the pain, he raises his gun, firing at the wolf. SFX, bang. The shot rings out, but above the jungle canopy, a glowing symbol appears. The man collapses, blood staining his shirt. A massive clawed hand looms over him. Damn it! I can't even lift my gun anymore, he groans, defeated. So this, the man thinks, as three wolves with glowing eyes approach, is how I die. The words hang in the air, heavy with finality. They pounce, the sound of their attack echoing through the air. They attack with blinding speed, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. The beast lunges, its jaws wide open, ready to strike. Kinning, the sound echoes as blood streams down his face. His eyes widen in terror. Blood splatters against the dark backdrop as the beast's attack lands. The sword flashes, slicing through the air as more blood sprays. Amidst the chaos, a question arises: who is that person? You rascal! So you were here, the armored figure booms, spotting his target. Sunby. You're alive, a voice cries out. Lying on the ground, covered in blood, the man weakly responds, I thought you were dead. You idiot, don't move, a voice commands. The injured man weakly says, I only survived thanks to player Seo Junho. He also helped me look for you. His rescuer replies, let's get you treated first. We can greet the other guild members later. The injured man begins to say, if it weren't for that person. The man, still in his dark armor, pauses, hand raised to his mouth in thought. The man's statement hangs heavy in the air, we would have been annihilated tonight. The title card flashes, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card declares, Return of the Frozen Player. The title card declares, Return of the Frozen Player. The scene opens onto a desolate landscape, bathed in a hazy, golden light. The desolate landscape now hosts an unlikely scene. The protagonist and two companions share a meal. We've overcome the most crucial moment, a voice declares. He continues, the mood shifting, we suffered casualties from last night's attack. Despite the losses, he reveals, but 150 people survived. However, the leader continues, shifting the focus. He continues, stating that the Dark Elves have probably lost about half their forces. He continues, declaring that the Dark Elves won't be able to think about crawling out of their encampment anymore. They'll be forced to go completely on the defensive. So we'll be the ones who have to make the first move, but... He begins, before another voice urgently interjects, we have to hurry up and clear the gate. The urgency escalates as someone shouts that a party member is in critical condition. Compounding the problem, another voice reveals, we don't have a healer that can treat poison. The situation worsens, we don't have a healer that can treat poison, so he's barely holding on. The man urgently insists, we have to clear it and get out as soon as possible and take him to a hospital with a high-class healer. But another counters, I understand how you feel, but the other parties are still unprepared. It'll be too much to handle. The air thickens with dissent. I don't think it's fair for everyone to sacrifice themselves for the sake of one person, someone argues, sparking immediate outrage. What? The man sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. How can we clear the gate when you guys are arguing? The question hangs in the air as the man turns to Junho. What does Junho-nim think? A thought bubble appears, posing the question, clearing the gate as soon as possible or clearing it after we make. The man in armor directly asks Junho, which option do you think will be more efficient? An exclamation point punctuates the gravity of the moment. Junho considers the question, chopsticks in hand. Well, both of them have their pros and cons. Junho responds, but I think clearing it as soon as possible would be the best option. He then exclaims, I knew it. I'm not saying this because I think we should sacrifice ourselves for one person, Junho clarifies, his tone serious. Junho explains, the reason we have to clear it quickly is because we will be at a disadvantage the longer this drags out. Is there a reason why you think that? He asks, his expression unreadable. He states, it's simple. You all probably know how dark elves are by nature. He continues, revealing that he devised a strategy to minimize casualties according to what you know. He clarifies, but after last night's surprise attack, you have to acknowledge that these elves aren't normal. The text reveals that unintelligent dark elves attack together in groups. The implication is clear, there is an outstanding being that is giving them orders. The group realizes that whoever controls the Dark Elves must possess high intelligence and power. One of them admits, I thought it was strange that they attacked us at night. Then, if we assume that there are about 500 Dark Elves left, he begins, before abruptly changing the subject. What about the Wooldogs? He abruptly changes the subject, stating, though it isn't very hard to take them down, even if they're trained. What about the Wooldogs? He dismisses the concern, stating plainly, oh, there aren't any left. You don't need to worry about them. The group responds with a collective, huh? Suddenly, a thought occurs to him, think about when we rescued the last player. He continues, posing a question to the group, do you remember the size of the wolf dogs that were chasing him? The bloodied sword hangs heavy, as he reveals the truth, they were just pups. The Dark Elves, he explains, lost all their adult wolf dogs and had to resort to using pups to chase him. The crowd reacts with surprise to this revelation. So they won't be able to launch any extensive attacks like last night, one of them observes. A murmur spreads through the crowd as someone continues, but that's the only thing. But that's the only thing they won't be able to do, someone adds, a sense of unease hanging in the air. The man warns that once they finish organizing again, they'll make smaller attacks. He continues, predicting they'll likely face poison arrows at their camp. With limited rations, poor sleep, and inferior numbers, he warns, they will become exhausted. He continues, explaining that the enemy will drag the conflict out as much as possible. They'll only strike when they believe they have a clear path to victory. He warns that the enemy will soon strike. They will pour into our encampment. I see. Now that I think about it, you're right, he admits, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The woman beside him looks on with wide, concerned eyes. He begins to apologize. I'm sorry about before. Our lives are also at risk here, so. Another voice chimes in, no, I'm sorry, we were only thinking about our circumstances. He hopes aloud, I hope it'll be more peaceful now. Suddenly, he is addressed by name. Co Myri Ssi. The forest looms, its dense canopy casting long shadows. Deep within the forest, a voice calls out, come with me for a second. Why did you bring me here, she asks, shivering slightly. He responds with a direct order, can you use your sneak peek skill now? Hesitantly, she asks, yes. Want me to take a look? He confirms with a single word, yes. A blinding light erupts as she activates her skill. Her eye glows with intense power, a surge of energy radiating outwards. Emerging from the darkness, a voice exclaims, Ooh dash! We found their valley. The group stands silhouetted against the valley they've discovered. We're going east tomorrow to take out the Dark Elves, one of them declares. The advance party faces a grim reality. Like you said, there are a lot of them. The advance party's worst fears are confirmed as a Dark Elf warrior crosses blades with one of their own. Among them, she states, her glowing eyes reflecting the dire situation. There is a Dark Elf with a very ominous aura, she warns. She continues, warning that next to the Dark Elf, there are 5 more with superior armor. The ominous presence of the Dark Elf can be felt even through the limited view. He notes that they are likely the tribe chief and the Dark Elven Knights, but admits, I saw all of this yesterday, so it's not very helpful. The Dark Elf instructs, thank you. Please tell the others what you saw. He retorts, I was curious about something else. I'm a little disappointed. She begins, all right, but. Her expression hints at a lingering doubt. You were holding something made of ice. Is it really, she asks, her curiosity piqued. He looks off to the side, considering her question, is it really an artifact? Yes, it is, he confirms, then urges her to return to camp, saying, you must be cold. You should head back to the camp first. She replies, oh, okay. I'm just gonna sort my thoughts for a bit. As she agrees to his suggestion, he turns and walks away, leaving her alone in the forest. As he walks away, he reflects, the tribe chief must be stronger than I thought. He continues his inner monologue, questioning, strong enough that I have to use the frost skill? A glowing crystal materializes in his hand, radiating a chilling light. The darkness intensifies, punctuated only by a few distant stars. A serene landscape unfolds, the morning mist clinging to the forested hills. The guild's reconnaissance team has discovered their lair. They also located the tribe chief and dark elven knights Myrius as I mentioned. The guild's reconnaissance team has spotted the dark elves guarding the entrance. He observes the dark elves, noting that they are unintelligent and are wandering the perimeter. However, he notes that the tribe chief at the throne and the dark elves around him are in a proper formation. The decision is made, so we should strike. Before striking, the group must form up, especially those near the entrance. As player Seo Junho said, it would be best to clear the gate as soon as possible. He readies himself, preparing to strike. He stretches, preparing his muscles for the coming fight. He pauses, his expression serious as he asks, "Is everyone ready?" The man in the center gives a slight smile as he awaits their responses. The other two appear less confident. A sharp sound cuts through the air. The woman to the left turns her head, an expression of surprise on her face. The sound seems to prompt a head count. Excluding the non-combatants, all 147 of us. The head count complete, the message rings out, "Are ready." The group stands ready, a united front against the coming threat. The group moves forward, their determination palpable as they face the unknown. Then, a voice declares, as the focus narrows on a pair of intense, calculating eyes. "Let's go," the voice commands, signaling the start of their next move. The title, Return of the Frozen Player, appears, marking a new chapter in the story. The scene shifts to a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy. Sunlight pierces through the dense canopy, illuminating the forest floor. The forest floor remains shrouded in mist, the sunlight struggling to fully penetrate the dense canopy above. "Is this?" a voice wonders, as a group of figures flies through the air. "The Dark Elves Valley," one of them questions, the realization dawning as they approach. A figure in full armor stands ready, spear in hand. Due to the World Tree's curse, dark elves are burned by sunlight. Therefore, they live in underground tunnels. They live where light can't reach them. Generally, they have several dozen entrances that lead to the surface. An entrance to their world is marked with glowing runes. He approaches the glowing runes, marking an entrance to their world. "There's only one entrance," she asks, surprised. "This is the first time I've seen that," she finishes, clearly surprised by the singularity of the entrance. The tribe chief is quite cunning, a voice observes, the speaker's words laced with a hint of concern. "If there's only one passageway," he observes, "it means that we won't have to turn our backs to them." However, he continues, their path to the tribe chief is blocked unless they eliminate all the dark elves inside. A beat of silence hangs in the air, before a voice declares, "Let's go in, then." Torches flicker, casting long shadows down the narrow passageway as they venture deeper. The group ascends a long, steep staircase, the flickering torchlight barely illuminating their path into the darkness. He pauses, a flicker of unease crossing his face as they continue their ascent. An ominous echo resounds through the chamber as they ascend further. They continue their ascent towards the throne, the path ahead lined with silent, watchful figures. "I was expecting to fight in a small terrain like an ant tunnel," one of them remarks, gazing at the vast chamber ahead. "To think that there was such a large chamber inside," one of them muses, surprised. The other responds with grim determination, "We have no other choice but to face them head-on." The chamber is filled with more than 500 dark elves. And at the far end, a figure sits upon a throne, awaiting their arrival. They ascend the steps, the ominous throne room bathed in a strange, pink light. At the top, a horned figure awaits them. The horned figure rests his chin on his hand, his glowing eyes piercing the darkness. The pair continues forward, the sound of something approaching echoing around them. "This is good," she begins, relieved by the open space. "I was worried that we'd have to be on the defensive in case we got surrounded, but with this much space, we can make a full frontal assault." He agrees with her assessment. "Let's do our best. We only need to catch 4 dark elves each." Straightforward. But then, a sudden realization dawns on her face. "Seo Junho Nim. Oh, now that I think about it, he says, a realization seemingly hitting him. He wonders aloud if the tribe chief might possess some valuable elixirs given his strength. The others wear matching expressions of disbelief. There will be elixirs, one of them stutters, as another exclaims, the elven potion that can even save people on the brink of death? A glowing vial floats before them. If there are elixirs, aren't they usually divided based on contribution level? He wonders aloud, then immediately realizes his mistake. Oops, I said that out loud. A collective gasp rises from the group, the implications of his statement sinking in. Suddenly, a battle cry erupts, let's go, Black Cow Party. Get fired up, Iron Cane Party. Amidst the chaos, he observes the unfolding scene, thinking, they finally look like they'll be useful. The sounds of battle echo as the two parties clash. A low rumble vibrates through the air as the battle intensifies. The battle's intensity causes one of the elves to pause, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Key, he questions, seemingly taken aback. His eyes glow with intensity, teeth bared in what appears to be a grimace of pain. A resounding "Yua" echoes through the battlefield. The cries of battle intensify as the silhouettes of warriors clash amidst the red-tinged battlefield. The warrior cries out, overwhelmed by the onslaught. A figure behind him raises their hands, casting a spell amidst the chaos. Swords clash in a shower of sparks. The warrior grits his teeth, struggling against the dark elf's relentless assault. The battle rages on, a chaotic whirlwind of clashing steel and desperate struggles. Bodies fall amidst the brutal conflict. The dark elf's eyes widen in shock as a blade pierces through him. The fatal blow lands, a violet energy blade slicing through the dark elf. The blade rips through the air with a resounding "OH." The man cries out as the blade cuts through him. As the blade cuts through him, the man gasps, how is he so fast? The injured man realizes, it hasn't even been that long since he became a player. He then curses, admitting to himself, I've only killed one. I can't follow him anymore. The protagonist charges forward, shield raised against the incoming attacks. His enemies, however, are already upon him. The enemy strikes, blades flashing with deadly intent. The shield absorbs the blow, but the force behind it makes the protagonist grunt in pain. Coup. More enemies close in, blades aimed with ruthless precision. Blades flash, a deadly storm descending upon the protagonist. He braces for the incoming strikes, a grim determination etched on his face. Team leader Cha Min-woo, a voice calls out. It's gonna be dangerous from here. Please fall back, Cha Min-woo warns, his expression serious. But, does that mean you're planning to cut through their lines alone? Someone asks, clearly concerned. That's crazy. Cha Min-woo's gaze hardens as he responds, I do a lot of crazy things. The other person's eyes widen, clearly shocked by Cha Min-woo's declaration. A realization dawns, I knew that it was too much for me to stand by his side. Turning his back, he walks away, his red cape billowing behind him. But, he realizes, I still have a long way to go. He vows, I won't fall behind next time. He watches the other figure walk away, a determined look on his face. His gaze remains fixed ahead, determination etched on his face despite the visible scrapes. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he declares, I'm already looking forward to our next meeting. The towering figure looms over him, casting a long shadow as the hero prepares for the next attack. The hooded figure stands firm, a strange energy swirling around him as he prepares to face his opponent. A low "ooh" escapes someone's lips as they assess the hooded figure. Dark Elven Knights, a voice declares as a group of armored figures emerge from the swirling energy. The hooded figure observes the newly arrived knights. You guys seem a bit different from those small fry, he remarks. Then, a sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to unleash his power. The hooded figure's sinister smile widens. I should use a proper weapon as well, he muses, as pink energy crackles around him. A pink energy blade materializes in his hand, its glow illuminating his dark attire. Dark Elven Knights. Before their corruption, they were Elven Knights, protectors of the kingdom. The Dark Elven Knights utilized traditional sword techniques, and could also borrow the strength of powerful spirits. Normally, I wouldn't be able to defeat them, he admits, gripping the hilt of his glowing sword. He declares, but since your spirit contracts have been cancelled, I won't be the one to fall. His confidence rising, he declares, if we're only going to use our swords, I can take all of you down. His smirk widening, he boasts, I've never met anyone who was better than me at swordplay. SFX, clang. His boast is immediately cut short as a spear clashes against his sword. His face contorted in a furious snarl, the force of the blow clearly staggering him. He is sent skidding backward, the force of the blow carving a trench in the earth. Despite being sent flying, a faint smile plays on his lips. He unleashes a devastating attack, the force radiating outward. The attack rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The opponent meets the attack head-on, their blades colliding in a shower of sparks. His eyes widen with a visible shock. The strike lands with incredible force. The force of the blow sends debris flying. The force shatters the stone pillar. The ground trembles as the force of the impact sends debris scattering outwards. They swing with bone-shattering power. If I get hit even once, I'll die, he thinks, the stakes of the battle now crystal clear. Debris fills the air. Despite the debris swirling around him, a wide grin stretches across his face. It's been a while since I've been this excited. The blade flashes, a crimson streak against the backdrop of destruction. A purple energy blade slashes down with incredible speed. The purple energy blade continues its descent, surrounded by debris. The hooded figure remains, unfazed by the attack. The hooded figure remains still as a massive impact shakes the area. A deafening AAAK echoes as the hooded figure remains standing, seemingly untouched by the force of the blast. The hooded figure grits his teeth, but remains standing, unfazed. The hooded figure's feet remain planted on the ground, unmoved. A voice echoes, cutting through the silence, "Why are you running away?" The figure, blade drawn, declares, "We can't have that." A flurry of motion fills the air, the attack blurring into a dark, violent strike. The armored figures advance, their swords raised and ready. They move with an unnerving, coordinated purpose. "It couldn't even dodge that," one of the armored figures scoffs. He then adds, "If this is all you guys have, that's disappointing." Wiping blood from his mouth, he retorts, "I'm telling you to try harder." A massive attack hurtles toward him. The battle rages on, swords clashing amidst the fallen. "Yeah, they've held out for long enough," a voice declares, signaling a shift in the fight. He draws back an arrow, a sinister grin spreading across his face. An arrow pierces her shoulder, and she cries out in pain. "Cook!" The archer yells, "Someone's injured here," as blood splatters from her head wound. "Is there a healer?" "We need support," someone shouts, the urgency clear in their voice. A man, glowing with green energy, shouts, "Please wait a moment." The healer, still glowing with restorative energy, calls out, "I'm still healing the others." One of the fallen lies prone on the ground, still radiating a faint green glow. Frustration etched on his face, he grits his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it, there's too many of them." A horde of dark elves advances, their sinister smiles promising a grim fate. Just how many of them are left, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air as the enemy closes in. One person killing 4 elves versus 100 people killing 400 elves. "I didn't think that there would be so big of a difference." One of them mutters, sweat beading on his brow. Another realizes their tactic, those bastards are fighting in rotations to conserve their energy. "We've killed around 100 of them, but you can't even tell," he says, grimacing. "At this rate, we'll tire out first." The wizard proposes a solution: "We have to keep pushing forward so that they don't have the means to rotate." The wizard's face tightens as he hears a kayak sound. The wizard's companions are murmuring amongst themselves. Why are they acting like that, he wonders aloud. Another kyak rings out, and the wizard's eyes widen in alarm. Another attack lands, the force of it shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The wizard utters, the sound of confusion and alarm filling the air. Taking a direct hit, the wizard reels, blood splattering. Are they planning something? Why are they coming? The wizard is struck by a powerful blow, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Dark Elven Knights, he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. Two Dark Elven Knights charge forward, their blades crackling with energy. A Dark Elven Knight unleashes a fierce battle cry. They're swinging their swords indiscriminately, he exclaims, utterly bewildered by their actions. How? The ground erupts as the Dark Elves' swords collide. Player Seo Junho, he questions, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. I see, one of them exclaims, realizing Junho lured the Dark Elven Knights to the center of the battlefield. He continues, and is using them to destroy their formation. He's trying to help us. He's not just setting the table, a voice observes, he's practically spoon-feeding them to us. Another voice chimes in, a hint of self-deprecation in their tone, damn, and I thought I was working hard. Get it together, he shouts, urging his comrades to focus. There's no pride when it comes to the matter of life and death. Now's the chance, he yells, his face strained with the urgency of the moment. He continues, declaring, we'll do our utmost to destroy their lines. The battle intensifies as the group clashes with their enemies. Swords meet shields, and blood splatters as the fight rages on. Charging forward, he prepares to strike. He thinks to himself, I helped them out a lot, but this should be enough. The hooded figure moves with blinding speed, his attack aimed directly at the protagonist. The hooded figure's blade crashes down, a spray of sparks erupting as it meets resistance. Don't look at me like that, the hooded figure demands, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. I know you worked hard to chase me around, the hooded figure taunts. I'll send you off painlessly. The hooded figure sits upon a massive, ominous throne, the very image of a dark ruler. A tremor shakes the very ground. The horned figure rests his head on his hand, a look of utter boredom on his face. I can't just stand by anymore. The words echo with newfound resolve. The figure with the red cloak prepares to strike with his jagged blade. A voice booms, we were once beings with outstanding beauty and intellect. But now we are no more than mere beasts, he roars, his fangs bared in a display of monstrous fury. The armored figure swings his sword down, declaring, and are falling at the hands of humans. The hero, bloodied, braces for the blow as the figure continues, our days of glory are long past. The words hang heavy as the hero faces the impending strike. The sword descends, but a voice cuts through the tension, it's my first time fighting against such a big group. The hero's words reveal his inexperience, despite the battlefield littered with fallen foes. They're like cockroaches, he mutters, his words laced with a growing weariness. A chilling voice cuts through the air, do not speak of the cursed ones before me. The chilling voice continues, questioning his dislike for cockroaches. You hate cockroaches even though elves are the guardians of nature? Oh, or maybe it's because you're a dark elf. The chilling voice continues, adding, and you know that you resemble them? Isn't that discrimination within your race? The dark elf, his eyes glowing ominously, declares, I won't speak any longer. The dark elf issues a command, his voice echoing, raise your sword, human. The human raises his sword, a determined stance against the towering dark elf. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he challenges, come at me, then. The dark elf's eyes glow with an eerie intensity, his expression hardening into a grimace. TSK. Arrogant human, he sneers, his disdain palpable. A thin, pink object descends. The pink objects descend around the two figures, who stand far apart from each other. The figure draws his weapon. The weapon is drawn, ready for the next attack. He recognizes the stance. That stance is familiar. It's the elf's unique sword technique that borrows the power of nature. The elf's unique sword technique is called Genya Manus. But only elves who can use the power of spirits can use that technique, the elf states, standing ready. Corrupted dark elves can't. A voice declares, as the sound of something shattering echoes through the battlefield. A barrage of red energy blades descends. A red blade slams directly into him, the force of the blow visible in his widened eyes. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. The blade continues its descent. The winged figure descends, blade aimed directly at his opponent. The blade trembles as he mutters, "I see. This is an original technique that he made," the winged figure realizes. The winged figure realizes it's compatible with the dark elves' bodies. A sinister smile spreads across his face. "Seems like you know how to read breaths as well. How fun." An echoing voice booms, "Speak with your sword and not your mouth, human." A barrage of swords descends. Swords clash in a blinding flash of light. The energy of the clash reverberates. The armored figure's red eye glows menacingly as the swords meet once again. Sparks fly as the blades collide with tremendous force. With intense focus, he unleashes a flurry of attacks. The Demon King's relentless assault continues, blades flashing with deadly speed. He reels back, a pained cook, escaping his lips as the Demon King's relentless assault lands. He's fast and strong, the hero thinks, assessing his opponent. But I don't sense the overwhelming power I saw in the Dark Elves' memories. The Demon King looms, breathing heavily. An arrow pierces the Demon King's chest, eliciting a roar of pain. He struggles to breathe, lying on the ground, defeated. Blood pools around him as he lies motionless. "My tribesmen." He gasps, blood trickling from his mouth. "You fools. You followed your cruel leader until the end." Bathed in golden light, a figure declares, "All I want is to fix my mistakes." The figure on the throne desires to return to the glorious days of the past. But from the darkness below, a voice booms, labeling them a foolish mortal. From the darkness, a voice promises, "If you want your wish to be realized, defeat 1,000 enemies." The voice from the darkness lays out the chilling terms. The man's face contorts in a scream as the voice declares, "I will not tolerate failure." Amidst the darkness, a stark declaration emerges, "The only option for me." A surge of power erupts as the figure declares, "Is to win." A sudden shift is perceived. His energy changed, the text declares, as the protagonist's gaze sharpens, his expression now resolute. A menacing figure looms, its single red eye piercing through the shadows. An immense pressure bears down. His eyes widen in alarm. A powerful force descends upon him, the air crackling with energy. He grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable impact. A blinding light erupts before him. The blinding light explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. The light intensifies, accompanied by swirling red energy. The hero cries out, "Gah!" A rock flies towards him, the force of the blast clearly taking its toll. He coughs violently, blood splattering. Staggering back, he struggles to keep his balance amidst the rubble. A blinding flash erupts as the attack connects. Blood trickles from his lip as he realizes, this is it. A looming figure with glowing red eyes stands amidst the dust and debris, declaring, "The power I saw in their memories." A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. From the light, a gun materializes, glowing with an eerie energy. He fires the newly formed gun, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward his opponent. His opponent retaliates with a barrage of red energy, meeting the hero's blasts head-on. The hero grits his teeth, meeting the onslaught head-on. "How petty," he exclaims. The opposing energies collide in a blinding flash of green and red. The energies explode outward, sending debris flying. The figure stands firm amidst the shattered ground. Blood trickles from his mouth as he grits his teeth. "I'm barely holding on thanks to Black Dragon Fong." He realizes the truth. "I can't keep fighting while hiding my powers." But a thought stops him. But too many people are watching. SFX, whoosh. He strikes, a blur of motion despite his hesitation. The strike continues, a flurry of motion lines indicating the sheer speed. The strike shatters stone, debris flying in all directions. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Dust and debris fill the air. He kneels, head bowed in defeat amidst the lingering dust and debris. His sword lies broken beside him as he remains kneeling in the dust. He grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. "Damn it, my ribs broke." A figure stands before him, clad in white and wielding a blade. A clawed hand appears, dripping with an ominous liquid. "Come on," he mutters, desperation creeping into his voice. "I have to." Struggling to rise, he grits his teeth. "I have to get up," he repeats, his voice strained with effort. The ground shatters beneath him as he pushes himself up. He rises amidst the shattered earth, a blinding flash erupting before him. A piercing scream erupts amidst the chaos. "Protect Seo Junho," he yells. Another man rushes forward, sword drawn. "Go, go," a voice shouts, urging them forward. The order rings out, "Don't hold back." The warrior stands bloodied, facing his opponents. A voice declares, "Your ribs are broken." The healer begins to mend the warrior's broken ribs, but warns, "It's gonna take at least 30 minutes. Another voice chimes in, "I'll help." He continues, stammering slightly, I will help as well. My healing skill is low, but it's better than nothing." The man states that even though they were in the back line, they saw everything. The warrior looks at him, confused, and asks, "What?" The man praises him, stating, "You took out all those monstrous dark elven knights and pushed back the tribe chief all alone. It was inspiring to watch." The man continues, saying, "It's only been a few months since you debuted, but you were fighting so hard." Another adds, "We were scared, but we had to save face. There are barely 100 enemies left," one of the men states, adding, "That's why we're able to help you right now." A voice declares, "It'll all be over once I kill the tribe chief, then." The man in the lab coat shouts, You can't move yet." 10 minutes, a voice declares. A desperate plea follows, "Please just buy us 10 minutes. A sinister smile creeps across his bloodied face as he raises his elaborate, dark staff. The staff plunges into the ground, a surge of purple energy erupting around it. A blinding white light engulfs everything. Novel Chapter 52. A desperate plea echoes, "Please just buy me 10 minutes until I can return." Red beams lash out, ensnaring the group in a web of magical chains. 10 minutes, he grits out, sweat beading on his brow as he strains against the magical restraints. The sound of cracking echoes as he struggles against his restraints. His face contorted in desperation, he admits, "I don't know if we can." A looming figure with glowing eyes appears, as a voice declares, "He is a monster with no rhyme or reason." The situation grows dire as a voice admits, "Even if we all fight together, there's no guarantee we would win." Hope flickers as someone states that Seo Junho was almost equal to the tribe chief. The voice continues, declaring, "If it's him, he might be able to defeat him." The voice pleads, "If only we can hold out for 10 minutes. A desperate plea hangs in the air, "If only we can hold out for 10 minutes. Hey! Watch out," he shouts, seeing the incoming attack. The attack slams into its target, sending them flying backwards amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The horned figure stands firm, unfazed by the impact. "Get it together," one shouts, while another stammers, Thank you. And I'm sorry." One declares, "We're putting our lives on the line." Another responds, resolute, "Even if I die here today, I will die with honor." The commander barks, "Get back in formation." The soldier declares, "We're gonna hunt him." A monstrous figure looms, its glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness. The monstrous figure sneers, his red eyes burning with contempt. "You pathetic insects." The warriors scatter as the monstrous figure unleashes a devastating attack. The force of the attack sends debris flying as the warriors are blasted away. The warriors are struck by a series of green energy beams. The warriors are engulfed in a massive explosion. Even amidst the chaos of the explosion, the horned figure remains, unleashing more green energy beams. Why do they keep coming, he wonders aloud. A soldier, bloodied but unbowed, shouts, "Move the injured to the back lines." He then urges the remaining fighters to keep going. Above, a voice booms, "Hurry up and die." Below, the horned figure grits his teeth, a look of intense frustration etched on his face. Suddenly, a thought bubbles to the surface, "Why am I getting nervous?" Then, a single word pierces through the confusion, "What?" Now, a question hangs in the air, "Am I afraid of?" His face, marred with blood, betrays a flicker of fear in his eyes. Before him, a new, horned enemy appears, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The horned enemy strikes, its massive form crashing down upon him. There's only about 3 minutes left, one of them states, the urgency clear in his voice. Another responds, it's all right. We can, but his words are cut short. A blinding green arc descends rapidly. The green arc slams into their defenses. The force of the blow sends them reeling back, expressions of shock etched on their faces. Blood splatters as the force throws them back. Their faces contort in pain and shock. A spray of blood erupts as the blade slices through the air. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes, I was stupid to think that it was almost over. The situation is far more dire than he imagined. He's a one-star boss monster. The boss monster declares, it doesn't matter if we kill hundreds of dark elves if we can't kill him, the boss monster roars. The hero clutches his head, blood dripping from his hands. He collapses to his hands and knees, groaning in pain. Ugh! Looking down on the hero, the boss monster taunts, hey, cockroach! Are you done struggling? The boss monster's taunt continues, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Why aren't you answering? The boss monster continues his relentless taunting. I asked you if you're done. The protagonist, bruised and weary, speaks to his team. You've all worked hard. Thank you. A figure emerges, seemingly from the shadows, declaring, please leave him to me. One of the team members stammers, worry etched on his face. Will you be alright alone? Another teammate insists, if we can corner him together. He insists, I'll be okay, so please take care of the rest of the forces. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous space. You insects, a voice declares, dripping with disdain. I never wanted to hide my abilities. Raising his ornate sword high, the figure prepares to strike. In the distance, a lone warrior watches. A wave of power emanates from him as he declares, I will kill you all at once. A burst of energy erupts, tearing through the air. The swirling energy intensifies, blades of light slicing through the air. Junhonim, they shout, their faces etched with terror. The impact resonates, a shockwave of force rippling outwards. The ground cracks beneath the immense pressure. What? Is this the tribe chief's skill? One of the men exclaims, witnessing the unfolding power. Another shouts, Junhonim. Are you all right? Staring up at the immense power, Junho can only manage a stunned silence. The sheer force of it leaves him speechless, a question forming in his mind. Amidst the swirling power, Junho realizes with dawning horror, that bastard did this. A voice cries out amidst the swirling power, desperately claiming, it's not me. I'm trapped here. Really? He cries out, realizing, no. Did he fall for a trap? He thinks to himself, it's a good thing they believe me. But aloud, he shouts, let's find a way to break this from the outside. He pauses, noticing something new. What is this screen? He asks, his voice laced with confusion. A voice booms, questioning, were you hiding your true power? A smirk plays on his lips as he warns, don't be surprised with just one technique. I have more cards up my sleeve. The scene dissolves into a flurry of snowflakes and a burst of purple energy. Then, a blinding explosion of energy erupts around him. The blinding light fades, revealing a sky filled with strange energy. A question hangs in the air, what's happening? The figure stands silhouetted against the transformed sky, energy crackling around him. His bare foot hits the ground, the impact sending cracks through the strange, ethereal surface. A voice cries out, filled with disbelief, what? The figure stands amidst the shattered landscape, a sword held ready. Jagged shards of ice hang suspended around him. Dark energy swirls around him as he realizes, I thought I almost defeated him, but he's using a new skill after he recovered. Massive icicles form, crackling with energy. A taunting voice echoes, don't you feel like screaming in frustration? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he wonders aloud, is this how boss monsters feel? The figure looms, a sinister question hanging in the air, when they look down on humans? His golden eyes narrowed, the figure utters a single word, dripping with menace, you. Hey, hey, a voice calls out, followed by someone shouting, Junho? The sound echoes down a long, empty corridor. Junho stops as a man in a suit asks, Are you sure you can start training again? A second voice adds, It hasn't even been that long since you came out of the ice. Junho dismisses their concerns, stating, It's fine. I have to test out the frost skill or whatever as soon as possible. Another man wonders if there's anything else he can do, saying, You've already perfected your fighting style when you were Spectre. Junho, looking forward, reflects, That's where I was mistaken. Junho reflects, realizing, That's where I was mistaken. I still have a long way to go. Junho's instructor stands nearby, observing him. Clearing his throat, the instructor asks Junho, So, how are you gonna use the frost skill? Junho smirks, holding up 3 fingers. For now. I've divided it into 3 categories. The first category is revealed, utility. The 2 figures stand far apart on the shimmering surface, the word utility emblazoned between them. I freeze the ground to give, a voice declares. He continues, explaining his strategy, It wears down my opponent's stamina, so they can't fight at their peak condition. He then states that the second method is more intuitive. He explains further, I cover my armor in ice to compensate for holes in my defense. He adds, of course, it decreases mobility, so I only use it when. This is the final use, he declares, as ice shards form around him. He unleashes the frost skill, declaring that he uses it to supplement his attacks. The frost skill erupts, shattering the ground as it hurtles towards his target. He explains his strategy, Watchguard of Darkness isn't mana efficient, so if I cover it in ice, I save a lot. The frost skill hurtles forward, crackling with energy. The ice shards race toward their target. The frost skill hurtles towards its target, but the horned figure remains unimpressed. So you are no different from a magic swordsman. The horned figure then demands, Why did you hide such power? The figure responds, It was something I couldn't avoid. He then retorts, Besides, didn't you hide your true strength too? He then reveals, My ability allows me to burn my soul to borrow the power of a corrupt spirit for a short while. He adds, It is not something I can use for long. His powers remain shrouded in mystery, a dangerous unknown. However, the air crackles with energy as he declares, Nothing will change. Below, his opponent's features sharpen, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. The opponent's gaze remains fixed, unwavering in the face of the declaration. 10 minutes. The opponent states, then pauses, reconsidering. No, will 5 minutes do? The opponent confidently replies, Yeah, I think so. 5 minutes will be enough. But from below, a voice demands, What are you saying? A soft dash escapes him as he looks up, seemingly in response to the opponent's words. From above, the opponent declares, That's the time I'll need to kill you. The opponent's laughter rings out, a chilling, chow. Ha ha ha, that echoes his earlier declaration. His glowing eyes narrowed, the opponent muses, I see. So you continue to underestimate my power. The opponent's voice echoes, Don't feel so bad. It's a compliment. Even though he admits, even though I'm not as strong as I used to be. A surge of power emanates from him. The opponent declares, Use my full power to take you down in 5 minutes. A look of disbelief crosses his face. Is that? A dark, ominous energy emanates from the sword. Sword aura, he wonders. No, a true sword aura burns far more fiercely, he realizes. All he's done is concentrate his magic force into the sword. A voice clarifies, a sword aura is impossible with the current amount of magic he has. But, the energy still burns like a proper sword aura, he observes, despite the earlier assessment. The horned figure wonders aloud, What is this strange technique? The horned figure smirks, responding to the question with a hint of amusement. Oh, this. Let's see, it was about 28 years ago, he recalls. The horned figure continues, I defeated a monster called the Iron Shell Turtle, its hide and shell were so thick that I couldn't even scratch it with sword key. The monstrous turtle looms, its jaws wide as the horned figure is sent flying. He thinks to himself, Is this how I'm gonna die? But as death approached, he reflects, I found that I didn't want to die, you know? Still, it's not like I could just pull out a sword aura. He thinks, realizing he needed a different approach. So I created this technique. His magic strengthens the sword, enveloping it in a vibrant, violet aura. The violet aura intensifies, and the clash begins. And it clashes with the darkness. Violet energy crackles as the two forces collide, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. The force of impact sends debris flying in all directions. Cuckoo, this is amazing, he says, awestruck. Out of all the techniques I've seen in my life, this one's the best, Spectre, he exclaims, a wide grin spreading across his face. I even gave it a cool name. He declares the name of his technique, Ramadat. A surge of power emanates, as the words "if you are prepared to die" appear ominously. Echoing ominously, the words "you will find a way to live" appear. Sword aura imitation is declared as the technique's nature. The sword aura imitation technique takes form, as the opponent is engulfed in a blinding, purple light. Law of life is declared as the technique intensifies. The purple light intensifies around him, his expression unreadable. The purple light swirls, consuming everything in its path. The landscape transforms into a frozen wasteland, bathed in an eerie blue glow. Amidst the frozen wasteland, a figure sits enthroned, a dark staff clutched in their grasp. 5 minutes. A voice echoes, followed by, I see, you thought quite highly of me. The enthroned figure then asks, any last words? The figure responds, right here. Blood trickles from his lips as he commands, finish it with one strike. He agrees, all right. I'll do as you ask, so let me ask you something. A stone, glowing with blue energy, is held aloft. He holds up the glowing stone, posing the question, do you know what this is? The other man gasps, recognizing the object. Is that not a spirit egg? A spirit egg? So a spirit will come out of this, the seated figure asks, clearly intrigued. The man holding the egg seems surprised by this revelation. It wasn't a ball, he wonders aloud. A spirit, it's revealed, can be born wherever there is the power of the world tree. The necklace, though weak, still contains some of the world tree's power. The instructions are clear, if you pour your magic into the egg, it will hatch. A grateful thanks follows. Holding the necklace, he asks, you don't have anything else to give me? Like an elixir or something. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief, to think that such a human defeated me. Then, a more direct demand, hey, just tell me if you don't. The defeated figure looms, a silhouette against the purple sky. Hey, just tell me if you don't, he demands, impatience edging his tone. The sound of something breaking echoes. Oh great world tree, he says, looking up. If you can still hear my prayers, he begins, blood trickling down his face, I ask that you be satisfied with my head alone. He continues, begging, and have mercy on the fools who followed me. The horned figure is surrounded by smiling faces, a stark contrast to his desperate plea. Then, a deafening crack echoes. The sound rips through the air. Who are you? A voice cries out, followed by a pained gah. He's sent flying backwards, crashing against a wall with a pained ugh. Stunned, he struggles to comprehend what just happened. Standing over him, the red-haired man presses his foot onto the protagonist's head. Do you know what this place is? He asks, ominously. The red-haired man's gaze is intense, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The red-haired man demands, where is the Pathfinder? A system message appears, you have defeated the Dark Elf Chief. The figure stands tall, a glowing blade in hand, the defeated chief's mask clutched in the other. So you're telling me? A voice begins, the words hanging in the air alongside a mysterious, cracked object. This is really a spirit egg, the voice questions, disbelief evident. The voice continues, explaining the egg's power, if you make a contract with a spirit, you can use powerful abilities without consuming magic. The masked swordsman recalls, so back in the days when I didn't have much magic, I felt insanely jealous whenever I saw anyone with a spirit, friend or foe. A sinister smile spreads across his face. But now, I can finally make a contract, he thinks, adding, it feels good. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he recalls a rumor. I heard that spirits only make contracts with those who have a good synergy with it. The thought solidifies in his mind, so it's 100% a darkness spirit. The thought crystallizes, so it's 100% a darkness spirit. The imagined form of the spirit looms, wreathed in purple energy. The darkness spirit, it's taking shape in his imagination. The darkness spirit takes a more defined shape, its glowing eyes fixed on some unseen target. The darkness spirit manifests. He senses the energy of the forest, even though it's weak. He thinks to himself, and if I pour my magic into the spirit egg? Cracking sounds echo as the spirit egg begins to break apart. A wide grin spreads across his face as the egg shatters, energy erupting around him. Blinding light explodes outward. The world is consumed by pure white light. The light fades, revealing the aftermath, a desolate, broken landscape. Before them looms a massive, swirling sphere of purple energy. We've defeated the last of the dark elf forces, he states, but a shadow of worry crosses his face. But player Seo Junho still hasn't come out. The swirling purple sphere remains, obscuring everything within. I wonder if something happened. One of them worries aloud. Another confesses, I feel nervous because we can't see what's going on. The group remains tense, weapons still at the ready. One of them sighs, the sound heavy with concern. The purple sphere dissipates, revealing one of their own, seemingly unharmed. She stares ahead, speechless. She continues to stare ahead, her expression unreadable. A blue screen flashes, displaying, you have cleared wild forest. A voice whispers in disbelief, he did it. Yes. So Junho really did it. The crowd erupts in celebration, fists raised in triumph. Overjoyed, someone shouts, we can go home. Relief washes over the group. When we clashed with the tribe chief, I thought we were all gonna die, but we were able to live because of Seo Junho. Another adds, yes. Who knew he'd defeat him all on his own? With the tribe chief defeated, a voice declares, the boundary disappeared. With the boundary gone, Seo Junho walks away, his cape billowing behind him as he leaves the defeated tribe. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Junhonim. The figure is obscured by shadow. The figure, now visible, addresses him. You've worked hard. Are you hurt anywhere? He insists, despite the visible cuts on his face, I'm alright. He replies with conviction, I'm alright. He turns to leave, offering a simple, thank you for your hard work. The man observes, he doesn't seem to be greatly injured on the outside. But is there some sort of problem? He grimaces, thinking, how difficult must the battle have been? The hero wonders, seeing the gravity of the situation, for his face to look so grave? An airplane soars through the bright, cloud-filled sky. The plane continues its flight through the bright, cloud-filled sky. Inside the plane, a screen displays news, Wild Forest Gate cleared with player Seo Junho as the MVP gate video. Lying back, Seo Junho dismisses the news. MVP or whatever, none of that matters. He sighs, dismissing the victory. It's all useless. He mutters, a clear weariness in his eyes. Seo Junho stares at the frost spirit before him, clearly disappointed. Was it too much to ask for a darkness spirit, he wonders aloud, while the spirit reacts with a surprised, wow. He continues, I've never wanted a frost spirit. Not once. The frost spirit exhales a small puff of cold air. The frost spirit, observing their surroundings, muses, the humans in this place have quite interesting technology. How can you fly in the air without using magic? Annoyed, Seo Junho retorts, hey, I told you not to talk to me until I finish sorting out my thoughts. I was simply speaking to myself, the frost spirit replies, adding in a smaller font, you are quite strict. Annoyance practically radiates from Seo Junho. Suddenly, Seo Junho realizes who she is. She's the monster that froze my friends and terrorized people all around the world. The revelation hits him hard. Why did she become my spirit, he wonders. But then, a darker thought emerges, I was the one who killed her too. The spirit speaks up, reminding him, "We have already ridden several wheeled devices, and now we are flying in the sky. I believe that I have given you enough time to sort your thoughts." But Seo Junho, lost in his thoughts, retorts, "Hey, I said not to talk to me." The spirit sighs, "It seems that I am speaking to myself again." Seo Junho, still reeling, wonders, "Why did someone like you come out?" The spirit responds to Seo Junho's question, stating, "I was simply called upon because I was most compatible with your magic." The spirit continues, explaining that it was summoned because it is most compatible with Seo Junho's magic. Thus, it means that the element that you are most suited to is frost. Seo Junho retorts, frustrated by the spirit's claim. "Don't kid with me. I've used Watchguard of Darkness for over 5 years. I've only used Frost for barely 3 months." The spirit insists, revealing, "But in the end, I was the one that emerged from the spirit egg." It then demands, "So stop being so uselessly stubborn, and let us make a contract." Seo Junho's face contorts in disbelief. "Do you think I would? After all you've done to people?" The spirit retorts, "What have I done to make you speak like that?" Seo Junho's expression hardens. "Are you asking because you don't know?" he challenges. The spirit's voice trails off, barely a whisper. "You." The spirit's voice fades, only managing a faint, "You." Seo Junho's eyes widen in realization. Wait, what did she do? He wonders aloud. The spirit's final words echo with chilling clarity, "You froze the South Pacific." The scene reveals a frozen South Pacific, complete with frozen fish. A voice remarks, "Well, I suppose I feel sorry for the fish." The voice continues, explaining, "And because of that, there were all these abnormal weather conditions." Sweat beads on his face as he stares intently, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The voice continues, "Though, I did hear that it stopped the temperature from rising due to global warming." The voice booms, declaring, "But that stuff doesn't matter. She's committed another grave sin." The frozen figures stand as ghostly apparitions, a bubble captioning their plight, "You froze me and my friends." She questions, "Are you acting ignorant on purpose?" Denying the accusation, she states, "I was not the one who froze you. And in the end, it was with my power that you were able to melt the ice." Once more, she declares, "I have not done anything worthy of condemnation." On the contrary, she adds, "I feel most sorry for myself, whom you killed." A sharp intake of breath precedes her command, "Shut up. Just keep looking outside the..." He cuts her off, voice strained, "Shut up. Just keep looking outside the window." He glances at the device on his wrist, while outside the window, a figure floats in the sky. A message appears, "Hey, Diaku." A curt reply follows, "What?" The message continues, asking, "What do you think the Frost Queen did wrong?" Diaku replies, "Why are you asking all of a sudden?" The other party presses, "I'm in a hurry, so quick." Finally, Diaku answers, "Geez. Obviously, she turned you and the 5 heroes into icicles." The other party asks, "Besides that?" Diaku simply replies, "Ig." They then follow up with, "Does there need to be anything else?" The other party then asks, "Does there need to be anything else?" Eyes wide, he thinks to himself, "What a fine device. You can see the opinions of other humans so quickly." Dismissing the other party, he says, "Yeah, whatever. Let's say you didn't do anything." But to himself, he wonders, "But why would I want to make a contract with you?" A faint giggle escapes her lips as she declares, "I will become your teacher." His expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. He acknowledges her strength, but coldly declares, "But you lost to me." The system confirms his assessment, correct. She acknowledges his victory, but qualifies it, "It's true that you defeated me in my weakened state." He scoffs at her claim of being weakened, retorting, "What? Weakened? Who's selling medicine now?" Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, "I am the Queen of the Ice Kingdom, Nibelheim." That monarch, the one who controls all the cold in the world, swears on her very existence. The Queen of the Ice Kingdom places a hand over her heart, declaring, "That I did not utter a single lie." That oath, one magician swear with all their magic on the line, makes him wonder, was she truly weakened? He presses, demanding to know, how weakened were you? She answers his question with a seemingly innocent smile, perhaps by 100th? Enraged, he shouts, don't gimme that bullshit. Swear on your existence again. But she refuses, declaring, if I do it too often, it will dirty my dignity as a queen. He laughs, covering his face with his hand in exasperation. Since you did all that, fine. Let's make a contract. But on one condition. He states firmly, the contract's forfeited the moment you put the people around me in danger. A voice retorts, you speak the obvious. Magic circles flare into existence around the spirit. A voice proclaims, a spirit and its contractor are bound by their souls. The spirit declares, there is no reason for me to inflict harm unto you. But a conflicted voice admits, I don't know if this is the right choice, but I don't have an option. His expression hardened, he admits, objectively speaking, I'm too weak to clear a 1-star gate on my own right now. But if I can use this power, it will be enough. The protagonist steels himself, preparing to unleash the unknown force. His hand hovers over a glowing, intricate seal, ready to activate its power. Before unleashing the power, he thinks, I'll first figure out how strong the Frost Queen is as a spirit. He reaches out, a surge of power flowing from his hand into the seal. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the area. Inside the Player Association training room, a lone figure stands facing a small, glowing orb. The orb transforms into a small, winged figure who floats in the air, unimpressed. My, how boring. There are no opponents here. The figure responds, of course there aren't. This is where we train. The man taps a glowing blue surface, prompting the winged figure to ask, what are you doing? He holds out his hand, displaying a glowing ring and bracelet. I'm trying out the artifacts I got from the last battle. He clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. If he equips all the artifacts, his magic stat will break through 100. At this level, he believes he'll be able to clear a 1-star gate by himself. You seem a bit better after equipping those things, a voice observes. He retorts sharply, I never asked you to assess me. Then, his expression hardens. Besides that, I want to see your skills. Energy crackles around him as he declares, you know of my abilities better than anyone else. The spirit responds, but you're a spirit now. It's different from back then. The spirit pauses, then states, well, I understand. The spirit declares, you are my contractor. It continues, stating that once he sees how great it is, he will start to treat it differently. A surge of energy emanates from his hand, the spirit now fully bound to him. The spirit floats above him, now a part of his very being. He walks forward, the bound spirit's energy trailing behind him. The sound of something cracking echoes through the room. His expression hardens, a grim line forming on his face. This cold feeling that penetrates my heart, he thinks, remembering, it's the same feeling I got when I entered the Frost Queen's nest, he finishes, the memory solidifying. Standing firm, he grips his sword, a chilling aura emanating from him. Suddenly, an icy slash cuts through the air. An open hand reaches out, a glowing percentage symbol hovering above it. Above the outstretched hand, a glowing symbol flickers. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, questioning the glowing figure's actions. What are you doing? The figure, arms now crossed, declares, I have lost interest. A question hangs in the air as the character stares, bewildered. The figure then states, I do not wish to use my powers at the moment. Are you kidding me? He exclaims, running forward. He thinks to himself, if I become curious about something, I cannot concentrate on anything else. He pauses, scratching his head in frustration. You. Ugh. Anger flares as he demands, fine. What are you? The figure responds, so curious about? A faint smile graces the figure's lips as they respond, so curious about? The figure's curiosity is further revealed, I wish to explore the human world. The camera pans out, revealing a sprawling cityscape under a clear sky. The title card appears, Return of the Frozen Player. The manhwa's title is revealed, Return of the Frozen Player. The scene shifts to a bustling city street, sunlight glinting off the buildings. Pedestrians stroll along a sunny city street. Suddenly, a voice booms out, "Look here." Which lord resides in that giant castle? The voice continues. What is that strange carriage? It then asks, bewildered by the sight of a fairy. It's an apartment, comes the deadpan reply. A car. The voice observes that everyone is bent over, staring at a strange device in their hands. How bizarre, it remarks. The voice, clearly irritated, mutters, so annoying. Looking up, he asks, "Hey, can other people not see you? You're being so loud, but no one's paying attention." The voice retorts, "I can show myself if I wish." But then it quickly adds, "Forget it. Don't do that right now." The mysterious figure looms closer, her expression unreadable. The words "see contractor" appear above the mysterious figure. The man in the hat looks on, a question mark floating in his thoughts. Pointing excitedly, the contractor demands, "What is the name of that adorable creature?" The man in the hat wonders if it's just a stray cat. But the contractor exclaims, "Stray cat! I shall pet you." "Hey, it can't even see you," a voice observes. Within the creature's golden eye, a dragon is reflected. The contractor is met with a surprised whoa. The contractor is sent flying backwards from a powerful blow. The contractor is met with a ferocious counterattack. A speech bubble conveys his shock? The contractor cries out as he is blasted even further away by the force of the blow. The contractor is sent flying, desperately questioning, "Why is it doing this?" SFX, whoosh. Huffing and visibly exhausted, the contractor struggles to maintain his position. He wonders aloud how such a fierce monster could exist, while a black cat with glowing yellow eyes meows nearby. He wonders aloud, how could such a ferocious beast wander about the streets? He pauses, realization dawning. It doesn't bite humans because they're bigger. Ahem. A small, winged figure clears its throat, drawing his attention. He wonders? He's interrupted by a surprising statement: cats only show their weak side to those that are strong. The tiny creature in his hands tilts its head, adding a questioning, "Naya?" A surge of power erupts from the figure, the force of it shaking the very air around them. The power intensifies, reaching a critical point. Above, a voice booms, filled with rage, "How disgraceful! Lead the way. I will show you my power in the training room." Unfazed, the man petting the cat simply replies, "Sure." They head to the training room, its high ceiling and stark lighting promising a stage for the impending display of power. The man looks on calmly as a small, ethereal figure floats beside him. The ethereal figure declares, "My power." A surge of energy emanates from her outstretched hand. The ethereal figure commands, "Bear witness to it with your own eyes." A sinister grin spreads across the man's face as he replies, "Gladly." The ethereal figure unleashes her power, summoning massive, glowing spears of energy. The energy spears erupt from a glowing magic circle. The spears streak downward, a rain of celestial energy poised to strike. The spears plummet through the air, closing in on their target below. The spears strike, the impact echoing with a resounding. He's surrounded by a shattered barrier, the spears having pierced through. An exclamation punctuates the air as the barrier shatters completely. "With this," a voice declares as the spears converge. "She could wage a war all by herself," a voice declares as the spears fully materialize. The spears surround him, the word "OK" emblazoned above. "Well, it's not bad," he remarks, unfazed. The dragon beside him is clearly offended. "What? Did you just refer to this as simply not bad?" she exclaims. A voice booms, commanding, "Watch again and pay careful attention." He then declares that his true power is immense, despite being weakened as a spirit. Furthermore, he boasts, "I can make everything you just did, though it's a bit sloppier." Nonsense. "Did you watch properly?" he demands, a surge of power emanating from him. He observes the weapons, noting, each one is finely crafted, as if created by a master. They're designed for maximum damage output. He then adds that the quality is incredible, considering she made them all in the blink of an eye. He admits, to be honest, my current techniques can't even begin to compare to hers. Standing firm, he declares, my answer is still the same. He believes he'll be able to make those weapons eventually, all he needs is time. The request is revealed, what I want from you is something that I can't do. The request hangs in the air, something that you cannot do. She ponders the implications of such a task. Suddenly, realization dawns on her. An idea sparks. An idea clearly formed, he asks, are you speaking of something like this? A small, glowing figure appears beside him. He's taken aback by her response, eyes widening in surprise. Yes. This is it, she exclaims, clearly pleased with the figure. From below, a voice booms, this is exactly what I wanted. Oh ho ho. The sound of laughter echoes through the room. The echoing laughter continues. The laughter continues to echo. The laughter continues, echoing in the air. He must be training very hard. She thinks, sensing the vibrations. I can feel the vibrations. Diak-gu. He mutters, before asking, do you happen to know what the Frost Queen looks like? He looks down at the document in his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. The response comes back, no? The only people who saw her were you 5 heroes. The man at the desk responds, to be exact, you were the only one who went up to the nest's 2nd floor. A voice from the couch replies, really? Then that won't be a problem. He then asks, what problem? The man then says, you can show yourself now. Before he can finish his question, a shout erupts, who are you talking to? The man's question is cut short as he stares in disbelief. What is that? He stammers, eyes fixed on the small, glowing figure hovering over the seated man's outstretched hand. The man recoils, exclaiming, a ghost? He then asks if the shaking man is truly their friend. Unfortunately, yes, comes the reply. Damn it, if something like that showed up out of nowhere, anyone would be. The man thinks, his words trailing off. His thought trails off as he wonders, something like that. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, filled with fury, how dare you refer to me as such? His eyes widen in disbelief, stammering. Before him, the figure declares, your boldness astounds me, human. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, that's enough. The protagonist interjects, demanding, stop bothering my friend. The small, winged figure then questions, don't you remember the contract conditions? The winged figure huffs, declaring, if he insults me like that again, I won't forgive him, even if he is your friend. The protagonist then warns Diak-gu, hear that? She's a powerful queen, so be careful, he finishes his warning. Diak-gu, visibly sweating and wide-eyed, stammers, queen? By queen, do you mean? The question hangs in the air, her eyes squeezed shut, the man in the suit tries to regain composure. Okay. Let's sort this out. The man, visibly annoyed, demands, get off. It turns out that she is the Frost Queen. He's informed that he won a spirit egg at the Las Vegas auction. He continues, explaining that they were able to hatch it with the help of the tribe chief in the wild forest. The man asks, and the Frost Queen came out of it, is that it? He replies, well, I understand for now. The other man points out, you were the one affected by her the most, and you're fine with it. A somber reply comes, I'm not in a place to say anything. He states that she'll be a great help in battle, emphasizing her strength. Another voice questions, really? What's her class? An explanation follows, the spirit classes range from low to arch. The explanation continues, revealing that spirits are usually the only ones who know their own class. The spirit classes range from low to arch, with a note indicating that the novel has 5 grades, lesser being below low. Turning to the spirit, he asks, hey, what's your class? The spirit loudly proclaims, oh, of course I'm an arch spirit. I don't think so, a voice says, followed by a tisk sound. The spirit, seemingly offended, retorts, do not ask me such a rude question. Meanwhile, another man whispers, "She's a low spirit, isn't she?" "Yeah, I think she's the lowest one," another voice chimes in. But then, changing the subject, he adds, "Anyways, she's strong." The man in the suit then states, "So I want to go into a gate that's a bit harder this time." "All the gates you've gone to so far have been quite difficult, though," the man in the suit remarks. He then adds, "Somewhere that's even harder." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, "Wait." Before them looms a monstrous figure amidst a hellish landscape. His eyes narrow, and he asks, "Are you talking about a one-star gate?" He recalls, the wild forest was labeled as a one-star gate too, wasn't it? A newfound confidence sparks within him. "I think I'll be able to clear a one-star gate by myself now." "If you say so," he replies, glancing at his watch. "But there are only 3 more one-star gates on the first floor. I mean, Earth, South America, China, and..." The list of potential gate locations continues to grow. Suddenly, he gasps, his eyes widening in alarm. Stuttering slightly, he asks, "Are you really okay with this? Don't you have PTSD?" The other man responds, "Not really. What have caused it is right here," he states, gesturing towards the small, seated figure. A question mark hangs in the air as the other man considers the strange being. The man declares the next gate he'll clear will be in Antarctica, at King Sejong Station. The next gate, bathed in the ethereal glow of the aurora borealis, awaits. The winter castle gate looms, a stark silhouette against the vibrant aurora. "I'll schedule the press conference," a voice declares, setting the stage for what's to come. "The arrangements are made, press conference for tomorrow at 2, then. Secretary Cha will pick you up." A simple, "Yeah, got it," acknowledges the plan. SFX, Chiik. With a crisp crack, the can is opened. He takes a swig from the can. "You don't need to eat anything?" a voice asks. In response to the question, the spirit states, "I am a spirit. Unlike humans, we are beings that do not require sustenance." Upon hearing this, he reflects, "Really? I guess I'll save money on food, then." Changing the subject, the spirit offers, "Since we're on the topic, let me ask you some things." The spirit suddenly asks, "Do you know anything about the dimensional elevator?" The words "the dimensional elevator" appear superimposed over a towering structure piercing the clouds. The imposing structure is identified, the mysterious source of this accursed world. If they can find out about its origins, he believes they could put an end to this game. She remains silent, her gaze fixed ahead. "I do not," he states, his expression unreadable. He questions the small figure floating before him, incredulous, "Hey, you were a floor master, but you don't know anything?" The protagonist demands, "Don't be so stingy. Tell me what you know." The floor master insists, "I truly know nothing. I swear on my existence." Despite his oath, the floor master admits, "Yes, I did know something about this world." The floor master reveals, "But once I was defeated by you, I lost my position as the floor master." He adds, "When I try to remember those things, my mind goes blank." "That's too bad," he remarks. The floor master realizes, the system erased her memories. "It's more thorough than I thought." "Hoot. Do not be so disappointed," a voice echoes. "Though the memories you desire have disappeared, my intelligence was famous throughout the land," the voice proclaims. It continues, "I will be of great use to you in the days to come." "I sure hope so," he replies, a towel draped around his neck. Suddenly, a voice interjects, "One more thing. As far as I know, spirits don't consume magic from their contractors," the voice continues, posing a direct question, "So how do you use your powers?" Then, a further observation is made, "I don't sense any magic from you either." The spirit then asks, "Do you truly not know?" A moment later, a more pointed statement, "There should be a limit to ignorance." The spirit reveals a key piece of information: when a spirit uses their powers, they draw upon the mental strength of their contractor. The spirit continues, revealing that its abilities are directly tied to its contractor's mental state. "If your mental state is poor, I will be unable to use my usual abilities." It then warns that if his mental state is extremely weakened, the contract itself could be dissolved. The spirit continues, explaining the implications of unlimited power. Yeah, if they were able to use those kinds of powers without any sort of cost, it would be a total cheat. The spirit's words hang in the air as the contractor looks on, standing before a towering structure of glowing blue energy. The spirit clarifies, of course, the same applies to what I showed you earlier. Even for an outstanding human, he explains, it will take about a month of hard training before it can be used in a real battle. A month. The contractor thinks, the spirit's words clearly weighing heavily on his mind. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, I'll change your mind within 2 weeks. The next day, a press conference is scheduled. The press conference is held at the PK building. A microphone sits on a table, awaiting the start of the press conference. A knock echoes, followed by a voice that calls out, come in. Entering the room, a woman announces, Junho Nim, I've prepared your suit for the press. A confused huh follows. Junho adjusts his tie, preparing for the press. A flicker of unease crosses Junho's face as he prepares for the press. You're not going to wear your pajamas today? She asks, holding out a suit. He responds, it's only fun if you do it once. He strides forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the room. I think I'm all set, he announces, adjusting his suit with a slight smirk. Turning his gaze, he asks, what do you think, Secretary Cha? Secretary Cha gives a thumbs up, holding his suit jacket. Let's go, the words declare, signaling the start of their mission. The novel is ahead of the manhwa. To continue the story, read the novel starting with chapter 57. A reminder, do not illegally capture and share content. Also, please refrain from posting novel spoilers in the comments. To continue the story, read the novel starting with chapter 57. A reminder, do not illegally capture and share content. Also, please refrain from posting novel spoilers in the comments. The scene opens on a press conference for Seo Junho. Rows of chairs fill the auditorium, awaiting the start of the event. The press conference is being filmed by multiple cameras. A man with glasses watches the scene. The audience sits attentively, some recording with their phones. An observer marvels at the sheer number of attendees. Wow, look at all these people. Another adds, it's only been 3 months since his last press conference, but you can't even compare it to this. His growth, they agree, is unmatched. Someone recalls, I saw Seo Junho during the Eastern Seagate conference, and he had a strong aura, the man finishes. The scene shifts to Seo Junho, a radiant aura surrounding him. It's clear, Seo Junho has a monstrous talent. The narrator continues, comparing Seo Junho's aura to those of Kim Woo-jung and Shin Song-hyun. I won't be surprised, he begins, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, if he announces today that he'll go to a 1-star gate alone. Laughter erupts as someone exclaims, hey, that's too much. Another voice calls out, that's overboard. Someone stammers, trying to walk back the statement, I mean, it's just a figure of speech. Suddenly, a collective gasp fills the auditorium. Then, a foot steps forward, accompanied by the sound effect step. Another step echoes through the silent auditorium. The spotlight operator continues his work, while below, the 2 students look on with concern. A figure in a suit appears, the word reject hanging ominously above him. The man in the suit appears composed, despite the looming word reject hanging above him. He's not wearing pajamas, a surprised voice wonders. The cameras flash, their lenses focused intently. The announcement rings out, the press conference will now begin. The stage is set. The title, Return of the Frozen Player, is emblazoned across the screen. The manhwa begins, titled Return of the Frozen Player. Next question, please, a voice requests, cutting through the silence. The question is directed at Seo Junho, are you planning to enter the Cave of Trials? Seo Junho answers confidently, of course. He then adds that they're already planning their entry into the Cave of Trials. The audience reacts with surprise to Seo Junho's declaration. A woman observes, hand to her chin, stating that all new players have to go through it. She adds that no matter how fast Seo Junho has been improving, not going would be a waste of an opportunity. Colorful flags flutter in the wind, perhaps signaling the start of this new opportunity. The Cave of Trials, a gate in the alpine regions of Tibet, awaits. As the name suggests, this Cave of Trials will put the players through different levels of trials. Within the Cave of Trials, players face a choice after each cleared trial: continue onward, or give up where they stand. Unlike other gates, the text explains, one can still leave safely even if they give up partway through. The system prevents players from revealing what happens inside the gate, so the rewards remain a mystery. But considering how many players challenge the cave, she muses, there must be a good reason behind it. A sly smile plays on her lips. Great, this will do for my article today. Oh, and, she begins, likely about to add another crucial detail to her upcoming article. The man at the podium declares, after I go to the Cave of Trials, I will be challenging the Winter Castle. The crowd reacts with stunned silence to his declaration. They wonder. His words hang in the air, the vast auditorium amplifying the weight of his next challenge, Winter. The crowd erupts in a flurry of whispers. Did you say the Winter Castle? Someone blurts out, the question echoing everyone's shock. The announcement clarifies the gravity of the challenge. It's one of the 3 uncleared gates in the world, known for its brutal difficulty. The announcement continues, revealing the gate terrorized Antarctica once more after the Frost Queen. That Winter Castle, someone exclaims, the name clearly carrying significant weight. The crowd is clearly shaken by the announcement. A palpable tension fills the room. He simply replies, yes. The confirmation hangs heavy in the air. The camera focuses on his formal attire. A dark suit and light tie suggest a serious occasion. A helicopter cuts through the sky, silhouetted against the setting sun. The city skyline stretches below. The news reports that player Seo Junho's next goal is the 1-star gate Winter Castle. Gate experts are quoted, questioning, it's too early, is he driven by greed? It's also announced he'll enter the Cave of Trials, leaving many to wonder if he will break Kim Woo-jung's record. The Cave of Trials is revealed to consist of 9 levels. Seo Junho, seeing the reversed news report, remarks, they sure are excited. Lying back, Seo Junho is asked, will you be alright? The question implies that many believe it's too early for him to enter the Cave of Trials, even more so than a 1-star gate. Seo Junho reveals, to enter the Cave of Trials, you have to be between levels 25 and 30. But there's something else others don't know about. The Cave of Trials, he explains, rewards players based on their struggle. But the gate's difficulty is fixed. So, if you're even 1 level lower, you'll receive more rewards for clearing the same level. I see. Then it is a good thing, he exclaims, absorbing the information. Of course, this is only good to know if you've already gone before. The system clarifies, the Cave of Trials doesn't allow players to enter again once they receive the rewards. He reveals a surprising detail, and I've already challenged it in the past under the name Spectre. He continues, explaining that he lost all previous rewards, and his stats were reset. Therefore, he believes he might be allowed to enter the Cave of Trials again. SFX, ta-ta-da. The sound of a helicopter fills the air. He steps off the helicopter, the sound of his shoes hitting the ground echoing. A soft breeze rustles his hair as he gazes forward. He declares, yeah, I'll challenge them again. His gaze hardens as he thinks, those trials. He thinks, to meet my frozen comrades again. The scene shifts to reveal the people he's referring to. And his gaze remains fixed, focused on the sky above. The other man stands before him, waiting. A blinding light erupts. The light fades, revealing a masked figure. The masked figure smiles faintly, his gaze steady. His goal, to surpass my past self. Hey, Frost, a voice calls out. He simply replies, yes? I hope you can help me with my training as soon as we get back, a figure calls out from afar. Frost seems surprised, questioning, training? Frost's expression shifts to a more serious one as he looks down. An exclamation mark appears in his speech bubble, leaving the audience in suspense. Frost questions whether the other requested his teachings in the past. He continues, stating that the other is better at handling the frost element than he is, and that he has nothing to lose. Frost declares, "So that means I will become your master." Frost's declaration leaves the other in stunned disbelief. What? Frost grins, telling the other to lead the way. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, "It is my duty as a monarch to teach you properly." He retorts, "I wouldn't exactly call myself your disciple or your vassal, but thanks." The training will be extremely difficult, the monarch warns. But the protagonist, unfazed, replies, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it." They ascend into the night, the towering structure of the training grounds looming before them. The scale of the training grounds is revealed, its towering structures disappearing into the sky above. Bathed in light, the group stands together, ready to face whatever trials lie ahead. The group spreads out, their figures small against the massive training ground. Before them stand crystalline figures, bathed in an ethereal blue light. The training ground shimmers with an otherworldly light. A bottle and several cups sit on a dark surface, the remnants of a shared drink. The title card appears, "Return of the Frozen Player." End of Season 1 declares the title card. The creators of Return of the Frozen Player thank the readers for their support, announcing the completion of the first season at Chapter 49. The creators announced that they will be taking some time to reorganize before returning on September 24th with an even more exciting Season 2. The exact release date will be announced later. The camera looks up at a towering skyscraper, the letters PKA emblazoned at its peak. Now, the full name of the organization is revealed, Korean Player Association. Inside the PKA building, a crystalline landscape stretches out. Panting, he surveys the icy landscape within the Korean Player Association building. A sword lies nearby. Panting heavily, he struggles to catch his breath in the icy expanse. Gasping, he looks up at the looming structure above. Towering shards of ice glint in the harsh light. The ice structure looms, almost blinding in its stark whiteness. He lets out a breath, the sheer scale of the ice structure weighing on him. He raises the ornate, ice-blue sword high, its inscription gleaming. "How is it?" a voice echoes from the ice throne. The sword's name is revealed, Frost Queen? A thoughtful hum echoes from the throne. The Frost Queen sits upon her icy throne, arms crossed, an unreadable expression on her face. The Frost Queen speaks, her words carrying a hint of reluctant approval. "You finally made something somewhat useful." A wide smile spreads across the Frost Queen's face, a rare and surprising sight. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Oh, contractor." The story jumps back in time, half a month ago. The voice continues, informing the contractor, "You are currently able to manipulate two elements." The voice reveals the elements he can manipulate, one is darkness, and the other is my frost energy. He retorts, "Why are you acting like I don't know all that already?" In response, the fairy-like being calls him, "You are such a simple-minded human." Using an energy is a matter of understanding it, the voice explains. The higher one's understanding, the more refined their techniques become. The fairy-like being raises a finger, about to ask, "Now, let me ask you this." Before the fairy-like being can finish, the protagonist interrupts, pondering the question, "What do I think of dark energy?" It's violent and prideful. He concludes, dark energy swirling around him as he speaks. Indifferent and spiteful, he finishes, the dark energy intensifying. The dark energy explodes outward. That is quite a good answer, a voice states. He then asks, "Then what do you think of the frost energy?" "Ice." "Cold," he replies, unfazed. A sigh escapes the frost spirit. "I suppose it can't be helped," the frost spirit begins, then continues, "It has only been 3 months since you began to use frost." Finally, the spirit commands, "Listen closely." The frost spirit continues, stating that ice is more aloof and elegant than any other type of energy. The frost spirit then declares, "It is a jack of all trades." "I see," he responds to the frost spirit's claim. He then concludes that the frost spirit's combat potential is well balanced. Indeed, a voice confirms. The frost spirit then elaborates, for example, darkness, fire, and wind have high attack power but are unsuited for defensive use. The frost spirit continues, explaining that water and earth are advantageous for defense but lack attack power. The frost spirit continues, explaining, and as for the users of the frost skill, they were once known as one-man armies who dominated the battlefield. The frost spirit poses a question, you can guess why, no? The frost spirit's question hangs in the air as the protagonist stands bathed in the skill's ethereal glow. Now, then. The frost spirit begins, its words hanging in the air. The frost spirit declares, I shall teach you myself, contractor, how to use frost energy. But before that, the frost spirit's words hang ominously. The frost spirit points a finger, and a wave of chilling energy emanates from it. A wave of force erupts, the impact shaking the very air. The frost spirit stands confidently atop a massive, ornate sword. This is a fine sword, the frost spirit observes. He holds the sword aloft, as a voice declares, it is the Ice Kingdom Nibelheim's sword of state, Fragarak. Then a voice challenges, try making the same thing. With a wide smile, she declares, I shall teach you after that. But he hesitates, thinking, wait, but I don't particularly want to know how to make good ice weapons. An authoritative voice booms, declaring, traditionally, a one-man army must assert all roles of the military. The voice continues, warning, if you cannot even do this much, there will be no training for you. The ice spirit floats triumphantly above him. How is that fair? He shouts, clearly frustrated by the situation. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey! The voice shouts a warning, Frost Queen. Two dark shapes descend. Phew! He sighs, gripping the Frost Queen. Is this one okay? The Frost Queen speaks, demanding, take a look. How is it? The protagonist stares, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The Frost Queen's judgment rings out, not good enough. Not again, she exclaims, her frustration palpable. The Frost Queen continues her harsh critique, the blade is not sharp enough. And the weight distribution is dismal. The Frost Queen's voice drips with disdain. Trying to copy my ceremonial sword with this level of quality? Above, the Frost Queen demands, how many have you broken so far? Damn it! Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders, why is this so tedious? Despite her earlier taunts, the Frost Queen admits to herself, he is quite impressive. The system displays, after only 34 minutes, he can recreate Fragarak's outer appearance with 62% accuracy. That power from 28 years ago. A voice recalls. He was so powerful that it was unbelievable he was even human. He focuses intently, the blue energy swirling around his hands as he thinks, I may be creating a monster. He finishes his thought. Below, a figure with a bone-like mask smiles faintly. And watching over his progress. A voice narrates. Kneeling, he meticulously adjusts the blade, but a voice booms, the blade is 5 degrees off. Is quite an enjoyable pastime. He examines the blade, declaring, I suppose this one is passable. It only took you, 152 tries, she scoffs, a hint of amusement in her voice. He retorts, I was trying my hardest. With arms crossed and a blank stare, she questions, so, this one is a pass, right? With a confident smile, she unleashes a barrage of icy projectiles. The barrage continues, but a frustrated voice cries out, again? The voice continues, nonchalantly admitting, oh, the sword was quite good. I simply broke it because I was annoyed. The nonchalant admission is met with stunned silence. He pats the horse's flank, the sound echoing in the sudden quiet. His expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. This should be enough training for weapon creation, a voice states. He's told, you must be tired after staying up for 2 days making swords. Go get some sleep. Exhausted, he sits cross-legged on the cold floor, shards of ice scattered around him. A voice echoes, promising, once you wake, I shall teach you how to use frost, as you so desired. You're acting suspicious, she says, arms crossed. He looks away, and admits, I suddenly have the urge to change my mind. He points a finger, his expression hardening. If you're lying. The accusation hangs heavy as he begins, you. Before he can finish, a figure materializes, declaring, I won't let. He lies unconscious, a trail of saliva escaping his parted lips. He's down for the count, completely out cold. A shimmering, spectral form approaches the unconscious figure. He is so tenacious even though he already has outstanding talent. A voice observes. Truly are unfair, the voice declares. Become stronger, the figure declares, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Strong enough to protect those that are precious to you. A single snowflake, delicate yet sharp, materializes. Then, a single snowflake, delicate yet sharp, materializes into existence. The snowflake transforms into a majestic eagle soaring through the sky. The majestic eagle soars through the vast, open sky. The eagle surveys the landscape below, a vast expanse of forest and shimmering water. Now, the eagle soars over a plateau in Tibet, a grand temple complex bathed in sunlight below. The eagle arrives at the gate of the Cave of Trials, a massive temple complex teeming with people. Welcome, player Seo Junho, a voice booms, greeting him upon arrival. The voice belongs to a monk named Jampa. He greets Seo Junho, sticking out his tongue in a traditional Tibetan greeting, and says, "My name is Jampa, and I am in charge of this place. Welcome to the Cave of Trials." Jampa explains that the player association contacted him ahead of time. His fairy companion adds, "Look, contractor. He is sticking his tongue out at you." Jampa then states that he was told Seo Junho would like to attempt the Cave of Trials. Jampa gestures towards a glowing blue screen, revealing the Cave of Trials rankings. Spectre and others are listed as having reached the 9th floor. The scene shifts, now showing only a portion of Jampa's orange robe and a dark, starry sky. The screen displays, "This is a record of all those who have cleared the Cave of Trials before." The man states, "Looks like no one has cleared my record from 25 years ago." He seems rather proud of himself. The screen details the Cave of Trials entry requirements, levels 25 to 30, unlimited party cap, and infinite clear requirements and difficulty. The screen warns that no one knows what awaits beyond the gate. Who knows what horrors await? A monk stands before them, offering a blessing. "May the Fane bless your days to come. I bid you a safe return." A blinding light emanates from the gate as they step through. Emerging from the light, they find themselves on a vast, desolate landscape. The blinding light intensifies, the gateway seemingly still active. He continues forward, but a voice echoes, stating, "It's been 25 years. A look of slight shock crosses his face as the voice echoes. He continues forward, when a voice rings out, "Let's go." A surge of energy crackles in the air. An intense blast of energy erupts before him, forcing him to shield his eyes. The sudden attack leaves his companion questioning what just happened. The energy subsides, replaced by a stark error message. The energy dissipates, revealing a system message, "Second entry. Clearance is needed from the administrator." "What?" he questions, confusion evident in his tone. A crackle of energy fills the air. The energy intensifies, forming a blinding flash. The energy crackles. He watches as the energy coalesces into a small, glowing figure. Blinding energy erupts. The energy coalesces further, forming a humanoid figure beside him. Lightning crackles around a dark, looming structure. The figure's hand grips a top hat as lightning continues to flash around him. The figure, now fully formed in a suit and top hat, offers a chilling greeting. With a flourish, the figure tips his hat, announcing, "I am the administrator of the Dimensional Elevator's first floor." The administrator's introduction continues, "My name is Grey Dot." The first floor administrator? The question hangs in the air, a bead of sweat forming on Grey's brow. Does that mean you're they? The question trails off, left hanging in the air. The man adjusts his hat, dismissing the notion. Of course not. I am but a public servant who has been appointed by them to manage this place. If you manage the first floor, which is Earth, that makes you no different from a god, no? The protagonist asks, his expression a mix of disbelief and curiosity. It does indeed, the man replies, a subtle smile playing on his lips. However, the man clarifies that his administrative power is limited to the features that make a floor, such as the gates and monsters on the first floor. But I suppose it's nice to see some familiar faces after it has been a while, he muses, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Suddenly, a screen appears, player Spectre. A small, winged figure appears behind him, its expression a mix of surprise and concern. His eyes widen in surprise as a message appears before him, though it's belated, I congratulate you on your return. He mutters a quiet thank you, but then, realizing something, he stops. Wait, he exclaims, a question forming. You said some familiar faces. Do you know who I am? The figure responds, his eyes still closed beneath the brim of his hat. Of course I do. The figure's words cut through the air, revealing her true identity. You are Nibelheim's queen, the sovereign of the cold, the Frost Queen. He asks, so what is this place? Meanwhile, the Frost Queen thinks to herself, but of course. There is no reason he would not know who I am. The Frost Queen answers his question, stating, this is a virtual space that I have created. Lightning crackles, filling the virtual space with raw energy. Holding the ornate book open, the man states with a slight smirk, there is a slight problem, you see. The book reveals information. 28 years ago, Spectre cleared the Cave of Trials. The book reveals a crucial rule, you should know the rule that those who have already received the rewards cannot enter a second time. A voice booms, declaring, even if you change your name, your soul does not. The light intensifies around him as the voice continues, it is a sin to covet the rewards of others. He asks, but what if I no longer have the rewards? A question hangs in the air. The voice responds, unwavering, it's exactly as I say. He declares, I don't have a single reward that I received from the Cave of Trials. A low hum rumbles from him, his crimson eyes narrowing as he considers the implications. The air crackles with energy as he glares upward, his red eyes burning with renewed intensity. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, you're telling the truth. His gaze remains fixed on the small figure before him, a flicker of uncertainty now in his eyes. This pressure, a voice cries out, overwhelmed. Is this the power of an administrator? The administrator's voice echoes, cold and dismissive, you do not possess the rewards. The book slams shut. According to the rules, I don't think I shouldn't be allowed to enter. The administrator's voice booms, cutting off any further argument. That is up to me to decide as the administrator. The problem isn't breaking the rules, a voice muses. A staff taps rhythmically against the tiled floor. The voice continues, the words appearing in his speech bubble, but, rather, an issue of fairness. The man continues, explaining, you have already entered once, so you know what trials will appear. He argues that allowing a repeat entry would be unfair to all the other players. The man's face is shown in a close-up as he continues to speak. Then, he continues to lay out his reasoning. He stares directly forward, stating, adjust the difficulty. He continues, questioning, if you make it more difficult, wouldn't that balance it out? He smirks, his red eyes gleaming as he asks, are you sure you can handle it? He receives a confident reply, I will if it means that I can enter the cave. His eyes narrow, a suspicious thought crossing his mind. I can't tell if you're sly or just honest. A finger snaps. All right. You have entertained me far more than you have in the past, he declares. The man's voice echoes, promising, so I can grant you this much. A faint red glow emanates from below. The man in the top hat looks up, offering a chilling farewell, I wish you luck. The red glow intensifies. Wait, she cries out, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. You seem to know me very well, he observes, before demanding, so do you know why my memories have disappeared? The man in the hat responds cryptically, who knows? I cannot speak of that. A blinding flash erupts. Then, have fun, a voice booms as a blinding light fills the area. The light subsides, revealing the man standing amidst the fading energy. This humid air. I really have come back to the Cave of Trials, he realizes, looking around the familiar location. A small, glowing figure floats before him. Muttering to himself, he admits, gray, he is quite hard to read. The glowing figure asks, did you really lose your memories? He replies, I have no memory of anything related to the floors. That's why it's even more frustrating. Anyway, this is good for you, a voice states, continuing, writing the floaty float and coming here was not in vain. A screen then appears, welcoming player Seo Junho. Well, I'm just glad things worked out better than I expected, he admits. A voice corrects him, stating, it's an airplane, not a floaty float. Now. He begins, a screen reflecting in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud pong echoes, filling the air. The air vibrates with the sound as a screen appears, announcing, Level 1, the magic trial will now begin. Please pop the balls using magic. The screen looms, posing a direct challenge, shall we begin? Floating amidst the magical spheres, the figure muses, is this not too easy? He smirks, retorting, it's because it's level 1. The magical spheres detonate around him, the force of the explosions sending him hurtling backwards. Amidst the fading magical energy, a voice declares, it's like a tutorial. Energy crackles, a blinding light obscuring the aftermath of the explosions. The blinding light fades, revealing a system message, you have passed the magic trial. The light intensifies, obscuring everything in a wash of white. The trial complete, a voice declares, not bad, but it would have taken me less than a second. The voice immediately rebukes the claim, stop lying. The system prompts, if you wish to proceed to the gravity trial, please say go. If you wish to quit, please say stop. He accepts the challenge. Go, he declares, and the system confirms, proceed to level 2 with no break. The world shifts violently as he's transported to the next level. He lands hard, a pained ugh escaping his lips. He plummets downwards through a blinding white space. Contractor, what kind of trial is this? He demands, catching himself on the ground. A voice replies, questioning why he suddenly assumes such a position. The second trial begins, and the gravity shifts every minute. It feels twice as strong as before. What of the remaining 8 trials? A voice echoes, leaving the protagonist to wonder what awaits him. A foot presses down, crushing the already fractured ground beneath. The foot grinds harder, and a voice declares, they're all things that most people would consider forms of torture. Now, he sits cross-legged, arms crossed, observing the spirit below. See? I became lighter. A voice booms, questioning, contractor, you are not planning to waste such a fine opportunity, are you? The spirit, looking up, asks, what? A voice booms, insisting that there won't be many opportunities to experience such extreme situations, and he should train. The spirit, seeing him falling, asks, where are you going? He plummets toward the jagged rocks below, a look of panic etched on his face. Ugh! It really sucks, you know, he shouts, but then pauses, thinking, but... His feet touch down on solid ground. Despite the odds, he declares, that doesn't mean I can't do it. He reaches out, bracing himself against the rough ground. A voice booms, I think you should do some running next. The hero retorts, geez, easier said than done. The sound of something heavy impacting the ground echoes. He collapses to the ground. It's finally over, he thinks. He gasps for breath, the fight clearly taking its toll. Damn, just how much did he raise the difficulty by, he wonders aloud, exhausted. A small, glowing figure congratulates him, you did well, contractor. The system then prompts him to proceed to the next trial by saying go, or to quit and receive the rewards by saying stop. The glowing figure urges him to go. But a new system message appears, suggesting he rest before continuing, noting that he looks exhausted. Despite the system's suggestion to rest, he insists, it's better to take it all at once when I'm warmed up. The system explains that the Cave of Trials rewards players more the more they suffer. He concludes that if he continues like this, he'll receive more valuable rewards. Now, he wonders, what is the next trial? The system's voice echoes, announcing, the Phantom Trial. The hero's eyes narrow as he hears the words, the illusions. The illusions take form, a monstrous beast wreathed in flame. Before him, the hero faces the monstrous illusion. Last time, I fought like crazy to save my parents from monsters, he recalls. Gripping his sword, he steels himself. I had to remind myself that those ghastly phantoms weren't my parents. He leaps forward, his sword a blur of motion as he strikes at the monstrous illusion. And it finally ended after half a day. He sits back, catching his breath. It should be a different illusion this time, he mutters, as another form materializes. The new illusion speaks, its voice laced with suspicion. Why are you staring at me like that? He states his desire aloud. I wish the Frost Queen would appear. The world dissolves into a blinding white. But a voice breaks through the light, reminding him, but there's no way it would be that easy. The blinding light coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of energy. The vortex dissipates, revealing the protagonist, looking weary but unharmed, alongside his winged companion. The energy crackles as a voice declares, I bet it'll be. A critical hit, the voice finishes as the protagonist grips his glowing blade. Her eyes narrow with determination as she prepares to unleash the full force of her attack. Echoing through the arena, a voice calls out, Seo. Jun Ho. Do you want to live on all by yourself? The question hangs in the air as the assembled group stands ready. A dark sphere appears, branding him a traitor. Sword in hand, he steels himself. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with sorrow, why did you throw us away? A group stands together, illuminated by an eerie blue glow, as a figure above them brandishes a sword. The figure's rage explodes, the word traitor echoing with fury. The accusation hangs heavy in the air as the accused stares forward, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with tension as she screams, liar. Her face contorted with rage, the accusation cuts through the silence. A voice urges, contractor, do not listen to them. They are all, but he cuts it off, stating flatly, I know. They're just illusions. But, in their last moments, something else was revealed. The revelation continues, those idiots sent me up. Even though they knew they would die. So, the speaker begins, standing with the rest of the group. His face contorted with rage, he shouts, I won't let you insult them like this. A surge of power emanates from his blade. The blade crackles with intense energy as he prepares to strike. A blinding light fills the void. Emerging from the light, Ramadat stands, a sinister grin plastered on his face. He is described as having high-level regeneration and destructive power. Skaya, whose magic is all-powerful in both offense and defense, prepares to fight. Gilberto, providing long-distance support, and Mio, who can appear with her sword in the blink of an eye, stand ready. Skaya stands, her expression unreadable as she prepares to face Ramadat. A voice echoes, stating, trying to take them all at once would be suicide. A voice calls out, requesting, Frost, can you immobilize Skaya's and Ramadat? Frost acknowledges the request, but warns, it is possible, but it should consume a large amount of your mental energy. Ignoring Frost's warning, the voice demands, it doesn't matter. How many seconds do you think you can keep them? Frost responds, about 30 seconds. About 30 seconds, Frost concludes. A faint smile plays on Frost's lips as he makes his claim. Frost declares, that should be more than enough. Frost declares his strategy, confident in his next move, I'll quickly take out Gilberto and Mio, who both have low defense. Frost launches forward, a blur of motion as he aims to eliminate his targets. He moves in a blinding flash of light. My soldiers, he roars, his voice amplified by the blinding light. The light intensifies as she cries out to her soldiers. Arise from the cold ground and defeat the enemy, she commands. With a surge of power, the ice soldiers begin to rise. The group watches as the ice soldiers fully awaken, their forms glowing with icy energy. It's coming! Everyone, dodge, she warns, a surge of energy erupting from her staff. The ice soldiers launch their attack, a wave of icy shards flying towards the group. The ice soldiers stomp forward, a magic circle glowing beneath them as they advance. A blinding light erupts as the ice soldiers unleash their power. The hero grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Damn it, my mental energy's draining fast. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Staggering back, he raises a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The attack explodes with searing light, obliterating everything in its path. Roaring with fury, he declares, "It's over." The scene fades to white, the aftermath of his devastating attack. The figure shouts, "Freeze!" The figure plummets downward, surrounded by shards of ice. He continues his descent, the ice around him intensifying. Contractor. "Don't pay attention to me, and do what you need to," she shouts, her voice echoing through the icy cavern. He grits his teeth, pushing forward despite the intensifying cold. "Good. You just need to hold out a little longer," he encourages, his voice strained. A sharp, cracking sound echoes through the cavern. He's struck by a powerful blow, his face contorted in pain as debris explodes around him. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. His face remains grim, the impact evident. The figure in the cowboy hat declares, "I'll finish you with the next shot." His hand grips the brim of his hat, a final shot aimed with deadly intent. The barrel of the gun points downward, aimed with lethal precision. A sinister grin stretches across his face. Even though it's just an illusion, it materialized Gilberto's magic bullet. The stakes are now terrifyingly clear. I'll die instantly if I get hit by a single one of them. The crosshairs lock on, zeroing in on their target. The target is locked. The trigger is pulled. A blinding flash fills the screen. Through the scope, the target is acquired. The scope now shows only empty space. Where did he go? His eyes widen in disbelief. The target vanished. Nothing remains. The target completely disappeared. A stunned "no" echoes in the emptiness. His eyes narrow, a dark aura swirling around him. He levels a rifle, a sinister purple energy crackling beneath him. His gaze hardens, the sinister energy intensifying around him. The air crackles with the words "night walking." The dark energy coalesces, forming a shadowy vortex. The vortex expands, consuming everything in a blinding white light. From within the light, two blades emerge, piercing the darkness. The swords strike, and a figure screams in agony as the darkness descends. A sound like KOK echoes as the figure falls. The figure collapses, a heavy thud echoing as they hit the ground. As he hits the ground, a voice groans, "Man, I don't think I can do this twice." Standing over the fallen figure, the assassin declares, "After Gilberto, my next target is..." Tears stream down his face as he hears the assassin's chilling declaration. A burst of rage erupts, the question hanging heavy in the air, "How could you kill him?" He turns away, his expression unreadable. Her eyes widen, a name escaping her lips, "Mio." She grips her sword, ready for a fight. A figure descends rapidly, kicking up dust. The text reveals, she was known as the High Blade. It would be lunacy to try to take her in a sword fight. Despite the warning, a bead of sweat trickles down his face as he contemplates his next move. But, eyes blazing with fury, she draws her sword, promising, "You'll pay for killing my comrade. With your life." A resounding crack echoes through the cavern as the hero stands over his fallen opponent. A swift strike ends the battle. I have one chance, he thinks, his expression a mask of grim determination. With his opponent shaken up, now is the time to strike. Fueled by Gilberto's death, she lunges forward, sword gleaming. Swords clash in a shower of sparks. The force of their swords colliding sends shockwaves through the air. The hero's sword glows with an intense, ethereal blue light. Blinding light erupts from the point of impact. Amidst the blinding light, a voice declares, "I'll have a chance to attack." The blinding light intensifies. The attack lands, a blinding flash erupting as the fist connects. The hero is struck, a pained gasp escaping his lips as the attack lands squarely. His face contorts in pain as the full force of the blow hits. The hero drops to her knees, her sword skidding away. Her opponent stands over her, blade ready. Tears stream down her face as she clutches her chest, gasping, "How could you, to us?" The opponent stands tall, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. His blade glints ominously. This trial is disgusting all the way to the end, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. The opponent's gaze hardens, a subtle shift in his expression betraying his disdain. A sharp crack echoes as something shatters. The ice shatters, the sound echoing as the barrier collapses. With the ice barrier shattered, the woman stands before a complex magical circle, staff raised, ready to strike. The woman leaps forward, shards of ice flying as she closes the distance. The shards of ice continue to scatter. His eyes widen, a visible tremor running through him. That sound. The air crackles with unseen energy as symbols materialize around him. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything as he takes a step forward. The light intensifies, swallowing everything in its path. The blinding light fades, revealing the hero's hand, now bound tightly with rope and bandages. Shards of ice scatter around him. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Chains now bind the hero, but a taunting question echoes, did you really think you could hold me back with something like this? His eyes burn with intensity as he asks, did you really think you could hold me back with something like this? With a surge of power, the chains shatter. Novel chapter 62 to 63. He breaks free, and then asks, have you joined the Discord? To say hi yet, he finishes, extending his hand, awaiting an answer. She begins to answer, but hesitates. And no. He looks on with a slight frown, seemingly concerned by her hesitation. May I ask the reason behind that? He asks, but she replies, I don't know. He extends his hand, palm up, his expression obscured, as he asks, then what are you waiting for? Suddenly, a voice booms, come join us. The sky seems to open up, beckoning them toward an unknown destination. A desperate cry echoes through the air. Contractor. I am at my limit. Responding to the desperate plea, the contractor channels a surge of energy, her eyes focused with determination. The contractor's staff glows intensely, unleashing a powerful blast of energy. The energy explodes outward, shattering the icy constructs into fragments. The contractor stands amidst the shattered remains of the ice constructs. The contractor's attack continues, a flurry of strikes against an unseen foe. The contractor's relentless assault continues, the force of his blows shattering the air itself. The force of the contractor's blows continues to resonate, the unseen enemy taking the brunt of the assault. The contractor's blows continue to land with shattering force. The impact reverberates with a resounding quang. The force of the blow explodes outward. The force of the impact sends white shards flying. The air shimmers with the aftershock. She shields her eyes, a look of shock etched on her face. Thanks, Frost. The words hang in the air. A massive shield now looms over the small figure of Frost. You did well, a voice booms from behind the enormous shield. A pleased smile graces the shield-bearer's face as he looks down at Frost. But a sinister grin spreads across the shield-bearer's face, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A brutal strike rains down on Frost. The shield-bearer's attack connects with explosive force. Hey, you cocky bastard, he yells, his shield slamming into Frost with a resounding crack. Do you really think you can afford to avoid me? He roars, fury burning in his eyes. His maniacal grin widens as he unleashes a devastating attack. Ramadat, he shouts, unleashing a complex magical attack. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash the full force of Ramadat. The air shimmers as the magical circles of Ramadat begin to take shape. You idiot! I told you not to charge in, she yells, her voice laced with frustration as the magical circles of Ramadat fully materialize. He's sent flying backwards by the force of the magic. Staggering, he realizes the truth, shit, they're an OP team. The text reveals their strategy, Ramadat's tanking and Skaya's long-distance attacks. A menacing grin spreads across Ramadat's face. The text emphasizes their history, even back in the day, they were the duo with the strongest synergy. He resolves, if I want to defeat them, I have to use my full power too. The word booster flashes as he prepares to unleash his full power. Power surges as he activates his booster. The booster activates, unleashing a burst of speed. The world blurs as he accelerates. An intense gust of wind buffets him as he rockets forward. His opponent roars, a blade flashing toward him. The blade hurtles toward him, a deadly strike aimed with precision. The hero, seemingly unfazed, simply says wow. His opponent, however, is not so calm. "You ripped a hole straight through my chest," he exclaims. Despite the gaping wound in his chest, the opponent grins maniacally. "It feels so refreshing," he declares, seemingly invigorated by the attack. His hands, wrapped and bound by rope, clench tightly as he taunts, "Is this all you've got?" Roaring with fury, he unleashes a devastating strike. A crimson energy erupts, striking with immense force. "As I thought, it didn't work," he mutters, teeth gritted in frustration. The opponent's resilience is proving to be a significant obstacle. His regeneration rate is crazy. Determined, he shouts, "I won't miss this time." A complex magical circle glows intensely before him. The spell connects. A powerful impact sends tremors through the very ground beneath their feet. He lunges forward, his sword aimed directly at his opponent. The clash of powers sends out a blinding white light. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backwards. With his non-stop regeneration, there's no point in having a battle of attrition with Ramadat, he thinks, bracing himself. Normal tactics won't work. I have to let him attack me. Ramadat's voice booms across the battlefield. "This is boring. How long will you keep running away?" "Yeah, I'm starting to get tired of this too," he replies, finally. Finally, he stops running, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Let's end this." His eyes widen, a snarl contorting his face as he shouts, "You stupid, arrogant bastard," he shouts, the force of his blow sending the opponent flying. He prepares to strike again, a furious red aura emanating from his eyes. The impact reverberates, a shockwave exploding outwards. His fist connects, the force of the blow sending his opponent reeling. The force of the impact sends his opponent crashing downwards. As he plummets, a voice cries out in disbelief, "He's a monster." Blood trickles from his mouth as he struggles to speak. "He broke all the way through the ice shield and gave me internal injuries." But a blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. Amidst the blinding light, he seizes the moment. "I can use this opportunity." He unleashes a powerful blow, chains flying as he strikes. "It's useless." "But I'll admit, you've got guts," he sneers, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Despite the injuries marring his face, he retorts, "You're wrong." His defiance hangs heavy in the air. The air shimmers. The sword gleams with an ominous light as a voice declares, "It's over." The attack comes, a furious cry echoing as the blow is delivered, "For you." The blow lands, accompanied by the declaration of law of life. The force of the attack sends him crashing down, chains rattling against his chest. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. The force of the impact continues to reverberate. He cries out in pain from the continued assault. He stands over his fallen opponent, a look of grim determination etched on his face. "Ramadat," he shouts, his voice echoing with a desperate intensity. He recoils, eyes wide with horror, as a wave of energy slams into him. She unleashes a torrent of energy, her expression a mix of determination and desperation. Tears well in her eyes as she realizes, now, Skaya's the only one left. A powerful explosion rocks the area. The figure towers over him, an imposing presence amidst the dust and debris. "I'll kill you," the voice threatens, followed by a chilling promise, "I swear, I'll kill you." Tears stream down her face, her eyes devoid of light. A disturbing aura emanates from her. "Contractor, that aura seems quite dangerous," a voice warns. He retorts, "Yeah, because she's the last one." He realizes he must use the rest of his power if he wants to defeat a berserk Skaya. A dark aura surrounds him as he commands, "Come." The words Death Scythe materialize before him, as the weapon is summoned. The Death Scythe materializes in his grasp, ready for battle. The hero thinks to himself, "If I want to break through Destruction Ray and the 7 mana shields protecting her, the only thing I can use is..." He concludes, a plan forming in his mind. Darkness and its scorn, he declares, a surge of dark energy emanating from him. Dark energy swirls around him as he grips the handle of his scythe. This weapon consumes a ton of magic energy, he thinks, sweat beading on his brow. But it's the only option. Dark energy surges from the scythe, crackling with immense power. Screaming with rage, he unleashes the scythe's full power. Die! The unleashed dark energy surges forward in a devastating wave. The dark energy rips through the air. He braces himself, wielding his scythe to intercept the oncoming wave of dark energy. The scythe clashes against the dark energy, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. "I'm glad you're alive," a voice says. His eyes narrowed, he declares, "You're an illusion." "If you were the real Skaya," he begins, suspicion lacing his tone. The illusion continues, stating that if it were the real Skaya, I would have lost. The name Junho appears. Tears stream down Skaya's face, yet a smile remains. Junho stands on the shore, facing a small, glowing figure. The sound of wind rushes around them. The wind intensifies around Junho and the glowing figure. Suddenly, a system message appears, "You have passed the phantom trial." Junho stands with his back to us, the dark cave surrounding him. Another system message appears, asking if he wishes to proceed to the next trial by saying go. Despite clearing the trial, a voice says, "It still feels heavy even though you cleared it." Another system message flickers to life, offering him a choice: "If you wish to quit and receive the rewards, please say stop." The system's offer is met with a swift response, "You don't even need to ask." The countdown begins, go. A fierce determination hardens his expression, despite the fresh cuts on his face. Suddenly, a voice breaks the tension with an unexpected question: "Have you joined the Discord?" The bizarre questioning continues, "To say hi yet?" She starts to answer, but hesitates, and no. The man listens intently, a slight furrow in his brow. "May I ask the reason behind that?" he presses. The woman hesitates, then admits, I don't know." An open hand is offered, palm up, as a voice demands, "Then what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoes across the sky, beckoning, "Come join us." Silence descends, broken only by a faint murmur. Through the darkness, a voice echoes, asking, "Are you awake, contractor?" The voice seems to emanate from a being encased in ice. The icy prison seems to be adorned with intricate, almost regal, attire. A series of thoughts run through his head as he rubs his eyes, seemingly waking up. As he awakens, a voice booms, "You were sleeping for 30 hours straight, so I thought you might be dead." Lying in bed, he thinks to himself, "I thought I'd be out for at least 2 days. I slept for less than I expected. I thought I'd be out for at least 2 days. I slept for less than I expected," he muses. Floating before him, a small, ethereal figure speaks. "That skill called Death Scythe is powerful, but the aftershocks are quite vicious." Despite them being illusions, he reflects on his battle with the 5 heroes. This was a cheap price to pay, he concludes. "How many trials remain?" the ethereal figure asks. The protagonist, looking weary, admits, "I don't know exactly how many." The man in the suit considers their situation. "I'm thinking that it might not end after 10 levels, he says, then continues, "The administrator said he'd changed the contents and the difficulty, so I can't be sure. So there are still 6 of these accursed trials left." A voice declares. It's also revealed that the Cave of Trials gets more difficult the further they progress. The endless staircase to the top stretches upwards, but a thought lingers, "So far, it's been going easier than I expected. But I don't know how many levels I'll be able to endure." A screen displays a jacket, boots, and other items. "Do you feel a bit better?" a voice asks. A voice echoes, stating, "You fought with your old comrades, after all. It has been some time since you last saw them." "They were just illusions," a voice reveals, shattering any lingering hope. A low hum rumbles, a sign of growing suspicion. "It's a little disappointing, though, that I didn't get to see my parents this time," he admits, a hint of sadness in his voice. Why would your parents appear in the phantom trial, she wonders aloud. A grim reply comes, why do you think? It's because they're both dead. He stares ahead, mouth agape in shock at the revelation. Ha! Oh! He mutters, realizing, I have made a grave mistake. But then, he hardens, declaring, it doesn't matter to me. It's not like it happened yesterday. He pats down his coat, a soft thud sound accompanying the gesture. He then reveals, I also lost my parents when I was 6 years old. I fully sympathize with your feelings. His gaze hardens, a flicker of shared understanding in his eyes. I suppose misery loves company, he muses, the words hanging heavy in the air. He exits the restroom, stepping back into the unknown. A blinding white light engulfs him. The light fades, revealing the title, Return of the Frozen Player. A voice declares, I wish to begin the fourth trial. As he stands on the desolate landscape with his fairy companion, a system message appears, preparing. The system announces the next challenge, the fourth level is the Insomnia Trial. A stark warning flashes on the screen, once the Insomnia Trial begins, you cannot sleep for 10 days. The system presents a simple, unavoidable choice, proceed. The trial begins. A timer appears, counting down from 240 hours. He stands in a blindingly bright space, facing a figure wreathed in light. The timer ticks down, now displaying 239 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The space shifts again, and a system message appears, Level 4, Insomnia Trial, will now begin. The scene fades to white. As the trial begins, a timer appears, counting down from 219 hours. He sits in the lotus position atop a massive spire of ice, the trial's timer ticking down above. The timer continues to count down as he remains in position. The timer shows 219 hours, 14 minutes, and 20 seconds. A voice confirms, approximately 20 hours have passed. A disembodied voice suddenly asks, can you handle it? To the disembodied voice's question, he replies with a simple, for now, yeah. You must be famished, at least take this, the voice insists. To the offer, he replies, I like being hungry because then I can't fall asleep. The voice retorts, or perhaps you should shower with ice water. 60 hours in. 60 hours in, he sits on the ice, clutching his leg. His contractor warns, you must not fall asleep. Yeah, he replies, exhaustion evident in his tone. Fighting to stay awake, he pleads, Frost, help me wake up. A voice booms, understood. A blast of cold air hits him square in the face. The symbol of the cold energy materializes before him. 98 hours have passed. The timer reads 142 hours and 49 minutes. The force of the impact sends shockwaves outward. The force rips through the air. Despite the force of the ongoing battle, he thinks, I want to sleep. His exhaustion is palpable. He leans against the sink, utterly drained. If I take a hot shower right now and lay down, I think I'll be able to sleep really well. His eyelids flutter, fighting to stay open. He's teetering on the edge of consciousness. A sharp, echoing voice pierces through his exhaustion, contractor. The sharp voice continues, laced with disbelief, you're not falling asleep while washing your face, are you? Feigning alertness, he replies, of course not. The winged figure stands before a window, its back to the viewer. Rain begins to fall. A countdown begins, 24. The countdown continues, 23. The countdown continues, 22. Have heart. There are only 24 hours left. Back then. The story shifts, promising a glimpse into the past. He reflects, eyes heavy with fatigue, what was the reward for clearing the 9th level again? A realization dawns. Oh, right. It was Hero's mind, eh? He also notes his stats increased by 10. Indeed, the rewards were proportional to the suffering. A ghostly image of his former team flickers in his mind. He steels himself, resolving, I have to reach at least the 9th level this time too. The faces of his fallen comrades flash before him, fueling his resolve. He bows to himself, I have to reach at least the 9th level this time too. So that I can save them, he thinks, tears welling in his eyes. So that I can save them, he finishes the thought, tears now visibly streaming down his face. He begins to say, the single word hanging in the air. A promise echoes, I'll save you. But a darker thought emerges, or. The word explodes from his mind, contractor. The word echoes, and his face contorts in pain. His eyes widen in horror as the realization hits. Did I fall asleep, he exclaims, the question laced with disbelief. He recoils, panic etched on his face. Was I asleep, he demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. That's not it, he shouts, his frustration mounting as he stares at the screen. Suddenly, a voice booms, commanding attention, look. The screen displays a stark countdown, 0:0:0:0. Time's up. An echoing alarm blares as the countdown clock hits 0. The alarm fades as he sits in quiet contemplation. Above him, a glowing figure hovers, watching. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. The glowing figure descends, a soft thud echoing as it lands gently in his outstretched hands. He lies on the ground, a voice declaring, I won. A disembodied voice responds, yes. Yes, you did. But, he scoffs, that was nothing. He lies prone, a holographic screen declaring, you have passed the insomnia trial. The screen prompts him, if you wish to proceed to the next trial, please say go. The screen then presents him with a choice, quit and receive his rewards, or proceed to the next level, the taste trial. A beat of silence hangs in the air as he considers his options. Go, a voice echoes in his mind, urging him forward. His eyes snap open, a surge of power coursing through him. He stands, power radiating from him. It's a long journey, a voice echoes. He then states, I entered the sense trials after resting. He reels back, hands flying to his mouth, a look of utter disgust twisting his features. Moments later, he collapses to the ground, a pool of vomit spreading around him. The system explains that the trials test taste, smell, sight, and hearing. It continues, stating that all sense trials, other than touch, stack on top of one another. To proceed, he must say go, but to quit and receive the rewards, he must say stop. He sits in the lotus position, hands clasped, a faint glow emanating from his palms. The system announces the next challenge, the stillness trial. The sound and silence trials have now combined. He contemplates the implications of the combined trials. If two of the original trials were combined into one, that must mean that there will be a new, additional trial. Frustration mounts as he thinks, I've endured all these nasty-ass trials until now. Despite the mounting challenges, determination hardens within him. I'm going all the way to the end, no matter what, he declares. A small, glowing creature appears before him, its purpose yet unknown. A voice echoes, tinged with a strange amusement. Will you eat? It asks. He observes the creature, noting, look at her. She's been enjoying using Morse code ever since I taught it to her. The void trial is next. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges to come. The text ominously states that most who challenge the cave of trials give up here, in this nothingness. The text warns that it's a primal fear most people can't endure. It continues, stating that humans become weak when they lose their 5 senses. But the text warns that if your mind is weak, you can lose yourself in the emptiness. He admits, in the past, I also ran away from it. The screen announces, you have passed the stillness trial. The screen flashes. The screen prompts a choice, proceed to the next trial by saying go, or quit and receive rewards by saying stop. It then reveals that level 9, the void trial, and level 10, the time trial, will occur simultaneously. What? He mutters, his eyes wide with disbelief at the screen's impossible demand. A blinding flash erupts, filling the screen with a searing light. The screen displays a stark warning, please cancel if you do not think you can handle the trial. A dire warning flashes, your existence may disappear. The stakes escalate further. A new message appears, the void trial is dangerous enough, but the time trial on top of that? The clock shatters, a vortex of dark energy swirling around it. I'll be stuck in a solitary space, unable to feel anything, not even the passing. Still, he finishes, his expression unreadable in the encroaching darkness. A small, glowing figure stands before him, holding a simple wooden staff. The glowing figure declares, "I'll be back." The glowing figure vanishes, leaving behind the words, "After all, in this gate." The last of his light fades, leaving only a swirling void. The void pulses, and a stark warning echoes, "You have to bet everything to win." A disembodied voice offers a cryptic blessing, "Good luck, and do not worry." A serene smile graces the ethereal figure as the blessing is bestowed. The message echoes, promising, "I will be waiting for you here." The light fades, leaving only faint traces of where she once stood. A firm resolve solidifies, "I'll do it." Her gaze hardens, resolve burning in her eyes. A surge of power erupts from her very core. The system announces, Level 9 and Level 10, as the Void Trial and Time Trial are about to begin. Seated, she prepares for the trials ahead, the glowing numbers 9 and 10 materializing before her, marking the challenges to come. A hand reaches out, clad in a spiked gauntlet. "Okay," a voice confirms. Rising, he extends his hand, ready to face whatever awaits him. Darkness surrounds him, and a chilling realization dawns, "I can't feel anything. Not even the Frost Queens or my own magic power." He thinks, before declaring, "I am Seo Junho." But then, another voice echoes, countering with, "I am Spectre." A second declaration follows, "I have always been victorious." Seo Junho's resolve hardens. "And I can overcome this trial too. I will overcome it." Seo Junho declares, his voice echoing in the darkness. From the darkness, a voice echoes, "I am." Suddenly, Seo Junho's face fills the panel, and a speech bubble appears, "Have you joined the Discord?" Seo Junho suddenly appears, directly addressing the audience, "Have you joined the Discord, to say hi yet?" The woman's eyes widen slightly as she begins to say, "And no." The man's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he hears her hesitant reply. "May I ask the reason behind that?" he inquires. But the woman responds, "I don't know." An open hand is offered, as a voice demands, "Then what are you waiting for?" A bright light shines down as a voice calls out, "Come join us." Lost in the inky blackness, a question echoes, "I wonder how much time has passed." The darkness replies, "Since I've fallen into this place." His thoughts continue, questioning whether it be the flow of time or my very existence. "I can't feel anything," he realizes, his thoughts spiraling. How did things turn out like this? He walks towards a massive, glowing portal, thinking, "I need to master the frost skill as soon as possible, but I wonder if I got." The system message flashes, Level 9, Void Trial, and Level 10, Time Trial, will happen concurrently. He can only think, "What?" A wave of self-doubt washes over him, "Will I run away again?" His eyes widen with a hint of panic. Just like I did when I gave up the Void Trial last time, he thinks, the memory clearly haunting him. But then, a surge of resolve. "No. I made a choice," he declares, steeling his resolve. "I wanted power," he thinks, his face strained. "Even if I had to risk my life. I made this choice because I was sure I could beat the trials," he thinks, his fist connecting with his opponent. He resolves, "I will if it means that I can enter the cave." A surge of power erupts as he declares, "I refuse to die in a horrible place like this." His teeth grit in determination, purple energy radiating intensely around him. The energy intensifies, and a voice booms, "I am Spectre. I am Seo Junho." His eyes glow with intense power, the purple energy coalescing before him. A blinding flash erupts, the force of the energy made visible. The landscape is bathed in an ethereal glow, the hero standing amidst the strange, otherworldly terrain. A spectral figure flickers beside him. The light fades, leaving only an oppressive darkness. His hand trembles, barely touching the surface. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination returning to his gaze. This is, he wonders, a question hanging in the air. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Welcome back." A small, glowing figure hovers before him. The protagonist shields his eyes from the light, asking, "Yeah, How much time has passed? 10 days, the figure replies. He sits up, muttering, "This damned cave." He's shocked. "I'm sure I counted to a month before I stopped, but it's only been 10 days? A voice calls out, "But, contractor." A small, ethereal figure stands before him. A voice echoes, "It seems that something has changed greatly." "It's nothing amazing," he states, his tone suggesting otherwise. "All I did was shed my old skin," he declares. His body, he notes, definitely feels lighter than before. With his eyes still closed, he declares, "Let's take a look." Opening his eyes, the surge of blue energy emanates from him. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with power as it surges from him. The surge of blue energy continues as he notices something strange. "My magic loss rate is 0%, he wonders aloud. "Even when I was Spectre, it..." The blue energy crackles as he realizes the implications of his magic loss rate being 0. "That means I'm on the same level as Skaya, who's blessed by magic. I have perfect magic control," he declares, the blue energy surging around him. "Then that means..." A blue, crystalline blade materializes in his hand, its sharp edges shimmering with power. The blue energy intensifies, forming glowing glyphs around him. He grips the crystalline blade, his expression hardening with resolve. His gaze sharpens, a focused intensity burning in his eyes as he prepares to strike. The blade flashes, cutting through the air with immense power. The strike lands with devastating force. The force of the impact explodes outward. Debris rains down in the wake of the devastating blow. Silence descends as dust and debris settle. A heavy thud resonates as something massive crashes down. The impact shatters the surrounding area, leaving a scene of destruction. Amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands, gazing at a small, glowing form. The glowing figure observes him, noting, "Your sword aura looks much stronger than the one you used previously." He replies, surprised, "And I used to think it was perfect." System messages appear, confirming he has passed both the void trial and the time trial. The system then begins calculating the Cave of Trials' clear rewards. A wide grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "Finally, the rewards I've been waiting for." But then, a look of confusion washes over him. "Hey, why isn't anything showing up? Is it lagging? Why is it slower than before?" he wonders. The screen whites out, obscuring everything. The screen flashes bright red, and a message appears, "Do not fret. The rewards are still being calculated, Administrator Gray." As the red screen fades, a voice declares, "Got it, got it." The small, glowing figure wonders aloud, how amazing of a reward must it be that the administrator himself has stepped in. A system notification chimes. The system notification displays the hero's stats, strength and speed. The system displays more stats, constitution and magic, both maxed out at 99. The system displays even more information about Seo Junho, now level 27. He holds the titles Bringer of Spring, Helper of Ascension, and Limit Breaker. His skills, keen intuition and hero's mind have also been upgraded. His strength is 94, constitution is 100, speed is 96, and magic is 120, each boosted by 20 points. He realizes that 2 of his skills increased in rank with one stroke. Furthermore, all of his stats increased by 20 as well. The rewards far exceeded his expectations. "This is twice the amount of rewards I got from when I cleared the 9th level in the past," he realizes. His eyes widen, a realization dawning. The voice proposes a solution: adjust the difficulty. "If you make it more difficult, wouldn't that balance it out?" A system message appears: "The Cave of Trials rewards are in proportion to how much you suffered." The man wonders if he can tell if Gray is being sly or honest. He then thinks to himself, so Gray knew things would turn out like this. And even a new title. Limit Breaker, rank A. The system explains it's a title given to those who broke through their limits in the Cave of Trials, granting a random stat increase upon each level up. Frost. A response comes from the small, glowing fairy-like creature, "Yes?" Gray, still holding his status screen, says in disbelief, "Pinch my cheek." "Ow!" Gray exclaims as Frost pinches his cheek. So this isn't a dream. A status increase of +1 appears, but Gray thinks to himself, it's easier said than done, but if it keeps adding up, once I reach around level 130. Gray resolves to accumulate 100 bonus stat points in total. He believes that, as time passes, the distance between him and others will grow. Gray stands atop the rock formation, towering over the others who are still climbing. He moves with incredible speed. Contractor. Seize your drivel and let us depart, she demands. I am tired of these cave walls. A smirk plays on his lips as he agrees, yeah, let's leave. He adds, I think I'll also go mad if we stay here any longer. A blinding portal of light erupts before them, promising escape from the oppressive cave. He walks toward the blinding light, thinking, though it was delayed, I got really lucky. Frost, I was born in the wrong generation. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, you keep speaking nonsense. The perspective shifts to a grand, golden-roofed structure, the source of the booming voice now seemingly revealed. The man in the suit stands before a figure in orange robes, awaiting his response. The robed figure states, it has already been a month. It appears that he has no intention of coming back out. He pauses, then adds, perhaps. The camera pans up, revealing the grand palace exterior. Has he truly resigned himself to staying inside? Two figures stand outside the palace, their expressions unreadable. Something has caught their attention, prompting a reaction. His eyes widen in disbelief, pointing as he shouts, J-Jampa NAM. The ranking list has changed. Seo Junho now stands at the top, having reached the 10th floor of the Cave of Trials. Rameth Kali drops to second place, now listed as having reached the 9th floor. Oh, my word! Rameth exclaims, a bead of sweat trickling down his face despite his smile. A voice declares, this is the birth of a new legend. The rankings are revealed, Seo Junho has reached the 10th floor, leaving Spectre and Rameth, among others, behind on the 9th. The tower stretches high into the sky, its peak seemingly piercing the clouds. The tower, resembling a large manor, stands before them. A cloaked figure approaches the entrance, while others linger behind. The tower's grounds appear to be a children's playground. A boy runs towards the manor's gate. The cloaked figure knocks firmly on the manor's ornate door. Standing before the door, the cloaked figure awaits an answer. The door creaks open. A man in a suit greets the cloaked figure with a smile. It is an honor to welcome the demon Bao to this humble place. A voice from within the cloak responds, it's been a while. The figure in the cloak remarks, yeah, this place doesn't exactly seem fun. The man in the suit smiles widely, revealing the true purpose of the gathering. Because this is not something we do for entertainment. This is all for the second coming of the heavenly demon. The words hang in the air, the heavenly demon? The name Torres Milo appears, hanging heavy in the air. Do you think you can say his name so carelessly in a place where children are running around? The question hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the playground scene. But of course. If you do not believe me. The voice trails off, leaving the threat unspoken. He snaps his fingers, the gesture sharp and menacing. With a snap of his fingers, the children suddenly find themselves running. With a snap of his fingers, the children find themselves in a different location. The children now stand before a large, imposing manor. Just take a look, a voice booms. Creepy kids, the voice remarks, an ominous tone hanging in the air. The man in the suit smiles, revealing the purpose of the children's training. They are all training to become a great fiend like you, Signernim. A round of applause erupts. A child stomps on the head of someone lying on the ground. Then, an ominous voice booms, come on in. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face as he gestures forward, inviting them in. The scene opens in Italy, Rome. The camera pans across the bustling city of Rome, showcasing its unique architecture and flowing waterways. The pair pauses near a fountain, smiling as they capture a selfie with the Roman architecture in the background. Look at that, contractor, the sprite exclaims, pointing excitedly. Even those on TV are praising Seo Junho for clearing the Cave of Trials. Don't get distracted, a voice warns. The man states their mission: we're here to find and destroy paradise. Their starting point is the downtown area where Torres appears. The small companion looks up at the man, seemingly listening intently. He wonders if this is truly the only way to find Torres in such a distant country, but concludes, we have no choice. The story shifts back in time, a few days before. A voice coos. With open arms and a wide smile, the man seems ready to embrace someone. Did our lucky Juno arrive? The man asks, his voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. The man's unsettling request for a hug is met with a blunt question. Why are you acting so creepy? Juno asks, clearly disturbed. The man explains that donations have gone up explosively since Juno cleared the Cave of Trials, implying it's a stroke of good fortune. He then deflects, asking, anyway, why did you call me? Clearing his throat, the man suddenly states, I looked into that orphanage you heard about in Paris. An exclamation point punctuates the air as the scene shifts to a dark, ominous space. The words Arma, the skeleton magician who raided the auction house, appear, hinting at a dangerous connection. The scene shifts to a sinister location, revealing the truth, to create a terrible facility where countless children are raised to become demons like him. I couldn't find his exact location, but I did find a clue, a voice declares, as a hand presses a button on a small, dark device. A face appears on the screen, a sinister smile plastered across his features. The screen displays a new face. This man's name is Torres Milo. He was once an active player on the second floor, but has since retired. It wasn't uncommon for players at their peak to retire early, but Torres' behavior after retirement has been a different story. Look at this next photo. The screen shifts to a security camera feed, showing Torres Milo walking with two children. The image is dark, and a voice wonders, children. The investigator managed to retrieve some photos. The image shows Torres Milo with two young children. While Torres Milo has been seen around Rome for years, no one knows where he lives or what he's doing. But people claim they see him taking children downtown from time to time. What's suspicious is that the children Torres brings out change all the time. This is definitely strange, a voice muses. But then, a thought, if that person really had something to do with the orphanage, wouldn't this be too obvious? I've been stuck on that too, so I looked through the criminal records in Rome's recent years, he says. Urgently, he directs their attention, look at this. The man reveals a startling connection. A missing persons report was always filed within a week of when Torres came to the downtown area. This sounds like it needs to be investigated more, one of them observes. The other man adds, he shows up downtown once every 2 months. The men realize that next week marks 2 months since Torres' last appearance. Finding him in Rome becomes their top priority. I can't find him, a voice echoes from a shimmering portal. Defeated, the man sits on the edge, head bowed. I can't find anything. He admits, the words heavy with failure. Above him, the small winged creature declares, let's end it here for today and return to the lodge. A blue speech bubble floats above her head, how could you be full from the first bite? Looking up, the man asks, should we? He looks up towards the winged creature, awaiting her response. The younger boy, looking down, responds, saws. A sigh escapes him as he watches the boy walk away. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts. What could this mean? Someone grabs the boy's arm, halting him in his tracks. His eyes widen in alarm. The boy stutters, what are you? You? The man holding his arm retorts, what do you mean what? The man demands, return to me what you just stole. His eyes wide with shock, the boy can only stammer in disbelief. The object clatters to the ground, the impact sending small shards flying. TCH, I knew you were too much, a voice scoffs, the speaker's frustration evident. The man demands, what you looking at? You want an apology? A hesitant no, answers him. His face etched with doubt, he wonders aloud, I'm just thinking of whether I should turn you over to the police or not. He thinks to himself, I didn't mean it, but he's gotten really scared. The protagonist begins to ask, are you perhaps? He continues, his question hanging in the air, are you perhaps, in a family asterisk? The asterisk reveals a hidden meaning, a group of pickpockets made up of runaway teenagers. So what if I am, he retorts, seemingly confirming the protagonist's suspicions. Good, he replies, his tone suggesting that he has just confirmed his suspicions about the other boy. Then are you familiar with this area, the protagonist asks, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. The boy hesitates, answering with a doubtful, yes. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupts. Stuffing his face, the boy's eyes widen in surprise. Now, the boy sits at the table, looking contemplative. A voice asks, "Did you say your name was Marco?" A voice warns him to eat slower, or you'll choke. Then, a voice questions, "Why? Do you want more?" He waves his hand, declining the offer. No. I'm full. He hesitates, beginning to say, "Just." He clutches the bread tightly, muttering, "Since I'm the only one eating." Raising a hand, he calls out, excuse me." He requests one of each item on the menu as takeaway. A question follows, "How many are in your family?" Stuttering, he answers, "16. His eyes widen slightly, and he states, 16 sets please. The interrogation continues, the unseen questioner pressing, "What about your home or parents?" To the question about his home or parents, he replies simply, "Got none." He continues, stating that all the kids in the same situation live in the warehouse or something. The unseen interrogator presses further, asking if he has any adult to support him. He pauses, then replies, "Like an orphanage." To the question of an adult, he mentions, "There is a priest who visits the family once a month." The interrogator repeats, "A priest?" He adds, "Yeah, they probably belong to the Vatican or something." He continues, stating they say it's to wash away sins and make them clean human beings. So, they take one at a time to paradise. The word echoes with a questioning tone, "Paradise." The book floats open, revealing a page filled with strange symbols. They say if the priest takes you there you can study, the voice continues. And wear clean clothes and eat 3 meals a day, the voice continues, painting a picture of comfort. But the promise hangs heavy with unspoken implications. The offer of paradise hangs in the air, but the protagonist's expression is far from eager. "I don't really want to go to paradise," he admits, the words laced with apprehension. A sense of unease settles in. That priest gives off a bad vibe. He thinks, his intuition warning him. His intuition screams, a bad vibe. The air crackles with a palpable dread. Sometimes people who are attuned to it feel these kinds of sensations when facing a demon. The question hangs heavy in the air, are you able to meet the kids that went? But a grim caveat follows, we can't see their faces but. If you ask the priest, sometimes he brings letters that the children wrote themselves, a voice says, followed by the unsettling observation, it seemed like they were having a good time. A smile plays on his lips as he says, I see, they sound like really good people. But the cheerful words seem at odds with the unsettling situation. The question hangs in the air, when is the priest's next visit? The answer comes, tinged with suspicion, in 2 days, but why? Tears stream down his face as he claims, to be honest. I recently lost my younger sibling. I was hoping that maybe they could help me find them. But a voice whispers, he lies so easily. Well, if it's that reason. He begins, then assures the other, all right. I'll make sure you meet the priest. Good, that I'll trust you to give me guidance when I meet the priest, he says, promising, I promise to compensate you well. His voice echoing with conviction, he declares, I promise, no matter what. The city is cast in a deep blue twilight as a few dark feathers drift through the air. The scene shifts to Vatican City, bathed in the cool hues of twilight. The twilight deepens, shrouding Vatican City in a veil of darkness. Inside Vatican City, a long, empty corridor stretches into the distance, lit by the pale moonlight filtering through distant windows. An older man, dressed in white, holds a golden necklace in the dimly lit corridor. The man in white is revealed to be the current Pope, Francis XII. Francis XII speaks, his expression unreadable. An uninvited guest in the middle of the night. The Pope's voice cuts through the silence, addressing the figure standing in the shadows. Over there, who are you? A rustling sound echoes through the hall as the Pope demands, "Over there, who are you?" The figure in the shadows responds, his voice filled with an undeniable malice. "You." The Pope's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes, "You are Spectre?" The masked figure steps into the light, confirming the Pope's horrified realization. "I swore, I heard you were in recovery, but," the Pope stammers, lantern shaking in his hand. Spectre leans against the wall, replying, "My body is sore from lying down so much." "Nice to see you. Honestly, I didn't expect to see you again, Spectre." Franzio admits with a strained smile, clearly unnerved by the reunion after 25 years. Spectre's words are laced with irony. This old man's prayers must have reached the sky. An overlaying text reveals, embarrassingly, while the 5 heroes fought for peace. "I was living quite comfortably," the overlaying text states, juxtaposed against the image of 2 figures in a well-lit, comfortable-looking room. "No need to be embarrassed," one of them says. Then, his companion adds, "That was our purpose. But moreover, Franzio, I have something I want to ask you," he begins. A hesitant, "What is it?" comes in response, before the first voice continues, "Do you know the orphanage named Paradise?" Franzio pauses, a question mark hanging over his head. "Paradise? I don't think I've heard of it." Franzio, looking concerned, speculates, "They probably belong to the Vatican or something." But a darker thought surfaces, are they really affiliated? If they are impersonating priests and kidnapping children, right. A chilling thought surfaces as the Vatican looms, blood-red and ominous. Kidnapping children right in front of the Vatican. The chilling thought solidifies, they must be demons. "I see. If you don't know, that's fine," a voice replies. He then apologizes for not being more helpful. "Ah," he murmurs, stopping abruptly. A warning echoes, "Franzio, a large fire may break out in Rome in the next few days. Have the fire brigade be ready in advance." The recipient can only respond with a stunned, "A fire." A voice declares, "Then, I'll see you next time." But a desperate shout rings out, "Wait." The man reaches out, desperate, but a shattering sound fills the air. The night sky hangs above a silent landscape. He always disappears so suddenly. Standing on the rooftop, the man gazes out at the city lights. A single drop falls from above, piercing the silence. "Eat up, I'll be right back," he says, before someone replies, "Okay." Stretching his arms wide, he yawns, "I sure slept well." He stands among the group, ready to leave. A man kneels, questioning, "Why did you leave your nice place to come sleep here?" The response comes quickly, "Why not? It's comfy and nice. And your siblings are so cute." She adds, "Also, we can leave together right away." He smiles, but then hesitates. "That's true, but..." Suddenly, a voice echoes, "I'm trusting you today, best guide." The scene shifts to an aerial view of the town. People walk along the cobblestone streets, unaware of the events unfolding. The title card appears, "Return of the Frozen Player." The title card makes its appearance, "Return of the Frozen Player." The title card makes its appearance, "Return of the Frozen Player." "Contractor, that child's steps are quite light," a voice observes. Another voice confirms, "I also felt it too." The masked man pauses, a soft hum escaping him as he glances towards the fairy-like child. The boy pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as a voice calls out, "Hey, are you perhaps an aspiring player?" A sudden flash of light erupts in the distance. Stammering in surprise, the boy asks, How did you know? Are you a player?" He scoffs, replying, "Even someone like me can tell just by the way you walk." With a humph, he admits, "Fine, yeah, I'm practicing to become a player." The other man acknowledges, "It'll be a long and hard road." Despite the warning, the protagonist declares, "I still have to do it. We didn't have a proper home nor parents to depend on." He resolves, "If I am to protect my family, then it's for the best." Surrounded by children, all smiling, he kneels, ready to embrace his new role. A blinding light engulfs him. As the light fades, a voice explains, "And the priest said there is a player training course inside Paradise, so he said that would help me." The words "player training course" appear in the darkness, framed by a burst of energy. The energy flares brighter as a new message appears. "Contractor, this is." The masked man's eyes narrow behind his glasses as he states, "Yes. It must be a way to capture talented children." A new thought surfaces. When the priest visits this time, I'm thinking of going and joining him. The speaker continues, stating that once they receive their license, they'll have enough money to enter gates. And then eventually. The thought trails off, leaving the listener in suspense. The masked figure declares, "I can become an amazing player like the Spectre was." His face lights up with excitement as he declares, "But that person hasn't died yet." He tells himself not to reminisce as if he won't ever see him again. Well, anyway, he's still someone who's across the ocean, he thinks. Meanwhile, the child runs off, declaring, "I won't be seeing him." The protagonist watches him go, muttering, "This kid." The camera pans out, showing the building where the protagonist and child were just standing. Suddenly, he stops, realizing, if we go this way, the church that the priest is at, huh? Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he exclaims. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierces the air, "Anna!" Anna stands silently, a hand resting on her shoulder. A masked figure wonders aloud, "Anna? Who is that?" A voice booms, revealing, "The child that left our family 2 months ago to join Paradise." A figure's eyes narrow behind dark glasses, watching intently. They say that as soon as Torres visits the downtown area, there is always a missing persons report filed. The man named Torres is shown on screen, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A menacing aura emanates from Torres as he stands, the sound of something breaking echoing around him. The ominous aura thickens as Torres declares, "I found him." Torres's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Torres shouts, "Anna!" His voice cracks with a desperate urgency. Torres's desperate cry of "Anna" echoes as a looming figure approaches, their foot about to crush the ground near them. A man asks, "Is that someone you know?" Anna quietly responds, "That's the leader of the family I belong to." A voice echoes in her mind, commanding, "Greet him as brightly as you can." Anna, her expression unreadable, simply answers, "Yes." The sound of her heartbeat echoes as she steels herself. Following the command, she calls out, "Marco! It's been so long." Marco embraces Anna tightly, a wide smile on his face. "Anna! How have you been?" he asks, genuine happiness in his voice. Interrupting their reunion, a man in a suit approaches, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Hello, Marco. I've heard a lot about you." "Hello," a voice calls out, interrupting the moment. The man's smile widens, a sinister edge now present. "Perhaps, did you leave your younger siblings at the house alone?" he asks, before adding, "I finally found you." The man's voice booms out, laced with anger, "You little dash. You should say something before you run off, I almost lost you." The boy's eyes widen in surprise at the sudden outburst. The man's expression softens, a smile spreading across his face as he recognizes someone. "Ah, you are." The man clarifies, "Ah, I didn't introduce myself. I'm a tourist named Sonny. I asked this kid for some guidance." "Sonny. I see, my name is Torres." The man reveals his true identity. Torres extends his hand, saying, "Nice to meet you, Torres." Sonny reciprocates, "Yes, nice to meet you, Sonny." Their handshake is firm, almost crushing. Torres's gaze is intense, betraying a hidden agenda. Torres's eyes widen in disbelief. What is this, he thinks, a dawning horror creeping into his expression. "No." Torres smiles, commenting, "Your grip strength is very strong, are you perhaps a player?" The other man laughs, admitting, "Ah, how did you know?" "It's true. My level is a hefty 27. The man's smile widens, but Torres is clearly shaken. Level 27, he thinks, a wave of dread washing over him. What a bother. A voice echoes in his mind, dismissing the man as some bug that isn't worth even a pinky of mine. But then, a more pressing question arises, "But, Marco, is this the person who came from the place called Paradise?" A sudden, ominous warning flashes before him. A young boy pipes up, yeah, I've seen him with the priests. But a masked figure interjects, Jay, just a second. The man's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes as he questions, you said you were just a tourist, but how do you know about paradise? He begins to explain, to be honest, the reason I came to this place is to find my younger sibling I lost 15 years ago, he finishes, his voice filled with emotion. The man behind him, however, seems less than enthused. He learned about paradise while searching for his sibling. So, he asks, can I check the list of people here? The man hesitates, then replies, I'm sorry to say, but in our orphanage, the children above 15. No, a voice echoes in the darkness. The speaker fears that if he sends him away, the existence of paradise might be exposed to the world. If that's the case. The words hang heavy, a decision looming. A smile spreads across his face as he changes his mind. Never mind, please come with me. He suggests, it'll be faster for you to check with your own eyes. Beaming, he adds, I'd be so glad to be of help. Hesitantly, she asks, are you coming with us too? She then wonders if she should, admitting she wants to see the others as well. He turns to Torres, expressing his gratitude. Torres, I thank you deeply. A gust of wind sweeps through the area. Before them stands a grand estate, eliciting a simple, awestruck reaction, wow. The boy, skipping ahead on the stone path, wonders aloud, is this whole place the location of paradise? A voice responds, chuckling, that's right. It's big, right? The woman greets him, hello, Dean, as the man responds, hello, teacher. A sharp sound echoes. They stand side by side, a peaceful moment shared between them. The man's expression hardens as he whispers, make sure no one follows. A sinister smile creeps across her face as she watches the others walk away. Is this the dormitory? One of them asks, looking up at the imposing building. A voice then clarifies, dorms, classrooms, and cafeteria are all in this place. The instructor gestures towards a large building, explaining, and in this auditorium, the children who dream of becoming players train. Inside the auditorium, rows of children stand holding wooden swords, ready to begin their training. A glowing script appears in the air. A single word materializes in the air. The script shifts, now forming a complete sentence, please take a look inside. The man in the suit gestures towards the door. He urges them, please take a look inside. The man with the suit receives confirmation, there is no one following behind. He then states, good. He claps his hands together, exclaiming, yes. I had a great idea. The man calls out, Sonny. The man smirks, thinking to himself, as a seasoned player. A voice booms out, questioning, how do you feel about teaching the youths a lesson? Now, attention, a voice booms, demanding everyone's focus. The voice continues, today we have a special guest, an active player, Sonny. A figure adjusts their hat, face obscured by a mask and sunglasses. The speaker declares that Sonny will give you a lesson as your seniors. The announcement rings out, the teachers who will be helping you will now enter. The teachers enter, each armed with a sword. A palpable tension fills the air as the teachers arrive, swords drawn. The teachers stand before the children, their drawn swords reflecting the room's dim light. One of the children notices the shift in atmosphere. Hey, isn't the atmosphere a little bit weird? Another voice confirms, you have a good eye. The children's eyes glow red as a dark aura emanates from them. The children's transformation continues, marked by an ominous sound effect. The transformation continues, the child's red eyes now fixed with a chilling resolve. Their eyes, someone exclaims, witnessing the children's continued transformation. Panic etched on his face, the man recoils from the transformed child. A voice declares, yes, take a good look and remember it. Those eyes are definitive proof that he's a demon. His eyes glowing with an eerie red light, the man states coldly, I see you have no manners. His red eyes gleaming, he demands, why did you bring up paradise in front of me? The man in the hoodie is asked point blank, did you feed those children demons' blood? His eyes glowing red, the man in the suit grins, retorting, you see? How can one become a demon without drinking demon's blood? He continues, explaining, of course the first few refused. But after killing a few as an example, they cried and rushed to drink it. The man's expression remains unchanged as someone collapses to the floor before him. Someone cries out, "WH what?" before collapsing. Then, the speaker continues. The man remains, looking off into the distance. Anna, Rin. A voice calls out. The two girls stand side by side, their eyes glowing red. Leo. Shu. One of the boys murmurs, his red eyes glowing. All those kids, the other exclaims, a sinister tone in his voice. All this time, a voice echoes, tinged with regret. I didn't know and sent them even though they said they didn't want to go. This bastard, lower than a dog, he spits out, his face contorted with rage. The words hang heavy in the air, the weight of his rage palpable. Die, he screams, tears streaming down his face as he throws a punch. The punch connects, sending his opponent flying. But standing behind her, a sinister smile plays on the man's face. No, she cries out as the blow lands. The attack slams into him, his face contorted in pain. The force of the strike sends him reeling. He slams into the ground, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. He erupts in mocking laughter, pointing a finger. Ha ha ha. Tears streaming down his face, he hears the taunt ringing out. Look at that tiny little bug-like thing. His fist clenches, knuckles white, as he grits out, "You all. You all." He begins, voice trembling with fury. A promise hangs in the air, someday, the specter will punish you all. He flees, desperation etched on his face, as he makes a hasty retreat from his opponents. Despite his hasty retreat, his opponent stands calmly, declaring, I would have believed you 25 years ago. A voice questions his retreat, wondering aloud, isn't he just resting and hiding? The opponent confidently declares that even if he returns, no one will fear him. Meanwhile, a tear streaks down the face of the retreating figure, who seems to have just realized something important. A voice echoes in the darkness, Marco. The boy, now crouched on the floor, looks up with a start as someone calls out his name. A detached voice echoes, revealing a cold, calculated mindset. As a player, even if someone dear to me dies in front of me, the glasses fall to the floor with a clatter. I must endure it and continue forward, he declares, steeling himself. The detached voice continues, now holding a mask, so if you want to become a real player, even if you face an opponent that you can't beat, you must. You must hold on to your weapon until the end. A chilling addendum follows, but, you are not yet a player. The masked figure offers a surprising declaration, I'll help you this time. The masked figure stands, his posture suggesting a readiness to act. Suddenly, everything fades to white, and a voice cries out, what the hell? The young man's eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The white fades slightly, revealing the words, why does the... Above him, the question lingers, why does Spectre use a mask? But his thoughts turn inward. No way, someone that amazing would just come all this way to help someone like me. Still, a flicker of hope remains. The words blaze, if you're truly the Spectre. Tears streaming down his face, he pleads, please save my siblings. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he questions, this is the Spectre? He extends his hand towards Spectre. A realization dawns on him. It makes sense. If he's the Spectre, then that's why his name is Sunny Dot. The crowd surrounds them, their faces obscured by the shadows. The text explains the wordplay, Spectre means dark sir, so Sunny is his opposite. A heavy foot comes down, the sound echoing. What kind of movie is this, he asks. Challenging his opponent, he declares, if you're the Spectre, then my head should go flying in the next 5 seconds, right? He pokes his finger into the masked man's chest, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The masked man retorts, it won't even take 5 seconds. An echoing what bursts forth as a cracking sound reverberates. Eyes blazing red, the man shouts, this bastard is talking so much bull. The man is struck, dark liquid splattering across his chest as he grits his teeth, eyes burning with rage. Stunned, he can only manage a ha as the attack lands. The masked man stands firm, now surrounded by tendrils of dark energy. His opponent falters in the distance. Overhead, a barrage of dark energy descends, prompting cries of alarm from the onlookers. The onlookers gasp in horror, one blurting out, The Darkness Warden? It's really the dark type ability, someone exclaims, as the crowd brandishing blades turns their attention forward. Why are you just standing and watching like idiots? A man shouts, pointing accusingly. A chorus of voices then erupts, demanding, Kill him. The sound of blades clashing echoes through the air. No way, that's the actual Spectre, he exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. He must just be someone who uses a similar dark type ability, he thinks, trying to rationalize the fight. Still, he acknowledges, but it is true that he is a player with considerable skill. He now realizes, he must have been pretending at the beginning to be weak. A chilling thought crosses his mind, I might actually be in danger too. But with the magic labyrinth, and the blade signer, the tables will turn, a voice declares. Then, a chilling command echoes, Die. Immediately, multiple opponents surround him, blades drawn and ready to strike. A red glow emanates from the blade as he prepares to meet his attackers. A sharp shook sound echoes as he moves to strike. He stands ready, a faint trail of motion marking where his blade had been. A sharp tack sound echoes. Massive, glowing purple claws descend upon him. The glowing claws strike. The impact sends him flying backwards. He cries out, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The monstrous wolf lunges forward with a savage roar. Crap, he ended it with a snap of his fingers, one of them exclaims, realizing the battle's abrupt end. He shouts a warning, Don't try to block it. Don't try to block it and just dodge, comes the desperate warning. Purple energy streaks toward the others as the blue-haired man asks, Did you call for reinforcements? What useless actions, he scoffs. He then reveals that his magic power has increased since 25 years ago, and his magic loss rate is 0%. Purple energy swirls around the masked man as he confidently stands in the cave of trials. The masked man's power intensifies. Now there is no limit to my magic power. The ground trembles as his magic power surges. The masked man unleashes a torrent of dark energy. The dark energy crackles intensely. The dark energy surges, as someone cries out in pain. His eyes glow with menacing intent. Dark energy swirls around him, forming sharp, jagged edges. He's a real demon hunter, someone observes, a hint of fear in their voice. The legend that he slayed 100 demons on the spot must be true. The ground is littered with bodies, confirming the rumors of his deadly skill. His face contorted in rage, he screams, damn it. You useless things. He barks orders at the remaining figures, all of you, move. Grab onto him. Make some time so the labyrinth can arrive, he shouts, his desperation growing. The man's face contorts in rage as he shouts, shit. You useless things. The enraged man orders, everyone, attack. Grab him. An order rings out, buy time until the demon bow. Buy time until the demon bow gets here, the order rings out. Return of the frozen player. The frozen player stands surrounded, facing an imposing group. He's trying to use those children as a shield? A voice cries out, the gravity of the situation becoming clear. Stand back, he commands, as a surge of dark energy erupts around him, threatening anyone who dares approach. While I'm being nice, he declares, the air crackling with ominous purple energy. The ominous purple energy intensifies, as the student's eyes glow red with fear. The student is struck by a wave of purple energy. He cries out in pain as the energy engulfs him. Oh wow! The purple energy spreads, now encompassing all the children. The pain intensifies. Ugh! The children collapse, overcome by the spreading purple energy. His eyes widen in terror as the purple energy surges around him. The purple energy engulfs him completely. He grits his teeth, fury contorting his face. Damn it! Those weaklings are useless. He impatiently strides forward, muttering, What's taking that bastard so long? A sword descends, glinting ominously in the light. The playground is struck. At this rate, I'll also. His eyes widen in terror as the sword hurtles towards him. The blade plunges downwards. He cries out as he falls, the impact sending dust flying. He lands hard, scrambling back. Damn it, I can't believe I'd trip at a time like this. He mutters, frustration etched on his face. Above him, a bloodied blade descends. Panic floods his eyes as he looks up, his fall having left him vulnerable. The blade plunges down, mere inches from his face. A desperate scream tears through the air. The strike lands. Arg! Shit, he cries out, collapsing to the ground. You son of a, he manages to choke out before collapsing completely. The protagonist watches the scene unfold. With his opponent defeated, a voice echoes, "Let me ask you a question." Sweat drips down his face, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The disembodied voice continues, posing a chilling question, "Have you ever wondered what the children thought?" The masked figure's glowing eyes pierce through the shadows as he poses another disturbing question, "When you force them to become fiends?" The man, visibly shaken, stammers a reply, "Why yes. Oh, of course." But a voice from above responds with a chillingly simple, "Oh, really?" "That's a relief," he says, his hand outstretched. Two blades of dark energy slice through the air, aimed directly at the man. His eyes widen in alarm as he realizes he's been caught in a deadly trap. "You won't." A voice echoes from below. Blood gushes from his mouth as a voice declares, "Feel wronged even if you die, then." The dark energy blades strike, obliterating the structure below. A sinister energy crackles around his hand, the dark power coalescing into claw-like extensions. He collapses, blood dripping from his mouth, eyes wide with shock. Gasping, he struggles to speak, barely managing to utter, "Save." The ground erupts beneath him as a massive force slams into the earth. His eyes widen as a voice booms, declaring, "This is the price you'll pay for the children you sacrificed." A blinding light erupts as the attack lands. The light intensifies, and a voice declares, "This is the power to end it all." Blood drips down his legs, a grim testament to the power he now wields. He stares at his bloodied hands, a manic grin plastered across his face. He stares down at the viscous liquid coating his hands, realizing, this is demon's blood. Kneeling amidst the carnage, he thinks, "If I can just become a fiend." A chilling resolve hardens his features. "I can get payback on everyone who's looked down on me until now." Demon's blood drips from his hands as he thinks, "The opportunity has finally come to me." A sinister grin stretches across his blood-splattered face, his eyes wide with manic glee. Ahead, a figure stands before a blue interface, a small fairy-like companion hovering at his side. The scene shifts, now focusing on another figure as a voice narrates, "He was envious of others and never thought about improving his incompetent skills." The focus shifts to a man with dark hair and a stern expression. It's declared, all he sought was power, so it was inevitable that he became a fiend. The figure asks, "Contractor, is this one of those so-called dramas you have mentioned?" His eyes widen slightly, and he whispers, "No." He explains that he's using a skill called Confession of the Dead. It allows him to read a dead person's memory and gather information. "I see. What a fascinating skill," he remarks. Since he's the director of Paradise, the voice reveals, focusing on a building within the memory. Because he directs Paradise, it's believed he knows a great deal about the Fiend Association. The building, Paradise, stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, its architecture suggesting both grandeur and a hidden darkness. The boys stare up at Paradise, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Inside Paradise, a man watches the sunset through a window, his expression unreadable. The man in Paradise asks, "Are you Torres Milo? The one who will be the director starting today?" Bowing deeply, Torres Milo confirms, "Yes, chef." Torres Milo's name hangs in the air. "I quite like your mind control skill," the voice admits. He then implicates Torres Milo further, especially regarding his role in the second-floor player disappearance cases and the Ghost Town incident. Torres Milo's face contorts in pain. I feel like the air is crushing me." He gasps. The voice continues, "It seems like a very delicious skill." A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated by a chilling statement, "No need to be so afraid." Crimson light flares in his eyes as he looks down, a predatory gaze settling on his target. Chef Roxanajur extends a hand, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. "I'm just going to have a taste. A sphere of swirling energy forms in Chef Roxanajur's open palm. With a guttural sound, Chef Roxanajur prepares to consume the energy sphere. A deafening roar erupts as the energy surges. The roar subsides, and Chef Roxanajur muses, "What a peculiar flavor. I wonder what ingredients I would have to use to make this." Roxan strokes his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I may be able to do it with the ones I have," he muses. "Anyway, thank you. I've found a useful recipe thanks to you," Roxan says. He continues, "You've given me a fine ingredient, so as a reward, I shall tell you." Roxan's reward comes in the form of a cryptic statement. Good food can only be created with good quality, fresh ingredients. The words hang in the air, followed by a more ominous claim, "The same is true for fiends." The connection between paradise and fiends remains unclear. The cryptic reward continues, posing a pointed question, "Do you think those pieces of trash can become powerful fiends just because they ingest demons' blood?" The cryptic lesson continues, clarifying the effects of demons' blood. If you feed demons' blood to a normal human that's not a player, you will only obtain a half-rate fiend. The cryptic voice continues, stating, "We have only created 5 first-rate items." The voice clarifies, paradise was never meant to create powerful fiends. The scene shifts to a distant past. 24 years ago, fiends lurked in the shadows. They went up to the 2nd floor and created the association in Frontier. However, they were still afraid that the 5 heroes would someday break out of the ice and kill them. That overwhelming fear, it was Spectre who had instilled it. The measure they came up with back then was paradise. His fist clenches, a desperate need echoing in his mind, we needed power. Power, he realizes, was the only way to rival the 5 heroes. He fixates on the power they had witnessed firsthand. He now seeks the strongest elemental skill. Watchguard of darkness would be ours, a voice booms out. The man's smile falters. Then. He stammers, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. This paradise was founded to create the 2nd Spectre, a voice questions. The answer is a chilling confirmation, precisely. The man reveals the horrific truth, this is a factory to create ingredients out of children who have become fiends. He continues, revealing his twisted methods, I refine those ingredients using my perfect tastes, which allows me to create new skills, with the goal of cooking the same skill as specters. His ambition doesn't end there. If I can just give form to a skill, that's half. The man's ambition grows, declaring, no, even a quarter as powerful as specters, we will. We will create the strongest fiend. The man's declaration hangs heavy as his twisted ambition comes into full view. He continues, revealing, of course, I have created similar ones, but they were low-grade garbage. He then reveals that he's found a better method than using paradise. We now have the one that can use the real watchguard of darkness, do we not? He asks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His eyes narrow, a predatory gleam in them. He declares his intentions, I will now return to the 2nd floor and wait for him to come up. A strange thought bubbles up, I wonder what kind of taste it will have. The anticipation builds as he thinks, I'm already looking forward to it. He stands before a pool of dark energy, anticipation building. His hand hovers over the dark energy as a chilling realization dawns, the reason they exploited children to create fiends was to create this power. The realization hits him hard, the weight of the revelation pressing down. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the horrifying truth dawns. Was to create the 2nd Spectre? The reason they exploited children to create fiends was to create the 2nd Spectre? The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Silence descends as the weight of the revelation sinks in. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. His gaze sharpens, a newfound resolve hardening his features. Then comes the chilling revelation, then the reason they forced thousands of children to become fiends. The reason they forced thousands of children to become fiends was all. The reason they forced thousands of children to become fiends was all. The final words hang heavy in the air, punctuated by ominous symbols. Because of me. The shocking revelation hangs in the air. Damn it all, he shouts, his frustration exploding outward. Contractor, she calls out, then quickly adds, this is not your fault. He responds quietly, I know. But another thought surfaces, I know, but. He clutches his face, teeth gritted in frustration. I can't help feeling this way. Suddenly, a stark realization cuts through the tension, a player who becomes a fiend can never be human again. A chilling statement echoes, I know that better than anyone. Below, two figures lie still, their fates uncertain. A haunting thought surfaces, the kids. Two figures lie motionless on the floor, their fate hanging in the balance. A chilling realization dawns, I have to kill them. The chilling resolve solidifies, with my own hands. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, the windows offering a glimpse of the night outside. The scene lingers on the room, the night sky visible through the windows. Anna, a voice calls out, followed by another shouting, Leo. Wake up, he shouts, shaking Anna awake. He cradles Anna in his arms, a desperate question escaping his lips, why are you like this? Suddenly, a figure appears in the doorway. Spectre Nim. The man holding Anna states grimly, the kids won't wake up. He continues, fear evident in his voice, do you think they hit their heads too hard? We have to hurry and take them to the hospital. A realization dawns on him, tears welling in his eyes. Oh, right. The demon's blood. He continues, realizing the gravity of the situation, we have to remove that too. If we do. The implications hang heavy in the air. He continues, a flicker of hope in his eyes, they'll go back to normal, right? Tears streaming down his face, he pleads, please. Tears welling, he desperately whispers, save my little siblings. He clutches a child's hat, his desperate plea hanging in the air. He gently pats the child's hat, his face etched with regret. I'm sorry. He whispers. A hand rests on the hat, but his resolve seems to crumble. But I can't, he admits, tears welling in his eyes. Tears stream down his face as he says, I fully understand how you feel. But, there's a reason why fiends are treated the way they are, he says, revealing a crucial piece of information. When a normal human drinks demon's blood, one of two things can happen. The grim possibilities become clear, either they die, unable to handle it, or they become a fiend. A crimson eye glows ominously, a strange symbol etched onto the character's face. The younger one looks up, confusion etched on his face. Big brother, he asks. The older brother shouts, Anna. You're okay. Relief washes over him as he sees her safe. The younger brother, Leo, looks on at the scene with a dazed expression. Big brother, he murmurs, seemingly still waking up. You too, Leo? Are you starting to wake up a bit? The older brother asks. I'm so glad, a voice exclaims, filled with relief. Tears stream down the older brother's face as he embraces Leo tightly. I thought something had happened to you guys, he cries out. Marco, she whispers, her expression unreadable as she's held close. Something's weird. A voice says from above. Below, another voice trembles, I really like you. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as the unsettling question lingers, but why do I keep wanting to kill you? A bloodied hand reaches down into the darkness. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face as he reaches out. A flurry of slashes tears through the air as he strikes. The attack lands, tearing through his robes. He grabs his opponent, a brutal hold tightening as a woman reaches out, screaming. An explosion of energy erupts as a voice declares, by nature, demons are violent and vicious. The woman's face contorts with a terrifying grin, her eyes glowing red. As for those who drink their blood and become fiends, a narration ominously states, in exchange for great power, they will feel an endless desire to kill. His expression softens, and he whispers, "I'm sorry." Even as he apologizes, dark energy begins to emanate from him. The dark energy explodes outward, striking the girl. She screams in pain. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. A blinding flash erupts. The system registers very low demonic energy from the target. A close-up reveals his shocked expression. "What?" he mutters, clearly confused by the system's assessment. A sudden burst of energy erupts. "Watchguard of Darkness can absorb demonic energy," the system declares. Her face contorts in pain as the power surges through her. It can absorb the demonic energy, he wonders aloud, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He wonders if this is the same as when he absorbed the cold energy from 9 Severance Syndrome. Dark energy pierces him from above. He grits his teeth against the onslaught. He cries out as the dark energy slams into him. "I don't believe it," he thinks, reeling from the blow. The dark energy binds her. Watchguard of Darkness has never had this kind of ability. If you feed demon's blood to a normal human that's not a player, you will only obtain a half-rate fiend. The man's words are interrupted by a desperate cry. "Wait!" A blinding light erupts as the question echoes, "Is it because they're normal humans and not players?" The blinding light intensifies as the question hangs in the air, "But I can extract the demonic energy?" Dark tendrils extend from the man's feet, ensnaring the little girl. The man looks off to the side. "Specternim," he mutters, seemingly confused. A question mark hangs in the air, reflecting his uncertainty. "At least," he continues, his words trailing off. His voice firm, he declares, "Let me be the one to end this." A chilling confession, "I was the one who sent them to paradise," he admits, revealing the twisted origin of everything that has transpired. "And that led to all this." A stunned voice breaks the silence, questioning, "Are you being serious?" The gravity of his words hangs heavy as he states, "You'll have to carry this burden for the rest of your life." "Players," he mutters, his grip tightening on the fabric. Tears stream down his face as he thinks, must continue on despite the baggage they carry. Tears still falling, he asks the question weighing on his heart, "Isn't that what you taught me?" His gaze remains fixed on the intricate, icy dragon figure. The icy dragon figure stands with its arms crossed, a faint smile playing on its lips. The figure places a hand on the boy's head, stating, "I'm proud of you." A small, icy dragon flutters above the boy's hat, as he responds with a confused, "There aren't many players who cry for the sake of others," the dragon figure observes, as tears stream down the boy's face. "You're going to become a great player someday, Marco," the figure declares. Marco smiles, but a thought bubble appears, "But..." Extending his hand, the figure states, "You don't have to carry something so heavy so soon." A surge of dark energy erupts around Marco. Dark tendrils erupt around Marco as the mysterious figure's power intensifies. A blue glyph materializes above, glowing intensely. The clock ticks, marking the passage of time as a pained groan escapes. "You walk." "Not," he manages to choke out. Barely able to sit up, he asks, "What time is?" He stirs awake in bed, disoriented. "What?" he mutters, before realizing, "I slept for 17 hours?" Rubbing his eyes, he curses, "Damn you, Kim Woo-jung. Seems like I've used up all my energy running away from you." A surge of anger washes over him. He vows, "I'll make you pay for this humiliation 100-fold. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Huh," he mutters, eyeing the strange device floating before him. Suddenly, a message appears, "Please come to the lecture hall for a moment. I have something to show you." A surge of fury contorts his features. "Torres Milo, you arrogant bastard," he seethes. "How dare you try to give me an order?" A chilling message appears, its threat blunt, "If this isn't important, I'm going to kill you." A sharp thwack cuts through the air. He ascends the stairs, each step echoing in the tense silence. Reaching the top of the stairs, he pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. But his eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "What?" he utters, clearly taken aback by what he sees. Stunned, he exclaims, "What's all this?" A sinister figure with crimson hair stands in the doorway. The room is in disarray, tools scattered across the floor. Standing in the doorway, the crimson-haired figure surveys the scene. Paradise is, a voice booms. The voice echoes, "Where did all the fiends go off to?" His eyes narrowed, the man grits his teeth. "Where did all the fiends go off to?" he repeats, his frustration mounting. "Just." The word hangs in the air, amidst a backdrop stained with splatters of crimson. The scene shifts to the Vatican. The Vatican stands in all its architectural grandeur. Guards stand watch inside the Vatican. Guards stand watch, their presence a silent promise of protection within the Vatican's walls. A masked figure moves through the Vatican. Seated next to a figure in dark attire, the young man's expression betrays his unease. The young man is told, "They're all staring holes into your head." "Don't worry about it," the masked figure reassures him. "You have to get used to it when you're with me." Is what I said, the masked figure thinks, as they sit together. But he notes, they're staring much more intensely than they would have 25 years ago. "Spectre Nim," a voice calls out. The speaker continues, informing him, "We have finished conducting physical examinations on the 217 children you rescued." And the boy begins, a nervous sweat visible as he speaks to Spectre. And the boy stammers, before the other man interrupts, bowing deeply. "Not a single one of them is a fiend." The words hang in the air, "You have sowed the seeds of hope in this land once more." His face lights up, hope shining in his eyes as he clasps his hands together. The title appears, "Return of the Frozen Player." "Sir Spectre." A voice echoes. A voice expresses gratitude, "Truly, I thank you for saving those poor young lambs." The elder cleric smiles, his gratitude evident. The cleric then asks if they can reveal the incident to the public, so as to warn them once more of the danger of the fiends. He responds, "Do as you wish." Then, a realization dawns on him. "Oh. Since we're on the topic, could I ask you a favor?" His eyes closed, the man pleads, "Please, tell me." A speech bubble appears, indicating someone is about to speak. Lying in a hospital bed, she whispers, "All the children I saved are orphans without guardians," she continues, revealing the tragic reason the children were targeted. That's why they were targeted by those criminals. Such an incident occurred in the holiest city in the world. The man begins. He continues, adding, "Right below the church's nose. You do realize that this happened largely because of your carelessness?" He finishes with a sarcastic, "But of course." The boy declares, "That is why the Vatican will take responsibility." The boy continues, stating the Vatican will take responsibility by placing all the children involved in this incident into a safe residence and providing them with education. Tears well in their eyes as they ask, "Oh really?" The masked man then asks if they heard that, adding that if they are taught at the Vatican itself, they'll have no trouble getting any part-time jobs. Spectre Nim is what he's called. The masked man sighs, asking, "Are you crying again, Marco? You've been crying all day." An exclamation mark appears, indicating something important is about to be revealed. Marco vehemently denies it. "And no, I haven't. There's dust in my eyes, so I'm tearing up a bit. That's all." A voice declares, "I'm going to work hard and become a great player." He declares his intentions, stating, "The first thing I'll do is become one of your men." He raises a hand, stating, "I promise to repay." However, he immediately clarifies, "Sorry, but I don't order people around or anything like that." The other person is visibly shocked, exclaiming, "What? I?" He begins, as a hand gently rests on someone's shoulder. He declares, "Only accept comrades, not subordinates." With a hand still resting on his shoulder, he states, "You'll have to be really strong to become my teammate, so you're gonna have to work really hard from now on." His eyes widen, a determined glint in them, as he vows, "I will." His vow echoes against the backdrop of the grand architecture, a promise hanging in the air. "I will." Suddenly, a breaking news bulletin flashes across the screen. It has been revealed that a facility in Rome has been fostering. The breaking news reports that all the children trapped in paradise have been rescued. The broadcast reveals the facility was a front for fiends under the guise of an orphanage. A blinding explosion rocks the facility. The breaking news continues, revealing, and all of Paradise's staff were disposed of by Spectre, one of the 5 heroes. The name Spectre echoes in the air as a man with crimson hair glares intensely. His face contorted with rage, the crimson-haired man spits, "That bastard ruined all my plans." He clenches his jaw, regretting his lapse in focus. Damn it! If I had just been paying attention, I could have taken out Spectre. He grinds his teeth, realizing Spectre is just like Seo Junho. He's as slippery as a fish, just like Seo Junho. He vows, "Just you wait." "I missed you this time," he admits, a hint of frustration in his voice. "The threat hangs heavy in the air, but once I kill Seo Junho, it'll be your turn." The scene fades to white, the threat hanging ominously. The scene shifts to the Korean Player Association building. Inside the Korean Player Association building, Spectre Nim is greeted. "You've arrived, Spectre Nim. Take it easy." An exclamation hangs in the air. Spectre Nim pauses, a question mark appearing above his head. "Why is it so noisy outside?" he asks. A foot stomps down hard, creating a resounding thump. Another resounding stomp echoes. He shields his eyes, peering down the hallway. A suited figure stands at attention in the distance. Suddenly, a sign fills the view, "Thank you, spectators." The suited figure was gone, replaced by a congratulatory balloon bouquet. The camera pans up to reveal a "Welcome Back Spectre" sign adorning a skyscraper, as balloons float in the air. A "Congratulations on your return" banner waves above a massive crowd gathered to welcome Spectre back. Spectre walks forward, his shadow stretching before him. "There! It's Spectre Nim," a child shouts, pointing towards the returning hero. It really is him," someone exclaims. A roaring cheer erupts as Spectre appears high above, standing on the skyscraper's edge. High above, Spectre pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He wonders. Below, a man in a suit smirks, revealing the massive scale of the crowd. The police estimate that more than 500,000 people are here. Spectre, looking down, questions, "Diak-gu, what is all this?" The man in the suit smirks, his eyes narrowed. "You still can't figure it out?" he asks, clearly amused by Spectre's confusion. The man in the suit reveals the reason for the massive gathering: "They all came to see you." The man in the suit gestures to a sign that reads "Spectre Nim, welcome home." He explains, "They're congratulating you on returning." The crowd beams at Spectre, their faces filled with gratitude. "They are also thanking you for it." But Spectre remains silent, his expression unreadable behind the mask. A man approaches Spectre, offering, "Spectre Nim, I will escort you inside." Another man expresses his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Spectre Nim. Thank you for coming back." Spectre pauses, a subtle hesitation in his step. Spectre's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable behind the mask. One day, I want you guys to see this too." The preparations for the press conference are complete, just as requested. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but... The masked figure begins, his intentions unclear. The man he addresses looks concerned, questioning, "You're not just going to announce that you'll be working with the association, right?" The masked figure's silence is broken by a direct question, "What are you thinking?" The masked figure presses on, turning to Diak-gu. "Do you remember when I first regained consciousness?" He recalls his initial thoughts upon waking. "When I looked outside for the first time, this is the peaceful world that we dreamed of. I thought that we'd achieved the peace we so longed for." Holding the mask in his hand, he continues, "But once I took a closer look, I realized that wasn't true." He continues, revealing the grim reality: the fiends are running loose in the absence of the 5 heroes, and innocent people suffer because of them. His sinister smile hints at a deeper involvement. He elaborates, stating that, at the very least, the fiends weren't able to go out in the open like this 25 years ago. He explains, that was because the 5 heroes kept them in check. Turning slightly, he adds, "But now, you guys can't." He cuts in, replying, I know that I'm not as strong as I used to be. A past thought resurfaces. In the beginning, I also thought that all I needed to do was get strong enough to free my friends. A single, menacing eye glows red as he declares, but that's not true. The disembodied voice continues, revealing, they've had a lot more leeway than they used to. That's why this happened. Because they wanted to create something similar to me. The man's expression hardens as he thinks to himself, I need to remind them of my presence. He then begins to speak, singling someone out with a pointed, you. Are you saying that you'll return to the field as? The man questions, his words hanging in the air. Spectre? The man's shocked question hangs in the air. Junho, there's a reason why Spectre still stands above the 9 heavens and the new generation of rankers. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. Spectre's reputation clearly precedes him. It's inevitable for someone that famous to receive that much attention, a voice states. The speaker continues, warning, if you choose to return, every time something happens, people will point fingers at you. The warning continues, as fingers point at him from all sides. And if you don't appear at the very least, Junho, appear at the very moment that they want you to, you'll be the one they blame. The warning hangs heavy as the figures watch on. Breaking the silence, Junho apologizes, admitting, I'm sorry I'm late. But a voice booms, filled with frustration, we worked so hard so that you and your teammates wouldn't have to do all this anymore. Junho admits, I know. I don't want to do this either. But right now, I'm the only one who can take the reins. Though he acknowledges he may not be as strong as he used to be, he still has influence. A voice booms, congratulating him, Contractor, you have made a great decision. Contractor, you have made a great decision, a voice congratulates Junho. He regards the speaker with a knowing, but weary, gaze. The voice continues, stating, I shall remember your courage. Yeah, Junho responds, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a voice declares, I refuse. The speaker's defiance hangs in the air, leaving the others stunned. To avert my eyes from reality and take the easy, comfortable way out, he thinks, tears streaming down his face. You. He begins, his voice thick with emotion as he covers his face. His voice cracking with suppressed rage, he spits out, whatever. Do whatever you want, you bastard. A hand rests on his shoulder, and he asks, what should I do, then? The man responds with a cold command, raise the volume. A blinding white light engulfs everything. He then clarifies, raise the speaker's volume to the max. He continues, all the way up. The Spectre press conference is about to begin, the room buzzing with anticipation. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as the Spectre press conference is about to begin. A palpable tension fills the room as the Spectre press conference is about to begin. The audience waits with bated breath, the silence punctuated only by the sound of nervous coughs. The man observes, noting, as we expected, all the big 6 vice masters and team leaders are here. He continues, anticipating fierce competition to recruit the high-ranking rankers present. The man in sunglasses looks on in surprise, muttering, Princess? His shock intensifies as he stammers, he. A thought bubble appears above her head, revealing her excitement, I can't believe I get to see Spectre with my own 2 eyes. Goodness. A voice trails off. He then pleads, please, calm down. The thought bubble reveals, Spectre and President Shimdyaku will be here soon. A door clicks shut. A message appears, stating, thank you all for your patience. Suddenly, a large inscription appears. Massive symbols materialize before them, filling the space. A powerful force emanates from the masked figure as he stands his ground. A barrage of camera flashes erupts, blinding and chaotic. The masked figure strides forward, the click of cameras echoing around him. He adjusts the microphone, preparing to speak. He announces, we will now begin the press conference. Then, he adds, we will only be taking a few questions. A flurry of camera flashes erupts as hands shoot up, eager to ask their questions. He points to someone in the crowd, singling them out. Yes, you there. Clearing his throat, he elaborates, because Spectre was trapped in ice for 25 years, there are many conspiracy theories circulating around. He pauses, adding ominously, by chance. The question hangs in the air, directed at the chosen individual. Can you prove that you truly are Spectre, right here? All eyes turn to the masked figure as the question hangs heavy in the air. A murmur ripples through the crowd. One man asks, bewildered, what is he saying? The crowd erupts into a confused uproar. Prove it? Is he crazy? Someone shouts, voicing the growing bewilderment. He slams his hand on the table, the impact echoing as he states simply, yes. His grip tightens on the sword's hilt. If that's what you wish, he declares, a chilling resolve in his voice. He prepares to strike, a bright energy emanating from his blade. The blade crackles with power as he prepares to unleash its energy. The blade descends, a torrent of purple energy following its path. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash engulfing everything. Through the blinding light, a voice whispers, a sword aura. The light intensifies, revealing the source, a man in a suit, emanating a powerful aura. And a flawless one at that. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Even though it's been 25 years, it's that powerful. She gasps. A sinister smile creeps across his face. He seems confident in his power. He grips the sword tighter, a subtle cracking sound echoing. Thank you for the demonstration, he says. The man speaks into the microphone, his expression serious. I wanted to ask, with the Rome incident and all, does that mean you'll be returning to the field? The man continues, his question hanging in the air. I wanted to ask, with the Rome incident and all, does that mean you'll be returning to the field? The masked man responds, originally, I was planning to retire. The masked man begins to recount a story, starting with, when I woke up, my friend here said. The masked man continues his story, recounting what his friend told him upon waking, that the world has become peaceful thanks to my and my comrade's sacrifice. He admits, when I heard that, I felt proud, and it even made me tear up. The masked man continues, I felt a sense of relief when I thought to myself that the world no longer needed us. But after seeing the horrors of paradise, the man's story takes a darker turn. The red-tinged darkness seems to press in as he declares, I realized that I couldn't retire. Did you know? Over the past 24 years, nearly 6,000 children have been kidnapped and killed by the fiends. The man reels back, his face etched with horror. That many, he stammers, the weight of the revelation hitting him hard. The man's shock deepens, his thoughts racing, how did? His thoughts continue, revealing a critical oversight, no one knew, likely because there was no interest in the first floor. But this incident could easily have been prevented. He extends his hand, seemingly offering assistance. His fist clenches, the words hanging in the air, if the players, guilds, and associations all join hands. His voice rising with conviction, he declares, we can make it so that the fiends never show their faces again. The hero's words echo with determination. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she listens to his impassioned speech. The crowd listens intently at the Spectre press conference. He begins, so, there is only one thing I'd like to say here. His message blares across every screen, this is for the fiends. The masked figure's message, this is for the fiends, is broadcast on a giant screen. Then, a chilling declaration, I have returned. The masked figure stares directly forward, his dark mask concealing his true identity as he declares, I have returned. A beam of light cuts through the darkness. Phew! A voice sighs in relief as light floods the room. Now bathed in light, he relaxes on the couch, still surrounded by the blue glow of the system interface. Still reclining, he examines the system interface, his finger hovering over the screen. The interface displays news headlines. Seo Junho smiles, the rookie who received Spectre's high praise, reads one. Another states, Spectre says, I have not yet fully recovered, but it's still enough. The screen continues to scroll through headlines. The Messiah Guild will be holding a large-scale recruitment event, one announces. Amidst the scrolling headlines, comments flood the screen, questioning Spectre's capabilities against high-level fiends. One comment reads, can Spectre really do it? There are tons of fiends that are over level 100. A thought bubble then appears, stating, good. It seems like it's gaining attention. Suddenly, the word contractor flashes across the screen. He's sent hurtling backwards, a blur of motion as he crashes into something. Crashing against the wall, he stares in disbelief. What? What is it? He exclaims, fear evident in his widened eyes. The force of the impact reveals the source, a television set. A disembodied voice declares, I have finished Season 1. Turn on Season 2 now. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares at the television. Hovering before it, a small, glowing figure awaits his command. Hey, a voice calls out, as a hand hovers over the remote control. The voice continues, now revealing the speaker's exasperation, I'll teach you how to use the remote, so just do it yourself, instead of screaming like that every single time. Contractor. I am thirsty, so prepare me some tea, the voice demands. Now visibly annoyed, he retorts, am I your slave? Please contractor, the voice whines again. Despite his annoyance, the contractor relents, yes, your wish is my command. A sinister smile creeps across the contractor's face as he prepares to fulfill the wish. As he pours the drink, the contractor's thoughts betray his true feelings. Ha! Do you think I'd let you push me around like that? The contractor presents the drink, declaring, here. This is what modern humans drink when they're thirsty. A sinister tone underlies his seemingly innocent gesture as he adds, now it's your turn. The little dragon takes a sip, exclaiming, oh, what is this? This tea has quite a clear and refreshing scent. The contractor, with a smirk, retorts, yeah, do you think so? A sinister grin spreads across the contractor's face as he looks at the little dragon. The little dragon continues to sip the tea, oblivious to the contractor's scheming gaze. Suddenly, a large hand reaches for the unsuspecting little dragon. A sharp crack echoes as the hand collides with something. The beam deflects off the table with a loud ping. The man watches, surprised. See contractor. That beverage attacked me, she yells, spitting out the drink. Laughter fills the air as he explains, this is called a carbonated drink. He adds, looks like it's not right for you though, Frost. Frost looks on in utter shock, eyes wide with disbelief as the carbonated drink looms large. Frost clenches his fist, radiating a palpable anger. I will not forget this transgression. The man casually says, yeah, sure. I'm gonna go work out for a bit, so just watch some dramas while I'm gone. Frost is told, mercy is a virtue of a monarch. I shall generously forgive you. Frost sits perched on the chair, beaming, as the man thinks to himself, she's so simple-minded. Frost, still perched on the chair, beams brightly. But the man thinks to himself, she's so simple-minded. Suddenly, a loud bling sound effect rings out. The elevator arrives on the 7th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he realizes he's leveled up. I reached level 29 after killing all those fiends at Paradise, and my magic stat increased by a ton. With his magic stat increased, he believes he can now use the techniques he once relied on. A confident smirk plays on his lips. His wrist device vibrates, displaying the name Chim Diaku. He taps his head, calling out, hey, Diaku. What's up? Diaku's voice booms from the other end of the line, demanding, where are you? He responds, me? I'm on my way to the training room. An urgent message cuts through the casual conversation. Sorry, but I think you should come here as quickly as possible. The message reveals a surprising development, all the Big 16 leaders came to see you. A chilling question hangs in the air, why are the Big Six suddenly looking for me? The protagonist's brow furrows as a new, unsettling thought crosses his mind. Did they come here for Spectre, he wonders? The realization hits him hard. No, they came here for Seo Junho. A chilling realization dawns on him. They want to meet with Seo Junho, not Spectre, he wonders aloud. A new thought strikes him. Now that I think about it, the press conference was arranged on short notice, yet the team leaders arrived very quickly. He continues to ponder, it's not like they were rushing to come early. The pieces begin to fall into place. He realizes, but it's possible that they were already on the first floor in order to recruit Seo Junho. Rubbing his temples, he sighs, seeing as how you couldn't turn them away, there's something more to it, isn't there? He then mutters, yeah. I wanted to do that, too. A voice interjects, revealing a crucial detail about the recruits, but they're violent bastards. They'd rather break something if they can't have it. The woman speaks up, revealing the recruits' destructive tendencies. But they're violent bastards. They'd rather break something if they can't have it. A smirk plays on his lips as he responds, ah. If that's the case. The man's smirk suggests trouble as he declares, I have a good idea. The camera pulls back, showing the group seated around a table in a bright, modern office, the city skyline visible through the expansive windows. What plan does he have in mind? The group remains seated around the table, papers spread before them. What exactly is this good idea? Return of the frozen player. A foot comes down, the word hello appearing in his speech bubble. What brings the great big 16 leaders to this humble place? A man asks, a smirk playing on his lips. He slams his hand down on the desk, the sound echoing in the room. Obviously, it's because we want to recruit you after you ranked first in the Cave of Trials, she declares, arms crossed. Then, she adds, how about the others? We all came here for the same purpose, the man declares, his expression unreadable. He apologizes, stating, I'm sorry, but all I can say is that I cannot transfer to another organization. I have personal reasons for it. The man assures him, if you're worried about the fees for breaching your contract, there is nothing to worry about. He smiles, countering, our guild will pay it for you in full. His grip tightens on the staff, a subtle fuck sound echoing as he states, no, that's not the reason. The scene fades to black, leaving the reason for his refusal hanging in the air. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes it. Is that the demon beheading sword? The legendary sword gleams, its presence underscored by a surge of ethereal energy. The voice declares, it's the very weapon that Spectre used in the gate in Antarctica. The figure states, I assume that you all know what this is. Spectre Nim gave this to me as a token of proof. The masked figure continues, revealing that, ever since he declared war on the fiends, he has been gathering allies on the second floor. The masked figure grins, stating, and I was chosen as his official delegate. The air crackles with tension. The tension escalates as someone thinks, I can't believe Spectre is creating his own army. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she realizes, I didn't know that Mr. Snakehead was close enough with Spectre to be chosen as his spokesperson. The offer is laid bare, if we join Spectre Nim's forces and help him defeat the fiends, we'll get an unimaginable amount of good PR. But it doesn't stop there. The offer continues, he has to join their guild. Spectre's demands are laid out, a total of 3 conditions. 3 conditions, he declares, holding up his hand to emphasize the number. The first condition, Spectre states, is to avoid bias towards any one guild. Therefore, he will continue his affiliation with the association. Spectre continues, stating the second condition, guilds accepting his proposal will receive a great amount of information and influence on the second floor. And in return, Spectre continues, his offer hanging in the air. He will publicly announce the guild's contribution, Spectre continues, revealing the final part of his bargain. Honestly, no matter what he proposes. She thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Currently, the Big Six have no choice but to accept his proposal, if they want his approval. Ever since that press conference, the guilds have been accused and scrutinized for not doing enough to handle the fiends, the narrator states, as 3 fingers point towards a shield. The narrator continues, because they only cared about filling their own pockets. He holds a miniature earth in his hands, dark tendrils wrapping around it. Ultimately, Spectre is the only one who holds power in this situation. An apology echoes, the voice admitting, I don't think this is something I can decide on my own. The voice concedes, I agree. I must consult the guildmaster. All right. Then please contact me once you've made your decision, he says, offering a polite wave. He abruptly announces, I have an appointment, so I'll take my leave. A sharp tap echoes as he rises abruptly from the meeting. He mutters to himself, a realization dawning. We were too focused on what we wanted and ended up getting played. A voice booms, revealing the terms, as long as Seo Junho stays as Spectre's proxy. The unseen speaker continues, laying down the law, no guild will be able to recruit him. A question hangs in the air, does that mean Spectre Nim saw potential in Seo Junho to become as strong as one of the 5 heroes? The unseen speaker offers a simple explanation, well, that's probably why he was chosen as his delegate. The speaker emphasizes Spectre Nim's proven ability, stating, Spectre Nim has already proven how good he is at spotting potential. Gilberto Green, despite having only one D-rank skill, was chosen. Everyone else ignored him, but Spectre Nim saw his potential. The name echoes in the darkness, Spectre. Panting, Gilberto shouts, Mr. Snakehead. Mr. Snakehead, he yells. Turning his head slightly, he seems to have heard Gilberto's shout. The man pauses, and a woman greets him with a smile. Captain Gong? It's been a while. Our parting was very dramatic, but I didn't expect us to meet again like this, she says. Then, with a hint of a threat, she adds, next time we meet, it'll be on the 2nd floor. Yes. It won't be long, Captain Gong replies. The woman confirms, you're right. We agreed to meet again on the 2nd floor, didn't we? Oh, just in case you think that you'll receive special treatment just because we're already acquainted. She says, her eyes closed and waving her hands in protest. She quickly retorts, it's not like that. I wouldn't want that either. She then asks, with a coy smile, I just wanted to ask something. Are you close with Spectre Nim? He responds, of course not. It's just a professional relationship. But a bead of sweat betrays his true feelings. Her eyes widen as she asks, then you've met him in person? He counters, you saw him at the press conference yesterday, too. Her voice rising, she presses him, no, I'm asking if you've met with him outside of official business like that. He confirms, yes, I have. The woman below is visibly shocked by his admission. The man continues, his words hanging in the air, then, when you see him again. The woman leans forward, holding out a magazine with a familiar face on the cover. Please get me his autograph. His face twists in disbelief. An autograph, he exclaims, utterly bewildered by the request. The magazine cover features a masked figure, identified as Spectre, one of Korea's great people. He flashes a peace sign. A nervous smile plays on his lips as he thinks, I'll try asking him. Meanwhile, his companion's eyes sparkle with excitement. Really? You're serious, right? She asks, clasping her hands together. The companion asks him to get Spectre to write, to my precious fan, Yua, and to draw a heart. He grimaces, thinking, come on, how could he write something so cheesy? He retorts, it's not like you're the one who's signing it. Though, he thinks, he admits he can't really do anything if Spectre says no. The companion clenches her fists, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. I'll ask him for now, she thinks, already counting on his success. I'm counting on you, it's gonna be my family heirloom. Thank you, Mr. Snakehead, she shouts, waving triumphantly as she skips away. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he watches her leave, a look of apprehension in his eyes. A question hangs in the air, Great People of Korea? The question is answered by the title of the book, Great People of Korea, Spectre. The book displays a photo of a masked individual flashing a peace sign, the South Korean flag waving beside him. The camera pans up, focusing on the building's ceiling and lights. The camera continues its upward pan, now showing the tiled floor. The camera continues its upward pan, now showing a white space. The camera continues its upward pan, now showing the protagonist stretching in what appears to be a training room. The camera focuses on Seo Junho's stats, level 29, Bringer of Spring, +2, with strength at 96, stamina at 112, speed at 100, and magic at 143. He believes that with this, he should be able to recover all the stats he gathered up to level 60 in the past. The 2nd floor. He stares up at the tower, resolving, as soon as I step foot in it, I will once again be at the bottom rung. Even if it means using Spectre's name. Standing between two monstrous figures, he demands, "I need information from major guilds like the Big Six." He realizes that to clear the second floor, he will have to readjust to his old techniques. He clenches his hand, ready to unleash his old techniques. He realizes, the way I'm using magic right now is efficient, but because I rush when summoning my magic power, the force and speed of it is low. He realizes there's only one thing he can use to fix this. He prepares to put his plan into action, a determined look on his face as he begins to summon his magic. The camera pans up to reveal the stark, industrial ceiling of a large room, illuminated by rows of bright, circular lights. The camera lowers, revealing a young man standing confidently in the center of the room, a small, glowing figure hovering nearby. A voice announces the challenge: 10 hologram dummies. Level 100, a message declares. Facing the hologram dummies, he wonders aloud, "What kind of training are you doing?" He then resolves, "Before I go up to the second floor, I have to make sure I can use the skills I used in the past." His foot strikes the ground, a surge of blue energy emanating from the point of impact. With a shout, he unleashes a powerful punch, a red aura exploding from his fist as it connects with the training dummy. His eyes narrowed, he stares intensely at the training dummy, preparing to strike again. With unwavering focus, he prepares to unleash another strike. His strike connects with the dummy, the force of impact sending tremors through the training room. Another punch lands, this one crackling with blue energy. The force of the blow shatters the training dummy. The narrator clarifies, an attack infused with magic. Though powerful, he realizes the attack drains too much magic energy. "I can't use it like this because I don't have a lot. I've tried using magic," he admits, considering his options. He knows he can only use the continuous output version of his magic when he uses his magic core, but he admits, the downside is that it's slower and weaker. "Then what will you do?" a disembodied voice asks. He seems to consider the question, his expression thoughtful. "There's a," he begins to say, "technique I've developed for this." The hero's words hint at a possible solution. The hero's technique hinges on magic control, mental power, and concentration. But a warning follows: if you lack any one of the three. The hero warns that if any of the three requirements are missing, this technique will be pointless. He instructs them to recall the sensation of magic power running through their circuits. The hero focuses, the words "the sensation of" appearing as magic surges around him. The hero clenches his fist as he focuses, repeating, "Magic power running through my circuits." The hero's magic surges, energy crackling around him. The hero launches a powerful, magic-infused kick. He clenches his fist, channeling even more power. Booster. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. His fist connects, the force of the blow ripping through the air. The masked figure is sent flying backwards by the force of the blow, a look of shock on their face. The force of the impact creates a shockwave, the air itself distorting around the point of contact. The masked figure struggles to speak, the single word, "you," barely escaping their lips. A voice booms, declaring, "You are amazing, contractor." The winged creature floats above him, questioning, "HM? Why are you standing like that?" Sweat drips from his brow as he grits his teeth, bracing himself. It's the aftershock, he realizes, bracing for another impact. He realizes, just because my body is enhanced, doesn't mean my processing speed gets faster. His brain, he realizes, is overheating. What an extraordinary technique! A voice observes. He continues, "Because of that, even when He recalls, even when I was Spectre I could only use Booster for a maximum of 10 minutes. For now, he realizes, he has to train until he can use this in battle. Regenerating hologram dummies materialize around him. He'll need all the training he can get. He steels his resolve, "Until I face the Winter Castle Gate." Fists clenched, he prepares to face the training dummies. 1 week later. The imposing PKA building looms against a bright sky. Contractor. "Your body temperature is dangerously high," a voice booms. A small, winged figure clutches a thermometer, its face contorted in alarm. A surge of energy erupts, shattering the surrounding area. Damn it, he shouts, bracing himself as a monstrous force descends upon him. A figure is sent flying amidst the chaos. Amidst the chaos, the hero shouts back, I tried that already. He explains that using booster is hard enough, let alone trying to stack frost on top of it. A sharp, metallic sound pierces the air. The hero throws a punch, the force of it creating a shockwave. The hero's body glows with a bright blue light, but he struggles. Too hard to control, he says, sweat beading on his brow. Anyway, I'll need at least a few months to be able to do that in battle, the hero states, holding a tablet. A voice responds, is that what you think? A small bird flies across the screen, leaving a trail of dots behind it. The hero looks up, a small, winged creature now hovering before him, holding what appears to be a camera. A disembodied head floats above, asking, you know something, don't you? The winged creature responds, of course. But I will not tell you. The winged creature then chides him, asking if he doesn't think he should be able to figure out the method for himself, as his contractor. The disembodied head retorts, I don't need your help, you little cheapskate. Still, well. The protagonist mutters, observing the glowing blue shapes scattered around the room. He observes the scattered blue shapes, realizing, at this level, I should be able to use it on the field. He clenches his fist, ready to test his new ability. Tapping the screen of his device, he prepares to put his newfound power to the test. He contacts Secretary Cha, stating, I just need a teleporter. A reply comes back immediately, understood. When and where are you going? He states simply, tomorrow. The teleporter will be needed soon. He specifies the destination, I'll be going to the Winter Castle Gate in Antarctica. SFX, whoosh. Whoosh. He's already teleporting to the Winter Castle Gate. He's arrived in Antarctica. Ah! He gasps. The Antarctic cold hits him hard. Achoo! Despite the bitter cold, he announces, WWE have arrived. The other man shivers, clearly unprepared for the Antarctic weather. The two men stand in the snow, bundled in heavy winter coats. What did I say? I told you you'd need a winter jacket, the man in the heavy coat remarks, clearly annoyed. Shivering violently, the other replies, I just needed to bring you here, so I'll be heading back. A bright, circular portal of energy appears between them as one man utters, P-player Seo Junho. I pray that you will succeed. The portal flares with intense light as the shivering man finishes his prayer, P-player Seo Junho. I pray that you will succeed. The portal intensifies, its light nearly blinding. As the portal's light intensifies, a voice scoffs, what a fragile man. This is the perfect weather for a picnic. But even with cold resistance, another voice admits, I feel like I'm freezing. Snow falls as they emerge into a frigid landscape. The snow-covered landscape stretches out before them, an endless expanse of white. A surge of power erupts, the force of it centered on the hooded figure. A small, winged creature glows amidst the chaos. He plunges forward, kicking up a spray of snow. Eyes narrowed, he focuses on the swirling energy before him. So this is the Winter Castle Gate, he observes, gazing at the swirling energy before him. Suddenly, gate information appears, promising vital details about the Winter Castle. The information solidifies into a screen before him. The screen reveals the Winter Castle's entry requirement, level 80 or lower. A party of up to 30 can challenge the Lord of the Winter Castle, but the difficulty is listed as brutal. The screen fades, leaving only a bright, empty blue sky. Looking up at the castle, he realizes, so this is the gate that even second-floor players couldn't clear. A floating screen displays a question, do you need time to mentally prepare yourself? To the system's question, he responds with unwavering resolve, I already have. He takes the first step forward onto the snow-covered ground. He stands before a swirling vortex of bright blue energy, its power almost blinding. A chilling gust sweeps through the area. A sharp cry pierces the frozen air. The sharp cry came from him. He shields his eyes from the harsh glare of the snow. The air shimmers with an otherworldly energy. A single, glowing symbol appears amidst the shimmering energy. 3 more of the glowing symbols materialize, surrounding the lone figure. The figure hears the clear requirement to defeat the Lord of the Winter Castle. But a critical question arises: but where on earth is the castle? Head northwest. The instructions are clear. The character's confusion is palpable. Hey, do you know where we are? He asks, his confusion now voiced. Indeed. A voice echoes in the frozen expanse. The world fades to white. The world reforms, revealing a majestic, frozen landscape. This is the Ice Kingdom Nibelheim. The Ice Kingdom Nibelheim shimmers into view. Snowflakes drift through the air above the icy spires of Nibelheim. The Kingdom of Ice stretches out, its crystalline towers piercing the sky. The icy kingdom's grand entrance looms, promising a frigid welcome. A towering, ice-blue castle pierces the sky as a voice wonders, "This is Nibelheim?" Snow falls as he gazes upon the icy fortress. The snow continues to fall. "Indeed, this is most surely my domain," he states, recognizing the fortress. But a question immediately follows: how can the Winter Castle gate exist when I have departed? "I suppose we'll find out once we go in," he muses, still perplexed by the castle's existence. He then asks if they remember anything else about the castle. A voice responds, questioning what he speaks of. He elaborates, wondering about details such as who the current lord of the castle is, or how many guards there are inside. He continues, pressing for any recollection of secret passages. Suddenly, a voice booms, filled with rage, "Are you demanding that I reveal national secrets to you?" The camera focuses on the speaker's chest, the snow falling around him. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he retorts, "It hurts when you put it that way." He continues, a sinister undertone coloring his words, "Our destinies are connected now, remember? We'll be together forever." The small creature is sent flying, a look of shock etched on its face. Finally relenting, he shouts, "Fine. I shall tell you, so cease this disgusting chatter." Having finally relented, the small creature shouts that he will tell him to cease the disgusting chatter. The protagonist responds, "That's why you should have told me earlier." "That's why you should have told me earlier," the protagonist responds, as the small creature asks if he recalls the gate that it appeared in. "The Queen's Nest? I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it for the rest of my life," he says, questioning why the creature asks, as it reveals that the final dungeon is located there. "I originally intended to summon all of my knights to that location." "Wait, then the knights we fought on the first floor weren't all of them?" he asks, realizing the gravity of the situation. The voice confirms, indeed. They were but a small fraction. He admits, "I failed to bring in all of Nibelheim's forces." "Then that means..." The voice trails off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. "Then that means..." The voice continues, revealing that, from what I recall, there are 27,000 soldiers affiliated with the Winter Castle. However, being inside a gate, the number has likely decreased. 27,000, he mutters, his face etched with concern. "Yeah, that has to be it. That's too many." He gasps, the weight of the information sinking in. "Sir Kiss? Who's that?" he wonders aloud, just as a voice from above declares, "It is possible that the only one here is Sir Kiss." Above, the name Kiss Bremen appears, as a figure in dark armor with glowing eyes stands ready, gripping his sword tightly. Kiss Bremen is identified as the king's loyal knight and the lord of the Winter Castle. Moreover, he is known as the Sword of the Kingdom. And in truth, he was the finest knight, aside from myself. The figure trudges through the snow, a small fairy fluttering nearby. How strong is he, he wonders, his expression hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air, and the fairy stops short. "What's that?" she wonders, her expression unreadable. "You're not saying I'm only gonna last an hour, are you?" he asks, a look of disbelief on his face. "No? Wait. 10 minutes?" His voice rises in disbelief. 1 minute? A voice booms, declaring that Sir Kiss could tear apart the likes of him with a single finger. The booming voice continues, declaring, "That is how powerful my knight is." A question hangs in the air. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than you, then? The small, winged figure bristles at the implication. How many times must I say it? You encountered me when I was in an extremely weakened state. Yeah. Then I shouldn't have to worry anymore, he says, a slight smile playing on his lips. A disembodied voice echoes, "I'm sure that Kiss has been weakened like you were." He declares, "Let's just go for it." He stands at the edge, ready to leap into the unknown. He finds himself in what appears to be a throne room, though he notes, "Looks like this is the throne room. Isn't red a royal color?" A voice clarifies that royal colors are not universal, it differs by nation. The voice continues, clarifying, "In my kingdom, white was the color of the crown." The narrator reveals that this place is called the Night Road, ruled by the Winter Castle's strongest knight, Sir Kissbremen. The narrator continues, stating that the castle is considered a holy place for knights. Rumor had it that walking down the red carpet at Winter Castle would turn one into a fine knight. In fact, those who wished to become knights would come to the castle to test themselves. He looks towards the small, winged figure, questioning, "Test? In what way?" The winged figure responds, stating that the test is referred to as the proof of knighthood. The winged figure continues, revealing the nature of the test. Beyond that door, there is a giant hall where 100 knights await. He must cross swords with each one and prove your mettle. A silent wall of armored knights stands ready, their expressions unreadable behind their helms. The sheer number of opponents seems to overwhelm him. "Why?" he mutters, questioning the trial's purpose. An explosion of frustration erupts. "Why did you only tell me that now?" he shouts. He clutches his head in disbelief, finally understanding. "That's how I'm supposed to clear the gate," he exclaims. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to remain calm. "Calm yourself. You still have yet to enter." A voice echoes in his mind, laced with amusement, "You should have told me earlier." "Anyway, not even I know how many knights are in there," the voice admits, the sheer number of opponents remaining unknown. "However, during the proof of knighthood, you will fight one at a time," the voice declares, offering a small mercy. "They will not charge you all at once." He adjusts his glasses, a nervous tic betraying his attempt at composure. "Yeah, there's no point in panicking before I even go in." The reality of the challenge seems to sink in. "So, all I need to do is defeat 100 knights, right?" he asks, the question hanging in the air. The response comes, "Incorrect. Once you defeat the knights of the Winter Castle and their commander, who do you think would remain?" He corrects himself, muttering, "Okay, so 101, including Sir Kissyface." Below, his feet move forward into the darkness. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against a cold, solid surface. A distinct thunk echoes in the darkness. His hand now rests against what appears to be a door. "HUP," he shouts, bracing himself against the heavy door. With a mighty yell, he pushes against the door with all his strength. The door begins to buckle and bend under the immense pressure. The knights on the other side brace themselves against the force. The door finally gives way, splintering into pieces. Swords and spears litter the floor on the other side. A blinding flash erupts as the door is completely destroyed. The protagonist lies on the floor, seemingly unconscious. The protagonist is sent flying backwards by the blast. The world spins as he crashes through what appears to be a wall. He bursts into a grand hall, lined with armored guards. A lone figure stands at the far end, awaiting his arrival. The floor is lined with soldiers, all clad in shining armor. "It's like they're frozen," he observes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He then asks Frost, perched on his shoulder, "Are you sure they're alive?" A sudden, violent tremor rips through the room. His eyes widen as the room shakes violently. Frost, floating beside him, seems equally surprised by the sudden tremor. The tremor intensifies, the very air seeming to crackle with energy. A sharp crack echoes through the room, the source of the tremors still unknown. A gloved hand grips what appears to be a tuning fork. The tuning fork vibrates intensely in his grip. The armored soldiers stand ready, swords drawn. The tuning fork resonates, its vibrations seemingly affecting the very air around it, as icicles begin to form. The soldiers stand in formation, a path opening before the protagonist leading to the castle doors, now adorned with growing icicles. He stands before the path, the castle looming in the distance. Clutching his sword, he realizes, damn it, it's starting. The sound of armored boots echoes as an army appears below. The armored knight advances, his army standing ready behind him. The knight and his army stand before the castle, swords drawn and ready. A lone figure awaits them at the entrance. The knight's fist clenches as he prepares for battle. The lone figure speaks, the words echoing with authority, Horan Simus of the Winter Castle orders you. His eyes glowing with unnatural light, the knight points a finger, his voice booming, Horan Simus of the Winter Castle orders you. The ground trembles beneath the knight's pronouncement. The knight's voice echoes, demanding, state your purpose, outsider. He begins to answer, I came here to prove your knighthood, the small figure shouts, interrupting him. A resounding crash echoes as the small figure's attack lands. Stunned, he can only utter, what? But the small figure dismisses his confusion, declaring, in any case, there is nothing to lose by saving that. The small figure's urgent command rings out, just do as I said. Hurry! I got it, so let go, he stammers, clearly flustered by the small figure's urgency. The armored figure roars, I shall ask you once more, for what purpose have you come? The armored figure's roar sends a shockwave through the air. The armored figure on the dais issues a final warning, if you do not answer this time, you shall be considered a trespasser. The man finally speaks, his voice hesitant, I came here to prove my knighthood, he declares, his voice now ringing with newfound resolve. He clenches his fist, his expression determined. With a resounding thump, he slams his fist down onto the dark surface. A surge of power emanates from the knight, the air crackling with energy. A majestic, gleaming castle pierces the sky, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Before the castle's imposing doors, two shimmering glyphs materialize in the air. The camera pans up, revealing a closer view of the castle's icy exterior. The camera continues its upward ascent, revealing the castle's snow-laden facade. Inside the icy castle, a lone figure huddles near a small fire. It has already been. A voice echoes, hinting at the passage of time. The camera focuses on a window covered in snow, the interior of the castle still frigid. Huddled by the fire, he clutches a warm drink, the small fairy fluttering nearby. 3 months since I entered the gate. He thinks, the words hanging heavy in the frigid air. The title card flashes, Return of the Frozen Player. He finds himself in a dark forest. At ease, a commanding voice booms. The sound of armor clanking echoes as soldiers stand at attention. With a synchronized shuffle, the soldiers adjust their stances. What is this all of a sudden, he asks, a look of surprise etched on his face as a small, glowing figure appears beside him. A booming voice declares, 100 knights shall test the pride of your sword. The duel shall not end until either side lowers their weapon and surrenders. The booming voice continues, declaring, 100 knights shall test the pride of your sword. The duel shall not end until either side lowers their weapon and surrenders. The knight roars, Knight, come forward, as he raises his sword to accept the challenge. A booming voice answers the challenge, I am Phil, Knight of Nibelheim. Let us begin. Phil declares, raising his massive sword. The challenge is accepted. A resounding thud echoes as someone falls. Fun. Is this how knights do it? A voice questions. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Grasping the sword, he declares, straight to the point. I like it. A deafening clang echoes as the blade strikes. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying. SFX, whoosh. He soars through the air, a dark blur against the stark white background. SFX, boom. Swords clash in a burst of light as he thinks, not a single one of the knights I fought were to be looked down upon. If they were players, they would all be at least level 100, he thinks, watching the knight attack. Though they didn't have the superpowers. He realizes that, unlike players, their fighting technique is nearly flawless. Each knight also uses a weapon aura unique to them. The knight's flawless technique made him wonder, were they more dangerous than players? He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His grip tightens on the object in his hand. I never knew sword auras had such diversity, he mutters, seemingly surprised by what he's witnessing. A voice from below then questions, whatever do you mean? The sword is engulfed in a vibrant blue aura. The text explains, players use only one type of weapon aura. They infuse powerful magic into their blade, creating an aura that resembles fire. The sword's blue aura crackles with energy. But the Knights of the Winter Castle, it's said, use auras that spin like drills, or sharp ones that can be used as spears. Was there a player's system in Nibelheim, too? A voice asks, its tone laced with curiosity. A firm denial answers, of course not. Then I guess they can't check their stats, he muses. A voice retorts from below, you speak the obvious. The distinction is made clear, the knights can't obtain stats or skills like players can, but they were able to reach their level just from training their bodies in magic their whole lives. An imposing group of knights stands firm, their armor gleaming. They're so tenacious, a voice observes. Suddenly, a question pierces the air, contractor, did you have a revelation regarding your weapon when you used a sword aura? A revelation? Is that necessary? He asks, then answers his own question. All you need to make an aura is enough magic power and an understanding of it. The disembodied voice continues, declaring that knights are not defined by the weapon they use. What matters more is the pride in their hearts, as a heart engulfed in flames appears. The voice continues, explaining that his knights found weapons they could use well, and simply created an aura that was best suited for their fighting style and weapon. The voice concludes, stating that his knights simply created an aura that suited them. The voice continues, explaining that thanks to his weapon mastery skill, it's easy for him to use any weapon from the get-go. He recalls choosing the sword because of his familiarity with it, stating there was no need to consider which weapon was right for him. Then, a thought strikes him, is it not possible for me to become like them because I already have my own sword aura? Of course not, a voice declares, shattering his hopes. The voice continues, comparing him to a bottle filled with transparent water. What would happen, it asks, if something were added? The voice continues its analogy, it would change color. The voice declares that the protagonist is currently a vessel ready to be filled. Yes, you can fill it with whatever you wish. The space around him shimmers with potential, represented by floating, peach-colored stars. He declares, okay. I'll make that my goal for this gate. Make what your goal, a voice asks, a question mark floating beside the speaker. A strange symbol glows above him. He declares, I'll learn more about weapons and make a new sword aura. 3 months of training passed in that manner. Now, it was time to return to Earth. A portal shimmers into existence. A shimmering portal opens, ready to transport them back to Earth. The wandering knight has arrived, booms a voice. A chilling message blares, ready yourselves for battle. The wandering knight stands ready, his sword gleaming. Gripping his sword tightly, the wandering knight issues a chilling challenge, come. The wandering knight unleashes a powerful strike, his sword cutting through the air with incredible force. A powerful gust erupts from the wandering knight's strike. The wandering knight's strike connects with a surge of bright blue energy. The impact reverberates, a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of contact. The light fades, revealing a single, defiant statement, but I changed since I first came here. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as the attack continues to rain down. The hero is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. The aftermath of the explosion leaves only a hazy silhouette. The air crackles with residual energy. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the haze. Gripping his massive sword, he prepares for the next attack. Despite absorbing the initial impact with his claymore, he realizes the aftershock is still powerful. But now, he begins, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. The world dissolves into a blinding white. His foot comes down hard, the sound of shattering stone echoing through the blinding light. With a furious cry, he declares, that technique is mine. A barrage of energy strikes rains down as he stands firm, unyielding against the assault. The energy strikes send him hurtling backwards, a grimace of pain etched on his face. The force of the attack sends him crashing through what appears to be a barrier. The force of the blow sends him spiraling downwards. He used Phil's technique, one of the armored figures exclaims, shock etched on his face. He learned it so quickly, another armored figure exclaims in disbelief. A sinister smile creeps across his face, his single visible eye glowing with an eerie light. Come on, he taunts. His sinister smile widens. You should share nice things with others, he says, a chilling undertone in his voice. The blade flashes with an eerie blue light as he prepares to strike. The attack is swift, a flurry of strikes marked by the word next. The ground shatters under the force of the blows. The warrior stands amidst the wreckage, his greatsword planted firmly before him. Shards of weapons litter the crimson-stained ground. A voice booms, echoing through the hall, wandering knight. You have most surely proven yourself. The greatsword echoes as it settles. If you are willing to tell, the voice continues, may I ask your name? The knight extends his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips as he awaits their response. The hooded figure remains silent, head bowed, as the knight's hand hovers expectantly. With a thwack, the hooded figure grips the knight's offered hand. As their hands meet, the hooded figure reveals his face, stating, Seo Junho. My name is Seo Junho. A sinister smile spreads across the knight's face as he replies, Seo Junho, is it? What a fascinating name. I will never forget it. Seo Junho is handed a small, ornate emblem. A voice booms, declaring, out of all the knights I have met, you have left the greatest impression. He stares at the emblem, a question forming in his mind, what is this? The ornate emblem shines. A voice declares its significance, it is a token of honor. The voice continues, declaring, it is a symbol that shows you have proven your knighthood. A path lined with armored knights stretches toward the emblem. Those who have passed this test may request a private meeting with. The announcement reads. The path forward remains lined with silent, armored knights. The lord of the castle, the announcement concludes. Finally, a voice declares, as a fist slams down. The fist connects with a resounding thud. Farewell, Seo Junho, the armored figure proclaims, a sinister smile plastered on his face. Despite the blow, Seo Junho manages a weak wave. Yeah. Thanks, you guys. Seo Junho watches as a small, winged figure descends toward him from the darkness. He turns and walks back inside, leaving the snowy night behind. The doors slam shut behind him. Inside, he pauses, noticing an immediate shift. Wow, the air itself feels different. A strange pressure weighs on him. I feel like something is pressing down on my body. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as a voice booms from the darkness below. It's coming from Kiss Bremen. The voice continues, echoing through the hall, revealing the source, from Kiss Bremen, the lord of the castle. A deafening boom echoes through the castle. The scarred warrior looks up, the name echoing in his mind, Kiss Bremen. The finest warrior in all of Nibelheim, a voice booms, introducing the imposing figure. Kiss Bremen sits upon a throne, his armored figure radiating an aura of formidable power. Suddenly, the ground beneath Kiss Bremen shatters. A figure in dark armor stands in a ruined hall, a massive sword resting on his shoulder. He descends the steps, a faint sound echoing in the hall. Kiss Bremen, a voice announces. The speaker proclaims, the finest warrior in all of Nibelheim. It is indeed my knight. A close-up reveals Kiss Bremen's face as he responds, yes. The perspective shifts to reveal Kiss Bremen, his glowing eyes piercing through the darkness as he grips his sword. A voice observes, he seems as strong as the rumors say. The air crackles with energy as Kiss Bremen unleashes a powerful strike. It appears that Sir Kiss is aware that you are a player, a voice observes. Another voice responds, based on all the bloodlust that's radiating from him, I think you're right. Kiss Bremen then asks, a sinister grin spreading across his face, shall we begin? The clash of blades rings out. The sound of steel on steel echoes. He parries the blow, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. The force of the blow sends tremors through the air. a powerful energy erupts. Blinding light explodes outward. The energy coalesces into a blade of pure light. The light blade descends, poised to strike. With a yell, he braces for the impact of the descending blade. Dark projectiles rain down, surrounding him. The knight's glowing eyes pierce through the darkness, an ominous presence looming. A blinding light erupts as the knight retaliates with a powerful strike. The knight unleashes a torrent of energy, a blinding wave of power erupting from his hand. The knight's attack is effortlessly parried. Damn it, he parried it without even trying. Booster. A surge of power emanates from the knight. The knight's enhanced strike lands with tremendous force. Frost warns, contractor, if you start off with such a highly draining technique. The knight grits his teeth, declaring, I can't afford to go easy on him. He then asks, Frost, how long can I use booster? Frost replies that he should be able to maintain it for 1 minute and 2 seconds. The knight repeats the time to himself, considering his limited window. A voice booms, then start counting. The countdown begins. With the order given, the knight lunges, spear aimed directly at his opponent. The sound of the impact reverberates. The two warriors clash, their weapons meeting in a burst of blinding energy. Struck, his eyes widen in shock as he's sent hurtling backwards. His vision blurs as the force of the blow reverberates through him. His eyes, wide with pain, struggle to focus. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations around the small figure. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry rings out, contractor. Amidst the shattered remains of the arena, a figure descends, spear in hand. The spear pierces through the air, accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound. His weapon shattered, he realizes, looks like I won't be able to use this. The difference in the quality of our weapons is too big. He dashes away, the sound of his retreat echoing through the chamber. A surge of power erupts as his opponent attacks. The opponent stands his ground, a blade crackling with energy held firmly in his grasp. The armored figure remains silent, his glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. The ground cracks beneath the armored figure's feet as he advances. The armored figure looms over his tiny opponent, his cloak billowing as he descends. He descends, a powerful strike imminent. The descending figure pauses, noticing the strange smoke. What's this smoke, he wonders. It's identified as Sir Kiss's ability, Ashen Mist, though the mist itself supposedly holds no special properties. The figure is shrouded in the ashen mist, but the smoke's true danger is revealed. But because the mist clouds your vision, you will be unable to predict his movements. His attacks become very powerful. That ashen mist proves more effective than initially thought. Frustration mounts as the figure exclaims, damn it, I can't even see an inch in front of me. The countdown continues, 42, 41, 40. Right here and right now, time is not on my side, he realizes, deciding to deactivate the booster for now. He stands ready, his sword held firmly as he faces the imposing structure before him. He senses something is amiss. I can feel a piercing gaze. The hero's eyes dart around, searching. Where is he? Still searching, the hero's question hangs in the air. Below, a menacing red glow emanates from the depths. A figure towers over him, a blade descending with deadly speed. A swift strike descends, the blade aimed directly at the hero. The hero cries out, "URK," as the blade hurtles towards him. I won't miss, the attacker declares, his blade hurtling downwards. The attacker's blade descends with terrifying speed, the impact imminent. The blade strikes, a blinding flash erupting as the hero grits his teeth against the force of the blow. The hero recoils from the force of the blow, a pained grunt escaping him. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The hero's face contorts in pain as the attack lands squarely. Blood splatters as he cries out in agony. He coughs violently, the impact clearly taking a heavy toll. His opponent seizes him by the throat, a look of pure agony contorting his face. His grip tightens, a crushing sound echoing in the void. He grits his teeth against the pain, a strangled cry escaping his lips. An exclamation punctuates the moment, as the figure's helmet looms closer. Contractor, he shouts, as shards of ice fly toward the small figure in the distance. The ice shards rain down, impacting the structure below with tremendous force. The ice barrage finds its mark. He is struck, shielding himself from the onslaught. The figure stands firm, enduring the icy assault. Damn it, I can't just let him keep attacking me, he thinks, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. He advances, the swirling darkness surrounding him as he closes the distance. Contractor, can you not simply ambush him? A voice asks. He replies, I can't. It's hard to hide my presence from someone as strong as Kiss. He pours a glowing green liquid from a bottle, preparing for the challenge ahead. This is the worst-case scenario, he thinks, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead. I can't think straight because I kept using booster. He realizes the pervasive mist is the source of his troubles. And this fucking mist is the problem. He realizes he's not only outmatched in stats, but also fighting on his opponent's terms. A glint of determination flashes in his eyes as he declares, it's time to turn the tables. Despite the blood trickling down his face, his expression hardens. He's ready to fight back. The mist swirls, obscuring the scene. A voice echoes out, acknowledging the hero's cunning, he has concealed himself within my mist. Impressive. I am starting to sense his magic power, the voice continues, now adding, he is very close. The armored figure stands, his glowing eyes piercing through the mist. Through the heavy mist, a figure emerges, weapon in hand. I found you, he declares, his voice echoing ominously through the mist. He strikes, leaving crimson streaks across the ground. The strike lands, a spray of crimson erupting from the unseen target. The knight questions, before a voice booms, this is. The knight stands, sword in hand, as a powerful voice begins to echo. This is. The air crackles with energy as the powerful voice continues to resonate. The knight stands amidst shards of ice, the echoing voice growing in intensity. The knight's eyes widen beneath his helmet as he realizes, a trap. But a mere trick like this won't, the echoing voice declares, before another voice cuts in with a casual, hey. The knight, drawing his sword, hears a disembodied voice ask, do you know how mist is formed? Before answering its own question, it's the manifestation of concentrated water vapor. The voice continues, explaining, thus, if you simply lower the temperature, it becomes ice, the voice concludes, as the knight stares ahead, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. The water solidifies, transforming into a sharp, elongated shard of ice. A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated by the knight's internal realization, I must retreat. His eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him. It's too late. The knight is sent flying backwards, crashing into a wall of ice. The ice shatters with a resounding crack. Above him, the knight sees the massive sword plummeting down. The knight stares up, dwarfed by the colossal figure looming above. The massive sword descends, poised to strike. Kiss Bremen of Nibelheim. He states, his expression grim. The massive blade descends, its jagged edges glinting ominously. Before him stands Kiss Bremen, a figure seemingly made of ice. SFX, crash. The clash of their blades rings out. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards across the icy terrain. Shattered crystals litter the ground. He coughs, eyes wide with disbelief. No way, he exclaims. The ground vanishes beneath him. He still isn't dead, the protagonist thinks, shock reverberating through him. A blade pierces through his chest, yet tears stream down the knight's face. The knight's body shatters into ice. Forgive me, she whispers, her expression unreadable beneath the mask. Your Majesty. A voice calls out to her. He's calling out to you, a voice urges. Are you not going to show yourself? But she demurs, a silent reply echoing her feelings, I do not deserve to. A monarch must protect their people, a voice reminds her. The knights of the Winter Castle are also people of Nibelheim. But she despairs, admitting, but I could not protect them. What's with that, she wonders, as she touches the ice wall. A voice echoes, remember this. This is what it means to be weak, the voice declares, as a tear falls from the armored figure's eye. A sharp crack echoes as the Ice Maiden moves, her expression unreadable. The words echo, to cry out in silence with no one to answer. A system message chimes, "You have cleared the winter castle." But a confused "huh" bubbles up. The system announces, "You have received the armory key as a clear reward." Furthermore, a portion of his stats have been recovered, and his stats have increased due to the effects of Limit Breaker. The system then announces that he has cleared the Winter Castle's hidden quest, Proof of Knighthood, and his weapon mastery has increased from A to S. The rewards are pretty generous, he muses, figuring this as his reward for staying 3 months, the text bubble reads. He notes that thanks to Limit Breaker, his stats have increased even more. "Yes, very good," he says, pleased with the progress. "Contractor, the sound of your laughter disturbs me," a voice booms. "Let us go see your reward." The protagonist replies, "Oh yeah. Let's go to the armory," he finishes, eager to see what awaits him. The key slides into the lock. The doors swing open, revealing a grand hall. An exclamation mark hangs in the air, signaling something has caught his attention. Inside, an armory is revealed. Bows, swords, and axes line the walls, promising power. A system notification appears, "You have entered the Winter Castle's armory." A system message clarifies the armory's limitations, selecting a weapon will trigger immediate teleportation outside. "What?" he exclaims, frustration evident. "I can only choose one out of these countless weapons?" "Gray, was it?" a voice echoes, followed by, "It seems that the administrator is still watching you." The administrator's continued observation clearly unsettles him. "Ugh, his obsession makes me uncomfortable," he mutters. Then, a wall of countless weapons comes into view. A question hangs in the air: which of these weapons would be the best after Black Dragon Fong? His hand tightens around the shaft of a weapon. "This one," he declares, seemingly having made his choice. The weapon glows with power as he declares, "This one." The halberd. The halberd stats appear: Cruel Executioner, grade, unique. It boasts increased bleeding, lightweight enchantment, and a blood pact that recovers stamina. Examining the halberd more closely, he notes, "Blood pact? I didn't expect this kind of effect." Someone wonders if the weapon is that enticing. He confirms that with the blood pact effect, he can keep going even if he's fighting a lot of people at once by recovering his stamina. I see. All that matters is that you like it," he says, before adding, "Now, let us be on our way." A warning echoes, "The gate will close soon." "Yeah," he responds. He pauses on the stairs, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. He realizes, "I didn't notice earlier." That it's a portrait, he finishes, finally noticing the large painting hanging on the wall. "But there's a portrait here," he states, the discovery perhaps more significant than he initially realizes. His eyes are closed, his expression unreadable as he stands before the portrait. His eyes now open, he's captivated by the portrait. "Wow, she's beautiful," he murmurs. A close-up reveals the intensity in his gaze, his eyes reflecting the portrait's image. But then, a thought strikes him. "Wait, those clothes and that hair." He muses, a growing sense of familiarity washing over him. They look familiar for some reason. The scene shifts to a wide view of a snow-covered landscape. "This is the Ice Kingdom Nibelheim," a voice declares, "it is my domain." The man's eyes widen as the realization hits him. "Frost," he utters, the name hanging in the air. He then asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice, "Is that you in the portrait?" A voice answers, "I think it is." The voice continues, now demanding, "Take off that weird blindfold." Suddenly, a voice echoes, simply stating N. The voice erupts, shouting "No. Cease your useless prattle and just leave." The camera pans up, revealing the imposing PKA building against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. A hand reaches out, a faint green glow emanating from it. A voice says, "Thank you." "Of course. Truly, you've done a lot," he replies. "Mr. Junho, I know this is a strange thing to say when you've been gone for so long." The voice continues, observing the man's disheveled state. But you look like a man who has just been rescued from a deserted island. But you look like a man who has just been rescued from a deserted island. Junho, clearly concerned, asks, is it that bad? Do I really look like that? The woman responds, well, regardless of how you look, thank you for returning safely. A low murmur spreads amongst the onlookers. But their relief is short-lived, as the crowd begins to whisper, a palpable tension building. That guy. Someone mutters, their words hanging heavy in the air. Whispers circulate about the man's accomplishments. They said he cleared 3 uncleared gates in the span of 3 months. Doubt begins to creep in, as someone questions, are you sure he's actually part of the association like us? Why, you must be tired. I will escort you home, she offers, a slight nervousness in her voice. They walk together down the hallway, the woman leading the way. Sunlight streams in from a nearby window. He apologizes, I'm sorry. I should have taken you someplace quieter. But then he reassures Secretary Cha that there's nothing to apologize for, explaining, I've been gone for 3 months, so their reaction isn't unreasonable. Still, that's far from the worst. He ominously states, still, that's far from the worst. The man continues, revealing the situation worsened while he was inside. While you were in the gate, people's complaints intensified. Sponsorships and commission requests stopped coming in. The man continues, explaining that some sponsors even demanded their funds back. The president, he reveals, has been having a hard time. But there was nothing anyone could do. The woman looks on, stating, you were the one who built the association's reputation in the first place. Even if they hate us, we can't. He begins, before being cut off. Secretary Cha, someone calls out. He cuts her off, declaring, it doesn't matter if we have a good reputation or not. He finishes his thought, declaring firmly, we don't have to pay attention to anything they say or do. His words clearly surprise her, her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. She seems taken aback by his declaration, asking, you're not bothered by it? He responds with a firm statement of his own, they changed their attitudes after a mere 3 months. He continues, stating that if he were in her position, he would feel regret. Furthermore, he'd start questioning why he fights in the first place. He cuts her off, stating directly, Secretary Cha. I think there's something you're misunderstanding about me. His words hang heavy in the air, I've never fought for other people's sake. Actually, it's the opposite. His words leave the others frozen, literally. Secretary Cha and the others are encased in ice. His chilling words continue, revealing his true motivation, the reason I fight so hard is to fulfill my own goals. He continues, I'm sorry if you feel disappointed. But it's the truth. No, he begins, before conceding, I think you're correct. A moment of reflection washes over him. I should have started living like that sooner. But I never realized something so obvious, she admits, a wry smile playing on her lips. Like an idiot. A faint smile graces his lips as he seems to accept his past. Yeah, you can be a little dense sometimes, he replies, a slight smile still on his face. Her brow furrows. What did you say? Her expression softens, a small smile mirroring his. She turns away, retorting, then I suppose I'm too dense to fulfill my duties, such as relaying the messages sent by the Big Six. Turning to leave, she states, I'll be on my way then. A desperate voice calls out, wait. Secretary Cha. Wait. A knock echoes, followed by a voice that cuts through the tension, come in. From inside the room, a voice responds, what is it? Entering the room, the man in the suit announces, we have received a message from Spectre. The man continues, it's been 3 months. The man leans forward, his expression intense. Okay, what did he say? He asks, eager to hear the message from Spectre. Dakibi Guildmaster Shin Sunghyun is revealed. The message from Spectre is relayed. He asked us to gather information about the fiends and send it to him in 30 minutes' time. Send him all the information below mid-level. Will you not think it over? He asks, seemingly hesitant. He responds, I believe Spectre made the same request to the other guilds. He reveals that he encountered other messengers from the Big Six at the dimensional elevator. So he's going to make the guilds compete with each other, he realizes. It seems Spectre anticipated their agreement and intends to limit their information. The protagonist realizes Spectre intends to drop the ones that don't give him much intelligence. The protagonist realizes the full extent of Spectre's control. We're all dancing in the palm of his hand. But a hand slams down on the document, stopping the protagonist's train of thought. The order comes down: give him everything other than classified and top-secret information. He clenches his fist, replying with a curt, "Yes, sir." He contemplates, a steely glint in his eyes. We'll have to show him exactly where we stand. A stern voice echoes in the room: send me the information I requested within 30 minutes. The man sits at his desk, hands clasped, seemingly lost in thought after the demanding order. He reflects on the gamble he took against the Big Six, and the condition attached to it. A clock looms overhead, its hands ticking away as the condition is revealed, in order to use the Guildmaster's ploys against them. SFX, BZZ. BZZ. A message notification appears on his wrist device. The wrist device vibrates again. As expected. Large corporations are always right on time, he thinks, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. A blue light flares, accompanied by a sharp crack. His confident smirk suggests the arrival is exactly what he anticipated. I didn't even have to wait 30 minutes, he remarks, the arrival seemingly even faster than anticipated. Before him, a screen displays a list of organizations: Silent Moon, the Mercenary Guild Hallam, the Dakibi Guild, Silver Constellation, Labyrinth, and Sky Soul. The message regards his proposal. He chuckles, a speech bubble appearing with the words, "The problem with smart people is that they overthink." He realizes that the Big Six probably made an agreement to limit the level of information they gave him while he was in the Winter Castle for 3 months. He suspects the Big Six deliberately limited the information he received during his 3 months at Winter Castle. But then, a thought strikes him: but what if I force them to compete a little? The handshake solidifies his plan. They would try to provide better information than the other guilds to gain his favor. He realizes that thanks to his plan, he'll gain access to information that money simply can't buy. His plan already in motion, he smiles, knowing that he will now have access to information that money can't buy. The information he seeks concerns a group known as the Big Six, but apparently, they still have a long way to go. "I'll be entering the second-class frontier," a voice announces, as a figure wreathed in ice magic prepares to advance. "I'll be entering the second floor, frontier, in 10 days, he declares, ice magic swirling around him. "Until then, Frost and I have to do everything we can to prepare," he resolves, as images of potential strategies flash before him. He realizes he needs to memorize all the information the Big Six sent him, but wonders aloud, why do I feel like I'm the only one who's working? He clutches the papers tightly, a visible frustration building as he thinks, why do I feel like I'm the only one who's working? Suddenly, a voice breaks his concentration, asking, "What was that?" Turning, he sees the dragon spirit, and complains, "You're just having fun while I'm the only one working." The dragon spirit retorts, "I am studying culture." The dragon spirit, clearly agitated, shouts back, "You're clearly just playing." With a sigh, he realizes, "I think it'll take at least 4 days to skim through all the info." The index before him lists topics like On the Fiend Association, Dakibi, and Most Important Families and Nobles, Sky Soul. The Ruben Empire is the only empire in all of Frontier. In other words, most of the second floor is under Ruben's control. The Big Six have spent the last 25 years assimilating into all corners of the empire. Moreover, there are currently 3 main factions. Silent Moon and Dakibi are the first faction, affiliated with the Imperial family. They focus on gaining power in the palace and have the highest number of nobles in their faction. The aristocracy, led by Labyrinth and Sky Soul, comprises the second faction, focused on seizing control of other regions. Finally, the third faction is revealed, the Church. The third faction is revealed to be the Church, controlled by the Silver Constellation. As the official religion of the Empire, its influence is undeniable. Apart from the 3 factions, the Hallam Guild founded a new mercenary guild, separate from them all. Currently, they cover the most ground in terms of activity. Frontier is a new world I've never experienced, a voice declares, as a towering structure pierces the ominous, red-tinged sky. The tower looms, and a question hangs in the air. I wonder what kind of place it'll be. A sly smile plays on his lips. What is he plotting? Return of the frozen player. Knock, knock, come in, Shimdiaka says, seated behind his desk. The door creaks open. Shimdiako's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as someone enters. Shimdiaku asks, Miss Cha Seun? The woman stands silently, clad in a business suit. A stern voice cuts through the silence. Why are you here? The woman's voice answers the question. I'm here because I have something to tell you. The man's gaze remains fixed on the woman's hand as she places a file on the table. The woman states plainly, this is my resignation letter. A white envelope rests on the table. He responds, acknowledging, this must have been a decision you spent a long time pondering over. Then he asks directly, may I ask why you're resigning? Do you remember the day I first came? She begins, her words hanging in the air. Do you remember the day I first came here? She asks, her hands clasped tightly together. He looks down, seemingly lost in thought, as she continues to speak. He gives a slight nod, responding, of course. The story shifts to the past. A few years ago, there was a talented healer in Shumern, a region on the second floor. They called her a saintess. The narrative shifts to the past, revealing a figure once hailed as a saintess in Shumern. She spent her whole life helping others, but when she fell into a crisis. Rain lashes down as the saintess kneels, her hands outstretched. Blood stains her white robes. But as the saintess faced her own crisis, the text reveals a bitter truth, no one offered a helping hand to her. But a glimmer of hope appears, except one. A voice cuts through the storm, declaring, I respect you just as much as I do Spectre, President. Tears welling in her eyes, the saintess responds, you were the only one to reach out a hand to me when I was suffering. I wanted to keep working here as long as you allowed it, she confesses, her spectral form shimmering. However, while talking to Mr. Junho, she continues, I started to remember. Her eyes widen as she declares, I started to remember the passion that motivated me in the past. Her hand rests over her chest, a gesture of newfound conviction. A smirk plays across his lips. Congratulations, he says, the words dripping with sarcasm. You've finally found your own path, she states, her tone unreadable. A voice responds, thank you for saying that. She asks, may I return this magic sealing ring on the day of my resignation? The response comes swiftly, of course. A smile spreads across his face as he says, congratulations on your return. The camera focuses on the man's suit and tie. Above them, a title appears, Player Cha Seun. Player Cha Seun stands poised, her hand resting near her chest. A thought bubble appears, what? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he clasps his hands together. You're making the big six compete with each other, he thinks, clearly alarmed by this revelation. The man in the suit responds, yeah. And this is all the good info I got from them. He then adds, I bet you could even sell heat packs in. Heat packs in the desert, the man finishes, his tone suggesting the sheer absurdity of the situation. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he considers the implications. The man's expression suggests deep contemplation. A sigh escapes him, the weight of the situation seemingly settling in. I thought we'd almost caught up to them, he says, but then admits, but the association still has a long way to go. His companion counters, well, doesn't that act as motivation? A beat later, he replies, yeah. We'll catch up to them someday. What has the association been doing on the second floor, he wonders aloud. The response reveals that they've been recruiting players, reorganizing their information network, and expanding their influence in Frontier. But it's hard to catch up to the ones who've been there for 25 years, he admits. The reality sinks in, they've already taken over the most useful areas, and it's been frustrating because we're only on the outskirts, he finishes, the word hanging heavy with the implication of their disadvantage. He then wonders aloud, what if you guys make a big contribution in a war or something? But another voice immediately scoffs at the idea. Do you think it's that easy? A voice responds, you never know. You never know, a voice replies, the man in the suit holding the document with a degree of uncertainty. Diako states plainly, I'm going up to the second floor in a week. His confident smirk suggests he knows something others don't. Diako's gaze shifts, his expression unreadable as he looks to the side. The man in the suit simply responds, okay. He seems defeated, head bowed low. His face tightens, and he admits, I feel ashamed. Regret fills his voice as he laments, if I just expanded our influence more, we would have been able to support you on the second floor. A gentle smile graces his face as he responds, you've done more than enough for me. The hero's gaze remains fixed downward. Thanks to you, I got a new identity, and I was easily able to get my player license. The masked figure continues, you've provided me with equipment, lodgings, and countless other things. Tears stream down his face as he says, I couldn't have asked for more. Tears continue to well in his eyes, streaming down his face as he expresses his gratitude. The scene shifts to a zoo in India, under a bright, sunny sky filled with floating balloons. The scene is set at the entrance to a zoo in India, where colorful pennants flutter under a bright blue sky, a single balloon drifting lazily above. The scene shifts, now showing a building with a brown roof and a palm tree. Inside the zoo, visitors gather near the lion enclosure, their expressions a mix of awe and excitement. The boy's eyes widen with excitement. Wah! It's a lion, he exclaims. Ishan, you're going to trip, someone calls out, warning the boy. Slow down, the voice booms, concern evident in the tone. The boy, Ishan, runs towards the lion enclosure, laughing gleefully. But then, silence. His hand clenches tightly around the chain around his neck. Nisha, why don't you go take a closer look, she asks, a gentle smile on her face. He hesitates, fingers brushing the locket. I'm fine where I am. He insists. Silence hangs in the air as he considers her request. Then, a voice calls out, simply stating, Nisha. The grandmother smiles warmly, reassuring the girl, Grandma knows. With tears welling in her eyes, she hears that your father is always with us, even if we can't see him. The grandmother continues, her words a gentle comfort, I know that he's watching over you right now, too. The girl clutches her grandmother tightly, finding solace in the embrace. The grandmother continues, adding, he'd want you to be happy. A gentle smile graces the grandmother's face as she looks at the girl. The girl returns the gaze, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. The grandmother gently touches the girl's cheek, her expression softening with concern. Tears welling in her eyes, the girl embraces her grandmother. I think Daddy would want you to be happy too, Grandma, she says. A glint of determination sparks in her eye. She reaches out, her hand outstretched towards the light. A wide smile spreads across his face as he raises his arm in victory. Yes. The confirmation hangs in the air. Of course, he declares, a tear escaping his eye as realization dawns. Against a backdrop of palm trees and a clear sky, a question hangs in the air. Now, shall we go take a look together? Yeah, the child exclaims, eagerly taking the woman's hand as they set off together. The pair walks along a stone path, its destination still unknown. The title, Return of the Frozen Player, flashes on the screen. The towering PKA building looms against the night sky. The PKA building, home of the Player Association, pierces the starry sky. A disembodied ha echoes in the air. The source of the voice is revealed, the back of someone's head. He stares forward, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Secretary Cha, he asks, a question hanging in the air. Secretary Cha whirls around, her eyes wide with shock. And Mr. Junho, she exclaims, clearly surprised by his presence. The question hangs in the air, what are you doing here at a time like this? She nervously explains, well, I was just helping the president sort through some documents. But a voice wonders, why is he making you do it? I'll need to have a discussion with him. A nervous ahaha escapes her lips. Well, it's getting late. You should hurry home, a voice advises. Yes. Good night, Mr. Junho, she replies. She walks away down the long, silent hallway, leaving Mr. Junho behind. Mr. Junho turns back, surprised. "Ha? You still haven't left?" he asks. An ominous voice booms, cutting through the silence. "You. Have you been making my secretary work overtime until this late?" A bewildered "ha" echoes in the room. The man's expression shifts, a realization dawning on his face. "Oh," he mutters, as a thought bubble reveals the secretary's plea, "Please keep my resignation a secret." "Don't worry about it, dude," the man says, attempting to reassure him. He then adds, "Good timing. There's something I forgot to give you earlier. Take it." He hands over a small, folded piece of paper. A memo, the recipient wonders aloud. Taking the paper, he wonders aloud, "What is this?" The other man reveals, it's Arthur's home address. He then clarifies, pointing at the figure behind him, this guy's son. The recipient's eyes widen slightly. "Ah, Gilberto's son, you mean?" he asks. He is told, "Yeah. You should go find him later and help him out with things." A worried expression crosses his face as he wonders, "Do you think he'll remember my face though?" The elevator dings as it reaches the 70th floor. The elevator doors open with a ding, and a man in a suit steps forward, stating, "Wait. Let me ask you something." He stops him, asking, "Are you going to go to him as Spectre?" He pauses, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I'll think about it a little more." Then, turning back, he adds, "Well, I'm off." He disappears into the night. The towering PKA building pierces the night sky, its windows glowing with activity. A thought bubble appears, "I'm a little hungry. I should stop by the convenience store." The man considers, "I'm a little hungry. I should stop by the convenience store." Deciding on his course of action, he heads towards the convenience store. The man walks along the sidewalk towards his destination on a cool evening. The convenience store looms ahead, its sign cutting through the night. He pauses, gazing up at the towering skyscrapers that pierce the night sky. A blue glow emanates from a source above. The source of the blue light is revealed to be a massive object. The man's red eyes pierce the darkness as he declares, "You've finally shown yourself." The name Seo Junho appears, hanging in the air before him. Thank you. Come again speech bubble appears as Seo Junho walks away. Seo Junho pauses, tilting his head slightly. "Huh?" he asks, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he adjusts his mask. A small white cat looks up at Seo Junho, meowing. "It's a cat," it states. "Oh." Seo Junho utters, realization dawning. Seo Junho, a sheepish grin on his face, apologizes. "Sorry, I didn't buy anything for you." A low growl rumbles from the cat, its face twisted in displeasure. "Geez, this guy's real smart," a voice observes. Seo Junho's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. The scene shifts to a dark hallway. The hallway opens into a narrow alleyway, where a figure stands silhouetted against the pale light at the far end. The figure is revealed to be wearing a mask and a hooded jacket. "I barely sensed his presence," he thinks, his eyes widening slightly. Realizing the masked figure is a high-level player, he hears the question, "Shall we go somewhere else?" The two figures stand in silence, the question hanging in the air. The masked figure responds, "I know." A red glow emanates from the weapon in his hand. The masked figure's face is obscured, but the intent is clear. "You wouldn't want to fight in a place like this," he says, his gaze unwavering. The two figures stand in the dimly lit courtyard, the tension palpable. The words "Final Horizon" appear, hanging in the air. The man's crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "I thought it was a weapon that specialized in sniping." The man questions, "You're an archer, and yet you appeared right in front of your opponent's nose. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Gripping his weapon, he apologizes, "Sorry, Cal Signer." "Impressive. You know who I am." "That makes things simple then," the man states, his words laced with a chilling confidence. "A mistake, you say?" Calciner repeats, his grip tightening on the dark, ominous weapon. Yes, normally you'd be correct. The ominous words appear, shattering any hope, but that only applies when both sides are of equal skill. A massive strike descends, the force of the blow promising devastation. The strike lands with devastating force, the sheer power of the blow visualized. The force of the impact sends debris flying. A figure watches from a distance, seemingly unharmed. His eyes widen in disbelief. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares in shock. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A woman smiles warmly at Seo Junho, who holds a fluffy white dog. Come with me while I'm being nice, Seo Junho. Stretching in what appears to be an office, Seo Junho seems to be waking up from a dream. The dream abruptly ends with a chilling threat, unless you want to watch everyone here die. The chilling threat snaps Seo Junho back to reality, his eyes widening in alarm. A figure stands in a forest clearing, a crimson blade held loosely in his hand. He stands in the forest, a large percentage symbol looming above him. The man with the crimson hair smirks, his words cutting through the night air. Let me compliment you first. You followed me without running away, which is commendable, he says. So considering that, I'll give you two options. He continues, laying out the first choice. Your first option, put on the magic restraining handcuffs and follow me. The protagonist immediately rejects the first option. I don't like that option. Having rejected the first option, he asks with a slight smirk, what's the other one? A smirk plays on his lips, suggesting he already has something specific in mind. His eyes narrow, a dark promise hanging in the air. I'll drag you around like a dog after cutting off your legs. The air crackles with palpable menace. I can't believe he's exuding this much pressure when he's just releasing his magic. A voice observes, the sheer force of his power becoming evident. So this is. His eyes narrowed, the man focuses his immense power. Red energy crackles around his hands, forming into sharp, deadly blades. The announcement booms, Calciner, a level 100 ranker. I'll be going with the third option, Calciner declares, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. But then, a puzzled ha escapes his lips. His eyes narrowed, Calciner states, we just so happen to be in the mountains with plenty of fresh air. The blade looms, and Calciner's chilling words cut through the air, so I'm thinking of just burying you here. His face contorted with rage, Calciner spits out, you arrogant little. Calciner retorts, you've got quite the imagination. Red energy crackles around Calciner, his teeth bared in fury. His hand, marked with a skull-like design, closes around the hilt of his weapon as red energy intensifies. The air crackles as red energy explodes outward. Blades of crimson energy streak through the air. He steadies himself, the crimson blade in his hand mirroring the energy streaking past him. Now, a barrage of blue energy streaks towards him. The blue energy spears strike, impacting with tremendous force. He desperately raises his dark, ornate sword to defend against the onslaught. The energy spears slam into his sword, the force threatening to overwhelm him. His eyes widen in terror as he stares down the imminent threat. He's sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his chest. No way, he thinks, disbelief etched on his face. The hooded figure stands firm, gripping a sinister-looking weapon. He wonders, how could a rookie who hasn't even been active for a year, deflect all of the demon bows, arrows? The hooded figure simply states, I'm sure you're confused. He continues, musing on the impossible, since a player that's barely level 30 just deflected the arrows of a level 100 ranker. But there are often things in the world that go against common sense, no? The hooded figure concludes, I'm just one of those things. The hooded figure concedes, I'll admit my mistake. He continues, acknowledging, it seems I've looked down on someone who cleared a 1-star gate on his own. However, a voice booms out, he's already reached the point where there's nobody who can go against him. He continues, certain that he'll climb rapidly once he reaches the second floor too. If he's much more talented than I predicted. The voice trails off, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. The scene shifts, introducing Seo Junho in the near future. The silhouette of Seo Junho emerges, surrounded by an aura of blue energy. might be able to stand on equal footing with the 9 heavens, a voice declares. An arrow is drawn, aimed with deadly precision. It really is a shame, a voice echoes, laced with regret. A sharp thwack echoes as the arrow is released. The arrow flies, a crimson streak against the dim backdrop. That this sort of talent must be stopped out here, the voice booms. Devour him, the voice commands. The arrow, now drawn back, glows with menacing energy. Hunting arrows, the skill is named. The hunting arrow's skill unleashes a barrage of crimson projectiles. The crimson projectiles streak forward, filling the space with deadly intent. A look of utter shock crosses his face as the arrows approach. He's sent sprawling, the arrows impacting all around him. A deafening clang echoes as the attack connects. His eyes narrow as a message flashes, their trajectory changed. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. Is he controlling each arrow with his magic, he wonders, as a barrage of red projectiles hurtle towards him. He dodges and weaves, narrowly avoiding the magical arrows as they streak past. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Welcome to my ocean." His sinister grin widens, revealing the full extent of his cruel amusement. A blinding strike erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist stands, sword drawn, ready to face whatever comes next. The landscape cracks, a deep fissure splitting the earth. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. Each one of those arrows is so powerful. He realizes with growing dread, and he isn't just controlling the arrow's movements. The realization hits, he's permeating the area with a thick layer of his magic and making it hard to move. The hero struggles against the oppressive force, realizing, it really feels like I'm getting dragged into the sea. Pulled downward, he struggles against the magical current. A massive, crimson arrow hurtles toward him. He activates a booster. Desperate, he knows, if I get hit by him even once, I'll have no chance of winning. He grips his sword, bracing himself against the crimson energy bearing down on him. The world blurs as the booster kicks in, speed lines streaking past. His gaze sharpens, a steely determination hardening his features. A blinding flash erupts as the attack connects. He grits his teeth, bracing himself against the overwhelming force of the impact. His eyes widen in disbelief as the attack lands. "My hunting arrows," a voice declares as a crimson arrow pierces the ground with devastating force. A blinding explosion erupts as the arrow strikes. The force of the arrow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. A level 30 player is swatting them away? The shocking realization dawns. I see," a voice echoes, laced with amusement. "It seems like my senses have grown dull while I've been avoiding pursuit," he admits, his gaze fixed on the figure in the distance. The ominous words appear, "Seo Junho isn't just a lucky rookie." "It's a relief that I realized it, even if it's only now," he admits, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. Power emanates from him as he grips his staff. "Seo Junho is someone that I have to go all out against to defeat." A sinister smirk creeps across his face. His eyes gleam with newfound resolve. "I'm not gonna look down on you anymore." His grin widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. Crimson energy erupts around the protagonist. The world warps around him as the crimson energy intensifies. As the world continues to distort, he wonders aloud, what was that? Though the world around him had been a vortex of power, a voice narrates that his magic, once raging like a whirlpool, is now strangely calm. He realizes, almost like I've entered the eye of the storm. Drawing back the string, he prepares to loose an arrow crackling with magical energy. The figure declares, "Consider it an honor." The archer declares, "It really is goodbye this time." The air crackles with energy as the violent dragon's arrow manifests. The archer takes aim, the violent dragon's arrow fully formed around him. The violent dragon's arrow hurtles downwards, poised to strike. The archer releases the arrow, a resounding whoosh echoing as it accelerates towards its target. The arrow strikes, a devastating impact ripping through the air. The arrow explodes in a burst of crimson energy. The crimson energy coalesces into the form of a massive dragon, looming over the lone figure below. Below the looming dragon, the figure stares upward, a grim determination etched on his face. The ground cracks beneath his feet as he braces himself. A blinding red light engulfs the scene. The world distorts as a massive force rips through the air. Everything fades to white. The world snaps back into focus, revealing a menacing figure wielding a crimson blade. A sharp intake of breath. One crimson eye pierces through the haze. The air crackles with energy. A wintry landscape unfolds, snow swirling amidst frosted trees. He surveys the frozen wasteland before him, his crimson bow held ready. His eyes narrow, a question forming as he surveys the scene. What is this? The hero's eyes widen as he senses an ominous presence. This chilling magic, he wonders. The air crackles with dark energy as a veil of darkness descends. The veil of darkness intensifies, its ominous purple energy bearing down on the hero. Within the veil of darkness, a menacing, crimson weapon materializes in his grasp. The ominous letters OK appear, etched in the same dark energy as the veil. The veil of darkness descends, its power seemingly confirmed. Sweat beads on his brow as the veil's power surges around him. The darkness intensifies, enveloping everything. His eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, "Two attributes?" His shock is palpable as he yells, "Two attributes?" His eyes dart to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Was he hiding his ability, he wonders. And it's also darkness, he wonders, as the floating crystals shine. There's no way, this is. Just like High Dash, he begins to say, an ominous realization dawning. He continues, just like High Dash, before a thought bubble interrupts him. Ideally, I wanted to show only my frost skill. The frost skill erupts, forming massive, jagged ice crystals. The frost skill explodes, the air thick with swirling snow around the newly formed ice crystals. Standing amidst the swirling snow and towering ice crystals, he states, but I guess I have no choice given how things have turned out. The chilling realization dawns, I shouldn't leave any witnesses alive, right? A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve. I shouldn't leave any witnesses alive, right? The chilling question hangs in the air. A sinister smile spreads across his face, the chilling question still hanging in the air. Return of the frozen player. Darkness descends, swallowing everything. Today, right now. He mutters, his gaze hardening. A chilling declaration follows, I have to kill Calciner. A sinister smile spreads across his face. It seems you don't plan on revealing your true identity. Then I guess I'll have to force it out of you myself, he declares, his threat hanging heavy in the air. He commands, open inventory. A bright light emanates from his palm. A red glow emanates as the inventory opens, revealing rows of spears. With a sinister grin, he declares, just one. Spears materialize around him, swirling in a vortex of red energy. I'll end this with just one barrage, he declares, the air crackling with red energy as the spears prepare to launch. Booster, a voice whispers, as the red spears crackle with even more intense energy. The word booster hangs in the air as the energy intensifies. He grits his teeth, realizing, if it keeps dragging on like this, my brain will overheat before I can deal with him. Surrounded by crackling energy, he realizes the only way to win is to strike first. So the solution is to kill him before his arrows fly. Energy crackles around his feet as he prepares to move. By forcing him into close combat, he thinks, the only path to victory. He lunges forward, a blue aura blazing around him. Ha ha! You're just running to your death, his opponent taunts. The opponent unleashes his own attack, a barrage of red energy crackling around him. Petal torrent, he shouts. The attack descends, and a voice declares ominously, there won't even be a peace. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he finishes his declaration. There won't even be a piece of you left. He continues, his eyes narrowed with malice. After this hellish rain of arrows. The rain of arrows descends, eliciting a stunned reaction. What the? The arrows strike, exploding with crimson energy. He's caught in the blast radius. Amidst the blast, a chilling smile spreads across his face. Why is he smiling? A voice wonders. He declares, I've been waiting for this moment. Dark energy surges around him, crackling with power. For when you've let your guard down after thinking it's over. The voice declares. This moment, the voice booms as the dark energy coalesces into a concentrated attack. Shadow teleport, the voice reveals, as dark energy streaks around the protagonist. The dark energy swirls around him, obscuring everything in a haze of shadow. His eyes widen, a flicker of red burning within them as the teleport takes hold. Seo Junho. The name echoes as the teleportation takes effect. The teleportation effect intensifies, engulfing both Seo Junho and his adversary in a blinding surge of purple energy. TCH. He twisted his body at the last second. Seo Junho realizes, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Sword raised, Seo Junho realizes he really is Fa's dash. An exclamation punctuates the air as a clawed hand lunges forward. The clawed hand tears through the air, a visceral representation of the attack's speed and force. The protagonist barely manages to parry the deadly strike with his weapon. The air crackles with energy as the protagonist deflects the blow. The force of the impact reverberates through the air. Crouching low, he grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. That damned regenerative ability. The protagonist's frustration mounts as he realizes he's back to normal even though I cut his hand. The narration reveals, to become a fiend, you have to drink a demon's blood. But, it continues, because humans struggle to control demonic power, most dilute the blood with water before consuming it. Even so, every once in a while, there are lunatics who want overwhelming power, the narration explains. And they drink the blood as it is. A bowl filled with crimson liquid is held up, ready to be consumed. The one or two individuals who are able to survive that, the narration ominously states, as a man with a sinister grin holds out a bloodied hand. Those who survive the blood ritual become fiends, wielding the very powers of the demon they consumed. That ability that lets you disappear suddenly. Judging by how you didn't use it right off the bat, the voice continues, I'm sure there are specific conditions to activate it. A promise echoes through the darkened forest, I promise you. Red energy crackles around him as he looks up, a figure descending from above. The descending figure declares, I'll send you to hell this time for sure. A voice echoes, disbelief laced within it. I can't believe he figured out its weakness already. Blood drips onto a hand as a voice questions, what do you mean hell? He continues, you're making me sad. It hasn't even been that long since we met. A sinister chuckle escapes him as he proposes a twisted bargain. Well, if you put on the magic restraining handcuffs now, I'll let you keep your life at least. He pauses, a sinister smile playing on his lips despite the visible cuts and sweat. His sinister smile widens as he gives a thumbs down. The villain's taunt echoes, dripping with malice, fuck off, bitch. A maniacal laugh erupts as he challenges, ha! If you want to kill me, how about you try aiming for my neck, he dares, a chilling invitation hanging in the air. A heavy thud echoes as he hits the ground. He flies through the air, his sword extended, aiming directly for his opponent. You really don't cherish your life, huh? The voice booms, as red energy crackles around him. The red energy intensifies, swirling around the man as he stands with his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, multiple red energy spears materialize above, poised to strike. He lunges forward, but a searing pain grips his mind. My head is burning up. He's struck by a powerful force, a blinding light erupting around him. He's been struck. A crimson spray explodes from the point of impact. Despite the brutal blow, he grits his teeth, forcing himself to concentrate. Despite the overwhelming odds, he stands firm. A wave of attacks descends upon him. Clutching his weapon, he hears the command, concentrate, Seo Junho. His face contorted in disbelief, he realizes, he's slicing all of my arrows. The sound of impact echoes as a voice declares, it's obvious he's reached his limits. A clenched fist tightens as a voice wonders, so how is he continuing on like that? With a surge of power, he screams, die. He unleashes a furious barrage, screaming, "Fucking die already!" His eyes burn with fierce intensity as he continues his relentless assault. The furious assault continues, a blinding storm of blows. A blinding flash erupts as the assault continues, sending his opponent flying. The attack lands with devastating force. The force of the blow sends him hurtling away. "I reached him!" The triumphant cry echoes through the battlefield. His opponent's blade connects. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he lands the blow. The impact reverberates. "This fucking," he grits out, the blade pressed against his throat. The hero is slammed to the ground, a blade pressed against his throat. "This fucking," he grits out. Black ichor spills from the hero's mouth as he strains against the unseen force pinning him down. A powerful force slams down, the impact shaking the very ground. A maniacal laugh erupts as the enemy towers over the hero, a cruel grin plastered across his face. "Ha!" Holding his scarred hand aloft, he exclaims, "Finally! I finally won!" Dark energy swirls around him as a voice declares, "The one who's been caught." The dark energy intensifies around him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His red eyes gleam with malice as he declares, "Is you, stupid." Suddenly, he's struck by a blast of dark energy. "Ha!" he manages to utter, surprise etched on his face. His eyes widen in pain and shock as blood trickles from his mouth. The dark energy surges, engulfing him entirely. The dark energy continues to lash out, the attacker's blade dripping with a sinister red glow. He coughs, blood dripping from his mouth as he struggles to understand. How did you?" A chilling command echoes, "Devour him." A dark aura surrounds him, tendrils reaching out as if to obey the chilling command. "Watch guard," a voice declares, as two menacing, dark wolves materialize, surrounded by a sinister purple aura. "I get it now, you." The voice trails off, interrupted by the menacing presence of the summoned wolves. The interrupted sentence gives way to a thunderous declaration, "You're the enemy of all fiends." "Spectre." A grim smile plays on his lips as the figure of Spectre looms behind him, bathed in ominous red light. The accusation rings out, "You fucking coward. You've been fooling the entire world." Despite his injuries, he points an accusing finger, demanding, "Why are you hiding your real identity?" The question hangs in the air, why? The realization dawns on him. That's. The words echo ominously, not something someone who's about to die needs to know. A wicked blade appears in his hand, dripping with ominous red. The blade descends, a flash of deadly intent. A strangled cry escapes him as dark tendrils erupt around him. Crack, the sound reverberates as something shatters. Shattered fragments rain down, the force of the impact undeniable. A piercing wail echoes through the empty space. Tears stream down her face as she embraces the man, her voice choked with emotion. "I can't believe the person who found my lost puppy is the Appa I was separated from when I was younger. I wanted to see you so much, Appa," she exclaims, holding a box of popcorn. "Me too. Let's never split up ever again," he responds, his relief palpable. His expression hardens, a steely resolve settling over his features. He reaches into an overflowing bucket of popcorn. Popcorn explodes outward as a powerful force erupts. The figure reaches out, seemingly bracing against the force of the eruption. The eruption sends the small figure flying backwards, scattering popcorn across the dark surface. A voice echoes, simply stating "contractor." The voice continues, now demanding, "You said you'd return by the time an episode finished, so where are you?" The title card flashes, "Return of the Frozen Player." Beneath a swirling night sky, the scene returns to the frozen player. Dark energy swirls around the frozen player's feet. A fallen figure lies nearby. The dark energy intensifies, swirling around the frozen player's feet. "How could it be?" a voice whispers. "Calciner, this bastard," the character growls, a barely contained fury burning in his gaze. While he was in the middle of being chased down by the high blade. He wonders aloud, a mix of disbelief and anger in his tone, "He came down to the first floor to kill someone like me?" He wonders aloud, a mix of disbelief and anger in his tone, I'm not going to get caught up in something messy just because he was being pursued, right? He sighs, then admits, anyway, since I was able to get some stuff out of his memories, I guess it isn't a complete loss. The text reveals the Fiend Association is located in the Shumren region, on the second floor. The information gleaned from his memories aligns with what he already obtained from the Dakibi Guild. He believes this level of information should be quite useful on the second floor dash. A system message appears, your ability's rank has increased due to repeated use. The rank of Confession of the Dead, CB, has increased. He seems surprised by this development. Oh. He wonders aloud if this means he'll be able to see the parts he couldn't before. However, a system message then appears, stating that the ability can't be used again on a target whose memory has already been read. Clearing his throat, he admits, as I expected, it isn't easy. He continues to focus on the task at hand. He pauses, then declares, I should take Final Horizon before I head back. Suddenly, he's struck by a powerful blow. Staggering from the impact, he can only manage a stunned. The force of the blow sends him reeling. He thinks, this pressure that feels like it's crushing my entire body. The protagonist struggles to remain standing, thinking, don't tell me he's arrived already. The location is revealed, the 9 Heavens 7th Heaven. A figure appears, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The announcement rings out, Kim Woojun, the High Blade. I'm sure he was still on the second floor in Signer's memories. A voice muses, surprised. But he was able to track him this far. He's incredibly fast. A sword flashes, gripped tightly in anticipation. I didn't expect you to come down to earth, the wielder declares. The man's brow furrows in confusion. It was quite troublesome when the trail of your scent suddenly cut off on the second floor, he remarks, clearly puzzled by the turn of events. Ha! The man declares, but the repulsive stench of a fiend emanating from your body, and the smell of trace incense will never be erased no matter what you do. The man's resolve hardens. I won't let you go this time, Cal Signer. His eyes narrow, a steely gaze fixed on Cal Signer. His eyes widen in disbelief. Ah! Don't tell me. He clutches the glowing red weapon, realization dawning on him. He's confusing me with Cal Signer because I have Final Horizon in my hands. Across the shattered landscape, an opponent raises his weapon. I'm sorry, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. His opponent's words are cut short. Before he can finish, blades descend. Before he can finish his sentence, blades strike. His eyes widen in shock. Before he can finish his sentence, blades strike. His eyes widen in shock as he declares, I won't fall for that sly tongue of yours anymore. Despite the sudden attack, he declares, I don't make the same mistake twice. Drawing his sword, a surge of energy crackles around the blade. His gaze is fixed and determined. He grips his sword tightly, but a voice breaks through his focus, he doesn't intend to listen to me at all. A voice echoes, laced with frustration, damn it. Things are going to get annoying, but I have no other choice. The man's face is shown up close as he declares, I killed Cal Signer. He claims it's another trick, but declares, I'll prove it. He taps the screen of his watch, initiating a call. He smirks, a question appearing on the screen of his watch, who am I? The camera pans out, revealing a desolate, broken landscape. Yes, he mutters, sitting on a broken bench. The devastation around him is total. He left nothing intact. Then, quietly, I see. He states, I understand. I'll come visit you next time when I have the chance, Association President. A slight smile plays on his lips as he looks off to the side. Bowing deeply, he apologizes, I apologize. I misunderstood, player Seo Junho. Seo Junho waves a hand dismissively, saying, it's alright. I would have done the same thing. Despite Seo Junho's acceptance, the other player insists, still, I want to compensate you for the inconvenience. A bead of sweat rolls down Seo Junho's face as a voice requests, could you please lift your face? A strange, purple liquid oozes from a cut on Seo Junho's face. Seo Junho's eyes widen as he exclaims, oh. This is? He realizes it's an elixir. A voice declares it will help heal your injuries as a hand holds up the glowing elixir. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence. The man begins, using the legendary elixir for an injury like this is, before reassuring, don't worry. He declares, I just wanted to take responsibility for my mistake. The man places his hand over his chest, thinking, to think there's still an upright player like this these days. But then, he thinks to himself, but I did have something I was curious about. He begins to speak aloud, stating, I am well aware of your skills, Mr. Seo Junho. You've cleared multiple uncleared gates. He continues, stating that Seo Junho even beat Spectre's record and his own in the Cave of Trials. He continues to question how a level 30 player could have accomplished such feats. He sits on the bench, still struggling to process the information. Defeat Demon Bao Signer on his own? I can't believe it. A voice offers to reveal the secret to defeating the Demon Bao, but only if he accepts a request. What is your request? Comes the reply. The mysterious figure leans in closer, the request hanging heavy in the air. I want you to. The figure reveals his surprising request. Announce that you were the one who defeated Calciner, not me. The figure continues, adding another layer to his request, I also want you to never tell anyone else about my abilities. He continues with yet another request. Another thing. I would like to receive help from you, Highblade Kim Woojung, someday in the future. He finishes his requests with a confident assertion, helping you won't be an issue at all. But if your power is one that strays from the path of humans? His words hang in the air, a clear warning. The man's voice hardens, his resolve unwavering. I won't let it slide. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he replies, that won't be a problem now or in the future either. Well then. He begins, as his foot comes down hard, cracking the icy ground beneath. The ice cracks further as he declares, I'll take it as we've reached an agreement. The ice cracks further as he declares, and show you my secrets. Behind him, the ice formation glows with an intense light as he smiles, ready to reveal what he has been hiding. His eyes widen slightly as he utters, I see. What does he see hidden within the ice? The ice formation holds a power capable of taking down the Demon Bao. It's even comparable to most S-rank attribute abilities. A moment of realization dawns upon him. The realization hits him, so this is the association's key to calming the heat of the third floor. Damn. I didn't think you'd be able to deduce that far this quickly. He admits, a hint of surprise in his voice. He continues, I'm sure you're also able to tell that this can never reach the ears of the fiends, right? His words trail off, a pregnant silence filling the air. The answer comes, simple and resolute, yes. The world fades to white as the answer hangs in the air. A blinding light erupts. Blades of light streak across the darkness. I completely understand, he states, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses tightly on his face, revealing nothing of his true intentions. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with icy energy. The icy energy intensifies as he prepares to strike. Mr. Seo Junho, a voice calls out, as the icy energy begins to condense. The icy energy swirls around Seo Junho as he maintains a focused gaze. Gripping his sword tightly, Seo Junho recalls, an hour ago, I defeated Calciner here. Yep, sounds good, a voice echoes in the distance. Under a cloudy night sky, the city towers stand tall. A heavy thud echoes as someone kicks a desk. I just want to shower and go to bed. He sighs, exhausted. A voice echoes in his mind, calling him contractor. The voice continues, now calling him player. You warg. You scared the shit out of me, he yells, clearly startled by the disembodied voice. Suddenly, the voice asks, do you know what time it is? 1 a.m., the voice reveals, the late hour adding to the mystery. The clock reads 1 a.m., as a voice pointedly reminds him, I'm sure you said you were going to be out for a second to meet your friend, no? Caught in the lie, he stammers, I was, but something happened. He sheepishly replies, yeah, as a voice chides him, come back sooner next time. He sheepishly replies, yeah, as a voice chides him, come back sooner next time. A blank, expressionless face stares back. He stares ahead, his expression unreadable. His clothes are torn and tattered. He's a mess, a voice observes. He reaches for the refrigerator, a question hanging in the air. So, what happened? It was something, he begins to explain, the details still unclear. Something quite big, he adds, holding up a can of Heineck beer. Quite big, he questions, then matter-of-factly states, I dealt with Cal Signer today. Cal Signer, someone questions, while another voice demands, I don't know who that is. Tell me who they are. Then, ominously, a third voice declares, he's a fiend. With a PSSH sound, he opens a can, stating, a fiend who's much more powerful than the ones I fought last time. Taking a swig from his drink, he hears, I'm a bit surprised. Didn't you say you were meeting a friend? He explains, still drinking, I met him while I was on my way back from the convenience store after meeting my friend. Suddenly, a voice cries out, Frost Queen. A figure adorned in icy regalia appears, leaving the others visibly perplexed. The sudden appearance of the Frost Queen is met with a simple, confused response, what? The others can only respond with a bewildered, what? Lost in thought, he stares out at the night sky. The world is big, he muses. His thoughts drift to the power he witnessed. There was someone more powerful than I could have ever imagined. His thoughts turn to the title, Return of the Frozen Player. After I woke up from being frozen, I rushed to get my comrades back, he reflects. I only really learned today, after meeting Kim Woo-jung. He realizes just how powerful players have become in the past 25 years. The realization hits him, the truly strong players are on the second floor, the frontier. He now understands, I could understand why the 9 heavens were compared to the heavens. After seeing it with my own eyes, he declares, a new understanding dawning. Standing firm, he faces the radiant power before him, a dark blade materializing in his hand. He even had a nice personality, a thought echoes as the protagonist nervously asks, could I have your number? The other man simply replies, of course. The other man wonders why he suddenly paused mid-sentence. You're making me curious. He dismisses the question, stating, it's nothing. Floating behind the other man, a small, winged figure holds a box of popcorn. His fist clenches, and he admits, I just feel like I have to try harder. Suddenly, a voice booms, declaring, there are 8 people in this world who are on the same level as Kim Woo-jung, the voice continues. But then, a chilling revelation, and one of them is a clear enemy. The ominous declaration is followed by a name, the King of Corpses, Nazad Hallow. Nazad Hallow is revealed to be the Master of Arma, the Skeleton Mage, and, shockingly, the fiend who ordered Cal Signer to capture me. I already had pre-existing knowledge about the first floor, so it was fine, he recalls, as the landscape blurs past. But the second floor is filled with the unknown, he realizes, the landscape rushing past. A hand rests on his head, and a voice booms, listen well, contractor. You'll do well, the voice assures him, a hand patting his head. The hero looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. You've been doing fine so far, no? The figure asks, her voice gentle. Suddenly, a thought bubble appears, what was that? I didn't expect you to comfort me like that, he says, surprised. Humph, she replies, it was because you were starting to resemble a dejected puppy stuck in the rain. Of course I'll do well, he boasts, I'm a living, breathing legend of this world. Pissed, she retorts, your arrogance has needlessly grown. Suddenly, he realizes, now that I think about it, I should probably go out early tomorrow. An unknown voice questions his sudden change of plans. Why? What is it this time? The man's expression remains unchanged as the sound of someone sighing fills the air. He explains that he needs to say goodbye to some people before heading to the second floor. He remains seated, eyes closed, as a woman stands before him, waiting. The woman before him waits patiently, her gaze fixed on his closed eyes. Finally, she speaks his name. Woo-jung. Answer me, Kim Woo-jung, she demands. His eyes snap open, confusion evident on his face. What? A voice cuts through the air, pointedly asking, so, do you remember what your mission was? The voice continues, pressing him, or did you forget it in the past few months? He remains impassive, a slight smirk playing on his lips as the questions hang in the air. There's no way I'd forget, he replies, his confidence unwavering. The other voice presses, questioning, there's no way our super elite high blade Wujun would forget his mission, right? His hand reaches out, as if to grasp something unseen. The question hangs in the air, so where is it? Her eyes widen, and she shouts, where is Final Horizon? The screen displays, Silent Moon Guild. Guildmaster Sun Chai-won. He pauses, his expression unreadable. Frustration boils over. Arg, goddammit. Say something. Visibly agitated, she demands, you did catch Signer, right? It was all over the front pages. He nonchalantly confirms, yeah, I caught him. Her frustration mounting, she presses him, so why weren't you able to bring the bow back, which was your actual mission? She continues to press him, her voice rising with suspicion, don't tell me Cal Signer was stronger than you expected? His hands clench tightly, a sharp crack echoing as he denies her accusation. That wasn't it. He vehemently denies it, claiming, if I wanted to, I could have killed him with one hand. His gaze drops to the figure in his palm. And I'm confident. He begins, an undeniable arrogance in his tone. I could have even made him spill out whatever secrets he had, too. But before he could arrive, something else happened. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracks. He looks down, the bright light obscuring what lies below. Above him, the system announces, player Seo Junho, a rising rookie, defeated Cal Signer. His grip tightens on the strange, dark sword. Since he defeated Cal Signer on his own. The words hang in the air. The dark sword gleams ominously as a voice declares, it's only right that he took the spoils. Also, I have already made an agreement with him, a voice reveals, hinting at a deeper arrangement. I accidentally, he begins to confess, the gravity of his words hanging in the air. Killed him before he could take his bow out. The confession hangs heavy in the air. The weight of his confession lingers, unanswered. The esteemed High Blade, he continues, the title hanging in the air. Kim Woo-jung, who was born to be perfect. He declares, the words echoing with a strange intensity. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she screams, made a mistake? His fist clenches, ready to strike. The air crackles with tension. He remains unfazed by her outburst, but she presses on. How does that make any sense, she demands, questioning his logic. You weren't hit somewhere weird during the battle or something, were you? I'm perfectly fine, he insists, though his words do little to quell her concern. With a sigh, she concedes, then it's fine. The mission is a shame, but there's nothing we can do. Her resolve hardened, she declares, I'll report it to the Duke myself. A voice whispers, I'm sorry. But she retorts, from now on, you're not allowed to say sorry. Standing firm, she demands, so, what's the real reason? Don't even think about trying to get away with a shitty lie. A slight smile plays on his lips as he admits, I knew it. I can't beat you. A surprised voice responds, what? I haven't seen you smile like that in a long time. He continues, I wasn't able to get Final Horizon, but I was able to get something much more valuable than that. Her eyes widen with curiosity, and she asks, and what exactly is that? A close-up reveals her intense focus, her eyes narrowed, awaiting his answer. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to answer. He remains relaxed on the couch, his arms crossed, maintaining the slight smirk. He remains relaxed on the couch, arms still crossed, the smirk unwavering. The smirk remains, as he continues to relax on the couch. The scene shifts to a bright, cloud-filled sky, as the words the future appear. The sky stretches above, a canvas of blue and scattered clouds. A modern building rises into view, its glass windows reflecting the bright sky. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts. He walks toward the light, figures materializing in the distance. HAL echoes through the chamber as a winged figure materializes behind him. The figure's lower half comes into view. A beam of light shines down upon a group of figures as one of them remarks, it's been a while, guys. A notification chimes as the protagonist peers at a holographic screen. The screen displays a frustrating message: your magic stat is lacking. You have failed at removing the seal. A voice echoes the sentiment: this is the same as always. But judging by how the message is different from before, he realizes, I must have gotten closer. A small, glowing figure appears before him, arms crossed. It asks, right? I see, a voice echoes in his mind. A glowing figure floats before him, concerned. What's got you down like that? It's not like you. The glowing figure presses, don't tell me, are you feeling sorry? He sighs deeply, his eyes still closed. His mouth hangs slightly open, a visible reaction to the figure's words. The figure demands, just tell me if these guys are alive or not. He looks down, his expression unreadable as he considers the question. He finally responds, stating flatly, that's all you need to do. But he continues, warning that they will need to become much stronger to break the seal. He simply replies, yeah. He stares off into the distance, his expression unreadable. He states simply, let's go then. An exclamation of surprise hangs in the air. A voice calls out, questioning his decision. You're going to be leaving Earth soon. Wouldn't it be better to stay here a bit longer? He simply replies, it's fine. He thinks to himself, paying a visit to Dyaku and Noya before I head to the second floor will be enough for me. He continues his thought, for these guys? He continues, thinking, it won't be too late to see them again once we can properly meet. The group gathers around a campfire, raising their glasses in a toast. A voice declares, I won't take long anyway. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to depart. A pink glow envelopes him as he prepares to teleport. The pink light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light fades, revealing a bright blue sky. The bright blue sky comes into view, with an airplane flying overhead. The camera pans down, revealing a modern cityscape bathed in sunlight. The plane flies over the city, leaving a trail of sound in its wake. The camera tilts upwards, revealing a towering, ornate structure piercing the bright blue sky. The camera pulls back, revealing the city to be an artificial island in the Pacific Ocean. Footsteps echo on the artificial island. Stretching, he groans, arg, we almost missed our flight. The world fades to black. I can't believe he made someone who just came to visit play go with him for 7 hours, he thinks, glancing at the board. I have to catch a flight soon though. One of the other players insists, 5 more minutes. Noya's stamina really isn't normal. He thinks. With a thack, he places another piece on the board, reassuring, I'll be fine until you come back, so don't worry. The game continues as a voice assures him, I know you'll do well regardless of where you go. The old man listens intently, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The fairy seems amazed, exclaiming, Contractor. Was this place really made by humans? You ruined the mood. He grumbles, confirming to the fairy, yeah, this is an artificial island made by humans. Suddenly, a system message declares, amazing skill. Suddenly, a system message declares, amazing skill. A massive skyscraper looms, dwarfing the figure below. He ascends the staircase, joining the group gathered before the towering structure. He gazes at the towering structure, realizing, that must be the dimensional elevator. I can sense people staring at you, a voice says. The group in front of the dimensional elevator seems to be the source of the attention. He responds to the comment with a simple, well, I expected that. A voice cuts through the air, directly addressing him, are you player Seo Junho? The voice continues, stating, we were notified by the association that you would be arriving here. He holds out a document, warning, there are quite a few things to be cautious of while you are staying on the second floor. The scene shifts to a flag bearing a coat of arms, fluttering above a grand city. A voice explains, first, once you arrive at the second floor, the frontier, you will be living in the Ruben Empire. The camera pans over the city, revealing a sprawling metropolis dominated by a towering castle. The nobles of the Ruben Empire are quite powerful, the voice warns. So we recommend that you never confront them, the voice advises. The figure in the shadows continues, second. The voice continues, warning that you obviously must be careful of fiends on the second floor, but you also must be careful of other players. The voice warns that many individuals take advantage of the area outside the association's jurisdiction to commit crimes. Therefore, the voice concludes, we recommend that you always remain on guard against other people. He responds to the warning with a curt, yeah, thanks for letting me know. Then, the voice adds, we wish you luck, player Seo Junho. The elevator doors slide open with a soft shhh, revealing the next stage. Stepping out, Seo Junho remarks, it's not as big as I imagined. It looks like it can fit 12 people at most, he observes, assessing the size of the room. With a ding, the elevator doors open. I probably just have to press 2, he thinks, reaching out to select the floor. The elevator ascends, the numbers blurring as it rapidly gains altitude. Suddenly, the elevator lurches to a halt. A small, winged figure appears before him, and his eyes widen in alarm. SFX, whoosh. With a mighty whoosh, the elevator is sent hurtling upwards. The elevator ascends rapidly, the world outside blurring into a watery expanse. You didn't tell me the walls would become transparent, she exclaims, clearly panicked by the sudden change. Frost, look over there, he urges, pointing towards something in the bright sky. Clinging to him, Frost stammers, "Why?" Her fear is palpable. The bright sky reveals towering structures, their scale dwarfing everything below. The protagonist gazes up at the colossal structures piercing the bright, shimmering sky. The protagonist's gaze travels further up the structure, revealing intricate details of its design. There were this many-dimensional elevators, he thinks, realizing, so that's how the fiends were able to get to the second floor while avoiding the association's eyes. Suddenly, a small creature latches onto his hair, pulling with surprising force. He winces, a sharp pain shooting through his scalp. Tiak, the sound echoes, as if something is being pulled apart. The digital display reads 08. The man stares ahead, a look of shock on his face as the door in front of him seems to be ripped open. A large, glowing symbol appears before him. A message appears before him, you have arrived on the second floor, the frontier. He gazes upon the sprawling city below, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Feathers drift gently through the air. A system message confirms the activation of Bringer of Spring, increasing all stats by 30. He realizes his title's effect has also activated seamlessly. A smile plays on his lips as he realizes, so this is the second floor, the Ruben Empire. He notes that it's completely different from Earth, musing that it's almost like he's stepped into a fantasy game. Also, he mutters, clenching his fist as a surge of power emanates from within. The surge of power intensifies, visibly emanating from him. The air crackles with energy as a voice declares, the air here is filled with much more magic power than Earth. Standing before the massive doors, he declares, the air here is filled with much more magic power than Earth. A low rumble echoes throughout the chamber. A new presence is detected, and he wonders, who the hell is that? His behavior reveals that he's a newbie who just arrived on the second floor. He suggests, with a slight smirk, you should try taking in some of the air as well. A voice then declares, I don't think there's any need to invite someone like him to our guild. Confused, he wonders aloud, what is he mumbling to himself about? Another voice then mutters, ugh, so busy. Oh Sunbei, you're back, a voice calls out, but he replies, yep, but what's with all the commotion here? It wasn't like this just a few seconds ago. His eyes widen in shock as he says, I don't know. His expression shifts, a confident smirk now playing on his lips. The revelation hits, it's Seo Junho? Is everyone here a scout for a guild? A voice booms. Another voice whispers, boss, on the second floor. A sharp slap lands across Seo Junho's face, the impact stinging. The force of the blow sends him reeling back. His face contorts in shock and anger from the blow. An urgent voice booms, declaring, we have to bring him into our guild right now. The man's face hardens as he declares, I don't think I can let you do that. A foot slams down, and a voice declares, since I'm the one who called dibs on Mr. Snakehead first. A cymbal slams down. Since I'm the one who called dibs on Mr. Snakehead first, a voice declares. So? She begins, her expression unreadable, leaving her intentions hanging in the balance. Her declaration rings out, if anyone is gonna be taking him, it's gonna be me. A confident smile spreads across her face, her eyes gleaming with determination. She strides forward, her expression unwavering as she prepares to back up her bold claim. A gasp escapes, followed by an exclamation of wonder. Whoa! Frontier is amazing. Another voice chimes in, marveling, I can't believe the air is filled with this much magic energy. With arms outstretched, he towers over the frontier, its magical energy palpable. People will think you are here on a hike, contractor, a voice warns. He retorts, who cares? I'm just trying to adapt. Please stop acting like this in front of so many people. You look foolish, she says, clearly annoyed. But, he pauses, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Hold on, I think I've seen her before somewhere. Cutting off her annoyance, he exclaims, oh. It's Team Leader Gong. The realization hits him, Team Leader Gong. Recognizing her, he exclaims Team Leader. But she cuts him off, stating, well then, I have something urgent to get to. Across the street, a man waves, calling out, here. I'm over here. But she retorts, I was waiting for you, Mr. Snakehead. That was super close, a voice exclaims, followed by, I would have won the bet if. She retorts that he would have been even a couple of days late. He apologizes, stating he's not the type to like losing. The voice then asks if there have been any issues with the language barrier, adding that Vita is probably interpreting everything anyway. He responds that he wouldn't know, stating that she's the first person he's talked to since arriving, addressing her as Team Leader Gong. Team Leader Gong laughs, inviting him to come with her, adding that she'll teach him a couple of things. Team Leader Gong then asks, do you like coffee? Only nobles are allowed in this cafe, she states, adding that it's a good place to go if you want to have a quiet conversation. Surprised, he exclaims, whoa, you were a noble, Team Leader Gong? Gong responds that she is still only a baroness with no territory, but, yeah, I'm a noble, haha. He admits, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in here without you then. Gong, seemingly pleased, responds, obviously how's the coffee? He finds the coffee agreeable, but wonders aloud, isn't this just an Americano? Gong smiles, responding that you can sometimes find things that are popular on Earth here as well. He pauses, taking a sip of his drink. More importantly, what are your first impressions of Frontier, he is asked, as he considers, my first impressions. He replies to the question with, it's new. He then adds, I can really feel the fact that we're not on Earth. Almost like you're in a fantasy world, right? Someone asks. Someone pours a drink into a glass filled with ice. A voice assures them, it'll take you some time to get used to it. The woman suddenly asks, Mr. Snakehead, have you ever thought about this before? The woman's thoughts drift to a dark hypothetical. About what would have happened if humanity hadn't stopped the gates 30 years ago. Like what would have happened if we hadn't been able to fight off the monsters that emerged from the gates, she muses aloud. He responds, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be too pleasant. Her expression shifts, a realization dawning. Well, here, on Frontier, that actually happened. 1,000 years ago, this place was filled with countless gates. Yet, they weren't able to fend off all the monsters pouring out. They couldn't hold them back. And humanity was once annihilated. But now, after a long time, the woman begins. All of the gates disappeared from Frontier. Though some of the monsters from those gates still remain because they reproduced. The woman's words hang in the air, a world that was once destroyed will be reborn. Addressing the man, she asks, so, Mr. Snakehead, I was wondering if you remember the thing I requested of you last time. How did it go? Holding up a magazine, he asks, this? His face lights up with surprise and delight. Whoa! Tears streaming down her face, she exclaims, whoa! Thank you. I love Mr. Spectre. She notices a detail, adding, he even added a heart? A voice responds, I'm glad you like it. He holds out an envelope, stating, all right, take this. Since you won the bet, I'm giving you a present. Holding the sealed envelope, a character thinks, don't tell me this is a confession letter? Then, the thought changes, it's a recommendation letter. The woman explains, it's a recommendation letter that'll let you share a meal with Viscount Hosio of the Maleva territory. He thinks, a noble, a meal with a viscount? The woman adds, it's not just a meal, if they like you, you might even receive a quest. He wonders, a quest? Like the ones from video games? She confirms, exactly. If you complete requests from the residents of this world, you get rewarded. That's why, she explains, everyone is trying to get closer to the nobles, to get better rewards. Also, if you're trying to go to another city, the easiest way is to take a teleport gate, she explains, gesturing toward a shimmering blue portal. A second voice chimes in, right. Mr. Snakehead probably can't. The mention of him not being able to use the teleport gate clearly throws him off. Why not? He asks, his face a mask of confusion. A prompt then appears, instructing him to check his status window. Looking at it, he sees his stats have increased significantly. Looks like everything went up by 30 thanks to the title's effect. What's this? He wonders, seeing the status window. Status, tourist is displayed. He then asks, it's written as tourist there, right? The explanation continues, every player is given the tourist status upon arrival, and they're only permitted to stay for 90 days. The explanation continues, stating that if he works hard on quests, the Adventurers Guild will eventually give him an identification card. I see. He responds, before someone asks, if you're finished, shall we head out now? The woman warns him to be careful of other players. Well, it's not like I'm the type that goes around getting tricked by other people, he replies confidently. He chuckles, Sawyer. Also. His eyes widen slightly as he looks at the book in his hand. He realizes the book is more than just a simple item. This is a map of the Empire and a guidebook that we exclusively give to our guild members. I'm making an exception giving you that since I'm your sunbae, she says with a knowing smile. He questions the exception she's making. Is it really okay for you to give this to an outsider like me? With a confident smile, she tells him, level up a lot, okay? Next time, you'll be the one treating me to something good. He thinks to himself, how fun. She is like a fox. He then adds, she keeps giving me things. He muses to himself, how fun. She is like a fox. Then, he adds aloud, she keeps giving me things. He dismisses his earlier thought, declaring, and fox my ass. She's more like a cat, or a dog. So what do you plan to do now? A voice asks. He replies, this place is Gillion, right? We're going to be here for a while, so we should find a place to stay. If it's a place to stay, how about that Shangri-La over there, she suggests, pointing towards the building. Truthfully, I have been eyeing the interior design of that building for a while now. He smirks, disagreeing with her suggestion. Nah, I'm going to be staying there. He gestures to a different location. Let me see. He beams, gesturing toward a weathered building. It's called Resting Dew. Doesn't it sound cool? A voice exclaims from above, isn't this a decrepit inn? What I need right now is raw, unfiltered information from a variety of people, he thinks, overlooking the town. Another voice counters, I'm sure Shangri-La would have plenty of people too. His thoughts crystallize, it needs to be raw information. Completely raw. He's cornered. Oh darn. You don't have anywhere to run now. A looming shadow falls over him, blocking out the light. He's trapped. Desperation rising, he cries out, I don't have anything. What did I even do to deserve this? A gruff voice responds, isn't it obvious? You came to Frontier even though you're obviously unskilled. The voice continues, stating that his presence caught this great ply's eyes. The protagonist looks up, fear etched on his face. Ply, he questions, just as a booming voice declares, yeah, that's my name. The protagonist cries out as he is struck, blood splattering. The force of the blow sends tremors through the structure. He collapses to the ground, defeated. His opponents stand over him, victorious. The hero lies defeated. "Pho, it's hot," an opponent says, approaching him. "Now, let's see how much came out." A handful of gold coins glint in the light. 30 gold, huh? One of the opponents remarks. "See? I told you it was bound to come out if we roughed him up." A sinister grin spreads across the opponent's face. Players really are a profitable business. He muses. Sunlight streams through the windows of a building marked by a weathered, wooden sign bearing an inscription in an unfamiliar script. The door opens with a click. The sign is revealed to read simple. He enters the tavern, where a floating, spectral figure hangs suspended above the balcony. The spectral figure floats beside him, commenting, "It's noisy here, contractor." "It really feels like I'm inside a tavern in a game," he muses. "Here, the players from Earth are mixed in with the adventurers of this world. You can differentiate them," a voice declares, setting up the next explanation. The distinction, it's revealed, lies in the fact that only the players possess Vita. "How are you going to get information here?" the fairy asks. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he replies, "I have a plan." A waiter approaches, presenting a menu. "What would you like to order?" he asks. The protagonist orders, "Whatever's your best dish, a bottle of alcohol, and a cup of tea." The waiter then suggests, "How about lamb steak, Hainelbeer, and black tea?" "That sounds good." "I'll have that," the protagonist confirms. The waiter then states, "It'll be 51 copper, and you must pay first, sir." The waiter explains the value of currency in this world, "Just think of 1 copper as $1. She then continues, 100 copper is 1 silver, 100 silver is 51 copper, huh? He mutters, seemingly contemplating the cost. He tips the pouch, letting the coins spill out. Will this be enough? He wonders aloud. The coins rain down, scattering across the surface with a resounding clatter. "Yes, sir," a voice exclaims, filled with surprise. His eyes widening in disbelief, he stammers, This is gold, not copper." "Ah, really?" "It's my first time here, so I got confused," he admits, a slight bead of sweat forming on his brow. He states that he'll take a gold coin and hand over the change, but then adds, "Also, it's dangerous to show that many gold coins in public like that." He smirks, replying, "I'll keep that in mind." But a thought bubble reveals, "I received 1,000 gold from Diako before I came here." A voice then questions, "Contractor, were you attempting to flaunt your wealth just now?" But he thinks to himself, "No way. I already learned how much everything is worth from Team Leader Gong." He thinks to himself, "It's just that, flies always gather around people with lots of money." He continues his train of thought, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The implication of his words hangs heavy, a silent accusation taking shape. The air crackles with unspoken tension as they face each other. His hand slams down on the table, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The table rattles from the force of his blow. His eyes narrow, a menacing smile spreading across his face. "Why don't we have a chat, Mr. Player?" he asks, the invitation laced with threat. He leans in close, invading the other's personal space. He intends to cut to the chase. "I'll get straight to the point. I'm quite interested in your money." He pauses, then suggests, "Why don't we go have a chat somewhere?" "Somewhere quiet?" he asks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. So he's the strongest fly in this tavern, the protagonist wonders, scrutinizing his target. He thinks to himself, he looks like quite the bad apple. The target responds, "All right, lead the way." His two companions flank him, their expressions suggesting a readiness for trouble. "Boss said that players were all idiots." I guess he was right, the target thinks to himself, perhaps underestimating his opponent. His eyes widen in alarm, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Clearly, he was wrong about the players. The target is struck, flying backwards from the force of the blow. "Gua argh," he screams, tears streaming down his face as the attack sends him reeling. His opponent falls to the ground, defeated. He coughs, blood splattering as he struggles to rise. He curses, realizing the situation is far worse than he initially thought. This isn't just bad, it's super fucking BA. He gasps, a look of shock on his face. HIEK? He's grabbed roughly, a fist clenched inches from his face. Are we done talking? The captor demands. A choked, ah. Why yes, sir, is the only response. The captor's voice booms, demanding, get on your knees. His captor's eyes narrow, the command hanging heavy in the air. A bewildered huh escapes as a countdown begins. 10, 9. The countdown continues. 8. Panic rises as the captive remains kneeling. A chilling command echoes, good. Now squeal. Above him, a floating figure declares, they're all so weak. Sweat drips down his face as he is ordered to reveal everything he knows, including the location of his boss. The demand intensifies, where is the boss? I don't know that either, he manages to choke out, before a strangled cry escapes him. He stammers, barely able to get the words out, he's probably at the gambling house. The scene shifts to a dark, cloudy night sky. Where will they go next? Inside, the gambling house buzzes with activity, smoke hanging heavy in the air. The air is thick with smoke, and someone coughs violently. Is this a gambling house or a smoke pit? He asks, coughing into his fist. Another man speaks up, revealing a crucial piece of information. My boss is named Ply. He's a famous thug in Gillian. The man continues, revealing Ply's extensive reach. He has a hand in gambling houses, bars, everything related to entertainment. Furthermore, he also does business with nobles, so he knows a lot more than small fries like us. The man observes, noting, the mood here is really different from the tavern. Let's jump straight to it, one of the men declares. A newcomer approaches the table, asking, mind if I take a seat here? The man with slick back hair eyes the newcomer, stating, oh ho? I haven't seen your face before. The man with slick back hair chuckles, remarking, I can't believe the first thing you did after arriving here was head to the gambling house. He adds, with a smirk, the stakes here are a bit high though. Can you afford it? To the slick-haired man's surprise, the newcomer confidently replies, I'll be fine. A hand reaches out, placing a bet onto the table. Chips fly as the stakes rise even higher. The stakes climb higher as more chips are thrown into the pot. The other player stares intensely at his hand, the tension palpable as he considers his next move. The other player's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates the hand he's been dealt. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he mutters, what the hell? His eyes widen slightly as he thinks, I thought this bastard was just some newbie. The opponent, sweat beading on his brow, exclaims, but it's already been an hour, and we're still playing? He then questions, against me, Fiver, the gambling genius? The opponent's shock grows as he sees the towering stacks of chips. He already has 300. No, 350 chips, he wonders, then questions, is he a professional player from somewhere? Fiver's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. The cards are dealt, and the commentator announces, Fiver has a 2-pair. From left to right, 2 no pairs and 1 pair are revealed. Fiver raises the stakes. As Fiver raises, a spectator wonders, he's pretty good. Is he having a lucky day? Another replies, it's my first time seeing Fiver lose money. As Fiver's success becomes undeniable, one spectator asks, so who is that bastard? Another responds, observing, he seems to be a player and is incredibly skilled. The chips pile up as another spectator voices their suspicion, skilled? Are you sure he isn't cheating? Enraged, the man demands, how dare he mess with my money? Bring him here. A subordinate immediately responds, yes, sir. Clutching his cards, the man grits his teeth, realizing, damn it. At this rate, I'll have to tap out without being able to do anything. A glance is exchanged, and the dealer announces, I'll shuffle the cards. Suddenly, the dealer cries out, contractor. Contractor is second dealing. The dealer's cry reveals a deeper conspiracy, they're all trying to cheat you. Even the dealer is on their side. The revelation of widespread cheating throws the young woman into visible distress, hands flying to her head. With a knowing hand over the cards, a voice declares, I think I'll call it a day here. The game ends, but the conspiracy remains. Desperate, the other player stammers, are you serious? Why don't we play just a few more hands? But with a knowing smirk, the first man refuses, stating, I've already made so much it's getting scary now. It'd be a shame if I lost it. Before he can leave, a voice calls out, a moment, sir. Before he could leave, a voice stopped him. Our host wishes to share a drink with you. Turning, the man asks, huh? Me? The voice continues, directing him to, please follow me upstairs. The fairy on his head speculates, the host is probably the boss of those guys from before, no? He responds, I'll go. Lead me there. He starts to follow, his footsteps echoing in the dimly lit hallway. The fairy explains, this is the VIP room. Normally, only nobles are allowed in. The fairy warns, it's dark. Be careful, contractor. A voice echoes, welcome. But the man's expression betrays a different intent. The players who visit the gambling house always use all sorts of special abilities to cheat, he reveals, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. He then asks, can you guess why I let them in anyway? His answer follows, it's because I'm confident in my ability to get my money back. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he reveals, it turns out you were quite famous. The words player Seo Junho hang in the air, as Seo Junho's expression shifts to one of concern. Three figures stand in a dimly lit room, sunlight streaming through the tall windows. A guttural sound echoes, its source unseen. A voice identifies the man standing in the room as Seo Junho, a player whose level is estimated to be in the mid-range. The man, identified as Seo Junho, continues to speak, estimating the player's age to be in the mid-30s. You're quite famous, a voice observes, as Seo Junho smirks. He responds, it seems you did quite a bit of research on me. The man's smirk deepens as he reveals, the players told me everything when I asked them about you. This is exactly why you should have played nice, the man states. He continues, revealing that the players who frequent the gambling houses always use special abilities to cheat. Then, he poses a question, can you guess why I let them in anyway? His back still turned, the man declares, it's because I'm confident in my ability to get my money back. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he clenches the money in his fist. He continues, boasting, I'm in control of everything related to entertainment in this city. And obviously, I have strong connections with the nobles as well. He declares with chilling confidence, no matter how powerful the players are, here, they're just outsiders. He finishes his thought, stating plainly, after all, they can't go against the nobles. He then asks, am I wrong? A voice responds, agreeing with him, no, you're right. He continues, stating, so let me propose something. Chips cascade onto the table as he makes his proposition. A sly grin spreads across his face as he declares, I'll return all of the chips I've earned. His expression hardens as he counters, in exchange, you'll sell me information on the nobles. The man's face registers surprise. What, he asks, clearly taken aback by the unexpected counteroffer. Tightening his grip, he demands, you want to give back the money you cheated me out of for information? Then, his voice drops, laced with threat, it seems you're not fully aware of the kind of situation you're in right now. The threat hangs heavy in the air, taking your money by force is easy. The man cowers, head bowed, as the glint of a blade flashes above him. His eyes narrow, a cold calculation replacing the fear. His fist clenches, a low crack echoing as he admits, I was trying to resolve this peacefully, but I guess I just wasted my time. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the sunglasses failing to hide the intensity in his eyes. A blue energy signature erupts, filling the space with an ominous power. The energy slams into him, sending him flying backwards. Straining against the force, he desperately reaches out, attempting to regain control. The force continues to batter him, the world blurring as he struggles against the onslaught. The force slams him down, the impact echoing with a resounding crack. The force continues to crush him, the world fading to black. He struggles against the overwhelming force, his expression strained. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupts. He's sent flying backwards, crashing into something with immense force. His opponent stands over him, sneering. "You should have listened to me while I was trying to settle it with words, yeah?" An enraged voice booms out, questioning, "What the hell are you idiots doing?" A hand reaches down, pointing at a poker chip on the ground. Two figures stand poised, weapons drawn. The air crackles with tension as they prepare to fight. His eyes narrow, a blue glow emanating from the poker chip in his hand. The poker chip in his hand blazes with a bright blue light, energy surging outward. Blue energy erupts, striking his opponent with devastating force. The force of the blow sends his opponent crashing downwards. With his opponent sent crashing down, he remarks, "They always have to get hit before they start listening." Suddenly, a voice booms, "Hold it." Suddenly, a figure appears, gun raised, as he shouts, "Hold it." His expression shifts to one of disbelief. "A gun?" he questions, the absurdity of the situation hanging in the air. "Yeah. It's a deadly weapon that you players enjoy using," he declares, a sinister edge to his voice. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he levels the gun. "Yeah. It's a deadly weapon that you players enjoy using," he repeats, the threat now undeniable. The world fades to black. The unseen assailant issues a chilling ultimatum from the darkness: "Drop all of your chips and fuck off. If you do, I'll let you live." The hero stands defiant, even as a figure emerges from the shadows, gun trained on him. A voice from above retorts, questioning, "Then what about the information on the nobles?" The hero defiantly answers, "Do you really think I'd give it to you?" The man's face contorts in rage, spittle flying as he shouts. The man, now brandishing a pistol, snarls, "I recommend you leave while I'm letting you keep your lift dash." Mid-sentence, the man stutters, "WH what?" A voice cuts through the air, responding with a simple, "Yeah." A sinister smile plays on his lips as he levels a gun directly at the viewer. Sweat beads on his brow as he declares, "While I'm letting you keep your life." Panic sets in as the realization dawns: is he really just a level 30 player? He stammers, desperately trying to formulate a plan. Think carefully, you basta." The man with the gun declares, Seo Junho." The other man, now facing him, is warned, "You're going to be in a lot of trouble if you." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he warns, "Wouldn't that just be troublesome for the both of us?" Sweat glistens on his brow, a sign of his own mounting tension. He aims the gun directly forward, a question mark floating above his head. "Who knows?" he muses, his expression unreadable. His hand trembles, sweat dripping as he prepares to pull the trigger. "Am I, the great Ply, really going to die here like this?" he wonders. The gun remains trained forward, but a voice cuts through the tension. "You've got more guts than I thought." Ply's face contorts in terror, his hands raised in surrender. I'll talk," he shouts. The man pleads, "I'll tell you, so please don't shoo." The word "bang" echoes as the panel cuts to the aftermath. His eyes close, and the man's fate is sealed. A tear escapes his eye as the blunt object hurtles toward him. The man's fate is sealed, but his tormentor coldly states, "You should have said that from the start." Now, as the man is held, a chilling question echoes, "Now then, why don't we have a nice chat?" The scene shifts to a building under a bright sky, hinting at where the chat might take place. A voice booms, "You've all worked hard this past week." He continues, "Thanks to you guys, I have plenty of information about the second floor." He then announces, "You both can go now." One of the men responds with disbelief, "Or really?" Another asks, "You're not joking, right?" His patience wearing thin, he warns, "Don't make me say it twice, Anne." "Goodbye," he finishes, his voice booming. With a satisfied smirk, he remarks, "It's finally quiet now." Now that silence has fallen, he declares, "Right, let's start putting this information to use." Lost in thought, he murmurs, "First, we'll go on a quest." His declaration hangs in the air, the implications yet unknown. A buzz fills the air, the anticipation palpable as the quest board comes into view. A crowd gathers, a low murmur filling the air as they approach the quest board. Which one would be nice, she wonders aloud, gazing at the quest board. He decides, I wanted to start off by practicing hunting. He decides on a quest, this looks good. The parchment details a deranked hunt for 50 whipwolves west of Gillian, promising 3 silver, 27 copper, and 50 honor as a reward. However, he also mentions, those guys said a hunting competition will be held in 10 days. He realizes, so I should quickly level up to at least level 50 before that starts. But contractor, you're moving too much. Can't you walk a bit slower, someone asks, seemingly struggling to keep up. He retorts, you could just fly, no? The small figure on his head replies, I'll just try to endure it then. The contractor can only sigh in response, looking less than thrilled. They continue onward through the forest. I said you're going too fast, the small figure exclaims. The contractor simply replies, yeah. The forest gives way to an urban landscape. Buildings loom over them. The armored contractor smirks, arms crossed, as they enter a building. A sinister grin spreads across his face. There really is no better prey than a newbie who's just made it to the second floor. Let's follow him, the command is given. The wind whistles past as a voice muses, Whip Wolf, huh? The speaker observes the ground, noting, judging by its paw prints, they must be quite big. He crouches, extending a hand towards the massive paw prints. Above him, the fairy companion watches silently. He wonders aloud, how strong do you think it'll be? A hopeful glint in his eye, he adds, it'd be nice if it were a fun opponent. A voice booms out, declaring, you'll have to lift this fog first if you wish to see anything, no? You're right, he admits, surveying the thick fog. Right now, I can't even properly tell where their territory starts. Oh, you say that, but you appear quite excited, a voice observes. There isn't a monster like this on Earth, a voice declares, the gravity of the situation becoming clear. He scratches his head, considering the implications of the new monster. It's an opportunity to gauge the power of the monsters in Frontier. Still, you mustn't let your guard down, a voice warns, as a monstrous growl echoes. Obvious, huh? Wait, this sound is. The whipwolves finally showed up, he observes, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Cruel executioner. The whipwolves descend, their massive jaws snapping shut. The whipwolves close in, their jaws snapping. Frost, look at their tails. They really look like whips, one of them says. Well, they are called whipwolves. Alright, let's try, he declares, a new plan forming. He lunges forward, spear in hand, declaring, let's try it out. The wolf-like creature roars, its fangs bared as the spear strikes. The creature cries out in pain as the spear finds its mark. A realization dawns on the spear wielder, I can kinda see why the players didn't take this quest now. Despite the successful strike, he realizes, they're stronger than I thought. Stopping in his tracks, he muses, I was gonna enjoy this a bit before ending it, but... A smirk plays on his lips. Razor-sharp projectiles streak toward their target. Change of plans, he declares. A barrage of energy blades hurtles toward the wolves. The energy blades strike with brutal force. The wolf's face contorts in agony. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He declares that they're the perfect opponents to face to get used to, as the system informs him that his stat has changed from Bringer of Spring. A monstrous wolf-like creature with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth descends. He looks up, ready to face whatever comes next. He's over there, a voice declares, pointing to a figure wielding a spear amidst swirling energy. There's only one of him and 4 of us. Why are we hesitating, someone questions, challenging the group's inaction. What? You don't know about that Seo Junho, he exclaims, then quickly adds, I guess someone from this world wouldn't know of him. Seo Junho, the man standing before them, is apparently a super rookie on the first floor, even said to be on par with Kim Woojung in terms of talent. He's that amazing, one of the group asks, clearly surprised. However, it hasn't been that long since he came up to the second floor. The man scoffs, pointing out the obvious level difference. He's level 30 while our average level is 70. Avarice gleams in his eyes as he assesses the protagonist. I mean, just the weapon he's swinging right now must be worth hundreds of gold. He proposes a plan: if we all jump him at once, he won't be able to do anything. He outlines his strategy. I'll approach him in a way that won't seem suspicious. After that, it's all you guys. The others, however, seem less enthusiastic about the plan. One of them thinks, why does he get the easy part? The group charges forward, one of them shouting, let's go grab success. Another thinks, if that thing's really worth hundreds of gold, our lives will finally get a real start. The group's charge ends abruptly as a foot comes down hard on the head of a large, dark wolf. The wolf dispatched, he thinks, phew. Once I go back and complete the quest, my honor will increase. He pauses, a thought striking him. Didn't that fox-like girl mention something before? That the benefits you receive increase the higher your honor is. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding, why do you keep calling team leader Gong a fox? He muses that quests alone won't easily raise his honor. Catching a criminal, on the other hand, would help a lot. A voice then warns him, contractor, you're betting on your luck too much. Despite the warning, he wonders to himself, wouldn't it be fine to get lucky just once? A confident smirk plays on his lips as he snaps his fingers. But then, a voice wonders, Contractor, it seems your wish is about to come true. What do you mean? He asks, just as a voice reveals, someone has been walking towards us since a while ago. Did you not notice? The sound of footsteps on brittle ground echoes nearby. Maybe they're a fan, he muses. The fairy companion retorts, how does your brain work to reach that conclusion? He pauses, musing, they've gotta be a fan to go through all those monsters just to come here, right? Why yes, right. You're correct, the armored figure exclaims, suddenly agreeing with the protagonist's outlandish theory. The armored figure, now beaming, stammers out, see, could I maybe get an autograph? Beaming, he asks, of course. You have a pen and paper, right? It worked. The contractor, a slight blush on her face, stammers, an autograph is enough. She then offers, I'll even take a picture with you if you have a Vita. But then, a chilling question cuts through the air, do you want me to write any special words? The contractor stammers a reply, just a good luck, or something would be fine. Del, looking anxious, here's the words, you're doing good, Del. Voices echo, warning the contractor, can't you tell they're trying to trick you? Another voice adds, of course they're trying to trick you. How could they ever be a fan? Then, a sharp rebuke, what did I tell you? Del exhales, a wave of relief washing over him. Don't tell me they thought I wouldn't notice, Del mutters, a hint of annoyance coloring his tone. Del's expression hardens, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. How much do they look down on me, he wonders, before muttering a disbelieving, The realization hits Del hard. What? How many whip wolves did he catch? He exclaims, shock evident on his face. The words echo in Del's mind, was supposed to be just level 30. Extending his hand with a disarming smile, the man asks, could I also ask for a handshake? A hesitant voice replies, yeah, sure. The man's voice booms, dripping with arrogance, but did you think 4 people would be enough? Confusion creases his brow as he starts to ask, What do you may dash? The man's hands glow with a chilling blue energy as he asks, did you think 4 people would be enough to face me? A pained erg escapes him as the chilling blue energy encases his arm. Despite the pain, he taunts, you should have brought at least 40 people, if you wanted a real game. Damn it, he shouts, his face contorted in rage. He raises a bloodied knife, screaming die. He moves with incredible speed, a blue energy crackling around his fist. Energy surges from his outstretched hand, his face a mask of furious determination. The blast of energy sends his opponent flying backwards, knives scattering from his grip. He unleashes another blast, shouting a warning, shit. Del, dodge. Del's face contorts in terror as the energy blast hurtles towards him. Del is grabbed from behind, his body encased in ice as he's pulled into the path of the oncoming blast. Del, now partially encased in ice, can only utter "huh" as the blast bears down on him. The blast hurtles towards the ice-encased Del. Del's eyes widen as the attack closes in. His hand flies up, shielding his face as he cries out, "I'm sorry, I." The blow lands with a resounding impact. He continues to plead, "Hike, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it." He insists, a surge of energy emanating from his outstretched finger. "I'm telling the truth, please let me go." The man's desperation intensifies. Energy crackles around him as he continues to beg for mercy. The scene shifts to a wintry landscape, the man's pleas echoing through the frozen air. He looms over the fallen man, the wintry air biting at the scene. The man's gaze remains fixed as a voice echoes, "If you make a mess like this, won't it be annoying to bring them back?" A voice responds, seemingly unconcerned, "They deserved it though." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he muses, "If I hand these guys over to the guards, right? I'm sure my honor will go up by a lot." With arms crossed and a dismissive expression, she replies flatly, Yeah. His voice booms, "It will go up quite a bit, contractor." A sign marks the entrance, the guild. "Huh," the man at the counter utters, as the sound of a bell rings. The man at the counter seems to recognize someone. Aren't you the person who?" he begins to ask. "You the person who left after accepting a quest this morning?" the man asks, finally finishing his question. With a smile, the other man confirms, "I am." The man behind the counter's eyes widen in disbelief. "Then why are you back?" he starts to ask, before letting out a startled HACK. The man behind the counter is shocked, exclaiming, "Are those all whip wolf pelts?" The man behind the counter continues, impressed, "And they're in really good condition too." He marvels at the pelts, adding, "You'd have to be skilled enough to kill them in one blow to get these." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the shopkeeper's praise, demanding, "Excuse me, what is your name?" "Seo Junho," the man replies, his expression unreadable. "If you're Seo Junho, then..." The voice continues, revealing a startling accusation, "You're also the person who captured the criminals behind the missing persons cases." The man leans in, his voice rising with excitement. "You're amazing. You're the savior of Gillian." Junho wonders if the rumors about him have already spread. An announcement booms, "I'll prepare suitable quests for someone of your caliber from now on, player Seo Junho." The door clicks shut. "Well, see you next time," he says, leaving the room. Stepping outside, Junho receives a notification, "Honor plus 550. Junho thinks to himself, "I won't have to go to the quest board anymore with this much honor." But then, a question arises, "How do you find the combat in Frontier, contractor?" "It was fun. It felt like I was playing a game," the contractor responds. The contractor's smile widens as the other person observes, "You look like you were enjoying yourself while facing the new monsters." Suddenly, the contractor's attention is drawn elsewhere. "Ha! Contractor, that person over there." A desperate plea echoes, "Please. I'm begging you." But it's met with a furious denial, "Arg, I said no." The scene unfolds, a man begs for something, but his plea is met with a harsh refusal. "Arg, I said no," the other shouts. "Please, just help me this one time," he pleads, desperation etched on his face. But the other man explodes, "How many times do I have to tell you, old man? No. I don't want to. It's not happening." His eyes widen in disbelief. He exclaims, as a red energy surges around him. The younger man's fist clenches, a strange energy emanating from it. "Which fucking idiot? No, I mean... Boss," he stammers, then demands, "Are you harassing people again?" The older man's face contorts in shock. "Be boss," he cries out. This is so unfair," the older man cries out, his fist clenched in frustration. The younger man's voice cuts through the tension. "Why are you assuming that I'm the one harassing him?" he demands. The younger man retorts, "He's the one who's harassing me with an impossible request." The older man pauses, stroking his hair in thought. What's his story? He wonders aloud. The older man observes, he has quite the presence and aura. He continues, what's his background? What's his deal? What's his request? The older man asks, looking towards the protagonist. The protagonist hesitates, well, that's, Interrupting the protagonist's hesitation, the older man suggests, let's head to my office for now. Since it doesn't seem like we can talk about this in the open. The narrative voice reveals, this old man's name is Hakan. He used to be a mercenary, but he's retired now. Despite the narrative voice stating Hakan was retired, a speech bubble declares, I'm still active. Sure, a voice says, introducing, and this is Seo Junho, a player. Despite his unassuming appearance while drinking from a mug, the voice continues, he might look like this, but he's really strong. A voice asks, stronger than you? The other man responds, well, the difference between our strengths is like 3 sheets of paper. A new voice chimes in, questioning, is the paper here different from the normal one? Anyway, Hakan, the man says, holding his mug. I heard you came to the sky because you had a request. Hakan responds, yes, I needed help with something. The man scoffs, questioning the request. He asked me to raid the dungeon with him, but why the hell would I go somewhere like that? A dungeon raid, he muses, thinking about the potential profit. Boss monster materials go for a lot. The man then asks, do you have any information about the dungeon? The man answers, it's Phantom Thief Sheriffim's tomb. It's Phantom Thief Sheriffim's tomb. The man continues, revealing that 10 years prior, he and his wife were mercenaries. They raided a dungeon together, discovering ancient writings within. The writings detailed a 5-colored goddess statue, rumored to grant health to its owner. The writings depicted a weathered goddess statue. From that day forward, he says, we started researching the goddess statue. It was meant to be their final adventure before retirement, but last year, my wife was suddenly bedridden, he reveals, the weight of the memory evident in his voice. He clasps his hands together, his expression grave. Apparently, she had a tumor that had been growing for years, and it was impossible to treat it or remove it through surgery. Now, the goddess statue has become his sole objective. He vows to find it, no matter the cost, even if he has to do it alone. He reveals, eventually, I received information that the goddess statue was in Sheriffim's tomb. He continues, admitting, I tried going there myself, but couldn't get past the monsters. He explains that he learned the goddess statue was in Sheriffim's tomb. However, he admits, it's an unfortunate circumstance, but even I. He relents, stating, yeah, I can't force you to do something that I have to do. The protagonist responds, I understand. A determined glint in his eyes, the protagonist declares, I'll help you. The sudden offer leaves the other speechless. A slight smile plays on his lips as he states, we'll leave at dawn. Overwhelmed by the offer, he stammers, really? Thank you. He realizes, then all that's left is to find someone to take care of my wife while I'm gone. The other man assures him, you just head to bed. I'll find a caregiver for you. He expresses his gratitude, you. Thank you. Then, in a moment of reflection, he admits that accumulating honor is more valuable to him than dungeon rewards, and that clearing quests is a better use of his time. But, he couldn't just ignore it. He acknowledges, this is it. Sheriffim's. He recalls, last time I was here, it was filled with kobolds. What level were they, he asks, seeking information. The response, LV, 60. The ones deeper in the dungeon are probably higher leveled. He then recalls, their fur was red like blood, and they were twice the size of Ordner Dash. So they're blood kobolds, he concludes, piecing together the information. He continues, relaying crucial information about the blood kobolds, they're the type that charges in without regard for any injuries. Shoo! A lantern is set down with a soft thud, its light illuminating the cracked earth. He draws back his bow, aiming with deadly focus. The air crackles as 2 crimson arrows are released. Both arrows strike true, piercing the wolf-like beast. It roars in pain, its body reeling from the sudden assault. The beast staggers back, wounded but still standing. You have good aim, a voice comments. Of course. I've been doing this for 30 years, he replies, a hint of pride in his voice. Urgency then takes over as he continues, this is a good start, but we should hurry. I can smell them. He pauses, his expression shifting to realization. This isn't a tomb at all, it's just a cave. Perhaps, he muses, this might be easier than he thought. Dust billows as rocks tumble from above. The ground rumbles beneath them. Don't tell me these tremors are. The archer begins, a worried expression etched on his face. I don't think it's an earthquake. One of them says. Then, as the tremors intensify, the archer realizes, then it has to be them. Judging by how much it's shaking, there's way more than 10, he states grimly, bracing himself. A clawed hand grips a glowing blade, the figure declaring, it doesn't matter how many there are. The monsters descend, their screeches echoing through the cavern as they prepare to attack. A guttural roar erupts from below as a monstrous wolf lunges forward. The monstrous wolf's attack intensifies, its claws slashing down. The hero, spear glowing with blue energy, finds himself surrounded by the pack. Panic rising, he realizes, there's at least 50 of them. The hero wonders, were these guys waiting for intruders? Kobolds, it turns out, have keen senses. The hero grips his sword, a grim expression on his face. It looks like they remembered your scent, Hakan. Darkness descends, enveloping everything. A tear streaks down Hakan's face as he realizes, at this rate. Hakan lies in bed, his expression one of utter defeat. There's no way we can win against them all, he despairs. A desperate cry rings out, Seo Junho, run away. An urgent plea echoes, come back after gathering people you can trust. The monstrous lycanthropes stand guard, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A desperate plea emerges, find the goddess statue and, give it to my wife, Sophia. With a final, desperate cry, he shouts, it might be shameless, but it's my final request. His final words hang in the air, unanswered. Then, a cold denial echoes, I'm not gonna be accepting that request. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he retorts, you can give it to her yourself. His eyes widen with a visible sweat, as the words echo in his mind, your wife will be happier if you do. The implications of his words hit hard. A deafening crash erupts as the wolf-like beast and his opponent's weapon collide in a blinding flash of blue. The force of the blow reverberates as the wolf beast is struck. A furious roar tears through the air as the wolf beast recoils from the impact. Quao arg. With a determined look, he advances, his spear glowing with power. The spear strikes true, a resounding impact shaking the very air around them. The spear pierces the beast's shoulder, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. P-player Seo Junho. The name echoes as a figure moves with incredible speed. A flurry of motion blurs the scene as the spear is wielded with incredible force. The spear strikes, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the attacking wolves. The man looks on, a smug expression forming as he states, I told you. Snow falls upon a desolate, frozen landscape. He leaps forward, his halberd crackling with blue energy. Two in front and one on the left, he mutters, assessing the approaching threat. His halberd crashes down, a blinding blue light erupting on impact. The halberd connects, a wave of blue energy obliterating the creature in a flash. The creature vanishes, leaving only a wide-eyed, sweat-drenched man staring in disbelief. A voice directs him, 3 to the right. A sinister smile spreads across his face. A blinding flash erupts, the air crackling with energy. He lunges forward, spear aimed directly at the ice dragon's head. The spear strikes home, shattering the ice with a resounding crack. The ice dragon shatters into fragments, but another looms behind it, ready to strike. The hero smirks, the training was worth it. A small, glowing figure behind him remarks, oh you only took a second, as expected. The mercenary watches the hero, stunned. This is the first time I've seen someone this strong in my 30 years as a mercenary. He's just as skilled as level 80 players. He thinks, awestruck by the hero's abilities. The mercenary expresses his gratitude, this place would have been my grave if it weren't for you. The hero smiles, flattered by the mercenary's praise. Aren't you a little too healthy to be talking about your grave? He replies. The mercenary returns the praise, suggesting, your skills with the crossbow were good too, let's go together. The hero laughs, replying, thanks for the compliment. A massive explosion erupts, the force of it shaking the very ground. The explosion's aftermath reveals the dire consequences. The wolf monsters lie defeated, arrows piercing their bodies. One of the hunters reports, their scent is gone. The group's quarry has vanished without a trace. Looking down at the scene, he thinks, after I finish this job, I'll retire and happily spend the rest of my days with Safi Dash. Cutting him off, one of the hunters says, wait, you can finish what you were saying after we're done raiding the dungeon. Another adds grimly, I haven't seen anyone return safely after saying something like that. Yeah, just consider it nonsense, he replies, before pausing. Wait. A distinct creaking sound echoes nearby. He utters a confused as a warning cry suddenly rings out, watch your feet. Another confused escapes him as a warning cry pierces the air, watch your feet. The warning comes too late. Impaled by a sudden barrage of spikes, skeletal figures crumble. A looming skull dominates the view as a chilling realization dawns, this is a trap. The grim realization hangs heavy. Yeah, one of them confirms, the word laced with dread. I know you're strong, a voice echoes, tinged with condescension, but that also makes you more susceptible to falling for traps like this. A frustrated Fu escapes the protagonist. You can never let your guard down in a dungeon, a voice warns. He admits, I would have been in trouble if it weren't for you, Hakan. Hakan smirks, declaring, at least this old man's pulling his weight, Suddenly, a disembodied voice warns, careful, contractor. There's another trap at your feet. The hero halts in his tracks. The owner of this tomb must have been an awful person. There's another one, he observes, spotting the trap. It's a relief that my specialty is installing and disarming traps. The older adventurer asks, how about it? Would you like to learn? The protagonist responds, if you're willing to teach me. I'll do my best to learn, the protagonist agrees. It's simple, you just have to memorize how to do it, the older adventurer responds. Now, if we fix it like this, the pin will stay in place even if the rope is cut, right? The older adventurer explains, demonstrating the technique. Then, an enormous axe descends, and the protagonist can only manage a stunned, whoa. The older adventurer continues his explanation, and if you want to install it, you just do it in reverse, right? He then demonstrates, see? It stops working. He finishes with a compliment, exactly, you've got a good head on your shoulders. A thought surfaces, it might be a good idea to combine this with the frost skill. A new idea sparked in his mind, combining the current technique with the frost skill. His hand presses against the cold, cracked stone. A faint sound echoes. Holding the lantern aloft, he peers cautiously into the darkness beyond the doorway. Finally. He breathes, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Before him lies the chained, five-colored goddess statue. We did it! We did it, he exclaims, the goddess statue now within reach. Good work, Hakan, a voice echoes. The goddess statue stands before him, surrounded by a pile of golden coins. No, it's thanks to you, player Seo Junho. Hakan insists. He hopes the writings are true, so that Sophia. Hakan's grip tightens on his sword, his eyes narrowing with determination. There's no way it's this easy. There has to be something more, he thinks, a sense of unease settling in. Hakan sighs, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he gazes at a mountain of gold. Sophia, it would have been better if you could have been here too. He vows, I'll take this and quickly return to you. His determination is clear as he gazes at the coffin overflowing with gold. Suddenly, a voice booms, shattering the moment of hopeful resolve. Hakan. His eyes widen in alarm as a voice shouts, move, right now. He glances back, a confused escaping his lips. A monstrous form looms behind him, and a voice cries out, it's a monster. The monster strikes. The monster's spear hurtles towards him, a guttural grrrrrrr echoing in the darkness. The monster lunges, its claws tearing through the air. The monster, now identified as a level 83 demonic energy-infused, Blood Kobold Champion, continues its relentless assault. The Blood Kobold Champion continues its assault, now crackling with demonic energy. I can't believe it's using dormant energy key. A voice observes, followed by the realization, it's obvious that it was artificially made by someone. Come at me, mutt, the protagonist challenges. But then, a sudden realization dawns, is it the Fiend Association again? The Blood Kobold Champion's massive claws strike, eliciting a pained roar. The champion's jaws snap shut, teeth inches from the protagonist's face. A sickening crack echoes as the blade pierces flesh. The protagonist grits his teeth as the champion's blood sprays from the blade. System notifications flash, bleeding and blood pact activated. The champion's monstrous maw opens wide, teeth bared in a silent roar. Stamina, magic power, and regeneration speed all increase by 600%. The champion lunges, claws extended, as a blast erupts from the protagonist's weapon. Eyes narrowed, the protagonist focuses intently as he prepares to fire again. Another blast rips through the air, impacting the champion with a resounding crash. The champion is sent crashing downwards amidst a cloud of dust and debris. A monstrous roar erupts as the champion's beastly form looms, teeth bared in a savage snarl. The champion's monstrous form lunges, claws outstretched towards his opponents. With a flash of his blade, he challenges his opponent. You wanna brawl? He answers the challenge with a fist hurtling forward. Don't mind if I do. His fist connects, a burst of blue energy erupting on impact. The force of the blow sends the beast reeling backward. He crashes down hard, landing squarely on his back. You're. He begins to say, but the sentence is cut short. The wolf-like beast, now face to face with his opponent, acknowledges, you're pretty tough. The hero retaliates with a swift punch to the beast's face. The punch lands squarely on the beast's face, a blinding impact exploding outwards. The beast reels back from the force of the blow. Despite the blow, the beast's rage only intensifies. But let's see how much you can take, he roars. Let's see how much you can take, a voice booms, as a powerful strike lands. The sword crashes down, obliterating the ground beneath. The impact sends debris flying as a cloud of dust obscures the aftermath. The dust continues to swirl, obscuring everything. The dust begins to settle, revealing the monstrous wolf, its red eyes burning with rage. The wolf collapses, and a figure shouts, "Hey! Are you all right?" He lands hard, a relieved foe, escaping his lips. Lying on the ground, he thinks, whether it uses demonic energy or dormant energy key, it's still a monster in the end. Your body's as hot as fire. What happened? She exclaims. He responds, I'm fine. This happens every time. A system message appears, you have leveled up. The older man offers him water, saying, here, drink some water at least. Thank you, he replies. As he drinks the water, a thought bubble appears, you definitely get more experience killing one big guy than a bunch of little guys. Another system message appears, stating that all of his stats have increased by 3. He is now level 43. Hakan is told, you can probably take the goddess statue now, Hakan. His eyes widen in surprise. Oh really, he asks, hope flickering in his voice. A mountain of gold, swords, and treasure fills the room. I can't. Hakan begins to say, the weight of the task seemingly dawning on him. But another man's voice echoes through the cavern. I can't believe it's finally going to be in my hands. A sinister smile spreads across his face. You can have all the other treasures. You've done more than enough to deserve that, he declares, his hand reaching towards the treasure. He pauses, hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression clouding his face. I mean, if you're going that far, let me see. The treasure glitters, dominated by a large, multifaceted blue crystal. A question hangs in the air, what kind of crystal is this? Looking at the crystal, a system message appears. It's a spirit crystal, a snack that spirits enjoy and that strengthens their power. Man, that's nice. I'll give it to you after we get back, so give it a try, he offers. But the spirit refuses, don't wanna. He then mentions that spirits like it, and that she could get stronger too. I am a queen, she retorts, and even if I am a spirit, how am I supposed to eat a rock? Her question hangs in the air, how am I supposed to eat a rock? The man smirks, declaring, I can stay more than healthy just by drinking tea. Meanwhile, Seo Junho, holding a glowing blue crystal, is told, let's go back if you have everything, Seo Junho. The question remains, as he wonders aloud, it says it's a snack for spirits though. How should I feed this to her? The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape. The world fades to white, and he loses consciousness. Awakening, he stares in disbelief. I can't believe the 5-colored goddess statue actually existed. It even has 5 different colors like the legend said, she remarks, a smile gracing her lips as she holds the statue. A nearby figure reassures her, yeah, Sophia. You should be able to go back to how you used to be now. A heartfelt, thank you, darling, echoes in the air. PPLY, I heard you used quite a bit of money for Sophia, a man states, crossing his arms with a knowing smile. Huh, comes the confused response. He continues, you hired 2 caregivers and even bought expensive medicine. I didn't know you had that side to you. Hesitantly, he explains, it's just, they fed me a couple times when I was little. I'm just repaying my debt from back then. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey, Seo Junho. The man behind Seo Junho states that his wife is slowly recovering her energy. He adds that the legends of the goddess statue were actually true. Lying in bed, she smiles faintly, clutching the goddess statue. I can't thank you enough. Her gratitude is immense. You saved both of our lives. Really, thank you so much. The man bows his head, deeply grateful. Let me thank you again. You are our savior. The protagonist smiles, telling the man, you don't need to bow like that. He insists, we did it together. He then offers, it might not be much, but I'd like to invite you for dinner sometime. He responds, I'd be honored. Then, a final request, take good care of your wife, Hakan. Hakan walks away, leaving the other man standing in the yard. As Hakan departs, the other man muses, it looks like Hakan's wallet might not be doing too well right now. He continues, well, yeah. They might have earned a lot when they were mercenaries, but... A bag is thrown at the man, interrupting his thoughts with a loud clang. Take this, a voice demands. He turns, surprised, as the voice continues, after she got sick, they spent it all on her medicine, huh? A bag lands with a thud, cutting off his thoughts. Take this, the man demands, surprising him. Use this to take care of her. Don't let them know it was from me, though. I was almost happy for a second there, he thinks, the moment of peace shattered by a new question. But why are you taking care of them this much? The man's expression hardens as he offers a simple, unsettling answer, there's no real reason. His unsettling answer is followed by a seemingly innocent explanation. They just seemed like good, honest people. I just want things to go well for them, that's all. His explanation is cut short by another voice. Arg, why are you worried about something like that? The voice questions. I'm only saying this, but if I catch you stealing from that. The voice continues, I'm someone who's straight-laced when it comes to money. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rings out, echoing in the darkness. The ringing bell jolts him awake. Huh, he mumbles, still half asleep. The bell's ringing is followed by a series of notifications. What is all this, he wonders, as messages appear, announcing that Gillian citizens applaud his amazing character, and that guard Captain Max regrets letting a talent like him go. Emily, who works at the general store, has also become his fan. Ding! Another notification appears, this time displaying his stats. He's now level 43, with the title Bringer of Spring, +2. His strength, stamina, speed, magic, and honor have also increased. Lying in bed, he notes, it looks like my honor went up because of what happened yesterday. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. My honor jumped past 1,000 overnight, he thinks. More importantly, he's reached the minimum honor required to speak to Frontier's nobles. All right, Frost. It's time for a special snack. Frost appears, a speech bubble emanating from her. What's this? It looks like things have been going well for you, contractor, she says, a hint of surprise in her tone. He agrees, stating, yeah. We can stop farming honor now and start focusing solely on leveling up. Frost expresses her gratitude, stating, you've worked hard, contractor. Thank you for the meal. Frost's reaction causes him to pause, and he wonders aloud, what? Is something wrong? Does it taste bad? Frost's eyes widen, a flurry of hearts surrounding her as she exclaims, no. It's just too delicious. Hearing her reaction, he sighs, oh, that's a relief. Frost exclaims that not only is the cake soft, but the strawberries are also really fresh. He replies, yeah. Eat as much as you want. There's no better method than this for a picky child, he thinks, carefully cutting the cake with a strange, crystalline knife. The crystalline knife slices through the cake, ready to be served. It appears you're finally being thoughtful towards me, she says, digging into the cake. I see. At least your stomach is honest. The cake is being eaten, but a new thought arises, I should properly look into monsters that release demonic energy now. He glances at a screen, a new thought forming. It'd be nice if there were posts about them on the community boards. But then, a new problem arises. Why are they all locked, he wonders, seeing padlocks next to the information board and news board options. He pauses, mid-sip, realizing something. I see. I have to gather PP to unlock them. But then, he wonders, contractor, what's PP? The contractor explains that PP stands for player points, a digital currency for the second floor, obtainable by being active in the community. It seems gathering a lot of things on the second floor is required. But I can't spend all my time gathering points on the community boards, he realizes. A new idea begins to form. Then I should. Suddenly, a voice rings out, hey, it's me, Seo Junho. To which someone replies, oh, it's Mr. Snakehead. A woman reclined on a sofa looks up from her device, replying, what's up? Then, a message appears, sorry to bother you. Could I ask you a question? She responds to Seo Junho's message with a simple question, of course. What is it? Seo Junho's message appears on her screen, I'm trying to gather some pages. Do you know of any good methods? He suggests, for you, Mr. Snakehead, I think the video board would be a good fit. The woman wonders, the video board? The video board, he explains, is a place where hunting and raid videos are always in demand. And the more views you get, the more PP you earn. He responds that he'll be able to level up while gathering points, thanking the other party. Then, he's asked if he has any more questions. Have you ever heard? The question hangs in the air. The question lingers, have you ever heard of a monster using demonic energy? The question hangs heavy in the air, a monster using demonic energy. She admits, sorry. This is the first time I've heard of something like that. She wonders aloud, but why'd you bring this up all of a sudden, Mr. Snakehead? She hums, considering the implications of what she's just learned. I was just curious. Thanks for answering. The man states, it looks like team leader Gong doesn't know about it either. The spirit suddenly chides, you're so naive, contractor. A pressing question follows, what are you going to do if she's just pretending not to know? Arms crossed, the spirit retorts, it's not like I got rid of that possibility in my head. A hand grips a steaming mug as the spirit continues, it's possible that the Big Six already have some information and collectively agreed to hide it. But, He begins, then continues, adding that there's also a chance Dakibi and the other 5 members of the Big Six don't know about it either. The spirit explains that it's been over 25 years since Frontier opened. Therefore, the fact that there isn't any information about a monster using demonic energy is suspicious. The spirit concludes, means that it hasn't been long since these things appeared. A foot clad in a sandal taps impatiently on the wooden floor. I can't be wasting time like this, he thinks, impatience evident. He stands, hand in his pocket, gazing out the window at the stormy night as a glowing blue figure floats nearby. Amidst the storm raging outside, a question hangs in the air: are you going hunting right now? The answer is a simple, resolute yeah. The scene opens in the hunting grounds near Gillian, where a large frog croaks. I told you last time, right? We're going to be working on our teamwork this hunt, he states. A response comes, you did. I was also looking forward to it. The atmosphere shifts as he proposes, so on that note, what do you think about doing the swamp slime quest by yourself tonight? The spirit's expression shifts to one of surprise as he suggests she undertake the swamp slime quest alone. The spirit's eyes widen in disbelief. By myself, she asks, clearly surprised by the sudden proposition. He confirms her solo quest with a simple, yeah. A sly smile plays on his lips as he states, I need to see how strong you are. A voice then replies, oh ho. That is not a bad idea. A voice echoes from the marshy landscape, asking, is there anything you need? Anything I need? He muses, considering the question. He continues through the marsh, a reminder echoing in his mind, my powers are based on your mental strength. So just make sure to keep your mind sharp. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he states, if that's all, leave it to me. The spirit on his shoulder chimes in, by the way, contractor. Would this not be the first time I show you how I hunt? The spirit, a mischievous glint in her eye, welcomes him to look forward to it, promising, it will be quite the sight. The title, Return of the Frozen Player, flashes on the screen. The screen fades to white, adorned with delicate snowflakes. The scene opens onto a frozen landscape, snowflakes drifting through the air. He walks through the frozen landscape, the small, glowing creature perched on his shoulder. Above him, translucent figures float on the water's surface, their faces resembling skulls. Beneath the translucent figures, a red glow emanates from the depths. A gurgling sound echoes from the depths, originating from the translucent figures above. It's the first time I've ever been surrounded by slimes like this. It kind of feels weird. He mutters, before turning his attention to the small figure perched on his shoulder. Frost, are you going to be all right? Suddenly, a voice booms, contractor, you should not take me lightly. A chilling gust sweeps through the forest. The chilling gust solidifies, forming a towering, spectral figure. The spectral figure shatters, the sound echoing through the frozen forest. The shattered remains of the spectral figure dissipate into glittering fragments. The small, winged figure now rests on his shoulder. Beneath him, the ground is covered in a layer of frost. The winged figure clasps her hands together, a faint sound echoing as she speaks. Obviously, this isn't all. A barrage of ice shards erupts from the ground. Suddenly, a storm of ice erupts around him. As the ice storm rages, he asks, this is how strong I am. What do you think? A slight smile plays on his lips as he responds, it's cool, but it's a mess. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she exclaims, the quest was to gather 100 slime cores. What are we going to do now that you've popped them all like this? Realizing the quest is now in jeopardy, he says, right, the cores. Then, with renewed determination, he declares, all right, then let us go to the next area. I will properly show you my skills this time. A disembodied voice echoes, don't pop the cores this time. An echoing voice warns, don't pop the cores this time. He steps forward into the murky water. The murky water ripples as he approaches a cluster of glowing, ghostly orbs. Watch this, she exclaims, a small smile playing on her lips as she gestures forward. With a confident smile, she raises her hands towards the glowing orbs. With outstretched hands, she unleashes a barrage of icy projectiles. The icy projectiles streak towards their targets, impacting with a resounding crash. The icy projectiles explode on contact, unleashing a wave of freezing energy. The barrage of icy projectiles continues to rain down, each impact sending shards of ice flying. Whoa! A voice whispers as the icy projectiles continue to bombard the area. The icy projectiles pierce through his hands. A question hangs in the air, did you just extract the cores instead? He smiles, holding several cores in his hands. You really are fast at making your ice lances, he observes. Your accuracy is good too. It's just that. It still flies slower than when you were in your original form, he observes. The slime responds, I can't do anything about that, though. Don't get so down, he says, reassuring the slime. Just being able to support me like this is a lot. Then, considering their options, he suggests, for now, we'll fix your position as a support, and how about an ice golem? He admits, I was too busy fighting last time to get a proper look. The slime retorts, it is not too bad. A golem of ice crystals begins to form. Before them, an enormous golem of ice crystals takes shape. Oh ho, it's quite big, he remarks, gazing up at the towering figure. He wonders aloud, recalling their previous movements. I think they moved quite freely last time. Do they have their own consciousness? An unseen voice answers his question. They do, but they are extremely dumb. The protagonist considers the implications of their limited intelligence. So it will probably be better for me to control them myself when we fight. He then asks the fairy, will you be able to support me and control the golems at the same time? Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, I am the Frost Queen of Nibelheim Kingdom. The one who froze the world. The Frost Queen declares that even though she is currently a lesser arch-spirit, that much is no problem for her. The challenge is thrown down, then prove it in actual combat. A sly smile plays on his lips as he suggests, let's look for more slimes. The sky burns with the setting sun, casting long shadows across the training grounds. As the sun dips below the horizon, the training grounds are bathed in the fiery hues of twilight. The training grounds fade into darkness as night descends. The training grounds are now a field of ice, the sharp crystals piercing the darkness. I have gathered them all, a voice booms. The ice chalice now holds 100 of the blue stones. Contractor, here is 100. Good work, Frost, he acknowledges, perched atop the rocky terrain. The ice chalice floats before him, accompanied by a winged figure. Like Frost said, the golems are extremely dumb. I wish they could have at least had a child's intelligence, he mutters, perched on the rocks. Frost hovers nearby. The golem emits a gurgling sound. Well, I'm really satisfied with the results for now. You're able to support me and control 4 golems at the moment. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. There's going to be a lot of things I'll need to prepare once we get to the city. Prepare? I thought we were going to be focusing on leveling up in the field, she asks, a finger touching her chin in thought. He pauses, replying, I was going to do that originally, but... He turns, revealing his revised strategy. You were much stronger than I thought, so I changed plans. Their current objective, the kobold hunting tournament. He continues, revealing his initial plan for the tournament. I was going to try to rank high in the tournament to catch the noble's attention, but... He smirks, confident in his abilities. I think I'll be able to take over that tournament with just my current skills. Now, he decides on a new course of action. For now, I should train the ice golems and quickly hit level 50. Oh, there's even donuts today, he exclaims, eyeing the sweets. They're more special than usual since I worked hard today, right? He turns to leave, telling the ice golem, you can eat for now. I'll be back after meeting someone. The golem responds with a simple, see you later. Careful of carriages. The ice golem takes a bite of the donut, thinking, it does taste more delicious, but... The donut contains twice the usual amount of spirit crystal. The protagonist stands in the town square, seemingly taking notes. The protagonist stands alongside 2 others on the town square's patterned floor. He consults his notes, the name Shasha Alkini prominent. She is apparently indebted to Ply. The notes reveal that her occupation is alchemist. The history of alchemy in Frontier is incomparable to Earth's, the notes state. Their medicines are renowned for being superior. And because of that, the notes reveal, players even call them apothecaries. He reveals he saw it on a document belonging to the most important families and nobles, information he obtained from the Sky Soul Guild. The text reveals the identity of the figure, the fallen noble, Charlotte Chemist. The text further reveals that Charlotte Chemist is a skilled alchemist, enough to catch the attention of the Big Six. I don't know why she's hiding behind a fake name, but... The man ponders, holding a notepad. This is a really good opportunity, a voice declares, as the camera pans out to show the building where Charlotte might be. Standing before a grand estate, he wonders, is this it? He's surprised, muttering, I didn't know there was a place like this in Gillian. He adds, people might even think this is a haunted house. Reaching for the bell, he notices its disrepair. She's also neglected the broken bell. He calls out, Miss Shasha Alkini. Are you home? His voice booms out, calling, Miss Shasha Alkini. Miss Shasha, peering through the curtains, is found. Ah, I knew you were home. Suddenly, a blinding glare fills the room. A flicker of concern crosses Miss Shasha's face as she continues to peer through the blinds. The source of the glare is revealed, a man smiles and waves. The gate creaks open. The ornate gate now stands fully open. A mysterious bottle appears, and a voice echoes, Who are you? Following the question of identity, a new voice demands, And why are you here? A woman, holding a bottle of red liquid, demands, And why are you here? He responds to her question, stating, I came here because of Ply. Entering through the gates, he curses under his breath, Ah, shit. That damned debt. Holding a bottle, she says, Come in. The figure states, But, unfortunately for you, I don't even have the money to pay the interest. He retorts, I'm not here for the money. A bottle slams onto the table with a thud as he declares, Rather, I'm someone who can repay all of your debts. Suddenly, a name appears, Alchemist Charlotte Chemist. Alchemist Charlotte Chemist steps forward, her expression unreadable. He continues, I came here because I had something to request of you. I heard you were well versed in alchemy. Charlotte, reclining with a half-empty bottle, refuses his request. I'm sorry, but I will not be accepting your request. I'm a bit tired. He questions her refusal, asking, Are you going to refuse before you even hear what it is? Downing the last of her drink, Charlotte anticipates his request. It's obvious what it's going to be. You're going to ask me to make some medicine for you. She then adds, Alchemists aren't just people who make potions. A surge of golden energy emanates as she declares, We're artists who create new medicine, huh? The golden energy coalesces into a radiant orb in her hands. This is the core of a cinder fox. The cinder fox core radiates intensely in her hands, bathing the room in golden light. The speaker states that it's a difficult material for just anyone to handle. They wanted her to use this core to create something. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he demands, Create an elixir for me. Well, I guess it can't be helped if it's impossible for you, though, she says, clearly annoyed. Ugh. I normally don't fall for cheap taunts like that, but... She says, a spilled bottle lying on the table before her. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, God damn it. There's just no way I'd be able to sit still after seeing something like that. She asks what he wants her to make with the spilled bottle. A voice answers, It's for this. He states his request, I need an elixir that would strengthen my mind. The alchemist below wonders, is it possible? The alchemist responds to his request with a confident tone, I never said it was impossible. Above the glowing elixir, a warning appears, just ready your wallet. Make sure to prepare a lot. A voice promises, I'll repay all of the money you owe, plus an additional 50 gold. Gazing at the glowing elixir, the alchemist remarks, That's not bad at all. He crosses his arms, telling the alchemist to come back after 5 days. 5 days, huh? He mutters, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he walks away. As he walks away, he thinks, that's more than enough time for me to hit level 50. A strange sound echoes as he walks. He pauses, spotting a figure slumped over a table. A sharp slap echoes as a voice commands, Wake up. The spirit retorts, Why'd you do that? I'm tired. The protagonist warns, You know you'll become a fat spirit if you keep going to sleep right after eating snacks like Arg, don't nag me, the spirit complains. Suddenly, the spirit declares, it's time to go hunting. A thought bubble reveals the protagonist's surprise, hunting? The protagonist asks, what are you trying to hunt this late into the night? He pauses, a sly grin spreading across his face. Obviously, it's... The scene shifts to a star-filled night sky. Thunder bears. The words appear as a massive bear crackles with electrical energy beneath the starry sky. Under the starry sky, a voice cuts through the night. Listen carefully, Frost. As he ties his shoes, the voice continues, laying out the stakes. There are 3 main objectives we're going to try to achieve in the upcoming 3 days. The spirit's voice rings out, declaring the first objective, hit level 50. Frost listens intently, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The spirit continues, revealing the second objective, to work on their teamwork. The spirit pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. And the last, she asks, leaving the final objective hanging in the air. The spirit reveals the final objective, film videos and earn PP by uploading those onto the community boards. A confused voice then asks, huh? Videos? A question arises, is it okay for your Frost skill to show up on the videos? The response is immediate. It isn't. So I won't be using that skill while recording. Despite his earlier claim, the hero now summons his Frost skill, transforming into a massive, enraged bear crackling with blue energy. So, Frost, I need you to. Despite his earlier promise, the hero's transformation continues, his face contorted in a monstrous roar. I need you to take care of filming. The transformation surges, energy crackling around the monstrous bear as it unleashes a ferocious roar. The monstrous bear form crashes down, its massive claws poised to strike. Before the monstrous bear can strike, the protagonist is seen looking up, a question forming on his face. Did you catch that? He asks. Why don't you check it yourself? A voice retorts from above. A loud roar echoes, followed by a thud. Examining the screen, the man remarks, it came out pretty clean. Contractor, why would anyone watch this when it isn't fun, dramatic, or informational? A voice questions. Another voice responds, I can agree that it isn't fun or dramatic, but it is informational. The floating figure retorts, how is killing a thunder bear in one hit with sword aura informational? Annoyed, the man replies, stop nagging me. What do you want me to do? That's the only way I know how to do it, the voice exclaims, exasperated. The floating figure demands, how are you going to earn PP when you have such poor sense? An enraged thunder bear looms behind her. Then let's think about the videos later and catch this one first, he declares, readying his weapon. A smaller voice concedes, fine. Let us try working on our teamwork. The thunder bear roars, its glowing eyes burning with fury. The thunder bear's massive jaws open wide, ready to strike. The thunder bear is face to face with its opponent, as the challenger asks, are you ready? The challenger responds with a confident, of course. He readies his stance, his sword pointed directly at the thunder bear. The thunder bear roars, electricity crackling around its claws as it lunges forward. Yeah, arg. With a ferocious roar, the thunder bear closes the distance, electricity surging from its claws. Yeah, arg. The most important thing, she begins to say, her expression serious. Is that we're on the same page, she declares, her voice ringing with conviction. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with blue energy. Eyes narrowed, he unleashes a torrent of blue energy. The torrent of energy intensifies, streaks of light cutting through the darkness. The bear roars in fury, engulfed in the blue energy. With a determined gaze, he leaps forward, a dark, jagged blade clutched in his hand. The bear lunges, claws crackling with blue energy. His eyes widen in alarm as a surge of blue energy erupts from below. He raises a glowing shield, bracing for the bear's imminent attack. Hup, she cries out, as the bear lunges with ferocious intent. The bear's attack lands with devastating force. The world spins into darkness. The bear roars, its fangs bared in a gruesome display. Goo! Ugh! The night sky looms as a voice declares, it took only 4 seconds. even though we didn't use magic power. Against the backdrop of the night sky, a voice muses, "This is pretty fun." He muses about recording a fight against a strong boss monster. Then, a voice cuts in, asking, "Then what about this, contractor?" The ethereal being suggests, "Why don't you watch other people's videos first to learn from it?" He agrees with the suggestion, thinking, "Oh, that's a good idea." He taps the screen, but then realizes, all of the boards are closed, as expected. A system message then appears, stating, "While you're in the same field, you can connect to the regional channel." He realizes, "The only places I can join are the video boards in this." A desperate plea echoes, "Is there anyone around here?" Another message appears, "We're getting chased by a group of thunder bears. Please help us." A streak of light pierces the night sky, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Following the streak of light, a figure appears. He wonders aloud, is that a request for help, or a trap? "Yeah," a voice booms out, seemingly in response to his question. The voice confirms, booming "yeah." The being shouts, "That's it, contractor." A blinding flash erupts. The group advances, their footsteps echoing ominously. A sudden gasp breaks the silence. The man's face contorts in a grimace, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Pant! A monstrous roar tears through the air, the beast's fangs bared in a terrifying display. "They're getting closer. These bastards are way too damn clingy," he shouts, his voice tight with frustration and fear. The ground trembles as the massive creature gains on them. "Let's fire a flare first. We need help," he yells, desperation etched on his face as they continue to flee. But a thought crosses his mind as he holds the flare gun, "Will anyone come help us, though?" He fires the flare into the night sky, hoping someone will answer their call. Dave's party said they'd be hunting all night, he thinks, adding, "We also left a request for help in the regional channel, so..." The flare explodes in a burst of light, streaking across the dark sky. "We'll just have to pray that someone will come help us," he thinks, desperation creeping into his thoughts. As the flare fades, a figure descends from the sky. Light streaks down from above, illuminating the darkness. Return of the frozen player. He struggles to his feet, but two massive bears loom over him. A crushing blow lands. "Hey, Pompey. Can you hear me?" a voice calls out. Then, a desperate shout, "Dave," rings through the forest. "I checked my voicemail the moment I saw the flare," a voice says, continuing, "but we're a bit far." A massive bear, crackling with blue energy, towers above. "It'll take us around 15 minutes, the voice declares, as the massive, energy-crackling bear looms closer. "What? 15 minutes?" The urgency in the voice is palpable. "We won't even be able to last for 5 minutes with our skills," he shouts, desperation etched on his face as they flee. A plan forms amidst the chaos. "Let's meet in the middle," the voice proposes, adding, "You remember where we gave out rations, right?" A monstrous, lightning-infused bear charges forward. "We'll be able to get there in 7 minutes, one says, while another declares, "We'll do our best to hurry." The lightning bear's massive paw descends, crackling with raw power. The bear roars, its jaws wide as lightning crackles around its form. He cries out in pain as the lightning bear's attack connects. "Everyone!" He begins, bracing himself. "Break through this one and run away." The lightning bear's claws crackle with energy, poised to strike. The lightning bear lunges, claws crackling with even more intense energy as it bears down on them. "Pompey, we slowed it down," a voice shouts, as the lightning bear continues its descent. He cries out, "KGH," as the lightning bear descends. His face contorted in pain, he braces for the impact. The spear connects with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. He is sent flying through the air, the impact leaving a trail in his wake. Amidst the chaos, a voice declares, "It's shallow." A surge of power erupts, emanating from the wolf's glowing eyes. The wolf's massive paw descends, crackling with blue energy, poised to crush the figure beneath. "Pompey," he screams, as the wolf's attack crashes down upon him. The wolf's attack explodes in a blinding flash of blue energy. The man curses, realizing the dire situation. He's surrounded by the transformed wolves, their eyes glowing with menacing blue energy. The man is sent flying backwards from the force of the wolves' combined attack, gritting his teeth in pain. Struggling to speak through the pain, he grits his teeth. You guys should've just run away. His face contorted in pain and frustration, he shouts, "You idiots." The bear roars, its eyes glowing with intense blue energy. He braces behind his shield, sweat beading on his brow as energy crackles around him. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. He leaps forward, striking the monstrous bear with a powerful blow. The hero stands his ground, facing the massive beast head-on. The man, visibly injured, reports, "I found some players where the flare landed." The man's face contorts with alarm. But they look like they're in danger. Despite the danger, he declares, "First, I'll help them." Despite his words, a sinister smile creeps across his face as he rests his hand on the armored man's head. A glint of steel flashes as he grips a dagger in his other hand. The character exclaims, "Yeah, that's it," as they take a picture. "That was a good entrance, contractor," a voice booms. "We'll go save them," the character declares, a determined glint in their eyes as they gaze towards a distant, fiery light streaking across the sky. That heroic declaration is immediately undercut by a cynical thought. If we can film ourselves saving them while they're in danger, we'll get a lot of views and even earn a lot of PP, no? That thought gives him pause. But did someone really get into danger while hunting at night, he wonders aloud. A new thought occurs to him. There's a chance it's just someone trying to hunt players. But that, he reasons, is that not just more reason to go, then? If the request for help is a lie, he realizes, you can just film a video hunting people who hunt players. A confident smile spreads across his face. So I won't be taking a loss whichever it ends up being. An unknown voice praises, "Frost, you're a genius." Facing a massive, lightning-infused bear, he thinks to himself, I can't show too much in the video. He then thinks, but I also can't make myself look too weak. He realizes, I need to control the amount I show. Above, the being observes, fighting those bodies with a dagger like that. Before concluding, it looks fun. You may proceed. Yes, director, comes the reply. Daggers drawn, he faces down a pack of glowing-eyed bears crackling with energy. Most players don't hunt with daggers, a voice observes, adding, there's not enough reward for the amount of risk you're taking. He declares, then that means I won't look like a pushover if I'm able to get a thunder bear with a dagger. The thunder bear roars, electricity crackling around its form. The thunder bear lunges, a wave of crackling energy surging toward him. Dagger raised, he braces for the thunder bear's attack. The thunder bear's attack crashes down, its glowing eyes filled with fury. The thunder bear's attack connects, a red impact mark exploding against the hero. Despite the thunder bear's ferocity, the hero manages to parry its attack with his blade. The hero, eyes narrowed in concentration, prepares to strike back at the thunder bear. The hero is forced to evade the thunder bear's massive paw, narrowly dodging a crushing blow. Oh ho, contractor, those other bears are reading the mood, a voice observes. A determined glint in his eye, he declares, then I'll just go to them. The bears, crackling with energy, prepare to attack. A wave of confusion washes over the group. Who is he? One of them wonders aloud. The bear, now towering over them, grins menacingly. Now that I've shown them speed, I should show them strength. The bear's words hang in the air as he grips a dagger, ready to strike. He lunges forward, dagger extended, closing the distance with terrifying speed. A monstrous roar erupts as the bear's eyes glow with electric energy. He strikes, a surge of electric energy erupting as the dagger meets its target. Electric energy crackles violently as the dagger pierces through. The electric current intensifies as it courses through the beast. One of my friends is a pretty strong musclehead. He thinks, as the electric energy continues to surge. And he never even cared about things like this, he continues to think, as the beast's eyes widen in pain. The beast roars in pain, its eyes glowing with fury. An opening. He seizes the opportunity, blade raised high. The blade descends, a streak of violet energy cutting through the air. The strike lands with a resounding crack. A rain of debris falls from the sky as a blinding light erupts below. The hero lunges forward, blade drawn, as a monstrous, shadowy bear looms over him. The shadowy bear looms, crackling with blue energy. The hero recoils in horror, his companion equally stunned. A deafening roar rips through the air. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he prepares to cut his hand. The shadowy bear below crackles with even more energy. "Contractor, two of them are running away over there," the figure reports. "Let's just let them go. This much is enough," he declares, watching the two shadowy bears flee. Excuse me," a voice calls out, interrupting the moment. "Thank you so much," the voice says, filled with gratitude. "I know we made a request for help, but I never thought that anyone would actually come." The armored man says, surprised. A question hangs in the air. "Are you perhaps Player Seo Junho?" the armored man questions. A smile plays on the newcomer's lips as he confirms, "Yeah, I am. It's an honor to meet you," the armored man stammers, clearly starstruck. One of his companions adds, "I've read your articles. I've always rooted for you." Another voice chimes in, elatedly congratulating Junho, "Me too. I know it's late, but congratulations on reaching first place in the Cave of Trials." That's right," he says, a smile spreading across his face. "There's no way we'd let you go without a reward after you've saved our lives. We'll gather up some PP to give to you," the voice declares, the promise of a reward hanging in the air. He looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly, a system notification appears. "Anonymous has given you 100 pages. A small, winged creature flutters nearby, as a voice exclaims, "Oh ho!" More system notifications chime as he ponders the sudden gift. He recalls, "The hardest thing when we first reached the second floor was gathering pages. I wish we could give you more, but we'll make sure to press recommend when you upload stuff on the community boards later," they say, their gratitude evident. The beast replies, "I didn't do this because I was expecting a reward, but thank you. I never thought I'd be given PP as a gift," he thinks to himself. Then, regarding the others, he muses, "They are pretty nice people." The recording has stopped. A floating creature watches as he prepares to play back the recording. "Now, let's see your filming skills," he says with a smile. But then, a voice exclaims, "I want to watch too." "Whoa!" he utters, as the recording reveals a massive, spectral beast. The screen displays the editing function, highlighting its ability to quickly and easily modify the video. He manipulates the recording, planning to cut the part where you receive pages. He also intends to adjust the angle and add a slow motion effect. All right. If someone saw you..." The voice trails off, hinting at the potential consequences of being caught. He continues, joking that if anyone saw him, they'd think you're an actual director or something. He adds that he'll also pick the title. Taking his traits into consideration, the voice suggests a title. "What about Black Knight Returns?" "No fucking way," he retorts, clearly disagreeing with the title suggestion. He quickly adds, "Arg, wait. I have better options too." Despite his previous objections, he concedes, "It's fine. I'll just go with this." But then, seeing the test video displayed, he exclaims, "Huh? Arg, why'd you do that?" He hears the person say, "It feels like I have a little kid rather than a queen with me." He then remarks, "It feels like I have a little kid rather than a queen with me." The monster bares its teeth, a fearsome display of power. A powerful strike descends, the force of the blow radiating outwards. The hero is sent crashing through the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth around him. The ground continues to crack and shatter from the force of the blow. Still falling, he looks up, a dark shape looming above him. "Phew, good job," a voice says, seemingly pleased with the outcome. The small, winged creature floats triumphantly above the fallen beast. "I always do a good job," it declares confidently. But a new thought arises, among the 3 goals we set beforehand. "We've completely finished 2 now," the creature continues, referring to their goals. "Working on our teamwork and hitting level 50. Now that I think about it, When are we going to check the reactions from test video? The creature asks. Then, seemingly to himself, he adds, "Ah, right. Do you want a snack first, or do you want to check the reactions now?" The creature decides, let us check the reactions first. I am really curious about it. The creature discovers, it's obviously not in the most searched keywords ranking. He stares at the screen, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. Can't we say, we got quite a bit of views? One of them suggests. Another responds, it's an awkward amount. The screen shows the test video has 175,985 views. I don't know. The other videos had a few hundred views, so. He's about to reveal, and the total amount of PP we earned through this video is almost 3,000, he questions, the screen revealing they acquired PP 1,760 and donated PP 1,153. I don't think that's a small amount at all, he exclaims, clearly pleased with their earnings. He notes, with a pleased expression, it has quite a bit of comments too. The comments continue to pour in, with one user asking, is this Black Knight Seo Junho? He's as good as his nickname suggests. His movements are clean. Another comment reads, this guy sheesh, he's good at fighting. Amidst the praise, one commenter wonders, but does anyone even know what level he is? Is he around 50? The comments continue, with one user claiming, he's killing thunder bears like they're goblins. He has to be at least around level 80. Another questions, how the hell would he be that high-leveled when it hasn't even been a year since he debuted? LOL. One detractor scoffs, what's so impressive about this that it ended up on the most searched keywords rankings? I could do that too. Another retorts, prove it then LOL, only to be met with the reply, why would I? LOL. Also, can't you see him being unable to chase down the last two? Despite the impressive feat, one comment reads, he's still an amateur for sure. Despite the impressive feat, one comment reads, he's still an amateur for sure. Another comment reads, dude. It's obvious to anyone that he's not chasing them on purpose. But a different commenter counters, I'm pretty sure he just lost them LMAO. He pauses, saying Another comment surfaces, claiming, yeah, this is all because of his items, I mean, he's a rich bastard that has armor from Noya's smithy. Shouldn't this much be obvious? Another comment challenges, then can you do the same if you have armor from Noya's smithy? A response appears, yeah, easily. Anyone can do this much LOL. Frost, a voice murmurs. It continues, observing, it seems Earthlings argue over small things like this whenever they get the chance. How uncouth. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Looks like I need to show them properly when we hunt kobolds, so that no one will doubt me. A dark aura begins to emanate from him. He lunges forward, a glint of steel flashing in his hand. Whoa, a voice exclaims, as the sound of impact reverberates through the room. The man in the suit observes the screen intently, remarking, he really is incredible. I can see why Spectre made him his proxy. Witnessing the display, the woman's eyes widen slightly. I guess I can't call him Mr. Snakehead anymore. She mutters. The man wonders aloud, but do you think Mr. Seo Junho was trained by Spectre? His question hangs in the air. Seo Junho declares, I watched every single material on Mr. Spectre. The voice continues, noting, and the way he uses his dagger is strangely similar. The woman counters, come on, if he was going to learn something from Spectre, he probably would have learned his swordsmanship. Why would he learn how to use a dagger? She then concludes, that's probably it, right? The woman continues, anyway, despite having asked me how to earn PP a couple days ago. The woman's ominous words hang in the air, he probably won't have to worry anymore. The man's expression hardens as most searched keywords flashes on the screen, now ranking at number 4. His hand tightens into a fist, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly clear. He clutches a skull, its empty sockets staring into the abyss. Seated upon his throne of bone, he clutches another skull, his gaze unwavering. Sir Nazid Hallow, a voice calls out. Found where Seo Junho's inn is as well as his room, one reports. Then, the question hangs in the air, shall we bring him? No, it's not a good spot, Nazid Hallow replies, seated upon his throne. There are too many eyes within the city. Nazid Hallow orders, just keep your eyes on him. It won't be too late if we make our move after he comes out. The subordinate replies, understood, sir. Also, I watched his video, and his movements were impressive. Nazid Hallow considers, I think sending a level 90 fiend will be adequate, but I will also go, just. His hand grips a skull tightly, a silent pause hanging in the air as he considers his next move. Nazid Hallow is told, take 2 more with you. He then questions, so 4 people in total? 3 times? The hooded figure mutters, his crimson eye gleaming ominously. It is then revealed, he has already overcome 3 crises. The hooded figure stands before the group, an ominous presence amidst them. Seated upon his throne of bone, the hooded figure reveals a shocking truth, and one of them was also your superior, Cal Siner. He commands them to properly avenge their fallen leader. The hooded figure offers a simple, yet chilling, sentiment, thank you. The hooded figure closes his eyes, his expression unreadable. If, by chance, he survives this time as well. The hooded figure's ominous words hang heavy in the air. Darkness descends. Standing amidst the trees, he looks ahead, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He resolves, I will take action myself.